Chapter 1. The Sea Round Calendar, January 1st, 1517. On this fateful day, as the ship Potka's D. Ace set sail from the eastern sea, a solitary vessel drifted within the treacherous waters of the Devil's Triangle, a notorious segment of the Grand Line. Ho ho ho, young Wang Yuan, fortune truly smiles upon you. You have encountered the rebirth of a devil fruit, and to think it has manifested directly in your grasp. A distinctive laughter resonated, emanating from a standing skeleton, who would surely evoke a startled reaction from the unacquainted. However, the protagonist Wang Yuan, engaged in conversation, remained unfazed. Instead, he joined in with a hearty ha ha ha, and without hesitation, took a bite of the devil fruit resting in his hand, suppressing the overwhelming urge to gag on its unpalatable taste as he swallowed it down. Wang Yuan was acutely aware that the potency of the devil fruit lay in the initial bite. Consuming it was sufficient. Yet, many enthusiasts of the sea believe that failing to finish the fruit could hinder its awakening, rendering it ineffective. Embracing a philosophy of better safe than sorry, Wang Yuan endured the repugnant taste and consumed the entirety of the fruit. Once, someone posed a question on a forum: would one prefer to eat chocolate that tasted like excrement or excrement that tasted like chocolate? I wish to consume neither. I merely wish for the questioner to partake. Yet, faced with a devil fruit that tasted akin to excrement, the allure of extraordinary powers made it an irresistible offering. With the fruit before him, he resolved to consume it entirely. As his will commanded the darkness to emerge from his being, he gazed in astonishment at the shadowy aura enveloping his hand. Indeed, it is the dark fruit. Upon observing its form, Wang Yuan immediately recognized it as the most malevolent of the Logia-type fruits, the dark fruit, the very object of desire for the formidable antagonist, Marshal D. Teach, commonly known as Blackbeard. Logia-type, dark fruit. He had not anticipated that this fruit, which was meant to appear later on Whitebeard's ship, would manifest in his hands so soon, and in such a direct manner. This fruit was renowned for its formidable abilities, possessing the power of a black hole that could absorb anything that came into contact with the darkness, compressing and annihilating it infinitely. Moreover, the dark fruit could nullify the powers of other devil fruits, and even seize the abilities of other users upon their demise. However, the dark fruit came with a significant drawback. Unlike other Logia-type fruits, its user could not evade external damage. Instead, they absorbed it, experiencing pain more acutely than the average individual. While it was possible for the dark fruit to transform the user into an elemental form, such transformation would not grant immunity from attacks. Due to the black hole characteristic, any assault would be drawn toward the user's corporeal form, preventing the typical evasion enjoyed by other Logia users. Nevertheless, this limitation did not diminish the dark fruit's reputation as one of the pinnacle devil fruits. Despite the latest version of the Sun being a mythical zoan, with even the so-called Paramecia rubber fruit evolving into the mythical Zoanica fruit, the Logia dark fruit remained a top-tier devil fruit. Perhaps, upon awakening, it could even transform into a mythical zoan representing the embodiment of darkness. In summary, hesitating even for a heartbeat before consuming the dark fruit would be a grave disrespect. Moreover, considering that this fruit had willingly manifested in his hands, it was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Whether it was the will of the pirate world or the fruit's own desire, or perhaps a fortuitous boon bestowed upon a transmigrator, remained uncertain. It is said that devil fruits possess their own will, selecting suitable hosts. This is particularly true for mythical zoans, which exhibit a strong will. The sun god Nika fruit had eluded the world government for over 8 centuries. Given that the dark fruit had chosen to manifest in his hands, it was evidently the optimal selection. Could it be that my psyche harbors darkness? Nay, it must be that my ambitions and dreams are grander, compelling the dark fruit to choose me. In contrast to Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, Wang Yuan held the conviction that his broader perspective, ambitions, and objectives surpassed those of Blackbeard. He intended to ascend to the pinnacle of this world, propelled by the powers of the dark fruit, aiming for the stars and the seas. Ho ho ho, young Wang Yuan, what abilities does this devil fruit you have consumed bestow upon you? The skeleton inquired once more, his tone devoid of envy or malice, merely expressing curiosity about the fruit's powers, for he too was a devil fruit user and could not partake of another. Brook, this is the special Logia dark fruit. With this ability, we can defeat Gecko Moria and help you reclaim your shadow. Wang Yuan did not conceal the nature of the dark fruit, as the skeleton before him, Brook, had saved his life. Born under the red flag and raised in the spring breeze, Wang Yuan had originally been an ordinary individual, a semi-reclusive man who spent his time at home, engrossed in numerous modern web novels, aware of the concept of transmigration. Yet, lacking any dramatic events like being struck by lightning or meeting with an accident, on his 25th birthday, after celebrating with some drinks and a night's rest, his body and consciousness were inexplicably transported to this realm, the world of One Piece. The best beginnings in the world of One Piece typically involve a system or external advantage and exhilarating experience that offers unrelenting power, leading one through encounters with million-strong pirates, 10 million-strong pirates, supernovas, the 7 warlords of the sea, marine admirals, and ultimately culminating in the title of Pirate King or even the King of the World. Alternatively, one might begin as a celestial dragon, embarking on the pinnacle of life, effortlessly obtaining either Logia or formidable Paramecia devil fruits, or even mythical zone fruits. Wang Yuan's beginning was far from the best, rather, it resembled a hellish start, materializing in the vast ocean, nearly succumbing to drowning. He was incapable of swimming and felt inexplicably weak, barely able to muster the strength to struggle. Fortunately, amidst this hellish ordeal, a glimmer of hope emerged. He clung to a floating barrel and encountered a drifting ship, where he garnered the attention of Brook, who rescued him aboard. Brook, known as Brook the Soul King, was destined to become the musician of the Straw Hat Pirates. Once a captain of a certain kingdom's guard, he later joined the Rum Bar Pirates, vowing to reunite with the Whale Laboon at Twin Cape after 50 years. Later, he encountered enemies in the Devil's Triangle, falling victim to treachery. Due to the powers of the Revive fruit, his soul departed his body and sought to return. However, he became lost in the Devil's Triangle for a year, only to find his body had decayed into a skeleton. Yet his iconic fro remained intact, leaving him to exist solely as a skeleton. The Revive fruit grants one the ability to resurrect once after death and commands abilities associated with the soul, allowing the soul to exit the body, becoming incorporeal, facilitating reconnaissance, and enabling passage through walls. 2 years prior, Brook inadvertently stumbled into the haunted 3-masted ship Ghost Island, where Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, seized his shadow and implanted it into the samurai zombie Drake the Dragon, modified by Hogback. Brook discovered that salt could purify zombies, and, in a desperate bid to reclaim his shadow, he purified numerous zombies on the island, inciting widespread panic. Ultimately, he was defeated by the zombie Drake, who bore his shadow and returned in disgrace. Having lost his shadow, Brook, who had already been wandering through the Devil's Triangle, found it even more impossible to escape. His encounter with Wang Yuan was a twist of fate. Having endured profound loneliness, Brook did not hesitate to rescue Wang Yuan, considering it a debt of gratitude for saving his life. After exchanging introductions, Wang Yuan learned of Brook's remarkable history. Do not delve into the coherence of language. The world speaks Chinese. Or perhaps it is merely a version of One Piece where the narrative is presented in Chinese. Regarding his own past, Wang Yuan could only feign an account of a maritime disaster, for he could not reveal his identity as a transmigrator. In the world of One Piece, maritime disasters were commonplace, particularly along the Grand Line, known as the Graveyard of Seafarers, where natural disasters and human calamities proliferated and piracy thrived. Wang Yuan's name felt somewhat discordant in this comparatively westernized realm of One Piece. Yet, the nomenclature in this world was often peculiar, reflecting diverse cultural influences. Names such as Edward Newgate and Monkey D. Garp exemplified a Western flair, while figures like Kazuki Odin and Kaido the Beast bore a distinctly Japanese influence. In contrast, names like Wang Ji represented a Chinese flavor, and there existed an assortment of whimsical names: Akin, Arlong, Xiao Ba, Green Pepper, and Old Kai. Even more absurdly, The king of the flower country was named Ramen. The king of the mixed rice kingdom was called Sauce, and the king of the beef kingdom was named Stewed Beef. In light of these awkward appellations, Wang Yuan found solace in the normalcy of his own name. During their discourse, Wang Yuan steered the conversation towards the island whale La Boon at Twin Cape. Upon learning that La Boon had been battering the Red Line, awaiting the return of the Rumbar pirates, Brook fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Although it is rather perplexing for a mere skeleton to shed tears, Wang Yuan remains unperturbed by such absurdities. After all, Brook, in his skeletal form, is capable of partaking in meals, sipping tea, bleeding from his nose, and even relieving himself. After his tears had flowed freely, Brook retrieved a cherished sound shell, within which was preserved the harmonious melodies of his comrades from the Rumbar pirates, played during their final moments 50 years ago, and he subsequently urged Wang Yuan to join him in singing the song of the guest's fine wine. Even though Wang Yuan could not sing, he occasionally chimed in with a jovial yo-ho-ho-ho. Their bond grew ever closer from that moment onward. Now, Wang Yuan finds himself grasping a wooden barrel that contains an assortment of fruits. This is a rather commonplace occurrence. It is not unusual for ships to carry barrels filled with fruits, only to face calamity at sea, resulting in the cargo drifting upon the waves. Moreover, the treacherous three-masted ships residing in the Devil's Triangle often release tempting barrels to lure unsuspecting pirate crews into their perilous domain. In summary, it is entirely normal for barrels to drift upon the vast oceans of the one-piece world. One can never predict what might be found within. Perhaps fine wine, provisions, treasures, or even a living soul. There is an element of surprise akin to unboxing a mystery gift, which explains why many pirates are eager to salvage drifting barrels. The most astonishing revelation may have been when the crew of the Eureka pirates uncovered the future pirate king, Nika, from within a barrel. Wang Yuan and Brook, however, merely uncovered a barrel of fruit. Yet, the true surprise arose when, upon grasping a pineapple, it inexplicably transformed in his hands, revealing the distinctive spiral pattern of a devil fruit, thus metamorphosing into a devil fruit self. Moreover, Wang Yuan recognized the fruit's power, as it was notably described in the original narrative. It was none other than the dark fruit, long coveted and awaited by the infamous Blackbeard, Marshal de Teach. As dark smoke began to emanate from his hand and body, Wang Yuan started to familiarize himself with the powers of the dark fruit. The essence of this fruit lies in its ability to absorb all darkness, possessing the boundless gravitational pull of a black hole that can engulf anything that comes into contact with the shadows, compressing and shattering it infinitely. Wang Yuan was also aware of the 4 techniques developed by Blackbeard after consuming the dark fruit: Dark Water, Liberation, Dark Hole, and Dark Star. Aside from these, Blackbeard undoubtedly possesses other techniques he has developed, though descriptions of his combat scenes are scarce, leaving other abilities largely undisclosed. Furthermore, having absorbed the powers of the Tremor fruit, Blackbeard frequently utilizes its abilities in combat, making a grand entrance with his signature shockwave attack. While Wang Yuan is not Blackbeard, he cannot overlook the techniques developed from the dark fruit. Unlike Blackbeard, who favors physical prowess, Wang Yuan intends to refine his swordsmanship alongside his physical training. Although the dark fruit can absorb any attack, the cost is a doubling of pain, rendering him significantly more sensitive to sensations of discomfort than the average person. If he does not actively absorb an attack and is struck directly, the pain would be overwhelming, even for someone as resilient as Blackbeard. Wang Yuan is no masochist. He prefers not to engage in brute force confrontations using the dark fruit to absorb damage. Transforming into darkness, Wang Yuan's initial endeavor is to absorb the surrounding air, executing a wide-ranging, concentrated absorption of the atmosphere. He has dubbed this technique Dark Vacuum Domain. This is also a common tactic employed by Logia-type devil fruit users to create a home field advantage, just as Kazan, also known as Akiji, initiates with Ice Age, creating a large-scale freeze. When fighting within this area, Kazan enjoys a home field advantage, while his opponents are afflicted with a freezing debuff. Akainu, Sakazuki's battlefield is a sea of magma and fire, and he too receives an advantage boost when battling in his own domain. Wang Yuan could imperceptibly create a barrier, absorb the air within it, reducing the oxygen content, gradually wearing down his opponents like boiling a frog in warm water, and ultimately forming a vacuum field to exhaust his adversaries. After absorbing the air, Wang Yuan could also release the large amount of air he had previously absorbed, similar to the bear impact, when Bartholomew Kuma compresses and releases air. Wang Yuan named this move Shinra Tensei. The Shinra Tensei executed by Wang Yuan does not directly manipulate repulsive force like the Rinnegan to repel everything. Instead, it is the directional release of the large amount of air absorbed earlier, forming a kind of air cannon. Since air is invisible, it appears to have the same effect as the repulsion of repulsive force. Somewhat lacking in naming creativity, Wang Yuan simply borrowed the name of Shinra Tensei. He is not a naming genius like Roronoa Zoro, who can come up with names like Santoryu, Sans and Sekai, while reciting the name as a line. Watching a several-meter-high spray that Wang Yuan created on the sea surface. Brook laughed, "Yo-ho-ho, little brother Wang Yuan, this move of yours is quite good at IT, could probably topple some medium and small-sized sailboats." Wang Yuan nodded and smiled. Just from this initial experiment, the power was already decent. In the future, he could continue to train in the application of this release and integrate darkness into this move, just as Ace, the Fire Fist, could launch a Fire Fist whose power was sufficient to destroy large ships and warships. Wang Yuan could definitely launch a Dark Fist, integrating the impact from the release and the devouring effect of darkness, after developing the move Dark Vacuum Field and absorbing a large amount of air. Aside from using Shinra Tensei to release a large amount of air at once, Wang Yuan was also considering whether he could absorb a large amount of oxygen with his body, accelerate blood flow, and develop a gear second like Monkey D. Luffy. However, after several attempts, Wang Yuan failed to achieve the gear second mode and had to temporarily abandon this idea. After absorbing air, Wang Yuan began to attempt to absorb seawater. As is well known, the sea is the bane of devil fruit users, but this is not entirely accurate. What truly restricts devil fruit users is the ubiquitous keratin particles, pyrobroin, in the SE8IT is the active ingredient of sea stone and can also be called sea stone factor. Sea stone is the true of all devil fruit users that IT not only renders them powerless, but can also temporarily turn them into ordinary people. Although devil fruits can endow eaters with powerful abilities, they also bring a significant side effect, the inability to swim. Whether the user could swim originally or not, after consuming a devil fruit, they will be shunned by the sea and remain landlubbers for life. As long as they are immersed in a certain amount of seawater, or if they touch only a little seawater but for an extended period, devil fruit users will become completely weak. Any place with accumulated water will have an impact on them because all water contains sea stone factors. Some places where sea stone factors gather can also render users powerless. There is even a place where sea stone factors are present in the fog, making it an excellent location to deal with devil fruit users. In the original work, Rear Admiral Komiai of the Marines took advantage of this to deal with the Straw Hat Pirates. Generally speaking, seawater can only make devil fruit users powerless, preventing them from swimming and actively using their abilities. But seawater cannot make them lose their abilities nor affect the abilities they release. When Akiji Kuzan touches seawater or falls into the seawater will freeze. Charlotte Owen of the Big Mom Pirates, with his Mera Mera Nomi ability, can also reach into the sea and heat the seawater. Reizo, with the main Nomi ability, can absorb the massive amount of seawater sprayed by Zenesha with a single scroll. And now, Wang Yuan intends to absorb seawater with the black hole-like gravitational force of the Yami Nomi. As his palm touches the seawater, darkness spreads under Wang Yuan's control. Then, at Wang Yuan's mental command, it starts to absorb the seawater. The sea is truly vast, and this is the Devil's Triangle area, which is perpetually covered in thick fog. Since Wang Yuan is controlling pitch-black darkness that is completely invisible, Brook, who is with Wang Yuan, has no idea what he is doing. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. This simplest application of the ability consumes very little physical strength, so Wang Yuan can endure it. The darkness that Wang Yuan transforms into is like a water pump, continuously absorbing seawater in the darkness that Brook cannot see, even sucking in some sea fish along with the seawater. With this move, there is no need to fish, and there's no need to worry about catching nothing. Wang Yuan feels that obtaining food is no longer a concern, and he can easily catch fish from the sea. After half an hour of absorption, Wang Yuan finally stops. Under Brook's astonished gaze, he releases some of the fish previously absorbed into the darkness onto the deck. Although some fish are severely damaged and have completely lost their appeal, there are still some that are relatively well preserved. After releasing the fish, Wang Yuan does not focus on them, but begins to release the seawater he absorbed earlier. Suadanya. Wang Yuan extends a finger, and a stream of water shoots out rapidly from the darkness on his finger. The water column travels straight forward for about 50 meters before losing its momentum and falling into the sea in a parabolic arc. Wang Yuan tries to control the thickness of the water column, finally forming a sharp high-pressure water line. However, there is no suitable experimental target at the moment, so it's difficult to test the sharpness of this high-pressure water line. But it should be able to cut through metal and jade. After retracting the water column, under Brook's scrutiny, Wang Yuan experiments with another move. Owadadara no Jutsu. Wang Yuan spreads his hands, and a large stream of water gushes out from the darkness between his hands, spraying forward like a large waterfall and flowing into the sea. If there is enough seawater, it would not be the Owadadara no Jutsu, but the tsunami Jutsu. Wang Yuan smiled and said to Brook that this move might have a surprise effect against devil fruit users. But he had no intention of testing it on Brook. The Yami no Mi already restricts devil fruit users, and some might consider this seawater great waterfall jutsu redundant. But the restriction of the Yami no Mi requires getting close and grabbing the opponent to take effect, which has limitations. The seawater great waterfall jutsu can function at medium and long distances, so it still has its significance. After testing this move, Wang Yuan finally turns his attention to the fish on the deck. Thinking about testing another move, Wang Yuan grabs a big fish with his right hand. His 5 fingers sink into the fish flesh, and darkness emerges. The fish flesh disappears in the darkness, followed by the fish bones, and finally, the entire fish is devoured by Wang Yuan. This time, the dark devouring is different from the previous ones. Before, when absorbing air and seawater, they were absorbed into the unique dark space of the Yami no Mi ability. But the devouring of this fish is to absorb it into the body's stomach, which is a form of eating. This is inspired by the ability of Ryakuju, Sabo, the future admiral. Sabo, with a Moria no Mi ability, can absorb nutrients through trees. Without having to eat with his mouth, he can directly extend branches and pierce into the enemy's body to absorb nutrients. Sabo has not eaten for 3 years, yet remains energetic and has abundant physical strength in battles. Since the Moria no Mi can do this, his Yami no Mi should be able to do it even more thoroughly. After this move of dark eating, Wang Yuan feels that the physical strength he consumed from using the Yami no Mi has been significantly replenished. Now, there is no need to worry about physical strength consumption at all. Looking at the somewhat messy deck, Wang Yuan once again uses the Yami no Mi ability to absorb those broken and rotten fish, leaving some good ones for cooking. Although dark eating is highly efficient and convenient, it cannot satisfy the appetite. Given the conditions, Wang Yuan still wants to cook some delicious food. Especially today, it is his first day in the world of One Piece. And it is also the time to bid farewell to his previous life. Since he is here, he will make the best of it. He will build on the Yami no Mi and reach the top of this world. Brook, in his skeletal form, has transcended the need for sustenance and can live without eating or drinking, making him an unconventional immortal. This ship has been wandering in the Devil's Triangle for decades without much resupply. However, Brook occasionally salvages some items and goes fishing, thus having access to certain supplies. Wang Yuan painstakingly prepared a table of seafood feasts. Although not a professional chef, his cooking was far from being inedible. Wang Yuan and Brook then happily began their meal. During this time, Brook was quite talkative. After all, spending decades alone on this ship without going insane due to the long-term solitude already attested to his strong will. Now that he had a friend to talk to, he naturally had a lot to say. He talked about his days as the captain of the guard in the Ming country of the West Sea, his joining the Rumba Pirates as both a swordsman and a musician, the members of the Rumba Pirates, and then about Laboon, the island whale, and their agreement to reunite at Twin Cape. You were too rash. The Grand Line is known as the Graveyard of Pirates. How could you be so naive as to think you could sail around it and return to Twin Cape? You left Laboon there. constantly ramming into the Red Line continent. Wang Yuan shook his head. Regarding the people in the world of One Piece who embark on adventures and set sail at will, believing that to be the pursuit of freedom, Wang Yuan did not agree. Especially with the likes of Yasop, who abandoned his wife and child to set sail, Wang Yuan did not consider such behavior as that of a real man. And when Wang Yuan mentioned again that Laboon had been ramming into the Red Line continent, Brook couldn't help but burst into tears. The Rumba pirates had been destroyed. The past was past. Next, I will help you retrieve your shadow. We will go find Laboon together, establish a new organization, roam freely on this sea, overthrow the world government, and pursue the vast expanse of the sea and stars. Wang Yuan extended his right hand towards Brook as an invitation. Brook did not reject Wang Yuan's invitation, and his skeletal hand grasped Wang Yuan's. In the original work, Brook didn't hold firmly to the name of the Rumba Pirates. After decades of solitude, he had long accepted the fact that the Rumba Pirates had been destroyed and had no intention of rebuilding it. After retrieving his shadow, he readily accepted Luffy's invitation and joined the Straw Hat Pirates. Yo-ho-ho-ho, then what shall we name our organization? Brook asked. Wang Yuan shook his head. We won't be pirates, people who easily instill fear in the common folk, that we aim to establish an organization for a new order. Let's call it the Yuan Organization. Our immediate goal is to overthrow the world government, liberate the whole world, and establish a unified world people's republic. This was the slogan Wang Yuan shouted, which was in line with the theme of the One Piece world. The most important theme in the One Piece world is liberation. It is filled with a lot of passion, making it seem like an action-packed anime. After the backgrounds of Straw Hat Pirates were revealed one by one, it also gave the impression of a second-generation adventure story, but Oda's portrayed theme remains rescue and liberation. Liberating Syrup Village from Captain Morgan, rescuing Kaya from Kuro, rescuing Nami from Arlong, and liberating Kokoyashi Village. Especially after the appearance of the title of the sun god Nika, the Liberator, the theme became even more explicit that to act more effectively. One should follow the trend, take the path of the protagonist, and make the so-called protagonists live in one's shadow, rather than going against them, being overly decisive in killing, and trying to directly eliminate the protagonist, thus making enemies of the whole world. The protagonist in the pirate world, Straw Hat Luffy, is a real connected person with a huge web of causality that it might be okay to secretly eliminate him. But if one were to openly and resolutely kill Luffy, it would be like making countless enemies. His grandfather, Garp, the hero of the Marines, would lead a large number of Marines to pursue and kill relentlessly. His father, Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, would lead a large number of revolutionaries to pursue and kill relentlessly. His brother, Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, would lead a large number of pirates to pursue and kill relentlessly. Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, would lead a large number of pirates from the red-haired pirates to pursue and kill relentlessly. They are all top-notch big shots, and even an admiral of the Marines might not be able to withstand them. Wang Yuan doesn't intend to target the protagonist Straw Hat Luffy. Instead, he wants to follow the protagonist's path, shout out the slogan of liberation and advance, establish a unified republic, and win people's hearts first. Wang Yuan really doesn't want to join the Marines, nor does he want to be a pirate. And he also doesn't want to join the Revolutionary Army. Joining the Marines requires following the orders of the world government and becoming its lackey. After the exposure of the Celestial Dragon's Aboriginal cleansing competition, the Marines who serve the world government and protect the Celestial Dragons have completely become clowns that if one has no strength, it might be possible to join the Marines and lie low for a while. But Wang Yuan already has the dark fruit, which allows him to hunt devil fruit users in the future and build his own team. Why would he join the Marines and follow orders? Wang Yuan isn't that stupid to have a master over his head, but AS for pirates. Wang Yuan is not a bully who preys on the weak. He won't rob ordinary people, nor does he want to be like Straw Hat Luffy, who, despite being an adventurer and a savior in many places, insists on flying the pirate flag, believing that pirates are the freest people. The term pirate indeed has negative connotations. There are bad people in the Marines. But the vast majority of pirates are bad. Even if pirates like Luffy don't burn, kill, or plunder and instead become saviors in many places in the universal values of this world, pirates are still considered bad. Wang Yuan really doesn't want to be lumped together with those despicable pirates. Moreover, once labeled as a pirate, it becomes difficult to recruit righteous people in the wild and the Marines who still justice. Just like Isho, who hadn't become an admiral yet and didn't want to be a pirate despite his inclination towards justice, and like Zephyr, who, even after being betrayed by the world government and the Marines, only formed the Neo-Marines instead of becoming a pirate. As for the Revolutionary Army, it's a complicated matter. Although Wang Yuan highly regards the Revolutionary Army, an anti-celestial dragons and anti-world government force with considerable strength comparable to a Yonko crew. If he could subdue this force, he would have the confidence to face the Yonko and the Marines. But he simply doesn't have the strength and prestige to do so, although he has eaten the dark fruit. He hasn't mastered hockey yet, but he's not even sure if he could defeat Sabo, who is proficient in hockey, let alone the 4 army commanders in Dragon, the leader, who is as powerful as a Yonko. Without strength, it's hard to have a say. Even if Wang Yuan presents some revolutionary ideological theories, he doesn't think he can easily win the hearts of the Revolutionary Army, let alone gain the decision, making power for actions. And if he can't subdue the Revolutionary Army and instead has to follow their orders, Wang Yuan feels he would be extremely, as the timeline progresses to the Egghead arc where Vegapunk is located. With the revelation of the plot about Bartholomew Kuma and Bonnie, Dragon's character seems to have collapsed a bit, being as the king of endurance by fans. In summary, Ginny, the commander of the East Army, was captured and endured for 2 years. Emporio Ivankov, the commander of the Grand Line Army, was captured and imprisoned for 8 years. Dragon endured when the Celestial Dragons bombed the young Sabo. He endured when 23 branch chiefs were killed by CP9. He endured when Kuma became a slave again. He endured when the Blackbeard pirates attacked the Revolutionary Army headquarters. He endured when Sabo went missing due to Im's bombing. But he couldn't endure when his son Luffy was caught by Smoker. Although it seems that when the Revolutionary Army was established, it was agreed that there would be no rescue in case of failure and capture. After all, compared to the behemoth that is the world government, the Revolutionary Army's rescue might be like the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather, sending one after another to their doom. The lack of rescue is understandable, but this kind of endurance still seems extremely. If the Revolutionary Army can finally overthrow the world government in the end, it will be the credit of the protagonist Straw Hat Luffy, the sun god Nika. The Revolutionary Army would be completely responsible for the aftermath and taking over. The setting is also like this. Luffy, who only wants to be the king of the pirates, throw parties, and sail freely, is only good at destruction, not construction. The work of aftermath and reconstruction still has to be left to others. Just like after defeating Crocodile, the reconstruction of Alabasta was left to King Cobra and others. After defeating Enel, Skypiea returned to the management of Godgon Fall. If Luffy defeats the world government, the Revolutionary Army will probably be the one to reap the benefits in the end. Of course, the Revolutionary Army will surely contribute. After all, Dragon is Luffy's father, and it's reasonable for the Revolutionary Army to handle the aftermath and reconstruction. All in all, Wang Yuan won't join the Revolutionary Army now that he also wants to overthrow the world government and the Celestial Dragons. But his goal isn't the lofty one of liberating the whole world. Merely, he desires to stand at the pinnacle of the world and indulge. After all, he doesn't belong to this world, nor does he share the same experiences of being a slave or oppressed. There's no such lofty ideal of liberating the people. Once he reaches the summit of the world, whatever he says shall prevail. If he proclaims world peace, then peace shall reign. That if he declares that everyone should coexist peacefully, then people shall do so. Those who can't will be sent to the land of eternal bliss. He is by no means an idealist like Uzumaki Naruto next door, who merely shouts about mutual understanding among people, but actually subdues others through force and believes that the ninja world has achieved peace through the concept of mutual understanding. He clearly intends to hold a blade to the necks of those die-hards and ask them whether they can coexist peacefully and whether they believe in the freedom and equality of all. And now, Wang Yuan aims to establish an organization of his own, a brand new one. That the name Revolutionary Army has already been registered, and the name Liberation Army is too grand, and he can't meet the strict military discipline requirements. So it's not suitable for him to use. Wang Yuan has also considered the name Shadow Group, which suits his devil fruit ability well, yet it seems rather narrow-minded. He has also thought about directly using the name Akatsuki Organization. But upon reflection, This name has been overused, so he decides to change it to Yuan Organization. Yuan means beginning. The Yuan Organization, the dawn of the new world and the new era. Yo ho ho ho. Upon hearing the name of the Yuan Organization, Brook laughed. He wasn't intimidated by the goal Wang Yuan proposed. IT was just a target slogan, and no one knew if it could be achieved. There was no need to take it too seriously, just like Luffy often shouts that he is the man who will become the Pirate King. Not many people take it seriously. However, shouting such slogans has its necessity and function. It can give those around a goal, just like Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Usopp, and even Jinbe, who joined later, all firmly believe that Luffy is the man who will become the Pirate King. They all strive to become stronger for Luffy's dream. After the banquet, instead of continuing to train, Wang Yuan found a place to sleep. This was his first day in this pirate world. First, he struggled in the sea, floating on a wooden barrel, and then he ate the Yami no Mi. He could consider training tomorrow. Brook didn't disturb Wang Yuan either. He showed Wang Yuan a room on the ship to sleep in. The night passed quietly. The next day, after capturing a large number of sea fish with the power of darkness and absorbing nutrients by devouring them with darkness, Wang Yuan started to train in order to improve his adaptability to seawater. Wang Yuan found a wooden barrel, stood inside it, poured some seawater into the barrel to submerge his ankles, and then began to learn swordsmanship. While learning swordsmanship from Brook, Wang Yuan also guided Brook to develop the abilities of the Yomi no Mi, enabling Brook to project his soul out of his body now and launch attacks that could freeze enemies with the cold air from the netherworld. Besides practicing swordsmanship, Wang Yuan was also developing the abilities of the Yami no Mi and strengthening his body. Referring to the training method of a certain bald demon king, he did 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats every day, ran 10 kilometers every day, and also carried out training such as frog jumps, weightlifting, sword swinging, and boxing. After 10 days, Wang Yuan had almost undergone a transformation. Especially the changes brought about by the Yami no Mi was almost constantly absorbing external nutrients to strengthen Wang Yuan's body, and Wang Yuan almost became a bottomless pit with an insatiable appetite. Perhaps due to being transformed and strengthened during time, travel, or having been baptized by this world, Wang Yuan became a part of this world, just like a normal person in this world. After training, his physical fitness increased dramatically, and it felt as if his body had undergone a second growth. Regarding the localization of the time, traveler in the world, if you can't understand it, just assume that the protagonist has a time travel system. When in doubt, the system solves it. This time, travel system doesn't provide any items, stat, boosting, or other cheats that IT has no sense of presence. Just sending the protagonist to the One Piece world, reforming the protagonist's aptitude, making the protagonist adapt to the world after time, travel, and not be eliminated as an external virus. At most, it selects the most appropriate time and place for time travel. Everything still depends on the protagonist's own efforts. Besides his talent in physical training, Brook was also astonished by his talent in kendo. What shocked Brook even more was Wang Yuan's diligence. Wang Yuan was also very delighted about this. Everyone has a martial arts dream. Picking up a wooden stick, one would imitate sword, wielding gestures. Now that he was really practicing with real swords, he was naturally very excited. It's worth mentioning that the Rumbar pirates had various cold weapons such as knives and swords. After all, these are the weapons left by his companions. And Brook had taken good care of them. Even after 50 years, they were still usable. However, they were just a small pirate group inclined towards adventure and didn't collect any famous swords. Regarding swords, Wang Yuan wasn't picky, he just used them as a transition for a while. Later, he could surely look for those famous swords, great swords, or demon swords. Not to mention anything else, Gecko Moria had a great sword. The sure sway of the octopus, among the 21 great grade swords that his pleasant surprise. Among these swords was a cross-shaped sword. Could be used for slashing like a knife or stabbing like a sword. Wang Yuan took a fancy to it immediately. Wang Yuan trained very hard because he knew that in this world, strength reigned supreme, and the weak were like ants. He almost trained 24 hours a day. He even practiced horse stance while eating, and at night, he learned from novels to sleep while hanging on a thread, to train his sense of balance and concentration. Of course, Wang Yuan hadn't really achieved sleeping while hanging on a thread. Instead, he tied a not-so-wide wooden board and slept on it. After all, A wooden board was more stable and controllable than a rope, although he had undergone a complete transformation. Wang Yuan wasn't arrogant enough to directly seek out Gecko Moria, the warlord of the sea. At this moment, he hadn't mastered the abilities of the Yami no Mi yet. Although Gecko Moria was criticized by many One Piece fans as the shame of the warlords of the sea. With the weakest strength, competing with Crocodile, who was first defeated by Monkey D. Luffy, for the title of the weakest warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria still had some strength. He was a genuine great pirate. In terms of the ranking of the Marines, Gecko Moria's strength was no weaker than that of an average vice admiral. Even Monkey D. Luffy, who had defeated Rob Lucci, was easily defeated by Gecko Moria. However, like all villains, Gecko Moria had a flaw. He wasn't decisive in killing, that he let the protagonist make a ruckus. After cutting off the shadow of Monkey D. Luffy, he left him alone and was finally counter-attacked by the protagonist, Luffy. Overall, it's fair to say that Gecko Moria had the strength of a vice admiral. Of course, the gap among vice admirals and the Marines is huge. After all, vice admirals are the backbone of the Marines. There's the legendary vice Admiral Garp, who is as powerful as an emperor of the sea or an admiral and has always refused to be promoted to admiral. There's also Vice Admiral Smoker, who was later frequently defeated, and there are veteran elite vice admirals like Enigmo and Doberman. These elite vice admirals probably look down on Gecko Moria, the loser, for Wang Yuan and Brook. Gecko Moria was a formidable enemy. Not to mention that Gecko Moria had 3 oddballs and about 900 zombies under his command. The zombie of Ryuma, the dragon-slaying swordsman, could defeat Brook. Wang Yuan looked down on the zombies created by Gecko Moria, but he wasn't blindly arrogant. In a word, develop cautiously, don't be reckless. First, find some allies, gradually eliminate Gecko Moria zombies, take out Gecko Moria's 3 cadres, and finally gang up on Gecko Moria. The so-called allies were naturally those members of the Victims Association who had their shadows stolen by Gecko Moria and could only hide in the forest of Thriller Bark. I wonder if Lola, the captain of the Rolling Pirates, had arrived at the Thriller Bark at this time. Only Lola was worthy of Wang Yuan's special attention. After all, Lola's mother was Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors, and Lola carried a special item, Charlotte Linlin's special Vivre card. The Vivre card contains Charlotte Linlin's powerful soul, which can scare ordinary homies. It was precisely with the help of the Vivre card that Lola escaped from Tato Land. Therefore, Charlotte Linlin later prohibited any of her children from holding her Vivre card. Lola is burly, with plump lips, a missing front tooth, blushes on her face, and she is used to tying her hair into pink pigtails. She wears a black bowler hat, a tattered red long coat, beige one-piece pants with pointed collars, and purple high-heeled shoes. She also carries 2 crossed long swords on her back. Wang Yuan naturally didn't like this appearance. Looking at it too much even made him feel disgusted and left a shadow in his heart, unless she could eat the sub no Mi and have a complete makeover. But even then, Wang Yuan would still feel awkward. Although he didn't like her appearance, Lola still had some strength. After all, they're the offspring of the Charlotte Linlin. Although they were defeated by Gecko Moria, a warlord of the sea, and had their shadows taken away, Wang Yuan still intended to recruit these people as his underlings, minions, or foot soldiers. Otherwise, with just him and Brook, they probably wouldn't be able to leave the Thriller Bark. He wasn't like Luffy, who dared to set sail without any knowledge of navigation. Wang Yuan approached the frozen 2-headed bear zombie, extended his right hand, emitting darkness, and grabbed the zombie. Although he had been scratched by the 2-headed bear zombie twice before, the damage-absorbing characteristic of the Yami no Mi quickly absorbed the damage, and there was no trace of injury on Wang Yuan's hands. Darkness covered the 2-headed bear zombie, and Wang Yuan absorbed and devoured the 2-headed bear zombie through dark consumption, and the shadow inside the 2-headed bear zombie fell into Wang Yuan's hand. Even light can't escape the grasp of the Yami no Mi, let alone the shadow that someone like Lola could catch. Brook also saw a human-shaped shadow struggling in Wang Yuan's hand but unable to escape. Brook, I'll stuff this shadow into your body. This can temporarily endow you with the combat power that this shadow possesses and enhance your strength. With more shadows, perhaps you'll be able to defeat that dragon, slaying samurai on your own and reclaim your own shadow. Wang Yuan said. Although the owner of this shadow might not even be able to defeat Brook, But these shadows are for stacking combat power. As long as more shadows are stacked, Brook can also have a huge improvement. Just like Luffy in Nightmare form and Moria when using Shadow Asgard. Moreover, Brook's Yomi Yomi Nomi ability is related to controlling soul-related abilities, which is very suitable for this state that requires a great deal of mental power control. He won't lose consciousness or go on a rampage like Moria due to insufficient mental power. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, Brook was also greatly inspired. Then little brother Wang Yuan, go ahead. Wang Yuan nodded, grabbed the shadow in his hand, and stuffed it into Brook's skeleton. This state was quite strange. Although Brook was just a skeleton, he could accommodate the shadow just like Luffy when a shadow was stuffed into him. How is it? Wang Yuan asked as he watched Brook calm down. The state is very peculiar. My strength has indeed increased, and I've also learned some boxing techniques. However, this shadow has a repulsion towards me. It's not my shadow, and it will run away after a long time. Brook waved his hand. Wang Yuan didn't care much about this issue. We continue to deal with these zombies, capture these shadows, eliminate Moria's zombie minions, and enhance our strength. Brook excitedly nodded. He saw the hope of reclaiming his own shadow. Next, the two of them found an animal zombie, a common tiger zombie. Wang Yuan directly used Shinra Tensei with his left hand to attract it, and with a powerful horizontal sword strike from his right hand, he directly split the zombie. The shadow and the corpse tried to escape, but was caught by Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan didn't give the shadow to Brook, but stuffed it into his own body. As he felt the power of the shadow, Wang Yuan was surprised to find that it was a tiger shadow, carrying the hunting experience of a wild beast. However, Wang Yuan was only surprised for a moment, and soon calmed down. Not only humans have shadows, animals also do. Some animal zombies are well matched with animal shadows. Next, Wang Yuan and Brook encountered several more zombies. Not only animal zombies, but also human-shaped soldier zombies. Although the number of people in Moria's pirate crew is small, only Gecko Moria and the three weirdos, there are 900 zombies distributed on the thriller bark. That means Moria didn't kill those victims whose shadows have been taken away. Otherwise, how could those victims escape? And these ordinary zombies that Wang Yuan and Brook encountered in various places were naturally taken care of by the two of them. The shadows inside them were also taken turns to be divided between Wang Yuan and Brook. The commotion caused by Wang Yuan and Brook also alarmed many zombies, attracting the largest number of spider-rat zombies. These spider-rat zombies are subordinates of the spider-monkey zombie Terrala. There are 500 of them on the thriller bark. Their job is to report all situations and attack enemies silently. They claim that they've never missed a prey they've targeted. You know, in the original work, Sanji, Zoro, and Luffy were successively caught by the sneak attacks of spider-rats in Hogback's mansion. Wang Yuan was naturally vigilant. However, these spider-rats were too stealthy, and their sneak attacking methods were quite sophisticated. They attacked when Wang Yuan and Brook had just finished dealing with a soldier zombie, spitting out dense spider silk to entangle Wang Yuan. Brook was quick-witted and managed to avoid the sneak attacks of these spider-rats. Facing the situation of being entangled, Wang Yuan wasn't flustered. The Yami Yami no Mi completely countered this method. A large amount of black smoke emerged from Wang Yuan's body and quickly spread around. With a simple use of dark, Wang Yuan easily devoured and absorbed the spider silk on his body. The black smoke even spread around and sucked those spider-rats into the darkness. Brook already knew about the ability of the Yami Yami no Mi and quickly stepped back to avoid the spreading darkness. Only after Wang Yuan retracted the darkness did Brook approach him. Brook, we've made a fortune this time that we've caught more than 50 shadows all at once. Wang Yuan smiled. That yo ho ho ho. Indeed, we've made a fortune. Hearing Wang Yuan say that they had caught more than 50 shadows, Brook was also very happy. His strength could now be greatly enhanced. Wang Yuan smiled and released one shadow, grabbed it in his hand, and then stuffed it into Brook's body. Then he released another shadow and stuffed it into his own body. Just like this, they divided the shadows, one for you and one for me. Among these shadows, there are pirates, ordinary people, marines, and even animals. There are those who practice boxing, those who practice leg techniques, those who use swords, those who used axes, or those who used muskets. There were dozens of shadows of all kinds. Absorbing these shadows in a short time, Both Wang Yuan and Brook had a huge improvement, and they even couldn't fully master this sudden surge of power, having absorbed more than 20 shadows at once. In his subsequent actions, Wang Yuan didn't absorb any more shadows, but started practicing swordsmanship and unarmed combat, slashing at those animal and soldier zombies. Brook didn't fall behind either, and was practicing his swordsmanship. The two of them fought their way into the forest, shattering many zombies and releasing many shadows. The commotion caused by Wang Yuan and Brook also led to the appearance of those people from the Victims Association hiding in the forest. Wang Yuan saw Lola, a prominent figure. At the first glance, he was truly surprised that Lola had already arrived on the thriller bark at this time, that in the original work, 3 years after Lola's shadow was taken away. The Straw Hat Pirates landed on the thriller bark. That means Lola arrived at the thriller bark this year, and the year is correct. However, it's only February 1st now, which is a bit early. But he didn't expect Lola to be here as one of the victims already. Yo ho ho ho. Can I have a look at your underwear? The first words Brook said when he saw Lola, a female, were these. Wang Yuan directly covered his face. Brook, you're really hopeless. You can say this even when facing Lola, and Lola had the habit of proposing marriage to any man she met. Seeing Wang Yuan, a handsome and brave man, she directly proposed marriage. No, don't force me to cut you, Wang Yuan said through gritted teeth, covering his eyes, unable to bear to look. The captain failed in her proposal again. One of Lola's crew members couldn't help, but fortunately, Lola was an optimistic and simple-minded person and didn't pester Wang Yuan because of the rejection that my name is Wang Yuan. I know you're also victims of Gecko Moria. I can lead you to attack Gecko Moria and reclaim your shadows, on the condition that you follow orders and cooperate with the action. As Wang Yuan spoke, he used Shinra Tensei with his right hand on a big tree, directly attracting the tree and absorbing it into the darkness. Devil Fruit user. Watching Wang Yuan showcase such prowess, Lola and the others realized that Wang Yuan was a Devil Fruit user. The Devil Fruit is a treasure of the sea. Although many users have appeared in the original work, considering the huge population base in the world of One Piece, those who obtain a Devil Fruit are truly fortunate. The starting bid for an ordinary Devil Fruit is over 100 million berries. And it's often a case of having a price, but no market. The status of a Devil Fruit user is naturally extraordinary, and Lola and the others immediately pinned their hopes of defeating Gecko Moria on Wang Yuan. Regarding Wang Yuan's request for Big Mom Charlotte Lean's Viver card, Lola hesitated a bit, but still handed it over. After accepting Big Mom's Viver card, Wang Yuan nodded. He wasn't in a rush to recruit these people. He hadn't yet demonstrated sufficient strength and hadn't defeated Gecko Moria. Recruitment at this moment didn't hold much significance. What followed was to capture more shadows to absorb and grow stronger. Present. Wang Yuan and Brook could easily defeat those animal zombies and soldier zombies, and even the general zombies were no match for them. With Lola and the others joining the action, the operation of capturing shadows became faster. But correspondingly, the commotion grew louder. One shadow after another was absorbed by Wang Yuan and Brook. When Wang Yuan absorbed 76 shadows, a general zombie finally appeared. This was a rather huge spider. Monkey, a combination of a monkey and a spider, named Perona. The spider silk it spat out was extremely tough but not resistant to fire. Facing this relatively powerful general zombie, Wang Yuan didn't expect Lola's subordinates to handle it and took action himself. Moreover, the Yami no Mi could restrain those spider silks. The previous spider had been easily dealt with by Wang Yuan. He started with a Shinra Tensei blast to disrupt the opponent's attack rhythm, then used Banch Tenin to close the distance, and followed with either a Yami Ana, devour, or attached the power of the Yami no Mi to a sword for a dark slash. Wang Yuan had practiced this set of combos several times, and basically no zombie could withstand it. The spider, Monkey Terrara in front of him was no exception. It couldn't resist the power and swordsmanship that Wang Yuan had after absorbing more than 70 shadows and was instantly sliced in half. Seeing Wang Yuan's such great strength and the fact that he could even a general zombie, Lola and her subordinate pirates were filled with admiration. They also saw the hope of defeating Moria and retrieving their shadows. Wang Yuan didn't care about the flattery of those pirate minions. With the Yami no Mi and having absorbed so many shadows, if he couldn't even defeat a general zombie, he would be too useless. At present, the thriller bark was an excellent instance for Wang Yuan to grind levels. He could not only kill wantonly to enhance his combat experience, but also obtain the high-level strengthening buff of shadows. Of course, the Yami no Mi played a crucial role, enabling Wang Yuan to continuously absorb and accommodate those shadows. The killing continued. For safety's sake, Wang Yuan even deliberately stayed away from Moria's castle, intending to clear these small monsters before taking on the boss. One zombie after another was slain. Among them, the small zombie Shura, wearing a kimono and carrying a Japanese sword, was chopped into pieces by Wang Yuan when he went all out. The small zombie Shinobu, with a bow and arrow on his back, was blasted apart by Wang Yuan's Shinra Tensei, and the zombie Hilton, with a human head and a bat's body, was killed by Brook. After Wang Yuan had absorbed 140 shadows and felt the limit of absorption, he no longer absorbed those shadows. Brook had also absorbed 150 shadows and felt his limit, seeing how strong Wang Yuan and Brook became after absorbing shadows. Lola and her subordinate pirates also tried this method to become stronger. However, they didn't have devil fruit powers nor a powerful physique. They could hardly accommodate even 10 shadows and went out of control directly. They regained their senses only after Wang Yuan forced out the shadows. Lola was a bit stronger. After all, she was the offspring of Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Although she didn't inherit Big Mom's steel, balloon physique, her physique was several times stronger than those pirate minions. She accommodated about 20 shadows, and her strength had indeed increased significantly. Defeating a large number of zombies created such a commotion that it naturally drew the attention of the Moria pirates. Especially Absalom, one of the thriller bark's 3 weirdos and the commander of the zombie soldiers and general zombies. He was a user of the Suk no Mi, which could make his body transparent and also make the people and objects in contact with his body transparent. The Paramecia type Suk no Mi, it can make the user's body transparent. When using the ability, the user's body allows visible light to pass through, that is, it becomes transparent in nature. This is called transparency this time. The user's body neither reflects nor absorbs light and will appear invisible in the viewer's eyes. Invisibility is usually regarded as the highest form of camouflage because it doesn't display any significant visual cues. Being transparent is very useful for launching surprise attacks on opponents. It can also be used to lurk beside opponents without being detected at the same time. It could be used for peeping, so Sanji desperately wanted this fruit. Absalom often took advantage of this ability to peep at women and was a perverted porn maniac in the original work. He infiltrated the Thousand Sunny in his invisible form to tease the Straw Hat Pirates and even licked Robin's face. Later, he peeped and attacked Nami while she was taking a bath in Hogback's mansion. Besides, the power of the Suk no Mi can also make the people and objects in contact with the user's body transparent. Absalom could once make an object as large as a ship transparent at the same time, but the transparency only conceals the form, and the sound and smell cannot be hidden. During the battle with Sanji, Absalom used the transparentized rocket launchers on his hands and was seen through by Sanji. The ability of transparency is indeed very useful, but after the appearance of the Kinbunchika Haki that can sense, the Suk no Mi became a bit. Many One Piece fans think that the Kinbunchika Haki completely counters the ability of the Suk no Mi, however, chose the Suk no Mi in the hunting ability, indicating that the Suk no Mi also has great potential. If developed well, it might be able to block the perception of the Kinbunchika Haki. After the Battle of Marineford, Absalom used the ability of the Suk no Mi to rescue Gecko Moria from under Doflamingo. Wang Yuan hadn't awakened the Kinbunchika Haki yet, although he had absorbed some animal shadows, among which there were some animals with keen senses. Those animals relied on their bodies. Wang Yuan only absorbed their shadows, and his body didn't mutate, so he didn't acquire the corresponding means of perception and couldn't sense Absalom's presence, not even knowing if he had arrived. However, when seeing several powerful general zombies, Wang Yuan was on guard against Absalom's sneak attack. The darkness on his body spread around under the cover of the night, and at the same time, he faced off against the several general zombies opposite. Roronoa Zoro, from Wano country in the New World, was a warrior who was said to have once cut down a flying dragon. Inside him was Brook's shadow, and the famous sword he held was Shusui, one of the 21 great grade swords. This zombie was the target of Wang Yuan and Brook, and he was very powerful. He had defeated Brook before. Now, Brook had been strengthened by so many shadows and should be able to defeat him. It should be no problem to leave him to Brook to deal with. The wild boar zombie Lola, who was good at sword style, had Lola's shadow inside IT. IT should also not be a problem to let Lola, who had absorbed shadows and been strengthened, deal with it. Captain John, wearing a captain's uniform and a pair of swords at his waist. Although he had become a zombie, he still held a wine bottle in his hand and took a sip from time to time. This person also had some background. He was a crew member of Rox, the former overlord of the New World. He had also appeared on the scene with Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Big Mom, etc., and participated in the God Valley War. If he hadn't died, he would have been a big shot. But he wanted to embezzle the treasure alone and was killed by his subordinates. In the story, Red Nosebuggy was looking for his treasure, and his body was resurrected and controlled by Moria to become a general zombie. Besides Captain John, there was also a zombie wearing armor, holding an axe in one hand and a shield in the other. Many people thought he was the great pirate Silver Axe. However, there was no definite information to confirm it. Wang Yuan didn't really care if he was Silver Axe and just assumed he was. If the living Captain John and a strong person like Silver Axe were in front of him, Wang Yuan naturally wouldn't rush in recklessly. After all, these people were definitely strong in hockey. But now that they had become controlled zombies, Wang Yuan wasn't intimidated at all. Brook, Lola, you deal with the zombies that have your shadows inside, and I'll handle the rest. After Wang Yuan finished speaking, he immediately launched a dark fist, his body transforming into darkness. Just as Ace the Fire Fist launched his fire fist, Wang Yuan unleashed his dark fist. The darkness surged like a mighty torrent, crashing onto Captain John and the other zombie generals. Several zombie generals were sent flying, and even Absalom, who was hiding invisibly behind them, was knocked into the air. He fell to the ground, revealing his true form, and spat out a mouthful of blood. So powerful, Absalom said in surprise, looking at Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan was also somewhat taken aback. Unexpectedly, he had also hit Absalom, who was in transparent invisibility, but Wang Yuan didn't stop. This was not a turn-based game, but a real battle. Before Absalom could get up, Wang Yuan used the Great Waterfall technique, releasing part of the seawater he had absorbed, which rushed over Captain John. Absalom and the other zombies that he especially focused on Absalom, the Devil Fruit user. These zombies of Gecko Moria were not creations of the Logia-type Devil Fruit ability, but products maintained by superpowers. They were restricted by seawater, and even sea salt could subdue these zombies, causing the shadows controlled by Moria to leave the corpses. Under the wash of Wang Yuan's seawater waterfall, many zombie generals drank in seawater. Their shadows became ineffective and left the corpses, causing them to fall directly into the seawater. Especially Captain John, who often drank alcohol, actually gulped down a large mouthful of seawater. Then the shadow in his body fled, and he lost all ability to fight. While Wang Yuan was dealing with Captain John and the others, Brook had also launched an attack on Ryuma the swordsman. The Knight, Shining Melody, straight penetration. This was a move that launched a stabbing shock from the cane sword. Brook's swordsmanship followed the extreme speed style. Most of his moves emphasized preemptive strikes. He was not stupid either. With a huge increase in strength, he aimed to catch his opponent off guard. He used all his current power in the first move, and this move was very effective. It directly penetrated Ryuma's zombie body. Moreover, with the force of the forward thrust, he carried Ryuma hundreds of meters away from here, so as not to be disturbed by Wang Yuan's dark fruit ability in a wide-range attack during his battle. Lola didn't have such thoughts. She directly brandished her two swords and engaged in a fight with Zombie Lola. Zombie Lola was a wild boar zombie, because Lola's shadow had been inserted into it. It was also proficient in two-sword style. Lola, who had absorbed about 20 shadows, had also greatly improved her strength. In just a few moves, she suppressed Zombie Lola, slashing at it with her swords. It was only because Zombie Lola was a modified wild boar zombie. Otherwise, it would have been knocked down long ago. On Wang Yuan's side, he had launched a third attack on the injured Absalom. Dark Water. This move used the infinite gravity of a black hole nature to draw the opponent towards himself. And no matter how far apart they were, the opponent couldn't escape, even if they had the speed of light. Under the attraction of Wang Yuan's Dark Water, Absalom was involuntarily pulled towards Wang Yuan, his face full of panic. Before Absalom could even finish shouting Lord Moria, Help! Wang Yuan's cross-shaped sword was aimed at Absalom's neck, who was being drawn in involuntarily, and directly pierced his throat. In the world of pirates, some people have extremely abnormal constitutions. They can survive skull fractures, having the supreme ship's rudder stabbed into their heads, or being hit by a Haushiko-infused mace. But there are also those who die from a simple fall. People die when they're killed. Now, Absalom was truly about to die. Wang Yuan knew that Absalom's body had been transformed by Hogback. His nose, mouth, and lower jaw were those of a lion, and he also had the skin of an elephant, the wild power condensed from a bear and an orangutan, and weighed over 300 kilograms. To avoid a cliché plot where stabbing the left side heart misses because the heart is on the right, Wang Yuan aimed at the fatal part of Absalom's neck. In order to pierce Absalom's neck, Wang Yuan also used the suction of the dark fruit and Brook's stabbing swordsmanship, achieving success in one go. Absalom didn't have the time or opportunity to say any sentimental or cursing words. With his throat pierced, the earlier cry for help was his last words. His hand, which instinctively grabbed the cross-shaped sword, dropped feebly, and Absalom lost all signs of life. This perverted lecher was confirmed dead. Wang Yuan didn't throw Absalom's body away, but stretched out his hand filled with darkness. The darkness quickly covered and enveloped Absalom's body. Wang Yuan wouldn't let go of the invisibility fruit ability on Absalom. As the darkness covered, Wang Yuan could sense a special kind of energy, which was the energy of the devil fruit. That energy was housed in the heart of the ability user and was integrated with the ability user's blood and even soul throughout the body, forming an unbreakable community. When the ability user was alive, the devil fruit energy and the ability user were completely integrated. The darkness of the dark fruit could only temporarily seal the ability user's fruit ability, but couldn't absorb this energy at all. Only when the ability user died and the devil fruit energy left the body to find another host could the dark gravity of the dark fruit take the opportunity to absorb this strange energy. Now, because of Absalom's death, the invisibility fruit ability on him was captured by Wang Yuan's dark fruit ability. After capturing this invisibility fruit energy, Wang Yuan could feel a kind of eagerness for this energy in his body. It seemed that the dark fruit wanted to devour this invisibility fruit energy. Could it be that my time traveler's body can, like teach the Blackbeard, accommodate the power of multiple fruits? I don't have 2 or 3 hearts to accommodate other devil fruit energies. This the ability of the dark fruit. Wang Yuan thought his heart, but didn't respond to that eagerness. The path of multiple fruits needed careful exploration and planning. The invisibility fruit seemed ordinary to it, could only make one's body transparent and enter an invisible state. It was a divine skill for peeping and was also the ability that Sanji most dreamed of. Wang Yuan was an honest person, not a perverted peeping maniac. With strength, I could look at things openly. Why would I need to peep? Compared with the invisibility fruit, Wang Yuan valued Moria's shadow fruit more. Moreover, the attributes of the shadow fruit and the dark fruit really matched well, that if he could accommodate the power of multiple fruits, he wanted to use the dark fruit to devour and integrate the shadow fruit and become a dual ability user like Teach the Blackbeard. The invisibility fruit was more inclined to assist in gathering intelligence and was more suitable for Calipha of CP9 or the thieving vixen Karina, that if he wanted the invisibility fruit ability, he could, like Sanji, undergo blood factor modification or wear an invisible battle suit. Wang Yuan casually took out an ordinary apple from the dark space. The darkness covered the apple in his hand. With a thought, Wang Yuan released the captured invisibility fruit ability in the dark space towards the apple in his hand. The apple changed at a visible speed, just like the fruit in Wang Yuan's hand turned into the dark fruit before. Now, strange patterns appeared on the surface of the apple, the unique patterns of the devil fruit, and it also became colorless and transparent. The whole shape turned into a sphere, a brand new devil fruit emerged. The invisibility fruit was reborn in Wang Yuan's hand. Before Wang Yuan could take a good look at this invisibility fruit, a powerful aura rushed towards Wang Yuan. Judging from the performance, it should be Gecko Moria. Maybe he sensed something was wrong with his crew member, or was disturbed by the commotion caused by Wang Yuan and the others, or was attracted by Absalom's cry for help. Gecko Moria, who was originally sleeping, rushed out of the castle and came over. Wang Yuan was on guard against the approaching Gecko Moria, He put the invisibility fruit in his hand into a treasure chest, and then put it into the dark space for safekeeping. When Gecko Moria saw Absalom's body, which had no signs of life, he widened his eyes. He never expected that while he was sleeping, his subordinate would die like this. Then, from disbelief to rage, Gecko Moria looked at Wang Yuan standing beside him and roared angrily. You actually killed my subordinate." Wang Yuan nodded mockingly. "Yes, that I just stabbed with a sword, and this perverted lecher died. What a useless guy." And when he was dying, he was shouting, "Lord Moria, save me. You didn't know that you can't save anything, and no one can be saved. After all, you are a loser who was defeated by Kaido, and all your partners are dead, you big onion-headed guy." Anger is an opportunity to power up for some protagonists, especially in a high martial arts world like One Piece, which has the spiritual haki. In extreme anger, one might even awaken the conqueror's haki. But that's for protagonists. For a supporting character like Moria, who has already been beaten down and lost his spirit, anger is just anger. Just as the saying goes, "I got angry for a moment." Moria is simply not the kind of person who can go into a rage and have a sudden power-up. Otherwise, when all his companions died, he could have become enraged and defeated Kaido. Anger only makes Moria lose his rationality and his combat power declines. Wang Yuan aims to use trash talk to agitate Moria into losing his rationality. And even more so, to uncover Moria's old wounds and goad him. And as Wang Yuan expected, under the provocation of Wang Yuan's words, Moria roared in anger, "I'll kill you," and threw a punch towards Wang Yuan. Moria has a huge physique and is the tallest among the Shichibukai, 692 centimeters, even taller than the later Shichibukai, Bartholomew Kuma, of course. His great height is due to his flask-like build and long, slender neck. But in terms of size, he is much larger than Wang Yuan's 2-meter tall nightmare form, thus having an overwhelming presence in terms of body size. However, when Moria's huge fist came crashing down, Wang Yuan was not panicked at all that he had gained experience in dealing with such mindless charging attacks. Shinra Tensei, Grand Waterfall Technique. Wang Yuan initiated with Shinra Tensei to counter and buffer Moria's fist, and then followed with a large amount of seawater crashing onto Moria, slightly restraining this devil fruit user. When Moria clashed with Wang Yuan's Shinra Tensei, the attacking power and forward momentum were indeed lessened. Just as he was about to charge forward again to attack Wang Yuan, unexpectedly, a huge surge of seawater came head on. The oncoming seawater was like a basin of cold water, dousing Moria's anger. And the continuous impact made Moria feel a sense of helplessness, as if he had fallen into the sea. This feeling of powerlessness, due to his ability being countered, instantly transformed Moria's anger into panic. Fortunately, due to his large build, the seawater after the impact did not form a pond. Like terrain, due to the lack of suitable geographical conditions, it only submerged Moria's small feet. And Moria was not continuously soaked in the seawater, so he still had the strength to use his abilities. But since Wang Yuan had already made his move, he had naturally calculated everything. After the seawater impact, he followed up with the control move, Yami no Mi's power, Dark Water. Under this move of Wang Yuan's Dark Water, Moria, caught off guard, was immediately attracted by the gravitational force of the Yami no Mi. And his huge body was pulled over, and Moria, being continuously controlled, was determined to break free from this gravitational pull. When Ace was engaged in a fierce battle with Teach, he was also attracted by Teach's Dark Water. But when Ace couldn't escape, he condensed 2 flaming lances and shot Teach, interrupting Teach's incantation. However, Moria, who was dispirited and negligent in training, no longer had such a decisive determination to go down with his opponent. He only thought about escaping the attraction, but he didn't even have the opportunity to use the Shadow Substitute. The Shadow Substitute is a very practical and powerful move that IT can instantly exchange the positions of the Shadow Mage and himself. It can also exchange parts of the body with the Shadow. IT is a spatial, related ability, comparable to the Flying Thunder God technique in the neighboring Naruto world. With this move, Moria could have become an assassin with full mobility. But the result was that he ate himself into a big fat man, becoming a tank-like character, and further developed his abilities in controlling zombies, defining himself as a zombie summoner. What a waste of the Kagenomi, this top-tier devil fruit, because he came in a hurry and was angered by Wang Yuan into taking action. Moria didn't use the Shadow Mage or Shadow Warrior, nor did he have a shadow in other places to exchange positions, scattering bats. With the distance closing to only 3 meters, Moria finally launched an attack on Wang Yuan. Hastily using the scattering bats move, under Moria's control, the shadow turned into bats to attack Wang Yuan. Seeing the approaching shadow bats, Wang Yuan did not stop using Dark Water, nor did he dodge. Instead, he continuously activated the power of the Yami no Mi, emitting black smoke to protect himself and envelop Moria. While his right hand was using Dark Water, Wang Yuan's left hand had already drawn out his cross, blade sword, and stabbed at the attracted Moria. The shadow bats attacked Wang Yuan in advance, but all the damage was devoured and absorbed by Wang Yuan's Yami no M, as for the pain. Wang Yuan gritted his teeth and endured it forcefully. This was a life or death moment, and with Wang Yuan's full force stab, the cross, blade sword had pierced into Moria's chest. Originally, Wang Yuan aimed at Moria's heart, but Moria was too tall and fat, and his unique flask-shaped body caused Wang Yuan to miss the mark. And some people in the pirate world seem to be like they have an unbreakable health bar. With extremely thick health, even though they are bleeding profusely, they can still continue to fight. Although Moria was stabbed by Wang Yuan's sword, he didn't die immediately. Instinctively, he wanted to use the power of the Kage no Mi. But he had already been caught by Wang Yuan's Dark Water, and his Kage no Mi had been sealed and silenced. After a moment of daze, Moria swung his big hand towards Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan, in the darkness, did not back down. He threw his fist with all his might to block Moria's punch. Moria was once a fierce person who fought with Kaido of the Beasts with a sword. His strength was naturally not weak. Although Kaido at that time was not at his peak, Moria's strength was indeed considerable. Judging from his poor performance later, he probably used the shadow assemblage to absorb a large number of shadows to gain that power. Now Moria has regressed severely. Although he still has some strength, Wang Yuan, who has absorbed over 100 shadows, is not afraid of Moria at all and directly exchanges punches with him. Dark Black Tide. After blocking Moria's punch, Wang Yuan fully activated all the darkness on and under his body, which surged like a tide to submerge Moria. Die in this darkness, Wang Yuan roared, knowing the abilities and various moves of Moria's Kage no Mi. Wang Yuan would not let Moria break free from his control, nor would he give Moria the opportunity to use shadow assemblage to absorb shadows and become stronger or exchange positions and escape with a shadow warrior. Being attracted by Wang Yuan's Yami no Mi and covered and submerged by the darkness of the Yami no Mi, Moria could not break free at all if he could still use armament haki. Perhaps he could resist the suction force with haki and then break free. But Moria had already lost his fighting spirit after being defeated by Kaido and couldn't even use haki. In this way, Gecko Moria, one of the Shichibukai, was first repelled by Wang Yuan's air cannon, then weakened by the grand waterfall of seawater, then caught and severely injured by Wang Yuan's Dark Water, and finally sucked into the dark. He was basically controlled to death in less than a moment. Wang Yuan had sucked Moria into the darkness, compressed and crushed Moria's body with infinite force, and even attracted the power of Moria's Kage no Mi into the darkness of his body. Due to carelessness and underestimating his opponent, Moria died so rashly. After Moria's death, Wang Yuan could sense the special existence of the power of the Kage no Mi if released onto a fruit. The Kage no Mi could be reborn. This is how Teach Hun's Devil Fruit users with the Yami no Mi, and at this moment, Wang Yuan also sensed the eagerness of the Yami no Mi. This eagerness was stronger than when facing the Suk no Mi before. The compatibility between the Kage no Mi and the Yami no Mi is better than that of the Suk no Mi. And the Yami no Mi is more eager to devour and integrate with the Kage no Mi, forcibly suppressing the impulse to fuse with the Kage no Mi immediately. Wang Yuan looked towards the place where Brook and Lola were fighting. After Moria's death, the power of the Kage no Mi became ineffective as the shadows and the zombies returned to their original owners. Even the numerous shadows absorbed by Wang Yuan, Brook, and Lola disappeared. This was a real invalidation of the ability, and even the Yami no Mi couldn't hold onto those disappearing shadows. Only the power of the Kage no Mi can capture and control shadows. The shadows absorbed by Wang Yuan, Brook, Lola, and others were special existences maintained by the power of the Kage no Mi. Without the power of the Kage no Mi, those shadows lost the sustaining force, returned to their original owners, and were no longer the special existences that could be cut off and stuffed into other people's bodies. Brook, Lola, and others who had retrieved their shadows were very delighted. They had already had the upper hand, especially Brook, who was almost about to defeat Aryuma. As a result, Moria died. The power of the Kage no Mi became ineffective, and the shadows returned in advance. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Little brother Wang Yuan, this sword is really nice. That it looks like a famous sword. Brook tossed the black sword Shu Sui, which he had obtained from Ryuma, to Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan caught Shu Sui, examined it, and accepted it with great satisfaction, deeming it an excellent trophy. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan cast his gaze upon the bodies of general zombies, such as Captain John, who had fallen to the ground. Previously, Wang Yuan's sea waterfall had merely rendered the shadows controlling the bodies ineffective. Without damaging these corpses, perhaps these bodies could still be of use in the future. Regarding Captain John, Wang Yuan knew that he had hidden a treasure. Buggy the Clown was eager to seek this treasure, and the clue to the treasure was that bracelet. This was a treasure location not even mentioned in the original work, and Wang Yuan had no idea where it was. However, the wealth contained in the treasure should be substantial. Perhaps Buggy the Clown founded the express company with the treasure of John and the funds of Crocodile, and even established the Cross Guild to offer bounties on the Navy in return. Naturally, Wang Yuan also desired the treasure, yet he was not overly persistent. The well-known treasure of the Golden Land on Skypiea was within reach. As long as Skypiea was captured, there would be no shortage of funds. And there was also the glacier treasure of the 8 Treasures Water Army. With known treasures available, there was no need to exhaust one's efforts in searching for the unknown and uncertain treasure. At present, what Wang Yuan had his eyes on were the 2 swords of Captain John. Presumably, they were not inferior, at least at the level of a good quality fast sword. Wang Yuan walked over, picked up the 2 swords, inspected them, and felt quite satisfied. However, Wang Yuan was unaware of the unexposed good quality fast swords and great fast swords in this world, and thus did not know the names of these 2 swords. Brook and Lola were also unaware. After Wang Yuan named them the Swords of John, he put them away. Other general zombies like Silver Axe, who had fallen without much display, also had their axes, swords, spears, shields, and other items collected by Wang Yuan. Searching the corpses was a good habit. Next was to capture prisoners of war. Brook, let's go capture that Dr. Hogback and the Ghost Princess. Lola, you and the others go prepare food for a banquet. With these words, Wang Yuan and Brook headed towards the interior of the castle. Although the castle was vast, Brook possessed the ability to project his soul for exploration. After all, it was merely a single castle. Carrying Brook's skeletal frame on his back and following Brook's projected soul, Wang Yuan quickly found Dr. Hogback, who was attempting to flee. Moria is dead. You were merely a partner collaborating with Moria. Surely you aren't so loyal as to accompany Moria in death. The black sword Shu Sui in Wang Yuan's hand was already placed against Hogback's neck. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone carried a hint of danger. If you wish to accompany Moria, I can grant your wish. No, my lord, I was just in cooperation with Moria. Hogback quickly waved his hands, following Wang Yuan's words. This time, Wang Yuan put away Shu Sui and continued. Although you're a rather immoral person who believes that money outweighs saving lives, a downright doctor, and a weakling with poor strength. However, your medical skills are passable. The MY Organization is in need of a doctor. I wonder if you would be willing to join? Although Wang Yuan greatly disliked this obese doctor. After all, he was a talented surgeon. Until Trafalgar Law was recruited, he could make do with him. As for this obese man's appearance, he could be put through special training later. Even Usopp, who had become obese, was able to train back to a fit state. Hogback was merely a small matter. He could be trained. I'm willing. Although the black sword Shu Sui around his neck had been removed, Hogback understood the situation and dared not reject Wang Yuan's recruitment. Besides, working under whom wasn't working. He had only become Moria's partner on the condition of resurrecting Cynthia. He didn't have any unwavering loyalty to Moria. Wang Yuan nodded, highly satisfied with Hogback's awareness of the situation. With Hogback's addition and cooperation, Wang Yuan and Brook easily made their way to Perona's room and effortlessly blocked her path. After the animal zombies and terrifying zombies she commanded lost their shadows and ceased to move, she knew something had happened to Moria. She rushed out in a hurry to find Moria, Absalom, and the others, only to unexpectedly encounter Wang Yuan and the others head-on. Facing the strangers who had intruded into the castle, Perona immediately realized they were enemies and directly activated the power of the ghost fruit. Summoning 4 negative ghosts, facing this overpowered ability that could nearly wipe out the Straw Hat Pirates, Wang Yuan did not dare to be negligent. Transforming into darkness, he directly unleashed Dark Water. The 4 negative ghosts charging towards Wang Yuan were thus absorbed by Wang Yuan. The move of negative ghost was quite insurmountable, but ultimately, it was an attack using devil fruit power, and the dark fruit completely countered such power attacks. How could this be? The negative ghosts aren't working. Perona was quite astonished, for more negative ghosts emerged and lunged at Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan once again absorbed the negative ghosts with dark water, and his figure had already approached Perona. After absorbing the negative ghosts, Wang Yuan used dark water to attract Perona, pulling Perona's body towards him. What's going on? Caught by the suction force and unable to control her body, Perona immediately panicked and let out panic screams. Then she was caught in Wang Yuan's arms. You've been captured by me, that if you don't want to die, be obedient. The way Wang Yuan captured Perona was somewhat ambiguous. His left hand grabbed Perona's left hand. His right arm encircled Perona's slender waist, and his right hand passed around Perona's neck, holding Perona in front of him. However, Wang Yuan did not take excessive liberties with Perona. Soon he clasped Perona's hands behind her back and held her down. Hogback, lead us to find Moria's treasure and find a pair of sea-stone handcuffs by the way, Wang Yuan said. Yes, Chief. Hogback nodded in response. On the way, Wang Yuan had already informed him of the name of the organization and the forms of address. Wang Yuan was the chief, Brook was the vice chief, and Hogback, as the third member to join, could be considered a founding member. However, considering the elements of capture and coercion, it remained uncertain whether he could continue to hold this position. Perona, who was caught by Wang Yuan, heard Hogback betray Lord Moria and pledge allegiance to someone else, addressing that person as chief, and immediately shouted, Hogback, how could you betray Lord Moria? Hearing Perona's shouts, Wang Yuan slapped Perona's buttocks. Stop shouting. Moria is dead. Hogback and Moria were merely in cooperation. IT can't be considered betrayal. He's just joined our organization. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Lord Moria die? Perona shouted, no longer paying attention to the fact that Wang Yuan had slapped her buttocks. Although the animal zombies and terrifying zombies she commanded had lost their shadows and ceased to move, that only indicated that the fruit power had failed. Moria might have encountered trouble. After all, being defeated and losing consciousness to maintain the power would also cause the shadows to fail. She simply couldn't believe that Moria was dead. Fine. Moria isn't dead. After being defeated by me, he fled. After all, he suddenly disappeared, as if he had teleported. Maybe he's still alive somewhere in this ghostly place, or perhaps he died in this foggy sea area. Looking at Perona's somewhat devastated appearance, Wang Yuan replied, following her words to give her a glimmer of hope. IT must be Lord Moria's shadow warrior. Lord Moria must have safely escaped. Perona thought of Moria's shadow warrior ability that could swap positions. Following the description of Wang Yuan's words, Moria escaped, but you become my prisoner, as he spoke. Wang Yuan slapped Perona's buttocks again, indicating that she should move forward and keep up with Hogback. Damn it. Lord Moria will definitely come back and defeat you. Perona roared angrily, but was still pushed forward by Wang Yuan. Looking at box after box of gold and jewels, although Wang Yuan had no idea about the market value of these gold and jewels in this world. He knew he had struck it rich, at least having several billion or even tens of billions of berries. Moria had been hiding here for over a decade, constantly plundering passing ships, and naturally had amassed a great deal of wealth. Brook, on the other hand, didn't pay much attention to these treasures. After all, he was already a skeleton. Originally, he had become a pirate for the sake of adventure, not for treasures, unlike Yami, who was a money grubber. Besides gold and jewels, there were also a large amount of berries and weapons, etc. Unfortunately, there were no devil fruits among them. However, this was normal. Hogback didn't have devil fruit powers either, if there were devil fruits. Hogback might have already consumed one. And Perona was also handcuffed by Hogback with a pair of sea-stone handcuffs. and the key was handed to Yuan Yuan with deference as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Gecko Moria surely had quite a number of sea stone handcuffs and other items in his collection. Moreover, he had been to Wano country, the origin of sea stone, so it was natural for him to obtain a fair amount of sea stone handcuffs, sea stone ankle cuffs, and other products. Having put away the key, Yuan Yuan then reluctantly released Perona. Dark Kingdom. Without avoiding Brook and Hogback, Yuan Yuan directly unfolded the darkness and stored these treasures into the dark space. This move was different from the previous dark, which compressed and shattered objects with infinite power. Instead, it pulled items intact into the dark space, a means of storing things, similar to the swamp space of the swamp fruit. Having collected these treasures, Yuan Yuan, guided by Hogback, came to Moria's room and found some important nautical charts, diaries, transponder snails, log pose and permanent log pose, etc. in the world of One Piece, with the sea as the main element. Items like log pose and permanent log pose are of great significance. Moria, the captain, was not like Monkey D. Luffy, that reckless captain. Moria had sufficient nautical knowledge, the kind that a true captain should possess. In the Grand Line, not only professional navigators need to understand professional nautical knowledge, but captains also need to know some basic nautical knowledge. Only someone as single-minded as Luffy would dare to set sail alone without knowing any nautical knowledge. Even without a pointer or a map, besides log poses and some permanent log poses, Moria also had diaries and some route maps here. And now, all these things belonged to Yuan Yuan, after ransacking those treasures and these precious collections. The next thing was, of course, to hold a feast in this world of pirates. Holding a feast is the most common way to enhance relationships. Before, Yuan Yuan had already asked Lola to prepare for the feast. Lola originated from the Big Mom Pirates and was the chocolate minister of Cocoa Island in Tato Land. Whole Cake Island, as the chocolate minister. Lola was proficient in making chocolate and was an expert in it, even putting thought that only Lola was suitable to be the chocolate minister. Besides the chocolate she was good at, Lola naturally knew how to cook many other dishes. After all, Charlotte Lin Lin, Big Mom, was known for her gluttony. When her food craving syndrome erupted, unless she ate the food she desired, she would keep destroying things endlessly, completely losing her sense of kinship. Facing such a mother, as long as they were adult children of the Charlotte family, they would learn to cook all kinds of dishes. Even if they couldn't please Big Mom, they had to strive to survive. When it comes to Lola, it is worth mentioning the matter of Prince Loki of the giant race, first. It was thought that Prince Loki, who fell in love with Lola at first sight, was an idiot. After all, with such a unique aesthetic, insisting on marrying only Lola and not even wanting Lola's twin sister who looked almost identical, it was easy to make people think that Prince Loki was an idiot. But no one expected that Prince Loki was not only not stupid, but also a ruthless character who killed his father and snatched the devil fruit. His bounty was 2.6 billion berries, which was in a relatively high bracket among those other than the 4 emperors. It was higher than the bounties of the All-Stars and Flying Six, the vice-captains and high-level cadres of the emperor's crew. And in his behavior, he didn't seem to have the characteristic straightforwardness of the giant race, but rather a sense of cunning. The people of Elbaf, the world's #1 powerful country. The giants are not stupid, just overly straightforward that, in the eyes of ordinary people, they seem like big fools, just like Dongli the blue Oni and Broggy the red Oni, for a matter related to the honor of Elbaf. They abandoned their captain's duties and dueled in Little Garden for more than 100 years, causing the dissolution of the giant soldier pirates. The crew members scattered, some were captured by the navy. Among them, Oimo and his companion were even more foolish. They were deceived by the people of the world government into guarding the gate for 50 years just by a few words. From the performances of these people, the giant race is indeed strong, but they are also really naive. And Prince Loki, this prince, is a scheming person, even wanting to become the sun god who ends the world. It can only be said that he truly lives up to his name, Prince Loki, named after the trickster god Loki. Yuan Yuan didn't know what kind of past Loki had, why he killed his father, what ability the legendary devil fruit he ate had, and whether he could contact Loki through Lola and defeat him. All these would be seen later. What was most important for Yuan Yuan now was to enjoy the feast. Because it was Yuan Yuan who took action to defeat Gecko Moria, and with his powerful strength, Yuan Yuan was now the backbone of the thriller bark. These victims all regarded Wang Yuan as their leader. Wang Yuan roughly counted. There were more than 100 people, including pirate crews like Lola's, as well as crew members and passengers of merchant ships. Their composition was quite complex. When Moria died, the ability of the shadow fruit became invalid. And the shadows of those victims had returned. They no longer needed to hide in the forest and could leave this place. However, after all, this was the Sabiti archipelago in the Grand Line. It was very dangerous to sail without a team. Moreover, they knew that Wang Yuan was going to hold a feast, so they were not in a hurry. Among these victims, there were no devil fruit users. Wang Yuan couldn't see any outstanding talents among these background characters, so he had no intention of recruiting them. The CP agents of the world government are everywhere, as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. It is impossible for the world government not to arrange someone to monitor Gecko Moria. Gecko Moria only had the 3 weirdos as cadres, and the rest of his subordinates were zombies. Even agents of the world government would find it difficult to join Gecko Moria's pirate crew, but it was possible to arrange several people to stay on the thriller bark as victims to monitor. Without any means of probing memories, Wang Yuan didn't know who might be an agent of the world government, so he really had no intention of taking in these people that they asked for the matter of information. Wang Yuan didn't plan to conceal the fact that he had defeated Gecko Moria. This matter couldn't be hidden anyway. Instead, Wang Yuan wanted everyone to publicize his own title, the Dark God Wang Yuan, that he publicized the dark fruit as the human fruit. Mythical Zoan type, dark god form that didn't Vegapunk say that devil fruits were born from the wishes of all living beings. Then as long as there was enough publicity and all living beings believed that the fruit Wang Yuan ate was the mythical Zoan type. Dark god fruit, the dark fruit, might really turn into the dark god fruit. After all, the Paramecia type gum fruit could be transformed into the mythical Zoan type. Sun god Nika fruit. Compared with the Paramecia type, the Logia type's ability to control natural elements has a more divine appearance that it is not an exaggeration to call Enel, who has the rumble fruit. The god of thunder. Then it is also reasonable for Wang Yuan, who has the dark fruit, to call himself the dark god. Standing on a high platform, Wang Yuan transformed into a 10-meter tall dark giant and said, "I am Wang Yuan, an eater of the human fruit, mythical Zoan type, dark god form. You can call me the dark god Wang Yuan. Gecko Moria has been defeated by me. Your shadows have returned, and you are free to leave. However, we will hold a feast today. Tomorrow, I will ask Lola to arrange ships for you to leave here." Now, the feast begins. Wang Yuan's body returned to its original height, and he started to grab a piece of meat and devour it. With Wang Yuan taking the lead, others also started eating and drinking. Even Brook, the skeleton, ate and sang the song Bang Sake. Hogback, who had just joined the Yuan Organization and had a feud with these victims, was a bit restrained at first, but soon joined the feast. Perona, who was handcuffed with sea-stone handcuffs, was grabbed by Wang Yuan and kept beside him. From time to time, she was fed by Wang, ate as long as she didn't cooperate. She would get a spank on her, but thus, she was forced to accept Wang Yuan's feeding. After tasting the delicious chocolate cake, she became more actively involved in the atmosphere of the feast and enjoyed the food of the feast. After taking a bite of the chocolate cake, Wang Yuan also thought that this chef was worth recruiting. Even if she looked quite strange, it could be a transitional period. Anyway, his target for the ship's cook was Kuruman, the beautiful chef from East Blue. Lola, like Hogback, the ship's doctor recruited at the beginning, was just a temporary worker, and there was no need to be too particular. Speaking of which, the burly Lola and the fat Hogback seemed quite well matched and could get along. But this relationship couldn't be forced in the eyes of ordinary people. Handsome men match beautiful women, and ugly men match ugly women. But in fact, ugly men also like beautiful women, and ugly women also like handsome men. This is the nature of normal aesthetics. Lola, who has been proposing marriage, might not dislike Hogback, the big fat man. However, Hogback is enamored with beauties like the renowned star, Sindori, and would scarcely cast a glance at someone like Lola. Wang Yuan would never force a CP pairing for others that at most, he might add fuel to the fire. He only engages in CP pairings for himself, such as with Perona by his side. The banquet persisted for several hours before gradually coming to an end as numerous inebriates slumped over in intoxication. Wang Yuan, who possesses the dark fruit, naturally remains immune to the effects of alcohol. He also refuses to allow himself to be in an insecure state of drunken unconsciousness. He paid no heed to those who passed out and slept right on the ground, for this was a common occurrence. Wang Yuan then picked up the feeble Perona, who was shackled with sea-stone handcuffs, and carried her back to the castle, entering her chamber. After gently laying Perona down, instead of staying there to claim her, Wang Yuan exited Perona's room and found another chamber not far away. He intended to attempt the fusion of the powers of the shadow fruit, and become a dual ability user. Darkness devours all. Then let it devour and fuse with the most compatible shadow fruit, thus consummating my abilities as the dark god. Seated on the bed, Wang Yuan gritted his teeth. He was willing to take a gamble, yielding to the yearning of the dark fruit to devour the powers of the shadow fruit. Even if it failed, he could still absorb and suppress the powers of the shadow fruit, and then release them. Having made up his mind, Wang Yuan began to channel the powers of the shadow fruit into his body, and exerted all his efforts to urge the dark fruit to suppress, devour, and integrate with the shadow fruit. Despite Wang Yuan's thorough mental preparation, the clash between the powers of the two devil fruits severely impacted both his body and soul. His body felt as if it were on the verge of swelling and bursting, and his soul teetered precariously under the conflict of the devil fruits. His remaining willpower clung on tenaciously, perhaps due to the might of the dark fruit, although Wang Yuan's body endured the sensation of swelling and bursting. The dark fruit, with its black hole, like infinite gravitational pull, ultimately contained the damage caused by the conflict of the devil fruit powers. Deep within his soul, Wang Yuan's soul let out a soul-rending cry. I am destined to become the king of this world, to stand atop the pinnacle of this world, and to aspire to the vast expanse of stars and the ocean. I must not perish here. Dark fruit, respond to my ambition and will. The sun god has fallen. Now, let darkness guide me. In the name of the dark god, I shall rule this world. Deep within Wang Yuan's soul, a surge of conqueror's haki erupted. Simultaneously, darkness burst forth and spread across Wang Yuan's body. Darkness and shadows intertwined and merged, transforming into pure umbra. Wang Yuan devoured and integrated the powers of the shadow fruit. The conqueror's haki that burst forth directly stunned many in the castle. Perona, who was closest, was the first to be affected and fell into a deep slumber. Hogback, that weak-kneed doctor, was no exception. Many crew members of Lola's pirate crew also succumbed to the conqueror's haki and lost consciousness. Only Lola, who hailed from Big Mom's pirate crew and had witnessed the more terrifying conqueror's haki unleashed by Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, and Brook, the user of the revive fruit who could resurrect from the dead, could withstand Wang Yuan's conqueror's haki. During the feast on the thriller bark, due to the death of Gecko Moria, the powers of the shadow fruit became null and void, and the stolen shadows returned, causing a certain commotion in the outside world that on a certain pirate ship, the captain and some crew members, whose shadows had been taken away, could only emerge at night. But suddenly, to their great delight, they discovered that their shadows, which had been absent in the firelight, reappeared on an island. People cheered in joy even at night because the curse on their shadows was lifted and their shadows had returned. At a certain naval base, the Marines whose shadows had also been stolen by Gecko Moria cheered with excitement, attracting the attention of other Marines. The news even spread up the ranks and reached Fleet Admiral Sengoku. After all, this was intelligence regarding one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and thus held great significance. In conclusion, those who had their shadows taken away and then learned of their return were all equally overjoyed. The news of Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, being in trouble spread within a small circle. Although they couldn't determine whether Gecko Moria was dead, defeated, or if it was merely the defeat of their shadow zombies that led to the return of the shadows. The fusion of the dark fruit and the shadow fruit took quite some time, and before they knew it, the next day arrived. When everything finally settled, Wang Yuan finally rose to his feet. He had gambled right this time. Not only did he devour and integrate the powers of the shadow fruit, but he also awakened the conqueror's haki, sensing the new powers within his body. Wang Yuan couldn't contain the smile that spread across his lips. Paramecia, shadow fruit. The ability to manipulate and control all shadows, whether it's living beings or inanimate objects. They all have shadows and are thus subject to the control of the shadow fruit. The shadow of a living being can be regarded as another form of soul, containing the personality and combat capabilities of the living being. The shadow fruit can cut off and seize the shadows of others. Inserting a shadow into another person can temporarily endow that person with the combat power possessed by the shadow, serving as a temporary buff. Placing a shadow into a corpse can revive it as a zombie, creating a zombie army that obeys the user unconditionally. And it's worth noting that even if a shadow is cut off, it remains connected to the original body. The shadow cannot die, but if the original body perishes, the shadow will also disappear. Therefore, to obtain powerful shadows as servants, the original body must be kept alive. People who lose their shadows will disappear when exposed to direct sunlight, and if used skillfully, this can be a means of killing. Many fans of One Piece have debated this rule in relation to Kaido's immortality. Judging from Kaido, Sensei's theory of Haki's supremacy, and Trafalgar Law's practical result that excessive Haki can dispel the effects of all devil fruit powers, it seems that Haki can counteract this sunlight execution rule. However, Oda has never explicitly stated this, and Moria has never defeated Kaido to cut off his shadow and subject Kaido to sunlight execution. The debate, after all, has valid points on both sides. Wang Yuan didn't pay too much attention to this debate either. If one could cut off the shadow of an extremely difficult-to-kill powerhouse like Kaido, then such a shadow would be of the highest level and extremely precious. One could absorb the combat capabilities within their shadow and maximize its use. How could one possibly subject such a top-tier powerhouse to sunlight execution just for an experiment? After all, if one could cut off Kaido's shadow, it would mean controlling Kaido, whether it's using the memory fruit to alter memories or the paw fruit to eject memories. One could find a way to transform the person into a pacifista, like weapons similar to Bartholomew Kuma. And if one couldn't control Kaido, it would be impossible to cut off Kaido's shadow under the blessing of Kaido's Haki. So, this debate doesn't hold much significance. Without further ado, Wang Yuan began to experiment with the powers of the shadow fruit, since he had just integrated and mastered the powers of the shadow fruit. Wang Yuan had never cut off the shadows of others, but he could control his own shadow and the shadows of surrounding objects. Wang Yuan was familiar with all the moves developed by Moria using the powers of the shadow fruit, and they all had reference value. Shadow box, shadow mage, shadow substitute, shadow revolution, scattered bats, shadow horn spear, shadow assemblage ground. Wang Yuan promptly grabbed the shadow of the table in the candlelight with a swipe of his black-bladed sword. Shu Sui, he severed the connection between the shadow and the table that a massive black shadow was grasped in Wang Yuan's hand. Since the table was an inanimate object, the black shadow didn't struggle like the shadow of a living person. Under Wang Yuan's control, this mass of black shadow transformed into a stick, a long sword, and a spear, changing shapes at will. Moreover, because it was the shadow of an inanimate object, this mass of black shadow offered no resistance when Wang Yuan manipulated it to change shape. This was different from the shadows cut off from people. Those shadows would try their best to maintain a human shape. Even if they changed into other shapes temporarily, they would eventually revert to a human shape. After manipulating the black shadow to change shape, Wang Yuan also experimented with attaching the black shadow to Shu Sui to test the sharpness of the black-bladed sword. Besides these, what Wang Yuan was most concerned about were the two moves: Shadow Mage and Shadow Substitute. The Shadow Mage can ignore any damage, and the Shadow Substitute is a spatial ability for position swapping. Both are extremely powerful abilities. Under Wang Yuan's control, the shadow at his feet stood up and began to move. Wang Yuan became engrossed in the development of the powers of the shadow fruit, unaware of how much time had passed. Not until feeling somewhat hungry did he leave the room. First, he went to Perona's room to check. Perona, shackled by the sea-stone handcuffs, hadn't escaped, and she couldn't escape alone at this moment. She was still exercising to adapt and trying to overcome the weakness brought by the sea-stone handcuffs. However, the handcuffs she wore were of high purity, and it wasn't easy for her to adapt. Wang Yuan directly stepped forward, regardless of Perona's feeble resistance, and carried her down to the dining hall. Wang Yuan wanted to eat, and Lola, the chef, naturally wouldn't refuse. Soon, she served Wang Yuan plates of delicious food. Lola, I formally invite you to join our Yuan Organization. From now on, you will be the chef of our organization. As for those pirates under you, they will still be your subordinates, regarded as members of your chef squad. Wang Yuan said seriously while looking at Lola. Lola, who had received great kindness from Wang Yuan, felt embarrassed to directly reject his invitation, but she had her own pursuits when going to sea. Captain Wang Yuan, I went to sea to pursue love. Wang Yuan shook his head. Joining our organization won't affect your pursuit of love. Our organization also sails freely on the sea. You can still propose to others and pursue your love. The organization won't interfere with such personal matters. The important thing is your mother, Charlotte Lingling. She originally thought that through your marriage to the giant Prince Loki, she could bridge the gap between her and the giants and obtain the powerful military force of Elbaf. But because of your runaway from the marriage, the relationship between her and the giants has worsened. In her anger, she even wants to kill you, and it has even implicated your twin sister, Chiffon. You can flee from Whole Cake Island to pursue love. But your sister Chiffon has been implicated and suffered, and your other sisters also have to bear Big Mom's anger. Are you such a naive and selfish person? Impossible. Mom won't kill me. That it's impossible to implicate Sister Chiffon. Lola said in disbelief. Wang Yuan was somewhat speechless. Being so naive and simple really good? You should have seen Big Mom during her Sora, no me-induced frenzy, that state of being unable to recognize family members. I'm afraid some of your siblings may have died at Big Mom's hands. You still think she won't kill you? Of course, Big Mom won't kill you because you're the true love recognized by Prince Loki. Even your twin sister Chiffon won't do. Only you can marry into the giant clan. But Big Mom's intent to kill towards you is real, and your sister Chiffon being implicated and blamed is also real. In fact, because Prince Loki killed his father and snatched the fruit, he was imprisoned in the underworld of Elbaf and is as good as sentenced to death. Lola can't marry Prince Loki anymore. I don't know if Big Mom knows this, that if Lola loses this value, Big Mom will definitely kill Lola. Lola was incredulous yet knew that what Wang Yuan said made sense. Your strength is too weak. You can't even defeat Gecko Moria. Join our organization in the future. We'll go to Whole Cake Island, rescue your sister Chiffon, and also liberate your siblings who are oppressed by Big Mom, living in fear of being eaten by Big Mom during her Sora, Nomi frenzy. Moreover, your father, Pound, isn't dead and has always wanted to see you all. Wang Yuan said. Lola thought of her sister Chiffon still in Whole Cake Island. She really couldn't ignore it. Eventually, Lola agreed to join. Captain Wang Yuan, I'm willing to join your organization. With Lola's joining, the Yuan Organization officially had 4 members. The leader Wang Yuan, the deputy leader Brook, the ship Dr. Hogback, and the chef Lola for the members of the Lola Pirates established by Lola. Wang Yuan didn't count them as official members of the Yuan Organization. They could only be regarded as affiliates or peripheral members. After everyone had enough to eat and drink, they started to act separately. Wang Yuan continued to search and clean the entire castle with Hogback and Perona. Brook led several people to continue sweeping outside the castle. The thriller bark thus fell into Wang Yuan's hands. And Lola led people to organize the victims to leave. The thriller bark was too large to move casually. Gecko Moria still had some small boats, which could be arranged for the victims. As for whether they could really leave the Sabati archipelago alive and reach the next island, Wang Yuan didn't care. He wasn't a nanny. It would be good enough to give them some treasure as compensation. Of course, Wang Yuan also gave them an option. They could stay here for a few days and leave with Wang Yuan and the others when Wang Yuan left. Wang Yuan intended to stay here for a while. One reason was to take control and search here, and the other was to train the abilities of the Yami no Mi and the Kage no Mi. The Yami no Mi absorbs in a simple and brutal way. Having the infinite gravity of a black hole, and it's relatively easy to develop in the original work, teach demonstrated 4 moves. Yami no Suetun, Dark Water, Kaiho, Release, Yami Shoutu, Dark, and Yami Sei, Dark Star. In addition, there are 2 special applications of sealing the Devil Fruit ability and seizing the Devil Fruit ability. Based on the infinite gravity of Yami no Suetun, Wang Yuan developed the move Banzho Tenni. Based on the move Kaiho, he developed the moves Shinra Tensei, Mizu Danpa, Daihibutsu no Jutsu, and Darkness Fist, and the move Yami Shoudu is more practical. The essence of the Yami no Mi ability is the darkness that devours everything. Wang Yuan used this to devour Absalom and Gecko Moria, kill them, and seize their devil fruit abilities at S for the move Yami Sei. Wang Yuan hadn't tried it yet, and there was no need to try it for the time being. It's a large-scale move that requires sufficient physical strength, compared with the Logia type Yami no Mi ability. The Paramecia type Kage no Mi ability has more development directions. The Kage no Mi has the ability to manipulate and control all shadows. Both people and objects have shadows, and it's completely possible to manipulate shadows to affect reality. Besides the moves developed by Moria, such as Kage Hakabako, Kage Bushir, Kage Debunshin, Kage Kakumiai, Hirai Kuten, Kage Kakusin, and Kage Shigachi. There's also the similar Kuro Kuni, like the Dark Kingdom, where everything in the Kuro Kuni is dominated by the power of the Kage no Mi. Besides the field skill of the Kuro Kuni move, Wang Yuan also referred to the Shadow Clone Jutsu, multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu, Shadow Imitation Jutsu, Shadow Binding Jutsu, and a series of moves and their variants in the Naruto world. In short, Wang Yuan needed time to practice and develop the power of the Devil Fruit that on this first day, they first swept the Thriller Bark and officially took over the Thriller Bark. He didn't want his territory to be full of zombies everywhere, that he could keep a few valuable zombie corpses, but the other scary zombies and animal zombies were forget it. They had no great significance. As the darkness devoured, the sweep was fast. Wang Yuan only kept the corpses of Ryuma, Captain John, and Silver Axe, and put them into the Kuro Kuni. One was to practice controlling the corpses, and the other was to preserve their genes. After finding Vegapunk or Vinsmoke Judge in the future, their genes could be extracted to create clones. Controlling clones is better than controlling dirty, broken, and patched up corpses. At Perona's pleading, the Kumasi and Gentleman Hog she liked were specially kept by Wang Yuan. Hogback requested and kept the Sindrai he liked that Lola's corresponding wild boar zombie was also kept, and the corpse left for Brook was that of Kaze no Jiguru. Of course, the body of Ors the Soul King couldn't be ignored that IT was a special zombie originally owned by Moria, with SC 900 tattooed on the left arm. Ors the Soul King came from the Ice Country. He was a berserker known as the Ors in history. 500 years ago, he brought the defeated island country back to his territory and established an empire of villains, leaving the king, stealing legend that shocked the world. Under Hogback's guidance, Wang Yuan also saw this huge corpse. Its huge size had overwhelming power, and it was quite agile. Even the zombie generals were knocked down instantly. That IT had high value, so Wang Yuan naturally kept it for himself to control. Wang Yuan really looked down on the other corpses and directly cleared them with darkness. After dinner, Wang Yuan gathered Brook and the other two people in Perona and demonstrated the ability of the Kage no Mi. But he claimed it was the ability of the Dark God. Gecko Moria's Kage no Mi can manipulate shadows, but my mythical Zoan type Dark God ability is superior to the Kage no Mi. Because shadows are also darkness, and they are dominated and controlled by me, the Dark God. Brook is aware that Wang Yuan ate the Yami no Mi, although he doesn't know why Wang Yuan refers to it as the Dark God fruit. He won't disclose Wang Yuan's information. Wang Yuan released the corpses of the swordsman Roronoa Zoro, Captain John, and Silver Axe from the Shadow Kingdom. Then, the shadow beneath him split into 3 shadows, which entered the 3 corpses respectively. Wang Yuan doesn't randomly cut off other shadows, but focuses on splitting his own shadow, developing this shadow clone technique, which is a genuine shadow clone. Among them, the first shadow clone entered the corpse of the swordsman Roronoa Zoro. The second shadow clone entered the corpse of Captain John, and the third shadow clone entered the corpse of Silver Axe. After the 3 shadows entered the 3 corpses stood up unsteadily. A bit unaccustomed, but still started to move. Looking at the shocked expressions of Hogback and Perona, Wang Yuan said, "What the Kage no Mi can do, my Dark God can also do. What the Kage no Mi can't do, my Dark God can still do that." Why mythical Zoan Dark God fruit is the superior fruit of the Kage no Mi, although it seems rather incongruous that the mythical Zoan of the Zoan type is the superior fruit of the Paramecia type. They have to accept this statement because they never expected there to be a double fruit ability user and just assume this is the power of the rarest mythical Zoan god, level fruit. Next, I will use this ability to control shadows to assist you in your cultivation. He said this. Wang Yuan also looked at Hogback, the fat man, making Hogback feel uneasy. Now that the matter of the ability has been clearly explained, the next step is the shadow cultivation method. With the cooperation of Brook and Hogback, Wang Yuan cut off Brook's shadow and stuffed it into Hogback's body, then cut off Hogback's shadow and stuffed it into Brook's body. Completing the shadow exchange between the two, this is also to help Hogback quickly master the basics of swordsmanship. After stuffing Brook's shadow, he can immediately master Brook's swordsmanship knowledge and easily lay the foundation for swordsmanship. Although due to differences in physical fitness, Hogback can't perform Brook's swordsmanship as well. In a situation where his mind understands but his hands can't execute, he has ultimately laid the foundation for swordsmanship cultivation and can easily get started. And after Brook stuffed Hogback's shadow, he also mastered some basic surgical methods. Although he can't be as professional as Hogback, he has also entered the door and can handle some simple emergency treatments without problems. This method of exchanging shadows for cultivation benefits both parties, as long as they avoid being exposed to sunlight, is an excellent means of auxiliary cultivation. You two exchange shadows and practice for a few days. Especially you, Hogback. Although you are a ship doctor, your strength can't lag behind. First, master swordsmanship through Brook's shadow that I will send my clone to practice with you. When he follows orders, he will be serious. Wang Yuan looked at Hogback and arranged for the second shadow clone, controlling Captain John to practice with Hogback. As for Brook, Wang Yuan isn't worried. He becomes stronger when facing stronger opponents and has been regaining his peak state. Moreover, Wang Yuan has plans for Brook. When they reach Water 7, they can definitely ask Frankie to transform Brook. Brook, who is just a skeleton, is the most suitable for transformation. All kinds of high-tech weapons and cola power devices can be installed. If they find Vegapunk, they can even transform Brook with Seraphim technology, making Brook a Seraphim comparable to the four emperors. For now, let Brook practice medicine and swordsmanship. As for Lola, there isn't a suitable shadow to stuff into her body for her to learn. But Wang Yuan still cut off her shadow and stuffed it into the body of the wild boar zombie, activating Zombie Lola and making Lola and Zombie Lola practice against each other. Compared to the main body, which needs to sleep and rest, the zombie can practice day and night without stopping. And when the main body wakes up, Wang Yuan can retrieve the shadow in the zombie and let the main body absorb the cultivation results of the shadow's non-stop practice. Then split the shadow and enter the corpse to continue practicing, repeating this cycle in this way. Wang Yuan started to practice. The first shadow clone entering the swordsman Roronoa Zoro, the second shadow clone entering Captain John, and the third shadow clone entering Silver Axe were also practicing. Brook was also practicing. Besides practicing medicine, he would occasionally practice against Wang Yuan's first shadow clone. Hogback was also dragged into practice by Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan's second shadow clone really didn't hold back, leaving Hogback with no chance to be lazy. Besides practicing swordsmanship using Brook's shadow, the training methods Wang Yuan used for himself, such as push-ups, sit-ups, squats, long-distance running, frog jumps, weightlifting, sword swinging, and boxing, were also imposed on Hogback. That if he slacked off even a little, a shadow whip would be lashed down. Of course, besides punishment, there was also an incentive. Practice well, long. As you become stronger, I will help you find a devil fruit suitable for you later, ensuring that you become a powerful person. Saying you can rival an admiral or one of the four emperors is an exaggeration. But I can turn you from an ordinary doctor who is even weaker than a Navy soldier into a powerful person comparable to a Navy captain or even an admiral. Wang Yuan patted Hogback's shoulder, painting a rosy future for him. Hogback was really attracted by the carrot of the devil fruit because his strength improvement was really obvious. It was precisely because of the shadow cultivation method, which could significantly enhance strength, that Hogback became somewhat more proactive. Leader, I've heard that there is a devil fruit most suitable for doctors. A genius surgeon. Hogback naturally knew about the no mi, the devil fruit ability most suitable for doctors, that he had also thought about eating this no mi and knew that the world government had offered a high bounty of 5 billion berries for this fruit. However, before he could finish speaking, Wang Yuan waved his hand and said, I know, the Op no Mi, but you can't think about this devil fruit. IT already has an owner, who is also a top-notch surgeon. With the Op no Mi, he is stronger than you both in medical skills and combat power. He is someone I want to recruit, that if you don't make any progress and your strength remains mediocre. Once I recruit him, your position as an organization elder may not be secure. That Hogback's expression changed slightly. He was naturally unconvinced when told that he was inferior to others in medical skills. But if the other party was an Op no Mi user, he really had no confidence in defeating him. The power of the devil fruit ability is just that strong. Then what ability does the leader think is suitable for me? Hogback asked somewhat cautiously. The Logia-type abilities are generally recognized as powerful, but they are scarce in number. Your physical condition can't fully unleash the power of the Logia-type. At most, you can rely on elementalization to bully some miscellaneous soldiers who don't know armament hockey. And it won't improve your medical skills. Eating, it would be a waste. Wang Yuan listed the devil fruit abilities suitable for Hogback. The Zoan-type abilities boost physical strength and are most suitable for close combat, which can enhance your combat ability after you practice swordsmanship to some extent. But it can't improve your medical skills, unless it's a mythical Zoan, like Marco's Phoenix Fruit, the captain of the 1st Division of Whitebeard. But I also highly value Marco, a talent comparable to an admiral. Hearing Wang Yuan mention the Phoenix Fruit, Hogback had some fantasies, but they were quickly shattered by reality. Not to mention Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Marco alone is several times stronger than Moria. How could he dare to snatch Marco's devil fruit ability? The abilities suitable for you still have to be found among the Paramecia type. The Op no Mi, the healing fruit, the sowing fruit, the string fruit, the cutting fruit, etc., all already have owners, and I don't want to kill them to obtain the abilities again. After thinking it over, the scythe fruit is suitable for you. Although it's called the scythe fruit, it can launch wind blades for attacks that IT can enhance your attack ability and also your medical cutting ability. The scythe fruit? Hogback frowned slightly, somewhat dissatisfied with the devil fruit ability represented by this name. Of course, if we encounter an ability that I don't know but is suitable for you, we can change it. But no matter what ability it is, your own strength must also be enhanced. Your physique and swordsmanship can't be neglected. If you can't keep up with our pace, then you, the organization elder, will only become a marginal figure. Wang Yuan said. This was how Hogback was enticed by the carrot drawn by Wang Yuan. Besides cooking, Lola is also practicing the two-sword style. Unfortunately, although she comes from Tato land in the New World and knows about hockey, she hasn't awakened hockey yet. According to the information, there is no mention that Lola has hockey, so we assume she hasn't awakened it yet. On the night when Wang Yuan officially took over the castle, Perona, the captive, was subdued by Wang Yuan. Perona, who was inexperienced in worldly affairs and still wearing the sea stone handcuffs, was no match for Wang Yuan, who had undergone cultivation. She was tossed around by Wang Yuan and also experienced quite a bit of enjoyment. After subduing Perona, Wang Yuan also unlocked her sea stone handcuffs, allowing her to have more freedom, but at the same time, Wang Yuan dragged her into cultivation. When Perona didn't cooperate, she was beaten by Wang Yuan. However, there are always differences between men and women, especially between an ugly man and a beauty, so the methods of discipline are naturally different. Although Wang Yuan had subdued Perona, he didn't indulge in the lap of luxury. Instead, he cultivated assiduously and even wore low purity sea stone for training. While his physical quality was continuously getting stronger, Wang Yuan was also attempting to master his awakened conqueror's hockey, erupting it from time to time. Another month passed, and on March 3 RD, 1517 in the sea calendar, Wang Yuan, who had made preparations, was finally ready to set off and leave the thriller bark. Through this 1-month cultivation, Wang Yuan had already mastered the powers of the Yami no Mi and Kage no Mi. His swordsmanship had also improved significantly. Relying on his talent and the shadow cultivation method, etc., he had become a qualified sword-wielding swordsman. He had also skillfully integrated Brook's swordsmanship and developed his own shadow stream swordsmanship. His physical quality was constantly enhancing, and he had successfully adapted to the low purity sea stone and began to wear a higher degree sea stone. Having undergone endurance training, he could also endure some attacks with his body without screaming in pain. It is worth mentioning that his height had grown from 1.7 meters to 1.85 meters and was still increasing. Besides the physical enhancement, Wang Yuan had also strengthened his mental will. He had mastered the pinpoint intimidation of Conqueror's Haki and could disperse Perona's negative spirits with only Conqueror's Haki, without using the power of the Yami no Mi. Moreover, he had successfully convinced Perona, the Ghost Princess, in this 1 month. Perona no longer resisted Wang Yuan and basically regarded Wang Yuan as the leader, acknowledging her identity as Wang Yuan's woman. She became the 5th member of the Yuan Organization and seldom mentioned Gecko Moria. To this end, Wang Yuan activated the zombie Kamashi and the zombie Hippo Gentleman for her with his 5th and 6th shadow clones, AS for Wang Yuan's 4th shadow clone. It took over the body of Ors the Giant, leaving the zombie Ors the Giant and the zombie Silver Axe to guard the Thriller Bark. Moreover, Wang Yuan left a substitute shadow not in a corpse, but in a shadow box, which was placed in the main control room of Ors the Giant's abdomen. If anything happened, Wang Yuan could completely exchange positions with the substitute shadow and directly return to the Thriller Bark. This was Wang Yuan's backup plan. For the sake of safety, Wang Yuan had tried it many times and could instantaneously exchange positions with a substitute shadow from any position on this island ship. Brook's cultivation was also very assiduous. His swordsmanship and the development of the Yami no Mi had both significantly improved. Although he was eager to find Laboon quickly, he was persuaded by Wang Yuan, who pointed out the importance of strength. It was precisely because of their lack of strength that the Rumbar pirates were wiped out, that if he wanted to see Laboon and protected in the future, he had to become stronger. Although Hogback didn't have the black tech transformation like Frankie, as a genius surgeon after all, he still installed bionic skin on Brook, so Brook was no longer just a scary skeleton. Among them, Hogback had the most changes. After a month of training, he had entered the threshold of swordsmanship and could be regarded as a swordsman. His appearance had changed greatly. He had successfully lost weight and was no longer a fat man, but a muscular man. However, his sharp nose and somewhat stitched up face were still ugly. That if Wang Yuan knew Sanji's plastic surgery skills, he would definitely give Hogback a makeover. Lola's strength had also improved a lot, but her image remained the same. Wang Yuan didn't want to pay too much attention to her and just routinely gave her the shadow cultivation method. On a ship of the Rumbar pirates. The original Rumbar pirates Jolly Roger had been collected by Brook and buried on the Thriller Bark. He had built a tombstone for the Rumbar pirates on the Thriller Bark to mourn his companions who had sacrificed 50 years ago and left the Jolly Roger there. The Rumbar pirates had become history. Now, Brook was a member of the Yuan Organization. This ship had also been repaired and became the origin of the Yuan Organization. The origin was not small and could accommodate hundreds of people. Before, Wang Yuan had said that he could take some victims away from there. However, Wang Yuan stayed there for a month for cultivation. Besides the Lola pirates who joined, the others couldn't wait and left early. They simply couldn't wait that long. Besides the 5 official members, Wang Yuan, Brook, Hogback, Lola, and Perona, there were also 16 members of the affiliated Lola pirates on the ship, responsible for chores, lookout, night watch, steering, navigation command, and setting sails. Wang Yuan had no intention of going from the Sabati archipelago to the next island through the Florian Triangle, but planned to go to Twin Cape Channel to meet the island whale Laboon. Taking the 4th route that the protagonist Luffy took, the other routes were not mentioned in the original work, and Wang Yuan didn't know what was there. But it was clear what was on the 4th route. There were Califa, Frankie, the blueprint of Pluton and Water 7. There were the Goro no Mi, and the treasure of Skypiea on Skypiea. There were Chopper and the Hito no Mi model on Drum Island. There were Vivi, Robin, and the Suna no Mi in Alabasta. Wang Yuan was impossible to let these go to. In other words, the islands on other routes could be visited or not. But these places on the 4th route must be visited, and Wang Yuan also had a permanent log pose for Water 7. After all, Water 7 was a famous shipbuilding place, and Moria naturally had a permanent log pose for Water 7 in his collection. Moreover, the Origin had been sailing on the sea for more than 50 years, and it was hard to say whether it could still sail, although the Origin had been repaired these days. They were not professional top-level shipwrights after all. It was still necessary to go to Water 7 for inspection and repair. The blue sea stretched as far as the eye could see, with glistening waves, looking magnificent. The Origin had been sailing for 5 or 6 days. Not long ago, it left the foggy of the Florian Triangle and entered the normal sea area for navigation. During these 5 or 6 days of sailing, Wang Yuan had already felt the boredom of sea voyages. That it was completely different from the kind of sea travel journey, with drinking, eating meat, and sightseeing. Bored, he put his energy into cultivation and Perona. Just like before, he exercised his body, developed the fruit powers, and practiced swordsmanship. Exercising the body was a long-term process, and the effect wouldn't be immediate. In developing the fruit powers, he had mastered the means of flying. Although he couldn't fly with repulsive force like the Rinnegan ability in Naruto Next Door, he could release substances under his feet through the move release and fly by the reaction force. Just like Iron Man's powered flight. After flying up, Wang Yuan used the power of the Kage no Mi to create a pair of shadow wings to assist, flexibly controlling the speed and direction of flight. Besides this way, Wang Yuan could also turn his shadow into a flying bird to carry people. Brook and Perona had a great time with this AS for swordsmanship training. Wang Yuan still let his first shadow clone take over Ryuma's corpse, and his second shadow clone take over Captain John's corpse for practice. The third shadow clone, Silver Axe, and the fourth shadow clone, Ors the Giant, were left on the thriller bark before. The fifth shadow clone, Kamashi, and the sixth shadow clone, Hippo Gentleman, besides guarding Perona, also practiced martial arts. The first substitute shadow was left on the thriller bark, the AS, a backup of the shadow substitute. It allowed Wang Yuan to return to the thriller bark at any time by exchanging positions. The second shadow substitute was on the origin. With these two substitute shadows and this means of space exchange, Wang Yuan felt extremely confident that if he couldn't win, he could escape at any time. Besides Wang Yuan's cultivation, Brook and Hogback's cultivation didn't stop either. Brook put more energy into the development of the Yomi no Mi occasionally. He practiced against Wang Yuan's first and second clones, and also took some time of practice against Hogback. Wang Yuan also gave Brook the zombie Fujitora T-Night. Brook's shadow was cut off and put into Fujitora Jigoro's body. When Brook was taking a rest, Brook's shadow could continue to practice. The body of Sindri that Hogback had preserved didn't have a shadow activated. Wang Yuan simply cut off Hogback's shadow and stuffed it into Sindri's body, as for whether Hogback would prefer Sindri's identity or the soul embodied by his own shadow. Wang Yuan didn't care. Now, everyone on the ship was a subordinate. Wang Yuan wouldn't cut off the shadow of his subordinate for Hogback, nor would he look for other people's shadows for him. Perona became Wang Yuan's woman. She was indeed training and also started to practice swordsmanship. Wang Yuan even stuffed his eighth shadow clone into her body to help her quickly get started with swordsmanship. Perona was accustomed to holding an umbrella and could use the sword in the umbrella, just like the Red Count, Rider Field. With the blessing of Wang Yuan's shadow clone, Perona quickly advanced from not knowing how to use a sword to getting an initial grasp of swordsmanship. The shadow cultivation method was so much of a cheat. Besides practicing swordsmanship, Wang Yuan also asked Perona to explore the abilities of the ghost fruit more. The ghost fruit was also a devil fruit with great potential. The user could generate spiritual bodies from their body and release them. Especially the negative ghosts created, enemies passing through whom would become extremely negative, lose their combat effectiveness, and powerful enemies would instantly become weak and easy to defeat. This was an extremely overpowered ability. It almost wiped out the main members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Even Zoro, who said that only those with a firm will wouldn't be affected, knelt down the next second, saying that he was sorry to be alive in this world, creating a famous scene that is being defeated by the even more absurd Usopp. Besides the negative ghosts, the abilities of the ghost fruit also included detonating mini ghosts and special made ghosts, causing a powerful impact. With continuous exploration, the user of the ghost fruit could also fly like a spiritual body. It was a rare flying ability in the original timeline. 2 years later, Perona achieved this. Basically, she was in a flying state and didn't need to worry about the unconscious state of her body after the spiritual body left. Wang Yuan wanted Perona to develop in this direction to achieve the level of free flight. The training of this day was still ongoing. However, with a loud bang under the ship, Wang Yuan's face darkened instantly while he was practicing. Their ship was under attack. It was unknown whether it was a sea beast or other pirate water ghosts. Brook was the first to act and rushed into the bottom of the cabin. His Yomi no Mi could stimulate the Yomi freezing chi, which could freeze the seawater. It was a means to deal with attacks from the sea. Launch the fishing net. Lola, you take some people to go underwater and check. Wang Yuan flew up directly and spread his shadow wings in the air. After Wang Yuan issued the order, the people on the ship started to act. They were not idiots and wouldn't just do nothing. Those with arrangements took action, and those without arrangements were on alert. Lola, the chef who wasn't a devil fruit user, led several sailors and jumped into the sea. To the shock of the others, the origin ship left the sea surface and flew up. Wang Yuan, who was flying in the air, used the Deva path, universal pull on the origin ship below. The powerful suction force sucked up the origin ship, and Wang Yuan himself was constantly flapping the 3 pairs of shadow wings on his back with all his might, using gravity to suck up the origin ship. Besides attracting with gravity, Wang Yuan was also controlling the shadow of the origin ship to move its position, thus moving the ship. With these 2 means, he led the origin ship towards the sky to avoid the attack from the sea for the time being. Captain, the one attacking us is a Murloc. Wang Yuan, who was flying with the origin ship, couldn't see the attacker blocked by the ship. But Lola, who had jumped into the sea, had already discovered the attacker and immediately reported the situation to Wang Yuan. Captain, there's a ship charging towards us from the southeast direction on the Seed. It's a pirate ship. The lookout on the ship was on alert, also discovered a pirate ship while looking around and quickly reported the situation to Wang Yuan. Are they targeting me? How could Wang Yuan not know that he was targeted by pirates? He just didn't know what pirate group it was. There was even Murloc that it should be known that Murlocs seldom join human pirate groups. Brother Wang Yuan, the bottom of the ship isn't damaged. Brook, who had entered the cabin before, also came out. Wang Yuan nodded and extended black shadow chains towards Lola and the others who had jumped into the sea before. Since the opponent was a Murloc, they couldn't engage in a fight with him in the SEI in this short period of time. Lola had already engaged in a battle with a Murloc in the sea. Wang Yuan also saw what the Murloc looked like. Sebastian, was that the name? Was he a member of the Ward Pirates? Wang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He had some impression of the blue-skinned fish giant with sunglasses below. The Ward Pirates, with Captain Bondywald, First Mate Benjack, crew members Gairam, Sebastian, and Naichin. After Captain Bondywald was captured, the Ward Pirates dispersed. Only Benjack and the other 4 escaped and hid. However, they didn't give up. They had been waiting for the captain to make a comeback, and this wait lasted for decades. During this period, Gairam and the others built the giant ship, the Graciati, and created a super giant cannon to match Bondywald's Momo Nomi ability. Now, they probably targeted his ship for the cost of ship building. And facing these people who came to their door, Wang Yuan also didn't want to let them go. The origin ship landed on another sea surface, and Wang Yuan rushed toward Sebastian. While Lola was engaged with Sebastian, Wang Yuan controlled a sharp black shadow arrow to shoot at Sebastian. Unfortunately, Wang Yuan's attack missed. Sebastian had awakened the Kinbunchika Haki while dealing with Lola. He also sensed Wang Yuan's attack. Murloc Karate, water cannon. Judging from Wang Yuan's performance, Sebastian knew that Wang Yuan was a devil fruit user and directly waved his hand to launch a water cannon. Dark water. Wang Yuan didn't back down, that he directly used dark water to absorb the attacking water cannon, with the aim of sucking Sebastian out as well. Sebastian, who was sucked, panicked due to his loss of control. Instinctively, he wanted to break free from the suction force, and a water strike directly shot out from Sebastian's hand. Shadow Mage. The shadow stood up from under Wang Yuan's feet and blocked Sebastian's water strike in front of Wang Yuan. Dark Fist. After sucking Sebastian out, Wang Yuan didn't directly hold him. Since he wasn't a devil fruit user, holding him wouldn't have much effect. Wang Yuan directly threw another dark fist at Sebastian, sending him flying. Lola, capture him alive. After sending Sebastian flying and injuring him, Wang Yuan immediately told Lola to go into the sea and capture him. Lola didn't hesitate. She held 2 swords and quickly entered the sea, charging toward Sebastian. Since she didn't bring handcuffs, Lola made a prompt decision and directly pierced Sebastian's shoulders with the 2 swords. When Sebastian was unable to resist, she grabbed him and swam up to the sea surface. Flapping his shadow wings and approaching quickly, Wang Yuan directly grabbed Sebastian's shadow, cut it off with a black bladed shoe sway, and then grabbed Sebastian's shadow and stuffed it into his own body. Sebastian, whose shadow was cut off, immediately passed out. Subsequently, before being illuminated by the sunlight, he was confined within a colossal shadow box by Wang Yuan. Having obtained Sebastian's shadow, Wang Yuan felt a significant enhancement in his power. along with a formidable sense of perception, which was the Kinbunchika haki. Due to numerous battles in the past, Sebastian had lost his sight, yet precisely because of this he had awakened the Kinbunchika haki and could still function and fight normally. After bringing the shadow box, imprisoning Sebastian back to the ship, Wang Yuan this time turned his gaze towards the approaching pirate ship. It was not the gigantic ship, the Grosyard, that would appear later, but merely an ordinary small vessel. After all, Bondewald had not yet escaped from Impel Down, and it was uncertain whether the Grosyard had been completed. Even if it had been, with just 2 or 3 people like Garam and Sebastian, they couldn't operate such a huge ship. Without waiting for the other side to charge forward, Wang Yuan, who had already imprisoned Sebastian, unfurled his shadow wings and soared towards the enemy. In less than a minute, he stood on the deck of the opposing ship, seemingly sensing someone boarding the ship. After Wang Yuan arrived on board, the deck in front of him suddenly began to move that a cube flew up, and a man wielding a massive hammer jumped out from beneath the cube. It was none other than Garam, the user of the cube fruit. Wang Yuan's eyes lit up. The Paramecia cube fruit could transform any object into a cube shape and move and stack it. Even living beings would be turned into a cube. This was a remarkably powerful and practical ability that could be used to freely construct and transform everything. It was precisely with this powerful and practical cube fruit that these few of them were able to build the island ship, the Grosyard. While Wang Yuan was sizing up Garam, who knew Wang Yuan was an enemy, made the first move, swinging his huge hammer and bringing it crashing down towards Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan waved his hand, and a dark shadow rose from beneath his feet, standing in front of him and firmly blocking Garam's hammer blow. This move was the Shadow Mage that could ignore any damage. After blocking Garam's hammer blow, Wang Yuan's Shadow Mage transformed into a mass of dark shadow and merged with Garam's shadow binding technique. After being merged with Wang Yuan's shadow, Garam's body was immediately bound. Fishman Karate, Thousand-Tile Straight Punch. After restraining Garam, Wang Yuan started to try out the Fishman Karate boxing techniques obtained from Sebastian's shadow. A solid punch landed squarely on Garam's large belly, sending Garam's body flying directly and crashing into the cabin. After sending Garam flying, Wang Yuan didn't stop. The dark shadow spread forward and entered the cabin, and Wang Yuan's body seemed to teleport, appearing in front of Garam, who was still struggling on the ground, and directly grabbed him. After cutting off Garam's shadow in the same way, the dark shadow transformed into a shadow box to imprison Garam, and Wang Yuan returned to the origin with the shadow box. It was unknown whether it was because the ship doctor, Naichin, was left behind on the Grosyard or for some other reason, but there was only Garam on this ship. As for Binjak, the vice captain with a weak constitution and basically zero combat power, he wasn't on the ship either. Instead, he was hiding somewhere. He was an information broker who held various Den Mushi. They only maintained communication through Den Mushi. In the original timeline, he quickly learned the news of Bondewald's escape from prison and informed the crew members. However, they never expected to rob Wang Yuan, and even less did they expect that the origin, which had no pirate flag markings, was the dark god Wang Yuan who had defeated Gecko Moria, one of the Shichibukai, a month ago. During the month that Wang Yuan trained on Thriller Bark, the news of Gecko Moria's defeat was finally confirmed. Among those victims were indeed spies of the world government. After leaving, they reported the news. In addition, among those victims were also some special pirate reporters who sold the news to Morgans of the World Economic News. Morgans offered a handsome reward for such big news. Precisely because of this, many pirates would provide various news to Morgans and become special pirate reporters for Morgan's World Economic News. Absalom, the former user of the invisible fruit, was a very successful reporter. He used his invisible fruit ability to sneakily film a lot of news, and Morgans had thus established an intelligence network spanning the entire world. Unless it was a top-secret message like the Celestial Dragon's Aboriginal Elimination Competition that was fully blocked by the world government, with not even Den Mushi able to transmit information. Generally, as long as there were onlookers, or even just newsbirds watching, Morgans really couldn't be kept in the dark. And for a major event like the defeat of a Shichibukai, Morgans naturally made a big deal of it, and even explicitly reported that Wang Yuan was a mythical Zoan dark god, human fruit user, as promoted to those victims. and gave Wang Yuan the title of Dark God. Morgans didn't care at all whether the title of Dark God would offend the celestial dragons, the descendants of the gods. What he cared about was big news. He was even eager for Wang Yuan to have a conflict with the celestial dragons. Due to the World Economic News making a big deal of it, the Navy couldn't suppress this news. And the news of Wang Yuan's mythical zone ability spread far and wide. Eventually, the world government and the Navy issued an official bounty for Wang Yuan. Dark God Wang Yuan, bounty 300 million berries. Dead or alive. This was an affirmation of the mythical zone ability and also because of Wang Yuan's achievement of defeating Gecko Moria. Being rewarded with a bounty of 300 million berries on the first try immediately made the previously unknown Wang Yuan a pirate supernova. Even though Wang Yuan was not a pirate and had not flown a pirate flag. However, this was quite normal. Although each of the Shichibukai was a pirate, they were an organization recognized by the world government, on the same level as the Navy and could be considered allies of the Navy. Although the world government wished for others to fight to the death with the Shichibukai and kill each other. And if a Shichibukai was defeated, they might be stripped of their Shichibukai status by the world government. But before being stripped, the Shichibukai were ultimately an institution of the world government. Since Wang Yuan had killed a member of the world government, he would naturally be bounty hunted by the world government. Whether Wang Yuan was a pirate or not was not important, if not a member of the Navy or a well-known bounty hunter. The world government would only consider it as infighting among pirates, because after the Shichibukai accepted their positions, their bounties were suspended, and ordinary bounty hunters wouldn't go after the Shichibukai, unless the world government recognized Wang Yuan and sent him an invitation to become a Shichibukai, replacing Gecko Moria as the new Shichibukai. Otherwise, the due bounty wouldn't be lacking. News of Wang Yuan also reached the ears of various major powers, such as the Four Emperors, the other Shichibukai, and the underground Dark Emperor. Some were interested. For example, Kaido of the Beast, he naturally didn't care about Wang Yuan defeating Gecko Moria, but he was very interested in Wang Yuan, the so-called mythical zone ability user. He very much wanted to recruit such a mythical zone ability user that, if grown up, he might be comparable to his own all-stars. After all, it was a mythical zone ability, with sufficient strength. Even a fourth all-star wouldn't be out of the question. Besides those interested, there were naturally those who were disdainful, and those who were cautious, and so on. All in all, the hot news during this period was this Dark God Wang Yuan. And there was no other major news to replace it. Judging from the time, although Ace had been out to sea for 2 months and might have already obtained a flame fruit. But he was probably still on the journey of searching for crew members and had not yet defeated Hanafusa, one of the Shichibukai. Wang Yuan naturally didn't pay much attention to the views of those big shots. After capturing Sebastian and Garam, Wang Yuan was rather eager to subdue these two that on the origin. Wang Yuan looked at Sebastian and Garam, whose shadows had been cut off and who were wearing handcuffs. A dark shadow canopy blocked the sunlight for the two of them. That it's been about 30 years. I know about you. Remnants of the walled pirates. It's been almost 30 years since your captain was captured and sent to impel down. Right? Wang Yuan asked. Sebastian and Garam didn't know what Wang Yuan meant by this question and didn't answer. Wang Yuan continued to ask, how many 30-year periods do you have? Do you think your captain, Bondi Wald, can still escape from impel down? As far as I know, the world government attaches great importance to your captain Bondi Wald's Momo fruit ability and has been keeping him frozen. Unless someone can break into impel down, Bondi Wald doesn't even have the ability to move, let alone escape from that impel down. Garam frowned and asked, what do you mean by that? Wang Yuan smiled faintly and said, you've been waiting for almost 30 years, to no avail. Bondi Wald is even less likely to escape from impel down on his own. Therefore, I invite you to join my organization. I can lead you to attack impel down and rescue Bondi Wald within 3 years. Exchanging you for Bondi Wald is quite a profitable deal. Wang Yuan continued, you have fallen into my hands and become my captives. I can decide your fates, and it would be an easy matter to kill you. As he said this, Wang Yuan placed the black sword Shusui on Garam's neck, but he didn't cut it. Instead, he quickly withdrew it. Although you become my captives, I still respect your freedom and am willing to trade with it as the price, as long as you join my organization and serve me. I will rescue Bondi Wald for you. This is to exchange your freedom for your captains. It's just 3 years. If I fail to do so within 3 years, I will have broken my promise. and I will release you unconditionally. Wang Yuan looked earnestly at Gairam and said, I wonder, with your loyalty, are you willing to sacrifice yourselves to save your captain? I'm willing. Before Gairam could speak, Sebastian, who heard Wang Yuan's last question, immediately answered it seemed he didn't think of anything else, just focused on Wang Yuan's last question. If asked whether he was willing, of course he was. They had truly persisted for nearly 30 years without giving up. They could be said to be hard fans. It was quite remarkable that they could persevere. Except for the legendary pirate Golden Lion and the unknown devil fruit user, the slide fruit. Morally, no one could escape from impelled down. And yet, they really managed to wait until Bondi Wald escaped during the chaos. Sebastian agreed to join, and Gairam, somewhat reluctantly yet relieved, also agreed to join, having waited for nearly 30 years. He didn't know if he could wait until Bondi Wald came out. Now, Wang Yuan's invitation gave him a new idea, and Wang Yuan's invitation at the cost of rescuing Bondi Wald made him accept it with relief. Very well, from now on, you're members of my Yuan Organization. Wang Yuan smiled and unlocked Sebastian's handcuffs, and also signaled Hogback to unlock Gairam's sea-stone handcuffs. You also have a vice captain, Ben Jack, and a ship's doctor, Nightsheen. Gairam, you can contact them and ask if they are willing to temporarily join us to go to Impel Down to rescue Bondi Wald. If they are willing, we'll meet at Water 7. Hogback, take a look at Sebastian's eyes and see if they can be cured or if he needs an artificial eye replacement. Sebastian, although you have observation hockey and can move normally even if you're blind, it would be more convenient if it can be cured. Hogback is a talented surgeon and can examine you. Wang Yuan briefly mentioned Ben Jack and Nightsheen, then arranged for Hogback to examine Sebastian's blind eyes. As for their shadows, Wang Yuan directly released Gairam's shadow and let it return to Gairam. However, he didn't return Sebastian's shadow for the time being. He still wanted to practice fish-man karate. And most importantly, master observation hockey. Under Wang Yuan's arrangements, Gairam, Hogback, Sebastian, and others all started to act, and Wang Yuan began to practice observation hockey. Water 7 in the Grand Line dot a water city like a pyramid-shaped fountain. There are 7 waterway entrances around the island, and each waterway has different service areas. The waterways going upward on each waterway can pass through complex hydraulic transportation elevators, allowing guest ships to reach different levels of the area. The waterways in Water 7 are quite complicated. Besides the upward hydraulic transportation elevators and the transportation on the flat water surface, there are also waterways extending downward from the high places of Water 7. The local residents raise a kind of creature called Blue as a means of water transportation, a Pier 3 of Water 7 that after Sebastian and Gairam joined, the Origin didn't encounter any other situations during its voyage. It arrived at Water 7 in less than a day. Wang Yuan didn't pay attention to the ships with various flags beside this bustling pier, even though some of them were pirate ships with pirate flags. Wang Yuan was not a pirate, and the Origin didn't fly a pirate flag. Instead, it had a flame pattern with a 5-pointed star in it, symbolizing that a single spark can start a prairie fire. Although this pattern was not common, it wasn't rare either in the Grand Line. There were no lack of merchant ships of business associations, cargo ships, passenger ships, and there were all kinds of patterns. However, in the original One Piece story, it was from the perspective of pirates, so pirate ships were described more frequently and commonly, and pirate flags basically had the common skull pattern with personal elements. The Origin's arrival here didn't attract any special attention, nor did it draw attacks from pirate groups. Wang Yuan looked at the Origin and said to Hogback, Hogback, you and Gairam go and contact the people from the galley law company to come and repair the Origin. By whatever ship building materials are needed, Brook, you and Sebastian stay here to watch the ship. Perona and I'll go to purchase supplies. Lola, you can lead some people to buy food ingredients. Or you can go looking for love if you want. Gairam was also a top-notch shipwright. During this day's voyage, he had repaired and modified the Origin, but ultimately, there was a lack of materials, especially atom wood. Wang Yuan could create special alloys and wood through his dark fruit ability, but he wouldn't reject atom wood, this top-grade ship building material, and he needed to establish contact with the galley law company. Hogback had no right to refuse, nor did he have the idea of running away. He obediently went with Gairam to contact the people from the galley law company. Wang Yuan then took Perona to purchase supplies. Lola also led several subordinates to buy food ingredients. Basically, Many ports or dock areas are the most prosperous areas of these islands or cities, and they had almost all the daily necessities needed, which was convenient for the supply of passing ships. Wang Yuan started a shopping spree, and Perona did the same. Rice, oil, sauce, vinegar, meat, milk, coffee, tea, wine, clothes, hats, gloves, shoes. Although he had asked Lola to buy food ingredients, Wang Yuan also bought some on his side. And with the storage space of the Shadow Kingdom, it was more convenient for him to store. When Wang Yuan and the others returned, Hogback and Gayram had already called Kaku from the galley, Lock Company. Although Kaku was actually a member of CP9, a direct secret spy agency of the world government, he was still lurking in the galley, La Company at present as a shipwright in Dock 1. He was called the Mountain Wind because he could fly freely and quickly in the city. He was the one who came to inspect the Origin. The Origin didn't have a broken keel like the Going Merry of the Straw Hat Pirates. After all, in the original story, after Frankie repaired it, it could still be used by Lola's rolling pirates. However, Wang Yuan still paid 100 million berries to the galley, La Company, to buy some atom wood to modify the Origin. As a large shipbuilding company in Water 7, the galley, La Company naturally had atom wood, this best ship, building wood, in stock, unlike Frankie's ship dismantling house, which had to save money and buy it through the black market if it wanted atom wood. After confirming the repair requirements, the Origin, guided by Kaku, headed towards Dock 1, that although Wang Yuan expected that the 100 million berry renovation cost was quite a considerable income, it was not enough for Mayor Iceberg to immediately receive Wang Yuan and the others. Nor was it enough for Iceberg to personally modify the ship. However, the skills of the 5 foremen in Dock 1, namely Barry, Rob Lucci, Kaku, Bipel Wapple, and Duristan, were sufficient. Among the 5 foremen, Wang Yuan was naturally most concerned about Rob Lucci, who was known as the cold-blooded killing weapon and the strongest in the history of CP9, and was also considered the strongest in CP9 in 800 years. Rob Lucci's talent was undoubtedly remarkable. He could be regarded as a major enemy of the protagonist Luffy in the first half of the Grand Line, although he couldn't keep up with Luffy's awakening of the sun god Nika power later. Through more than 2 years of practice, he had awakened his devil fruit ability, and his strength was estimated to be at the level of an elite vice, admiral, or even a candidate for admiral. Moreover, the Zoan-type awakening was famous for its fast recovery and endurance. Even if facing an admiral, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage, although it was impossible for him to defeat veteran admirals like Akainu, Akiji, and Kizu, nor would it be easy for him to defeat monsters like Fujitora and Green Bull. However, with the strength of his Zoan Devil Fruit Awakening, Rob Lucci is more than capable of engaging an admiral. Rather than being instantly defeated, AS for being instantly defeated by Monkey D. Luffy, it's because Luffy forcefully activated an overpowered ability. The protagonist Luffy's plot armor is too strong, and one cannot judge his opponents based solely on their performance against Luffy. Although Eiichiro Oda introduced the concept of the bounty value, he didn't delve deep into it, nor is there a clear realm division like the Golden Core stage and Nascent Soul stage in cultivation novels. Hence, the power hierarchy in the world of One Piece has always been a subject of much debate. For instance, whether the 4 emperors and the admirals are of the same rank is a significant point of contention. Some believe they are on par, while others think the 4 emperors are stronger than the 3 admirals. Wang Yuan personally concur with the notion that the 4 emperors and the admirals are of the same rank. Since both the admirals and the 4 emperors are considered the pinnacle of combat power in the One Piece world, there isn't a gap sufficient to instantly defeat the opponent, and they can all be classified as top-tier combatants. Of course, even if they are of the same rank, there are differences in strength, and in a real battle, there will ultimately be a determination of life and death or superiority, judging from their performances and descriptions. The veteran 4 emperors seem to be stronger than the veteran admirals. Whitebeard was known as the strongest man, Kaido as the strongest creature, Shanks was recognized for having the strongest haki, and Big Mom had the iron balloon, like strongest defense. The 4 emperors rule over the New World, so they give the impression of being stronger than the admirals. However, in actual battle records, although Whitebeard could overpower Akainu, he couldn't eliminate him, so his performance was just so-so. If I, Wang Yuan, were to evaluate and classify power levels, taking 100 as the total value, those with a power level from 90 to 100 would be the top-tier combatants in this world. And within the top-tier combatants, they could be further divided into 5 sub-stages: beginner, 90 to 93, intermediate, 94, 95, advanced 96, 97, peak 98, 99, and godlike 100, excluding special cases like GARP. The elite vice admirals of the Navy, the bottom ranked members of the 7 warlords of the sea, and the high-ranking cadres in the 4 emperors' crews can be regarded as high-level combatants, having just reached the threshold of top-tier combatants, but they are not truly top-tier combatants and may be instantly defeated when facing real top-tier combatants. The admiral candidates and the right-hand men of the 4 emperors, as well as those in the middle of the 7 warlords, can be considered as having just stepped into the top-tier combatant range, belonging to the beginner level of top-tier combatants. For example, Momotori Shizuka, as an admiral candidate and a great swordsman, is not inferior in single target attack power to a real admiral. But as a female, she doesn't have a monstrous physique like Big Mom's, nor does she possess any mythical Zoan devil fruit abilities. Her physical condition is probably slightly inferior to that of an admiral. That's why during the World Conscription, Fujitora Isho and Ryukaji Uramaki were given special promotions to become admirals, while Momotori Shizuka and Shitan Kaji remained as admiral candidates, and someone like Phoenix Marco, with his mythical Zoan Phoenix type devil fruit ability, has a stronger recovery ability than a real admiral, but without advanced Haki infusion and with a fruit ability not inclined toward attack. His attack power is slightly inferior to that of an admiral. He can engage an admiral in a back and forth battle, but is still weaker as for the Navy admirals. They are representatives of top-tier combatants. Among them, the newly promoted Admiral Ryukaji Uramaki has shown somewhat poor performance and can be considered at the intermediate level of top-tier combatants. Yamato, who has mastered advanced Haki infusion and has a mythical Zoan devil fruit ability, but is still young, can also be placed at the intermediate level of top-tier combatants. The 3 veteran admirals, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru, are all extraordinary and can be positioned at the advanced level of top-tier combatants, but with different inclinations. For example, Akainu's Magma fruit leans towards attack power and explosiveness. Kizuru's Glint fruit towards speed, yet his attack power is not weak either, and Akiji's Ice fruit towards control. The 4 emperors are stronger than the admirals in some aspects, but weaker in others. Overall, they can also be classified as at the advanced level of top-tier combatants. Take Whitebeard, for example. His Gura Anomi has the strongest attack power, perhaps reaching 97 or 98 in this regard. But Whitebeard, who was constantly on in 4 drip, probably only had a physical condition or endurance of 91 or 92, and simply couldn't outlast monsters like Akainu Dakaido's fish fruit model, Azure Dragon. Leans towards recovery and endurance, with an estimated recovery ability of 97 or 98 and an attack power of around 95 or 96. After all, with advanced Haki infusion, he can overpower an admiral. But such an attack is not enough to instantly defeat an admiral. The former rocks, Roger in his prime, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Red Count, Garp Sengoku, etc. can be regarded as the peak of top-tier combatants, and the 5 elders, who recently demonstrated their strength with the awakening of their mythical Zoan devil fruit abilities, mastery of advanced Haki infusion, and immortal body, can be considered the peak of top-tier combatants under these 3 settings. However, the battle records of the 5 elders are rather disappointing. The 5 of them, along with him, couldn't capture Sabo, the Flame Emperor, who was escaping, nor did they sense Wapple, who was peaking. During the Egghead incident, when Bonnie tried to assassinate, St. J. Garcia Saturn of the 5 elders didn't even dodge, allowing Bonnie to stab him to showcase his powerful recovery ability comparable to an immortal body. Later, he and Kazuru were grabbed by Monkey D. Luffy, yet they didn't put up a strong resistance or counter-attack. After capturing Bonnie, they didn't kill her directly, but held her up, asking the Navy to aim at Bonnie's head and shoot. It was not until Bartholomew Kuma appeared and punched St. J. Garcia Saturn away, rescuing Bonnie. The battle records of the other 5 elders are also not satisfactory. With these performances, some people think that if they are considered top-tier combatants on par with the Navy admirals, they are lowering the admiral's prestige. But if we really analyze it, St. J. Garcia Saturn of the 5 elders could directly use his Ox Fruit ability to immobilize Sanji, one of the wings of the 4 emperors. It's not an overstatement to say that they have the combat power of an admiral, it's just that they have all lived for hundreds of years. Even Saint J. Garcia Saturn, the fifth ranked member of the Five Elders, has lived for over 200 years. When the steel giant Emmet caused a ruckus in Moria 200 years ago, Saint J. Garcia Saturn, who was in charge of handling the aftermath, was already like this, arrogant and used to a life of luxury. Their actual combat ability is probably not good. Relying on their immortal abilities, they are all too arrogant to bother taking action in terms of configuration. They are at the peak of top-tier combatants, but in actual combat performance, they are only at the intermediate level of top-tier combatants. And Joy Boy, who is only mentioned in legends and has never truly appeared, and whose Conqueror's Haki alone sent the four-summoned Five Elders back to Moria, as well as him, the behind-the-scenes controller of the world government, may be the gods and the top-tier combatants, the Sun God and the God of the Celestial Dragons, the real pinnacle of combat power. However, judging from his performance, it's rather disappointing. Not in line with the identity of the king of the world, couldn't even sense Sabo eavesdropping or Wapple peeking, and was even intimidated by Joy Boy's Conqueror's Haki. But him can easily deprive Saint J. Garcia Saturn of his life, which shows a high level of prestige. It's reasonable to say that him is the final big boss. Such mysterious and unknown characters ultimately have too little information available. Returning to Rob Lucci, he is not yet a top-tier combatant. But even without demonstrating Haki, with his 6 powers and the Zoan cat fruit model, Leopard, Rob Lucci can now be regarded as a high-level combatant, capable of matching an average vice admiral. If I could subdue him, Wang Yuan, wouldn't miss the opportunity, even though Rob Lucci has been trained by the government since he was a child. Joined CP9 at the age of 13 and became a cold-blooded killing weapon, and was able to join CP0 after being expelled from CP9, advocating necessary evil and adhering to dark justice, being loyal to the world government. But Wang Yuan, also have ways to deal with such a person. The most straightforward way is to modify his memory with abilities such as the memory fruit, or control him to kill a celestial dragon. The world government won't tolerate someone who commits such a heinous crime. This method can be used against all Navy personnel and CP agents. Even a Navy admiral can't bear the consequences of committing the crime of killing a celestial dragon. Even if they are framed or controlled, the world government may understand but won't forgive. Killing a celestial dragon is the greatest token of loyalty. Although I was calculating how to deal with Rob Lucci in my heart, my gaze towards Rob Lucci showed no abnormality, let alone any. I just paid a little attention and then focused on the renovation of the Origin ship, putting forward my renovation requirements to Kaku, with whom I had communicated, the Frankie family, a well-known gang in Water 7. Although they are regarded as hooligans and their behavior is criticized, most of their business operations fall within the legal scope. Their main occupation is ship-breaking merchants, and their side job is being pirate hunters, specifically targeting those pirates who Water 7 in the Grand Line. Being a pirate hunter is not a popular profession. Not only is the risk high, but the return may not be substantial. However, Cuddy Flam, the disciple of the shipwright Tom back then, who changed his name and stayed in Water 7 as Frankie, persisted in sniping those pirates in the guise of a gangster. As Frankie put it, this was his way of silently protecting this city, atoning for his sins through battles with pirates, and safeguarding Water 7, which Tom loved. Wang Yuan, have already entrusted the galley, Law Company with the repair and renovation of the Origin ship. But he still sought out Frankie, intending to build another airship. Although Frankie didn't possess the technology to construct an airship like Enel from Skypiea, and Wang Yuan didn't understand it either. However, Wang Yuan was aware of hydrogen airships and helium airships, and it wasn't necessary for the ship to stay airborne all the time. When required, he could control it to fly. Moreover, Frankie was a top-notch talent, a veritable black technology scientist. When others were still navigating the seas with old-fashioned sail-powered warships, Frankie innovatively invented the cola-powered system. Not only could his modified body use cola as a power source, but even ships could utilize it. And with merely 2 barrels of cola, it could propel the Thousand Sunny, a ship whose size was comparable to a 5th-rate sail cruising ship with a displacement of at least 500 tons. To soar into the air for a kilometer while the sails were raised and bearing substantial wind resistance. What an energy conversion efficiency, what an effective power output. what economic and environmental benefits this entailed. With the technology of this cola-powered system alone, it wouldn't be difficult for Frankie to obtain tens of billions of research funds on Earth with relative ease, but quite unscientifically. This great invention didn't receive the due attention it deserved in the world of One Piece. Besides technological inventions, Frankie was also a top-tier mechanic. He could manufacture pistols, shotguns, mechanical punching fists, flamethrowers, air cannons, bazookas, and free floating laser beams that, in addition, he had achieved the highly challenging feat of transforming his body with scrap metal even when severely injured. His body concealed various weapons, and his transformed steel body was impervious to any bullets and cannons. Such a black technology talent, Wang Yuan was determined not to let slip through his fingers, even if this talent was a pervert who always wore a pair of swimming trunks. He wouldn't give up, whether through coercion, enticement, deception, or trickery for the design blueprint of Pluton that Frankie was hiding. It could only be regarded as an added bonus. What was the most crucial thing for building an empire? Talents were the most important, especially those who mastered black technology. When Wang Yuan, along with Brook, Hogback, Gaimarum, and Sebastian, the five of them, found Frankie's family was having a lively banquet, drinking and dancing, that it wasn't clear what happy event they had encountered. They even ignored the arrival of Wang Yuan and the other four. Wang Yuan was somewhat helpless. He punched a table and smashed it, and the commotion finally attracted the attention of Frankie's family. "Who are you? Are you the dark god who killed Moria? One of the Shichibukai?" "The boss is that dark god." The first to speak was a tipsy underling who spoke bluntly. Soon, someone who was sober recognized Wang Yuan's identity. Wang Yuan had been quite popular recently, and even the underlings of Frankie's family knew about him. This was equally normal because Frankie's family was also part-time pirate hunters, so naturally, they had to identify and remember all the wanted pirates that asked for the indifferent attitude of Kaku and others toward Wang Yuan before. It was because they had also encountered many great pirates and naval officers. So they wouldn't be overly surprised. They just needed to be on guard mentally. Wang Yuan smiled and said, "It seems you recognize me. You guys go out first that we have something to discuss with your boss." Frankie. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, these underlings hesitated and exchanged glances, but they didn't follow Wang Yuan's instructions to leave. It was Frankie himself who stepped out from the crowd and said, "I'm here. What do you want with me?" The tight, fitting triangular swimming trunks that barely covered Frankie's buttocks and his exposed hairy legs left Wang Yuan speechless. Suppressing the urge to attack Frankie, Wang Yuan smiled and said, "I want you to build a dream ship that can travel through the sky and the sea, brave any storms in the world, and reach any place." Hearing Wang Yuan's description, Frankie fell silent because this was also his dream. After a moment of silence, Frankie firmly refused, saying, "I've sworn that I won't build ships anymore," because the armed ships he built were exploited by the world government. Teacher Tom was sentenced to death. Frankie had always blamed himself for this and was no longer willing to build ships that had been used to harm his loved ones. Wang Yuan shook his head and said, "Your attitude and thoughts do not live up to Teacher Tom's teachings." As he spoke, Wang Yuan released his Conqueror's Haki again. Since these underlings wouldn't leave, he would stun them. The powerful Conqueror's Haki not only stunned the underlings of Frankie's family, but also greatly shocked Frankie. When Frankie was in a state of shock, Wang Yuan said, "Teacher Tom once said that regardless of what kind of ship is built, it has no good or evil to shipbuilders. You can't deny it or blame it. A real man should face the ship he built with integrity. Face the ship one built with integrity." Frankie murmured this familiar phrase, as if recalling Teacher Tom's teachings. Teacher Tom taught you shipbuilding skills not for you to stop building ships forever, but hoped that you would excel him, build better ships, and carry forward the shipbuilding technology that he spoke. Wang Yuan released a bit more of his Conqueror's Haki to enhance his imposing manner. What is the grand line? What if Roger's ship could reach Raftel? My goal is the stars and the sea. The ship I want is one that can reach the starry universe. Perhaps your current technology can't build it, but you should keep learning and researching, carry forward the technology, and eventually, you will be able to build a spaceship that can travel through the starry sky. As he spoke, Wang Yuan extended his right hand to Frankie, who was already stunned. The stunned Frankie instinctively reached out and grabbed Wang Yuan's outstretched hand. Their two hands clasped together. A kind smile appeared on Wang Yuan's face. "Frankie, Welcome to join our Yuan Organization. Take these 2 boxes of treasures to exchange for berries. Buy Atom wood and other ship building materials, and build our dream ship, the Xiaowang. Wait, when did I join you? Frankie, who had been unilaterally announced as having joined, finally came to his senses. But before he could say more, he was attracted by the 2 boxes of treasures Wang Yuan took out. He had always been thinking about raising funds to buy atom wood on the black market to build a precious ship. Wang Yuan ignored Frankie and instead began to introduce Frankie to Brook and the others beside him, especially to Guy Marum, who was also a shipwright position talent. Everyone, this is Frankie, whose original name is Cuddy Flam. Like Mayor Iceberg, he is one of the disciples of Teacher Tom in Water 7. Teacher Tom saw his talent for manufacturing cannons and weapons at a young age, so he adopted him and let him work under him. Hearing Wang Yuan's introduction of him, Frankie's complexion changed drastically. He didn't expect Wang Yuan to know his background. Wang Yuan continued, "More than 20 years ago, Teacher Tom built the pirate ship Oro Jackson for GOLD. Roger. Later, he was judged guilty by the world government. However, Teacher Tom proposed a marine train project, which the world government highly valued. His crime of building a ship for the Pirate King was offset by building the marine train. When Teacher Tom successfully completed the marine train and was about to be retried, the 35 warships Frankie Battle invented by Frankie were exploited by Spandam, the then CP5 chief, to frame Teacher Tom, making Teacher Tom bear the charge of attacking the judicial ship and was taken to Enies' lobby. Wang Yuan gritted his teeth and snorted at this point, expressing his indignation at this matter and hoping to evoke Frankie's empathy. Frankie seemed to recall the past in Wang Yuan's words. His hands unconsciously clenched, and he gritted his teeth, as if thinking of Spandam's ugly face. Wang Yuan patted Frankie on the shoulder and continued to say to Brook and the others, Frankie tried to block the marine train that was taking Teacher Tom away and was severely injured. Fortunately, he used a large amount of steel from a nearby wrecked ship to transform himself into a cyborg fueled by cola. Later, Frankie returned to Water 7 and received the design blueprint of Pluton entrusted to him by his senior, Brother Iceberg. When Wang Yuan mentioned the design blueprint of Pluton, apart from Brook, who had been focused on adventures during his lifetime and had been trapped in the Devil's Triangle after his resurrection and thus had little concept of it, the expressions of Hogback, Gayram, and Sebastian all changed. Hogback had worked under Gecko Moria and had jointly renovated the Thriller Bark, the huge island-like ship. With him, he had also heard of the legendary battleship Pluton. Gayram, being a top-notch shipwright, naturally had heard the legend of the Pluton battleship. Sebastian, who was also a main force in building the Thousand Sunny, had heard the legend of the Pluton battleship from Gayram. None of them had expected that the design blueprint of the Pluton battleship would actually be in the hands of this strange person in front of them, and Frankie was even more astonished, instinctively wanting to distance himself from Wang Yuan. However, Wang Yuan had already controlled Frankie's shadow, restraining him in place. Wang Yuan looked at Hogback, Gayram, and the others with a meaningful expression. These people present could be regarded as the initial foundation and trusted elders of the Yuan Organization. Wang Yuan had no intention of hiding the matter of the Pluton design blueprint from them. Instead, he intended to use it as a bargaining chip to win over their hearts as long as you work hard. I can board the Pluton battleship. You can also board it, especially Gayram, this top-notch shipwright with the power of the cubic fruit, is the main force for building a new Pluton battleship. It's impossible to hide it from him. Even Hogback, who was coerced into joining, is a genius surgeon and has sufficient value that he is worth Wang Yuan's efforts to win over, to show his strength. While also being on guard against him, that don't be so startled, I don't covet your Pluton design blueprint, nor do I have the idea of spending a great deal of effort to build the Pluton battleship for the time being. Merely a Pluton design blueprint is simply not comparable to you, a top-notch shipwright and black technology scientist. With you here, it's entirely possible to create a spaceship that surpasses Pluton. The Pluton design blueprint on you is merely an addition. Wang Yuan held Frankie down and said earnestly. Hogback, Gayram, and Sebastian were deeply moved as they listened. They could sense that Wang Yuan was sincere and that he valued talents. Frankie was so touched by Wang Yuan's words that he even burst into tears. And yes, he had been keeping the Pluton design blueprint. He naturally knew its importance and preciousness. Now, Someone didn't care about the Pluton design blueprint, but valued him so much. Looking at Frankie crying, Wang Yuan showed an even brighter smile. Although Frankie had a frivolous personality, he was passionate, valued friendship, and easily moved to tears. He was a true, natured person. After Frankie calmed down, Wang Yuan continued, I'm determined to have you join our organization because we have a common goal, to overthrow the world government. The people of the world government framed and executed Master Tom. Don't you want to avenge Master Tom? Just because the world government is powerful, are you so frightened that you don't even have this thought? Frankie looked at Wang Yuan in shock. He truly hadn't expected that Wang Yuan would want to overthrow the world government. He himself didn't have such an idea because it seemed too unrealistic. Wang Yuan looked at Frankie and continued, You don't dare to think about it. I'll think for you. The goal of our Yuan organization is to overthrow the world government and establish a unified world people's republic. A republic without slaves, where freedom and equality prevail. A republic without famine, where the world is prosperous and strong. A republic without overbearing privileges, where justice and the rule of law reign. A republic without the distinction between member states and non-member states. Without kings and nobles oppressing the people. The people will be the masters of their own affairs. The elderly will be cared for. The young will have someone to rely on. Everyone will do their best and get what they need. When one place is in trouble, help will come from all directions. Those who intentionally kill will be punished by death. Those who wound others will be punished, and theft and robbery will be considered crimes. There will be laws to abide by, and law breakers will be held accountable. Wang Yuan told his goal to Frankie and also to Hogback and the others. Wang Yuan was not a savior coming to this world to relieve suffering. But such beautiful dreams and slogans could, to the greatest extent, win over law-abiding people and the powerful. The Revolutionary Army could be won over, and even the Navy and pirates could be drawn in. This was the essence of revolution, to unite the majority and strike at a small number to end this republic. A shipwright is just a shipwright. How can one be implicated because of the ship they build? A ship is just a tool, just like a weapon. Whether there is guilt depends on the person using the tool. How can the person who makes the tool be convicted? Therefore, in this republic, Master Tom is innocent. Instead, he is a top-notch talent, a hero who built the sea train. The previous description was indeed beautiful, and even Frankie yearned for it. However, it was still a bit distant from Frankie's own experience. Frankie was not a slave. He had not suffered from famine. Water 7 was also special. The mayor, Iceberg, did not have overbearing privileges, nor were there foreign kings or nobles oppressing the people. Wang Yuan added another description based on Frankie's experiences. When Frankie heard Wang Yuan firmly say that Master Tom was innocent, his eyes filled with tears again. Whoa. Thank you so much. Master Tom is innocent. Looking at Frankie crying again, Brook and the others beside him sighed deeply. A true-natured person, a sorrowful story. This time, Frankie cried even longer. After Frankie calmed down, Wang Yuan continued, I know that because of your guilt, you've been staying here, fighting pirates to atone for your sins, and protecting Water 7, which Master Tom loved, but you can think differently. Wang Yuan's tone became menacing. If you don't join our organization, then we'll destroy Water 7 and seize the Pluton design blueprint. Your joining us is to prevent us from destroying Water 7 and to protect it. Wang Yuan was not joking. If, after saying so much, Frankie still refused to join, then Wang Yuan would not hesitate to use force, directly seize the Pluton design blueprint, and capture Frankie. However, although Wang Yuan's tone became cold and somewhat threatening, saying that he would destroy Water 7, Brook and the others, as well as Frankie, knew that Wang Yuan was not that kind of person. This was just an excuse for Frankie. Okay, to protect Water 7. I'll join your organization and help you build ships, Frankie said with a hint of helplessness, but also a sense of relief. Wang Yuan nodded. You, Frankie, are now the chief scientist and shipwright of the organization. The chief until Vegapunk joins. Vegapunk? You want Vegapunk to join too? Frankie exclaimed in shock. Wang Yuan nodded. Vegapunk, the world-recognized top scientist, is naturally also my target, as long as we can win over Vegapunk. The world-recognized top genius. The future of the Yuan organization will be even broader. This was also the strength Wang Yuan was showing, that he was not on the same side as the world government. Besides scientific research, he had also studied the blank 100-year history, violating the taboos of the world government. Sooner or later, he would be ordered to be eliminated by the world government. Even if he is the world's top scientist, violating the taboos of the world government will lead to his elimination, just like the Buster Call incident on O'Hara back then. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, not only Frankie but also Hogback and Gayram were shocked. The world government wants to eliminate Vegapunk? How is that possible? Dr. Vegapunk is the world's top genius scientist, Frankie murmured. Wang Yuan shook his head. He's just a scientist, and no matter how outstanding he is, so what? Without him, the world government will still be the world government. You don't need to worry about this. When the opportunity arises, we'll go and snatch Vegapunk. Then you can follow Vegapunk and learn more advanced human transformation technology and ship building technology. Wang Yuan was also painting a rosy future for Frankie, and Frankie was indeed attracted by the prospects Wang Yuan described. If he could study beside Vegapunk, it would be a great opportunity for someone like him who loved ship building and human transformation. He was even impatient for Wang Yuan to go and snatch Vegapunk as soon as possible. Now, let me officially introduce myself, that I'm Wang Yuan, the leader of the Yuan Organization, that I'm an ability user of the Logia Dark Fruit, and the Paramecia Shadow Fruit. The publicly claimed zone mythical dark god form of the human fruit is just false publicity to deceive outsiders. However, it's also my pursuit that in the future, you can still consider me as having the mythical dark god fruit. Even the fabled Zoan mythical class devil fruit power is not as astonishing as the unprecedented power of possessing 2 devil fruits. In the presence of these trusted subordinates, Wang Yuan likewise did not hold back this greatest secret and the confidence to rebel against the world government that you're a user of 2 devil fruits. Frankie looked at Wang Yuan in shock. Similarly, Hogback, who had just confirmed Wang Yuan's power, as well as Gayram and Sebastian, who had recently joined, were also extremely astounded. Black smoke emerged from Wang Yuan's hand. You all can be regarded as the founding members of our organization. There are some intelligence details that you can be made aware of. The dark fruit is known as the most fearsome power in the history of devil fruits. It can seize the powers of other devil fruits. After I killed Gecko Moria, I took his shadow fruit power and merged them together, becoming a special user of 2 devil fruits. Frankie, in the future, I will also help you obtain the fruit Toru no Mi, which is extremely suitable for you. Hogback, I've said before that I would help you find a devil fruit appropriate for you. This is my confidence. Sebastian, although you're a fish man, if you desire the power of a devil fruit, I can also consider obtaining a suitable one for you. Wang Yuan did not conceal this power-related intelligence and frankly stated the capital with which he could rebel against the world government. He also mentioned the benefits and bargaining chips to win them over. Without some capital and confidence, always saying one wants to overthrow the world government, who would believe it? After Teach, the Blackbeard recruited those crew members. He did not hide his power either. During the Battle of Marineford, the other crew members watched Teach performance and said that if it didn't succeed, they would disband. Wang Yuan also needed to showcase his capital to these trusted subordinates and give them some confidence. However, having exposed so much information in front of these people, he also had to pay special attention to them to prevent the unexpected situation of being betrayed. Brook and Frankie have the character settings of members of the Straw Hat Pirates, the protagonists, and there's no possibility of betrayal. Gayram and Sebastian could persist for over 30 years waiting for Bonnie Wold to come out, so they're not the type to betray. Only Hogback joined under some coercion and was once a collaborator of Gecko Moria. There's a possibility of betrayal. Although he's been won over in many ways, he needs to be closely monitored to not give him any chance to betray. Presumably, you're also curious as to why I know so much intelligence information. Wang Yuan looked at everyone and asked the question that might exist in their hearts. And Brook, Frankie, and the others truly had such doubts, and all looked at Wang Yuan. I have a special source of intelligence, and can even predict some of the future. Revealed to me by Oda. Wang Yuan said something that shocked everyone even more. I can see some of your futures that I know about the relationship between you, Brook, and Laboon. Wang Yuan looked at Brook. I know about your cooperative relationship with Gecko Moria, Hogback, and the resurrection of the zombie, Sindri. Wang Yuan looked at Hogback again. That I also know about you too, Gayram and Sebastian, that you've been waiting for your captain, Bonnie Wold, and even built a huge island ship specifically for him. Wang Yuan looked at Garam and Sebastian. That I also know about your past, Frankie, and can easily find you in the design blueprint of Pluton. Wang Yuan looked at Frankie again. After saying this, darkness emerged from Wang Yuan's hand. With this special source of intelligence, I know many secrets and can recruit more powerful members that I also know about many devil fruit powers. Coupled with the power of the dark fruit that can seize the powers of other devil fruits, our organization can rise rapidly. We'll have people when we need them and devil fruits when we want them. In less than 3 to 5 years, our Yuan organization can rival the 4 emperors, confront the Marine headquarters, and resist the world government. As long as it's suitable, you can have any devil fruit power you desire. Even Logia types, or the rarer Zoan mythical class ones. Wang Yuan's description made everyone extremely excited, predicting the future and seizing the powers of other devil fruits. When these two abilities are combined, who can stop the rise of the Yuan organization? And by recruiting more powerful individuals, what Wang Yuan said about being able to rival the 4 emperors, confront the Marine headquarters, and resist the world government in 3 to 5 years is by no means an empty boast. After a long time of excitement, everyone finally calmed down a bit. Captain, I don't need to eat a devil fruit. Sebastian shook his head. A fishman. He didn't want to eat a devil fruit and become a landlubber. Seizing the power of other devil fruits. Actually, as a shipwright, I don't need the power of a devil fruit either. Frankie was once again shocked by Wang Yuan's power. You don't know about the power of the Toru no Mi. Otherwise, you would definitely say it's great. Wang Yuan shook his head. The power of the Toru no Mi allows one to devour everything and then undergo body modifications. It's very suitable for you. A cyborg. Moreover, the Toru no Mi can create various alloys through swallowing. It's completely possible to produce precious metals like memory alloys that that time. You can research and build whatever metal materials you need for shipbuilding on your own. Just selling the various precious alloys produced can make you a world-class rich person comparable to the Golden Emperor. Don't you want it? Frankie swallowed hard, extremely tempted by Wang Yuan's description, and nodded repeatedly. Yes, I want it. Darkness surged around Wang Yuan. After it dispersed, a 1-meter diameter black ball and a 3-meter length cube remained. The Toru no Mi is not available for now. This is an alloy formed by my dark fruit devouring and compressing metals. You can call it black gold number 1 that it's very hard and heavy. You can take it to study and use. And this is the wood formed by my devouring and compressing those woods. You can call it blackwood number 1 that it's also very hard and heavy and is given to you. Hearing that it was an alloy and wood made by the dark fruit, Frankie was immediately eager to try and study them carefully. Looking at Frankie's excited expression, Wang Yuan nodded. All right, these are the matters. You join our Yuan organization and build the dream ship that AS for your subordinates. They can be regarded as the peripheral members of our Yuan organization and are still under your management. Garam, as your deputy, is also a top-notch shipwright and has the square fruit that can turn any object into a cube shape. You too can study the design blueprint of Pluton and absorb the knowledge of those predecessors. However, before building the ship, you first help Sebastian transform his artificial eye and then help Brook transform his body. Frankie looked at Sebastian and Brook, whom Wang Yuan pointed at, and nodded that he was not only a top-notch shipwright, but also a mad scientist and was good at body modifications. Wang Yuan said seriously, and I want to remind you of one thing. There are CP9 agents of the world government on this island. You need to be careful. Call for help if there's any situation. With a wave of Wang Yuan's hand, the zombie Ryuma appeared in front of Wang Yuan. This is a zombie I control that I'll leave it here to protect you, Wang Yuan said and glanced at Frankie. Frankie, you're really carefree. Your senior, Iceberg, entrusted you with the design blueprint of Pluton, which the world government had been eyeing, and asked you to leave Water 7 and abandon your original name. You just changed your name and thought it was okay? The CP9 members of the world government have long been lurking in Water 7, beside your senior, Iceberg. Although you haven't been exposed until now, it can't be guaranteed that you won't be exposed in the future. I don't want to lose you, a super scientist and super shipwright. Let me tell you again, the CP9 agents include Rob Lucci, Kaku, Khalifa, and Bruno. Among them, Bruno needs to be watched out for the most. He's the user of the door fruit. He can turn things into doors, including walls and the air. This ability is very powerful. Except for the sea, Nothing can stop him but be careful not to be ambushed by him. Frankie was so shocked that he was almost numb. Khalifa, Iceberg secretary, was actually a CP9 agent, and Bruno, the seemingly honest and simple-looking bar owner he often saw, was also an agent that'll deal with them. You just focus on shipbuilding and don't alert the enemy, Wang Yuan said. After saying that, Wang Yuan felt that the lackeys of Frankie's family who had been knocked unconscious were about to wake up. He waved to Frankie and the others, his body turning into darkness elementally and heading outside. The dark fruit is not unable to elementalize, but after elementalizing, it can't avoid attacks. However, it's extremely secretive for hiding one's figure at night. Looking at Wang Yuan, who left in darkness, Frankie didn't care. Instead, he focused his attention on the black goal number 1 in black with number 1 left by Wang Yuan and was somewhat eager to start the research. However, he was still dragged by Hogback to study the matter of modifying the artificial eye for Sebastian. Later, Frankie also saw the appearance of Brook's skeleton under the skin, and Wang Yuan, who left Frankie's disassembly house, transformed into darkness, and quietly returned to the Origin, which was parked at the Carrera number 1 dock. He held Perona and fell asleep, leaving behind the number 2 Shadow clone Captain John, the number 5 Shadow clone Kamasi, and the number 6 Shadow clone Gentleman Hippo on guard and practicing. Wang Yuan didn't rush to look for the CP9 members. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat them, but that he didn't want to alert the enemy. The Origin needed time for repair, and Frankie also needed time to build a ship. Wang Yuan was in no hurry at all. Moreover, the CP9 members have been lurking in Water 7 for over 2 years. As long as they weren't alerted, they wouldn't make any unusual moves. On the other hand, as soon as Wang Yuan's ship landed in Water 7 and he showed up, the world government and the Navy received the news. After all, this was a supernova with a bounty of over 100 million berries, enough to draw the attention of the Fleet Admiral in the office of the Fleet Admiral of the Navy. Fleet Admiral Sengoku held Wang Yuan's bounty poster and listened to his subordinate reporting the news about Wang Yuan that it's been a month. This brat took a month to come out of the thriller bark after defeating Gecko Moria. Instead of going to Sabeti Archipelago, he turned back and went to Water 7, Fleet Admiral Sengoku said, starting a discussion about Wang Yuan. He should be going to Water 7 to repair or build a ship. With such a need, he should stay in Water 7 for a while, Vice Admiral Tsuru said, picking up Sengoku's topic. He's caused us quite a bit of trouble. Gecko Moria is gone, and we haven't found a suitable replacement in this month. Sengoku sighed. Not just anyone can become a warlord of the sea, and not everyone wants to be one either. There are quite a few people who want to be warlords of the sea. After all, it's a legitimate status recognized by the world government, and they won't be hunted by the Navy anymore. Doflamingo took a fancy to this legitimate status, hijacked the heavenly tribute, and negotiated with the world government using the secret of the national treasure to become a warlord of the sea. In the original timeline, Teach, the future Blackbeard, also took a fancy to this legitimate status. He captured Port Gasti.A's to become a warlord of the sea, then broke into Impel Down and recruited a group of cadres. After becoming one of the 4 emperors, Blackbeard even wanted to exchange Marine hero Kobe to become a member country of the world government and obtain the legitimate recognition of the world government. The world government, which dominates the entire world, is still the most powerful force. Being recognized by the world government is what many forces are pursuing. Those member countries pay a high amount of heavenly tribute to maintain their status as member countries. Countries that can't pay the heavenly tribute in non-member countries of the world government will become lawless areas infested with pirates and human traffickers that, in severe cases, it may even lead to the destruction of the country. There's no shortage of people who want to become warlords of the sea, but there aren't many who can actually be one at present. Bartholomew Kuma hasn't taken Bonnie to Egghead to find Vegapunk for treatment, and hasn't been asked by J. Garcia Saturn of the 5 Elders to accept transformation and become a warlord of the sea. Sengoku thought of Edward Weevil, but that guy cut off Zephyr's arm and killed a ship of Zephyr's new recruit students. Only 2 people were left. With such a deep grudge for the sake of his old friend Zephyr, Sengoku couldn't let such a person become a warlord of the sea. Perhaps we can see if this brat wants to become a warlord of the sea. If this brat becomes a warlord of the sea, then his killing of Gecko Moria would be a competition for promotion among the warlords, Tsuru said, seeing that Sengoku was having a headache again about the replacement for the warlord of the sea position, and bringing up Wang Yuan. This brat, maybe it's feasible that I'll ask the five elders. Sengoku still nodded out on the Red Line continent. In the power hall of Pangea Castle in Moria, the five elders also received the news that the supernova Wang Yuan had landed in Water 7. This brat has arrived in Water 7. Saturn. Has CP9 not received any news about the blueprint of Pluton yet? Topman Walchery, the legal affairs and martial god wearing a dark green suit, bald-headed, with two handlebar mustaches and a birthmark on his forehead, didn't care much about a supernova brat. But this brat was so arrogant as to claim to be the dark god, which offended him, a descendant of the gods. After hearing about Water 7, Topman Walsh re-asked about the blueprint of Pluton again. J. Garcia Saturn, the science and defense martial god wearing a black suit, with white curly hair, a fluffy white beard, a flat, topped hat, and a scar on his left face, shook his head. The undercover CP9 still hadn't made any progress. Marcus Mars, the environmental martial god wearing a dark blue suit, with long straight white hair and a long beard, asked what ability is this so-called mythical Zoan dark god that this brat mentioned. It seems that this ability isn't recorded in our Devil Fruit encyclopedia. He was concerned about the mythical Zoan dark god mentioned by Wang Yuan, with a name and attribute almost opposite to that of the sun god Nika. The world government's record of devil fruits could be said to be the most complete version. But they still didn't dare to claim that they had recorded all devil fruits. The existence of devil fruits was too mysterious, older than the establishment of the world government, and no one knew its origin, nor how many kinds of abilities there were. According to Vegapunk's research and report, devil fruits were born from the power of all living beings' wishes. Perhaps if the power of all living beings' wishes still existed, new devil fruits might be produced. J. Garcia Saturn still shook his head. There's no record of the dark god ability in our devil fruit encyclopedia. That I've also considered whether this brat doesn't know the name of the devil fruit he ate and just made up a name randomly. Judging from his performance, it's very similar to the Logia Yami no It. Could also be the Paramecia Kuro no Mi, or the Zoan mythical vampire fruit. All three of these can control black substances or darkness. Shepherd 10 Pete, the agricultural affairs martial god wearing a deep red suit without a bow tie, with blonde hair and a blonde beard and a scar on his chest, also expressed his opinion. The Logia Yami no Mi can elementalize into darkness. Although it can't dodge attacks by elementalizing like other Logias, its characteristics are very obvious. It seems that this brat doesn't have a Yami no Mi since he said it's a mythical Zoan. His body should have been greatly strengthened. It can be determined that it's the mythical Zoan vampire fruit. Izambron V. Nasu Shuro, the financial affairs martial god wearing a white Taoist robe, bald-headed, wearing glasses, with a beard and holding a katana in his hand, adjusted his glasses and said, the mythical Zoan vampire fruit is a top-tier devil fruit. It can also achieve immortality by sucking blood. Perhaps we can kill him and let the vampire fruit be reborn. Just as they were discussing, Sengoku's Den Mushy communication came through, suggesting that they could recruit Wang Yuan, the dark god, to become a warlord of the sea. After some thought, Saturn, the five elder in charge of the warlords of the sea system, nodded and agreed to Sengoku's suggestion. You send the Marines to deliver the invitation for him to become a warlord of the sea. But first, test his strength. Although it's to make those pirates fight among themselves, his strength still needs to be guaranteed. If the warlords of the sea keep losing, the prestige of the warlords of the sea system will be gone. Having obtained the consent and order from the five elders, Sengoku immediately arranged for someone to lead a team to Water 7, but the strength should at least start from Vice Admiral level. Wang Yuan's attitude hasn't been determined yet. If this fellow doesn't agree, arrest him directly. A Vice Admiral should be more than sufficient, especially in a place like the Water 7, but we can't cause too much commotion. After some deliberation, Sengoku assigned the mission to Tokitsuka Shizuka, an elite vice admiral of the Navy with the qualification of a candidate for admiral. When Tokitsuka goes on a mission, surely Shiturji Kaji will follow. Early the next morning, Wang Yuan, who woke up early, didn't rush to get up. Instead, he started morning exercises with Perona. After being satisfied and lingering for a while, Wang Yuan finally got up to get food for Perona. After having breakfast, Wang Yuan continued his cultivation. Since the shipwrights from the Galila Company would come to repair the ship next, Wang Yuan only exercised with weights to build his body and didn't practice swordsmanship or observation hockey. Lola still went to purchase ingredients and pursue love. and not long after Wang Yuan started exercising, the 5 foremen of Dock Number 1 of the Galila Company led the team, carrying some lumber and tools, and came over. Wang Yuan took Perona off the ship and left space for these shipwrights, the T-Noon, a team of the Navy, led by Tokatsuka Shizuka and Shitsurugi Kaji, came to the origin ship and directly approached Wang Yuan and Perona. Seeing Wang Yuan, who was vigilant, had unfolded his shadow wings and held Perona, ready to escape at any time, Tokatsuka Shizuka didn't approach rashly. She came with a mission and didn't want to fight at the dock of the Galila Company. Dark God Wang Yuan, we're not here to arrest you, but we're here to extend an invitation for you to become a warlord of the sea. Tokatsuka Shizuka loudly stated her purpose, lest Wang Yuan escape directly. An invitation to become a warlord of the sea. Wang Yuan narrowed his eyes, and there was a hint of playfulness in his eyes. The world government actually wanted to invite him to become a warlord of the sea. The world government officially invites you to take up the position of a warlord of the SEA long as your strength is sufficient. Tokatsuka Shizuka said seriously that as she spoke. Tokatsuka Shizuka also looked at the black sword Shusui at Wang Yuan's waist. As a great swordsman, what she paid the most attention to were naturally all kinds of famous swords. Her own sword, Kanahanasakaheim, was a famous sword. Then how are you going to assess my strength? By having a fight with you? Wang Yuan asked rhetorically. Shizuka nodded. We, the Navy, need to see your strength. Her hand also grasped Kanahanasakaheim that it's a bit excessive to have you, a candidate for admiral, test my strength. Among the other warlords of the sea, only Dracul Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, can surely defeat you. Which of the remaining warlords of the sea dares to say they can beat you? Crocodile and Absalom. Those with such strength might be directly cut down by you. Don't you guys in the Navy plan to cut me down in the name of testing and then give a result of failing the test? Wang Yuan quipped at a top-tier powerhouse who is a candidate for admiral. Tokatsuka Shizuka's strength is beyond doubt. She is proficient in 2 types of hockey, and her swordsmanship is that of a top-tier great swordsman. With such strength, only Dracul Mihawk can surely win. Among the other warlords of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo and Boa Hancock, the 2 possessors of Conqueror's hockey, don't dare claim they can surely defeat Tokatsuka Shizuka. This candidate for admiral, Jimby, can withstand a slash from Big Mom Charlotte Linlin and even knock her flying. His strength is also very strong, but against Tokatsuka, they are probably evenly matched, and neither side dares to claim a sure win. Crocodile, who hasn't trained and impelled down, and Absalom, who couldn't even defeat Ace, the Fire Fist, are surely no match for Tokatsuka. They might be cut down by her, unless Crocodile is determined to escape. Among the warlords of the sea, Dracul Mihawk is recognized as the world's greatest swordsman, that he can spar with Shanks, the red-haired, one of the 4 emperors. After Dracul Mihawk's bounty was restored, his bounty was as high as 590 million berries, higher than the 3 billion berries of the new 4 Emperor Straw Hat Luffy, and the 3,189 million berries of Buggy the Clown. He could be said to have the strength of an emperor-level combatant. However, he is alone without the powerful forces of a 4 Emperor's crew, so he is not a 4 Emperor. It is precisely because of the existence of Dracul Mihawk, this emperor-level combatant, plus other great pirates, that the warlords of the sea can be on a par with the 4 emperors and the Navy, being known as the 3 major powers of the Grand Line. When the warlords of the sea gather together, they can indeed compete with a 4 emperors crew. However, the warlords of the sea each have their own forces and plans. They only accept the position of warlords of the sea, but won't fight to the death for the world government. In the original Timeline's Marineford War, they didn't go all out, but they still held back several division commanders of the Whitebeard pirates. The modified Bartholomew Kuma did go all out, but Kuma, who had lost his self-thought, couldn't exert his strongest combat power. The one who probably went all out was Crocodile, but he was on the side of Straw Hat Luffy, blocking Mihawk, fighting Akainu, and saving Luffy, being scattered, and each fighting their own battles. They're destined not to be able to gather, and being dispersed all over the Grand Line makes them more likely to be defeated one by one. In the original timeline, Absalom, Crocodile, and Gecko Moria were successively defeated. In the current timeline, Gecko Moria has also been killed by Wang Yuan. However, as long as the world government is willing, with Dracul Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, still holding up the facade after other warlords of the sea fall. The world government can still select new warlords of the sea to maintain this power. This is the power of Dracul Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. However, it's not that just because Dracul Mihawk is the world's greatest swordsman, others are not great swordsmen. The most important part of Dracul Mihawk's title is the world's first. Among great swordsmen, his swordsmanship is recognized as the best in the world. Even Shanks, the Four Emperor who also uses a sword, doesn't have this title. There are quite a few sword-using experts such as Silver's Rayleigh, Admiral Borsellino, Vista, the Flower Sword, and now Tokatsuka Shizuka, etc. These people are also genuine great swordsmen. Wang Yuan actually wants to have a fight with Tokatsuka to experience the swordsmanship of a great swordsman. But he also has to be on guard against Tokatsuka trying to kill him during the test. Well, you just need to take 10 of my moves. Tokatsuka thought for a moment and said, "That's acceptable." Wang Yuan nodded in agreement. After his consent, they proceeded to an abandoned dock. Noticing Wang Yuan was prepared, Tao Tu's gaze instantly sharpened, and with a swift draw of her blade, she unleashed a powerful slash directed at him. Wang Yuan responded with an equally forceful strike using his black blade, Qiushui, unleashing the Conqueror's haki. The immense pressure of his aura surged forth. However, such might did not sway the resolute Tao Tu, and the accompanying Navy personnel, remaining at a safe distance, were not intimidated by his overwhelming presence. Although Wang Yuan's aura was formidable, he was still pushed back by Tao Tu's slash, yet he sustained no significant injuries. Indeed, Wang Yuan could only discern the unparalleled control Tao Tu wielded over her blade, revealing a vast disparity in skill. Her swordsmanship was beyond discernment. In simpler terms, Tao Tu did not rely on any specific sword techniques. Her casual strikes were devastating enough to shatter mountains and cleave precious stones, embodying the realm of a great swordsman. The act of cutting was simply that, cutting. This was not a fantastical realm where swordsmanship was shrouded in mystery. The tales of legendary swordsmen achieving divine mastery and becoming invincible were mere fables. Concepts such as sword intent, sword soul, and sword spirit were figments imagined by the overly optimistic reflections of others' perceptions. Those who shared such fantastical narratives were often not true swordsmen. The potency of swordsmanship fundamentally hinged on the practitioner's inherent strength and their precise control over that power, that one's strength could be honed through relentless training. Yet the mastery of that strength was far more challenging. Roronoa Zoro, a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, frequently wielded heavy objects strung together as weights, training his strength and control to the point where he could use them to fan chopper. Only with adequate control could one harness the form and might of a slash. Those who could maximize both form and power in their strikes were the great swordsmen to whom others looked up. A casual strike could be someone else's ultimate move, while an all-out effort would manifest as an inevitable, godlike fatal blow, an unavoidable fate akin to that of Eustace K. I.D. Miss Wang Yuan contemplated after receiving a slash. Tao Tu launched her second attack. No. To be precise, it was 2 slashes that formed a crisscross pattern. Tao Tu, employing her one-sword style, unleashed 2 consecutive strikes that intertwined without interference, instead reinforcing each other. Wang Yuan, with a grave expression, shook his head. Relying solely on swordsmanship, he could not withstand this onslaught. Without hesitation, the shadow beneath him rose to intercept the blows, a move from the shadow mage that disregarded damage. Successfully blocking Tao Tu's attack, Tao Tu's large eyes narrowed. Was that the power of a devil fruit? After exhaling, she unleashed an even more ferocious and refined slash. Under this strike, the shadow mage, which had previously withstood Tao Tu's first attack with its claim of ignoring all damage, was cleaved in 2. Wang Yuan was not the type to be stunned into immobility. Sensing the impending threat of Tao Tu's strike, he swiftly dodged. Although the shadow mage boasted immunity to damage, could Moria withstand Mihawk's slashes with it? Could he bear the brunt of Kaido's Kanabo? Even Bartolomeo, with his supposedly invincible barrier fruit, was left battered and kneeling by the red-haired pirates. The claim of the Shadow Mage to nullify damage was merely theoretical until facing an attack capable of breaking through its defenses. By observing the combination of armament haki and her slashes, Wang Yuan began to grasp the intricacies of Tao Tu's technique. However, he had yet to awaken his own armament haki, let alone contemplate learning this technique. Tao 2, you've made so many strikes. Now, allow me to showcase my attack. Wang Yuan, not one to simply endure, initiated his offensive with techniques like Shinra Tensei, Suiji no H, and the Great Waterfall technique, delivering a series of dark punches. Tao 2, upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, refrained from further aggression and prepared to counter his assault, curious to gauge his strength. Facing Wang Yuan's Shinra Tensei and Suiji no H, Tao 2 met each strike with her own, not even shifting her stance. Chibuta, observing Wang Yuan's performance, gained a better understanding of his abilities and did not fret over any potential harm to his goddess. Tao Tuesday, the outcome was as expected. Even the torrents of the Great Waterfall could not faze Tao 2, her Justice Cloak remaining untouched. Wang Yuan, undeterred, recognized that the Dark Fruits attacks were ineffective, and since Tao 2 was not a Devil Fruit user, he did not wish to overexpose his shadow abilities. The Shadow Mage he had previously summoned could be considered a Dark Guardian, and revealing more techniques from the Shadow Fruit would complicate explanations. Tao 2, shall we continue this battle? I may not be able to harm you, but you cannot capture me, Wang Yuan said, as the darkness around him expanded. Within the shadow, he exchanged places with a Shadow Mage, demonstrating his spatial displacement ability. Tao 2 squinted and nodded in acknowledgement of Wang Yuan's technique. Very well, Dark God Wang Yuan.I, representing the world government, formally invite you to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Should the battle continue, both Tao 2 and Chibuta's Kinbunchika Haki could pinpoint Wang Yuan's movements, allowing them to collaboratively eliminate him. However, they had not come to engage in a life-and-death struggle. It was merely a test of his capabilities. Wang Yuan's displayed abilities were commendable, and when combined with his victory over Moonlight Moria, he was deemed worthy to replace him as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. With the cessation of hostilities, Wang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Continuing would only put him at a disadvantage. His Kinbunchika Haki was inferior to theirs. He had yet to awaken his armament Haki, and his physical prowess fell short, leaving him little chance of victory, only an opportunity to escape that I must continue my training. However, if you make me one of the 7 warlords, I shall present you with a grand surprise, Wang Yuan mused. A smile gracing his face that, Mr. Wang Yuan, you seem quite pleased, Chibuta remarked as he approached. Wang Yuan replied, I just recalled something joyous. I am thrilled to become one of the 7 warlords. Subsequently, at Tao 2's behest, a naval soldier approached with a camera phone and a document. The soldier respectfully handed the agreement to Wang Yuan and stood aside, ready to capture the moment. Another photo, Wang Yuan took the appointment letter for the warlords, glanced at the beautiful Tao 2 beside him, and immediately donned a warm smile. Witnessing this scene, Chibuta's mood soured. How dare this fellow take a photo with his goddess? He rushed over, intent on joining the picture. But unfortunately, he misjudged his position, attempting to stand too close to Tao 2 in a familiar manner. If he had come to Wang Yuan's side, it would have been tolerable, but Tao 2 could not abide such antics, and promptly sent Chibuta flying with a punch, urging the soldier to hurry and take the photo. Observing Chibuta's predicament, Wang Yuan's smile grew even brighter. Eye in the frame, Tao 2, with her large eyes wide open, stood tall and beaming. Although she was not keen on the existence of the 7 warlord system, she could not oppose the world government structure and smiled for the sake of their publicity. After the photo was taken, Wang Yuan quickly signed the appointment agreement and returned it to the naval soldier. Upon receiving the document, Tao 2 nodded to Wang Yuan, saying, You are now officially recognized by the world government as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Indeed, Wang Yuan replied, offering a slight nod in return. Thank you, Vice Admiral Tao 2, for coming such a long way. Not at all. It is my duty, Tao 2 replied, her gaze shifting slightly as she added, I hope you will truly fulfill the responsibilities of a warlord and become a support for the world government and the Navy. While Wang Yuan's heart did not harbor any loyalty toward the world government, he was already contemplating how to deliver a grand surprise to them. He spoke eloquently, of course, as one of the 7 warlords. I will be the most steadfast ally of the world government. Should you encounter any troublesome foes in the future, I will certainly do my utmost to assist. Tao 2 remained noncommittal, adding one more thing. Your title, Dark God, has offended the descendants of the celestial dragons. The Gorosei have designated your title as vampire, so henceforth that shall be your name. Wang Yuan nodded in like manner. Very well. Wang Yuan likewise did not refute this issue of the title when he creates a major news item. The reputation of the Dark God will resound once more. Soon, Tao Tu and the others led their teams and departed. Simultaneously, a news report was released by the world government, the newly appointed warlord of the sea. The vampire Wang Yuan, with the spread of this major news, the original supernova has become the newly appointed warlord of the sea, and the name of Wang Yuan has once again spread throughout the world. The four emperors, the warlords of the sea, the underground Dark Emperor, etc., all received the news, and their reactions varied accordingly. Ugh, how disappointing. This brat has actually become a lackey of the world government, Kaido of the Beast muttered as he looked at the newspaper. Somewhat displeased, he directly flung the newspaper with the photo of Wang Yuan and Tao Tu, then grabbed his spike club and unleashed a thunder, which also affected several underlings who were too slow to dodge. Queen the Plague, upon seeing the report on Wang Yuan, gritted his teeth. This brat actually took a photo with Tao Tu and made it to the major news. It's so annoying that he was a fan of the courtesan Kamurasaki and was deeply infatuated with her. However, Tao Tu was also quite good looking. Most importantly, the fact that Wang Yuan could take a photo with Tao Tu and make it to the major news really irked him. The title has also changed. The Dark God has become the vampire. King the Wildfire said, indifferently, IT might be the Zoan mythical type vampire fruit ability. Queen, as a scientist, said earnestly upon hearing King mention the word vampire. He had joined the illegal research group and made ES led by Vegapunk. When he was with Vegapunk, he had also seen a relatively complete devil fruit encyclopedia, especially paying attention to the mythical type fruits. Unfortunately, he couldn't come across one and could only consume the ancient type Brachiosaurus fruit. The vampire fruit? What abilities does it have, Big Brother Queen? Jack the Drought asked at the right time, giving Queen an opportunity to show off his erudition. The bat fruit, vampire form, one of the Zoan mythical type fruits that IT grants the user the hearing and ultrasonic waves of a bat, as well as the ability to fly. Most importantly, it allows the user to transform into a vampire bee, a T.B, sucking blood. The user can accelerate the aging of the opponent while rejuvenating themselves. Legend has it that this is an immortality type devil fruit with the power of immortality. Queen's expression grew solemn as he spoke. Kaido of the Beast completely disregarded Queen's talk of immortality. After venting his anger while drunk, he stopped causing a ruckus and fell asleep directly. King the Wildfire was rather composed. He was already a devil fruit user and couldn't consume another devil fruit. Moreover, he had the bloodline of the Lunarian race, but he didn't think he was inferior to a mythical type ability user. The bloodline ability of the Lunarian race was even stronger than that of an ordinary mythical type. Many others who saw the news were also curious about the change in Wang Yuan's title. Of course, there were also some lecherous fellows who were displeased upon seeing the photo of Wang Yuan and Tao Tuesday. Just like Shaitan and Garp from the Navy headquarters and Sanji at the Bartai restaurant in the East Blue, they directly cut out Wang Yuan from the photo, leaving only half of Tao Tu's image. Time passed amidst the spread of Wang Yuan's fame, the training of Wang Yuan and the others, the repair of the origin, the transformation of Sebastian and Brook, and the construction of the new ship, the Dawnlight. The transformation of Sebastian and Brook was completed in just 2 days. Frankie, indeed a black scientist, together with Hogback, the talented surgeon, not only made a pair of waterproof artificial eyes for Sebastian, crafted a steel framework for Brook, and installed a cola-powered system for Brook, but also modified Brook's left hand into a small wind cannon. Since Brook needed to hold a sword in his right hand, no weapon was modified for it. Additionally, Frankie equipped Brook with his own nail, ejector, flame, ejector, Frankie radical beam, and so on, essentially transforming Brook in his own image. Moreover, Frankie installed a searchlight in Brook's eyes. Currently, Frankie hadn't learned Vegapunk's laser technology. Otherwise, he would have made the artificial eyes of Sebastian and Brook into laser eyes. After the transformation, Frankie and Hogback put on fake skin for Brook, completely covering Brook's original skeletal appearance. The repair of the origin took 3 days. Wang Yuan and Perona mostly stayed here, occasionally going out to stroll around Water 7, indulging in shopping sprees, and also scouting the area in advance. During these days, Lola continued to propose marriage everywhere and was constantly rejected. After the repair of the Origin was completed, Wang Yuan, looking at Rob Lucci, Kaku, and other foremen who were ready to return, smiled and said, "Mr. Lucci and Mr. Kaku, your skills are truly remarkable. I would like to invite you to become the shipwrights of my ship, to build a dream ship that can soar through the sky and dive into the sea." Upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, the solemn-faced Rob Lucci naturally paid no heed and gave no response. That it was Kaku who replied to Wang Yuan, "Thank you for your praise, Mr. Wang Yuan. However, we old fellows will not leave the galley, law company." Hearing Kaku's refusal, Wang Yuan still wore a smile that he naturally knew that Rob Lucci and the others, who were undercover at the galley, law company, were unlikely to accept his invitation. He wasn't narcissistic enough to think that others would immediately submit to him upon his request. Even Liu Bei had to visit Zhuge Liang 3 times before inviting him out. This was just a greeting, laying it for future recruitment. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Since I want to recruit you, I will surely offer sufficient sincerity, like this devil fruit. As he spoke, Wang Yuan reached into his trouser pocket, making a motion as if taking something out. In fact, he took out the treasure chest containing the clear fruit from the dark space. As for how a treasure chest could be taken out from a trouser pocket, they didn't care about such details at all. Just like Nami could take out belly from her cleavage, and some people could take out 2 big iron rods from their crotch. Such things couldn't be taken too seriously. After attracting the gazes of Rob Lucci, Kaku, Barry, Bepele, and Duristan, Wang Yuan opened the treasure chest solemnly and revealed the devil fruit inside. After all, this was the grand line. Although devil fruits were rare, they weren't non-existent. These people had also heard of devil fruits, especially Rob Lucci, who had consumed the Zoan leopard fruit, could recognize it as a devil fruit at a glance. The gazes of several people were immediately drawn to the devil fruit. After all, this was a rare treasure of the sea that started at 100 million belly and was priceless. Among them, Barry, the foreman who was often chased by creditors due to his gambling addiction, was particularly affected. If he could get this devil fruit and sell it, it would be enough for him to have a good time. Wang Yuan smiled and said, "I have a special source of information and can obtain some precious devil fruits. This is the clear fruit that many men dream of. It can make one's body transparent, a divine skill for peeping. One can even enter the women's bathhouse openly." As he spoke, Wang Yuan winked, and everyone understood the implication. However, while speaking these words in a joking manner, Wang Yuan was also on guard against Rob Lucci and the others, vigilant that they might be tempted by the treasure and try to snatch it. After hearing Wang Yuan's explanation of this devil fruit, everyone's eyes lit up, and each seemed to be thinking of something, especially Barry, whose face turned red. Even Rob Lucci felt a bit tempted. Since he had already eaten a devil fruit, he couldn't eat another one. But he could definitely snatch it and give it to Kaku or Califa. Bruno, who already had the door fruit ability, coupled with the clear fruit ability, could closely monitor Iceberg and search for the blueprints of Pluton. Kaku also thought of the help the clear fruit ability could bring to their mission and looked at Rob Lucci. Rob Lucci naturally knew what Kaku was thinking. However, being calm and composed, although he had the idea of snatching the fruit, he wasn't impulsive enough to do it blatantly now, because they didn't know Wang Yuan's exact strength. Although Rob Lucci was confident in his own strength, he wasn't arrogant. After all, Wang Yuan was someone who could kill the warlord of the sea. Gecko Moria had a bounty of 300 million belly and was a newly appointed warlord of the sea with a mythical type ability. A few days ago, they had also witnessed the confrontation between Wang Yuan and Momotu, the candidate for an admiral of the Navy headquarters. Although neither side exerted their full strength, the strength shown was not weak. Even if he could defeat Wang Yuan with all his might, Rob Lucci would expose all his strength, and then the undercover mission would be impossible to continue. Amidst the eager gazes of everyone, Wang Yuan closed the treasure chest and put it back into his pocket. In fact, he put it back into the dark space again. Wang Yuan said, "I have a special source of information. Not to mention the clear fruit, I can even find rare Logia-type fruits. And there's even a possibility of obtaining mythical type fruits that are rarer than Logia type fruits." If Wang Yuan hadn't produced the invisibility fruit when he said such words, everyone would have merely regarded him as boasting. However, since Wang Yuan had already taken out the invisibility fruit, his confident tone made everyone somewhat believe what he said. At the thought of Logia-type devil fruits, and even the rarer mythical Zoan-type devil fruits, not to mention that Barry was somewhat eager. Even Rob Lucci couldn't help but feel tempted, although he couldn't eat another devil fruit. His yearning for the abilities of mythical Zoan-type devil fruits remained unchanged. You too can consider it carefully to as long as you can join. I will do my utmost to find devil fruit abilities suitable for you, Wang Yuan said. Rob Lucci gave Wang Yuan a deep look and then turned around and left. Kaku politely said, "This old man will consider it earnestly." Then he followed Rob Lucci. Barry looked at Wang Yuan, feeling rather conflicted. The offer Wang Yuan gave was truly enticing, and he almost wanted to volunteer. However, thinking of his mentor Iceboy, he refrained from speaking and also left, Burndy World and Delisman, seeing that Rob Lucci and the other two had left. Finally didn't say anything and left as well. Since the Origin had been repaired, Wang Yuan, Perona, Lola, and others piloted the Origin and left Dock Number 1, arriving at Dock Number 7, which was relatively close to Frankie family. It's worth mentioning that within 3 days, Bin Jack, the vice captain of the Ward Pirates, and Naichin, the ship's doctor, still managed to come to Water 7 to meet Gairam, and both of them joined Wang Yuan's command. Looking at Bin Jack's half-dead appearance, Wang Yuan promised to find him a Zoan-type devil fruit to enhance his physique. Then he handed over all kinds of din mushy to this information expert and arranged for Naichin, the ship's doctor, to take care of and cooperate with him tonight. After saying goodbye to Brook, Sebastian, Wang Yuan, Perona, and Lola got off the ship and headed towards the bar on Center Street, with their target being Bruno. Among them, Wang Yuan was the main force, responsible for seizing Bruno. Perona provided support, and Lola was in charge of using the Seastone handcuffs to capture him. Frankie and Gairam were still building a new ship. And on the Origin side, Brook, Hogback, Sebastian, Naichin, and others were in charge of guarding the T. Bruno's bar on Center Street in Water 7. Bruno, with 2 horn-like hairstyles on his head, was wearing a yellow spotted shirt and a white apron. Standing at the bar counter like a cow, he was wiping the wine glasses, quietly watching the guests in the bar drinking and listening to their chatting and boasting, trying his best to gather information. If one didn't know the plot, no one could have guessed that this seemingly honest and simple bar owner was a CP9 agent. And this was also the terrifying foundation of the world government that had controlled the world for over 800 years. It not only had the Navy to suppress the world, but also had spy organizations all over the world. When Wang Yuan, accompanied by Perona and Lola, arrived here and pushed open the bar door to enter, some people in the bar naturally saw the 3 of them. The name of Wang Yuan, the new Shichibukai, was most likely to spread in such a bar, after many people recognized Wang Yuan as the Shichibukai. They were filled with awe. However, just as there are all kinds of birds in a big forest, with so many people, there are bound to be some thoughtless fools. Among them, there was a drunk who was so muddled that he didn't even notice Wang Yuan, the Shichibukai, and only focused on the charming Perona. Immediately, he started to flirt, saying, "Hey, little girl, come and have a few drinks with me. Little girl, come over here." Such foul language continued without end. Annoyed, Perona snorted and with a wave of her hand. 4 negative hollows floated out and passed through the bodies of those rude drunks. Then, one by one, they fell to their knees, and most of their drunkenness dissipated. "I want to be a snail. I'm even worse than that dog, that I'm sorry to be alive in this world. I shouldn't have been born." Wang Yuan shook his head. Such was the terrifying power of the negative hollows, causing instant social death. Even Zoro and Luffy couldn't withstand it. Wang Yuan ignored these kneeling drunks and walked towards Bruno, smiling and saying, "Boss, give me 3 glasses of wine." Looking at this new Shichibukai, Bruno was a bit nervous, fearing that he would be exposed. However, upon hearing Wang Yuan ask for wine, he let out a sigh of relief and quickly brought 3 glasses of wine to Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan reached out but didn't take the wine. Instead, he directly grabbed Bruno. Caught, Bruno's expression slightly changed. "Lord Wang Yuan, what are you doing?" Wang Yuan smiled and said, "I'm an ally of the world government. Naturally, I'm going to catch you, a revolutionary spy." Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Bruno's mind couldn't keep up. How could he, a CP9 agent, become a revolutionary spy? But before he could resist, a negative hollow, under Perona's control, passed through his body, instantly dispelling his will to resist. Wang Yuan smiled, used a shadow slash to cut off Bruno's shadow, and stuffed it into his own body. He also wanted to learn the 6 powers that Bruno mastered. now that he was one of the Shichibukai and an ally of the world government. It wouldn't be justifiable to openly attack CP9 agent Wang Yuan, directly label Bruno as a revolutionary spy verbally if Spandam of CP9 or the 5 elders of the world government came looking. There would be an excuse that he could claim to have received special circumstances and shift the source of this special intelligence to the revolutionaries, just by arguing with the world government for a few days. It would be fine. The best situation was that within these few days, the world government didn't discover that a member of CP9 had been captured by Wang Yuan, and Bruno, whose shadow had been cut off, fainted and was then handcuffed by Lola with C-stone handcuffs. CP9 agent Bruno was arrested. This master of the door fruit with escapability was easily captured by Wang Yuan when he was caught off guard. He didn't even have the opportunity to use the door fruit ability. After capturing Bruno, Wang Yuan ransacked Bruno's bar, taking away Bruno's money, din mushy, and the notebooks of collected information to in the bar. Only many confused guests who knew nothing were left. Carrying Bruno, Wang Yuan, accompanied by Perona and Lola, left satisfactorily and headed towards Galley Law Company. Since he had already taken action, Wang Yuan naturally wouldn't do things by halves and let Rob Lucci and the others go. Although it was already night, Rob Lucci and the others lived in the staff dormitory of Galley Law Company, and it wasn't time to sleep and rest yet. When Wang Yuan and the others arrived at Galley Law Company, they quickly attracted the attention of the guards, especially when they saw that Wang Yuan was still carrying a person, giving the impression of coming with ill intent. The guards immediately reported to the foreman Barry. Wang Yuan didn't care and patiently waited. Perona, however, felt bored and used another negative hollow to pass through the body of a guard. Immediately, another person fell to his knees in a negative state. When Barry, Rob Lucci, and the others came out, Barry was a bit puzzled and asked, "Mr. Wang Yuan, is there anything else? Are you not satisfied with the ship's modification?" Wang Yuan shook his head. "It's not about the ship. I'm here to help you catch revolutionary spies. This is the revolutionary spy Bruno. Besides, Rob Lucci, Kaku, and Caliph are also revolutionary spies." That Barry's face changed drastically. But before he could say anything, seeing Bruno, Rob Lucci knew that they might have been exposed. He just didn't expect Wang Yuan to label them as revolutionary spies. However, this wasn't the time to argue. Acting on the principle of striking first, he directly used Shave from the 6 powers. His figure was like a blurred shadow as he charged towards Wang Yuan, and he even used the human beast form of the leopard fruit to push his speed to the limit. If it were the Wang Yuan who fought against Gecko Moria, he might not have been able to keep up with Rob Lucci's speed. However, having already mastered observation hockey from Sebastian's shadow, and with the enhancement from Bruno's shadow, Wang Yuan's body narrowly avoided Rob Lucci's pounce. Paper drawing. Rob Lucci, who had pounced to the other side, didn't continue to attack but stared seriously at Wang Yuan. He had seen the trick in Wang Yuan's evasion just now. Wang Yuan nodded and didn't deny it. He had indeed used paper drawing just now. Bruno might seem honest and dull, and was more proficient in Iron Body, but he had failed due to the fact that his Iron Body wasn't strong enough. However, he is proficient in all 6 techniques. Only by mastering these 6 techniques can one be considered a qualified CP9 agent, though each has their own adept moves, and Rob Lucci has a thorough command of all 6 techniques, has mastered Life Return, and has comprehended the ultimate technique of the 6 techniques, 6 King's Spear. Rob Lucci, it is said that you are a rare genius in the Revolutionary Army. Unfortunately, you have eaten an ordinary Zoan devil fruit, and what's more, you were sent here by your superior to go undercover, thus wasting your time and squandering your talent. Wang Yuan shook his head. "Come on, let's have a full force battle that if you win, I'll tell you the intelligence about Pluto." "You actually know the intelligence about Pluto?" Rob Lucci slightly furrowed his brows and looked at Bruno, who was thrown aside by Wang Yuan that he thought that Bruno had exposed their intelligence after being captured. Wang Yuan didn't say much but entered a combat state. He wanted to have a serious fight with Rob Lucci and fully master the 6 techniques. With a kick from Wang Yuan, a slashing wave directly struck towards Rob Lucci. This was Renkyaku of the 6 techniques, WY delivering ultra, high speed and powerful kicks to roll up a vacuum air current. A sharp slashing wave was generated to attack the opponent, which could easily split the target in half. However, such a move naturally couldn't deal with Rob Lucci. He just rapidly swung his tail, and a more powerful slashing wave Wang Yuan's Renkyaku, and the aftershocks of the Renkyaku slashes of the two continuously struck the surroundings. Wang Yuan continued to kick out slashing waves of Renkyaku, constantly learning and mastering this move. Rob Lucci also counterattacked with Renkyaku. Whether using his feet or tail, he could unleash more powerful Renkyaku slashing waves. Perona and Lola had already grabbed Bruno and moved away from the battlefield of the two. On the other side, Barry and the others were also shocked to see the strength displayed by Rob Lucci. They even shielded Mayor Iceberg, who had just arrived, and told Iceberg what had happened while being vigilant against Kaku and Khalifa, who were coming from behind. None of them had expected that these three were all agent spies of the Revolutionary Army. But Rob Lucci's performance had confirmed everything, because Rob Lucci didn't offer any unnecessary defenses. They really thought that Rob Lucci and the others were all agent spies of the Revolutionary Army down on the other side. Kaku and Khalifa also didn't expect that their agent identities had been exposed just like that. However, that they didn't care about this point anymore. They were all staring at Rob Lucci's battle and were also vigilant against Perona and Lola. Trying to rescue Bruno from the two that Wang Yuan and Rob Lucci were still engaged in a confrontation of Renkyaku. Wang Yuan was becoming more and more familiar with it, and the power of Renkyaku was getting greater and greater. Rob Lucci was becoming more and more cautious. He wasn't specifically cooperating with Wang Yuan for practice, but was probing Wang Yuan's true strength, trying to figure out Wang Yuan's capabilities, and he had noticed that Wang Yuan had changed from being to being proficient. However, even a proficient Renkyaku didn't concern Rob Lucci much. What concerned Rob Lucci was the mythical Zoan Dark God fruit ability of Wang Yuan as rumored before. But Wang Yuan hadn't used it yet, and he had always been on high alert. After all, it was night now, which was very suitable for the so-called Dark God. Wang Yuan didn't care about Rob Lucci's thoughts. He had already used Renkyaku more than 10 times and had become proficient in this move. Next came Soru and Jeppo. Soru of the 6 techniques. In an instant 0.36 seconds, stomp on the ground dozens of times or more in succession to generate a powerful reaction force, and use the explosive speed generated by this reaction force to move. From the enemy's perspective, it seems as if one has disappeared. Before, Rob Lucci had unleashed this move, which was sensed and dodged by Wang Yuan. Now, it was his turn. Wang Yuan's body turned into a blur and disappeared from the spot. Dashing towards Rob Lucci at the same time, he stretched out his fingers and rapidly stabbed at Rob Lucci. Shogun of the 6 techniques. First, gather all the power of the whole body on the index finger, and then thrust the hardened finger at super high speed. The fingertip has the attacking power of a bullet and can easily penetrate the human body. However, when Rob Lucci saw Wang Yuan's body disappear, he knew that Wang Yuan had used sword. He quickly took countermeasures, used Kami, of the 6 techniques to dodge Wang Yuan's Shogun attack, and at the same time used Shogun to counterattack. If it were Bruno, he would probably use Tekai, which he was more proficient in, to defend, but Wang Yuan really didn't want to use Tekai. After all, in the original work, almost everyone who used Tekai ended up defeated by this move. Wang Yuan still used Kami, to avoid Rob Lucci's Shogun. Kami, of the 6 techniques. And by sensing the airflow changes generated by the opponent's movements, all attacks directed at oneself can be easily evaded. After evading, Wang Yuan stabbed out with Shogun again, and Rob Lucci evaded with Kami, and then counterattacked with Shogun. The two were thus engaged in a battle relying on Kami, and Shogun. Of course, not all attacks could be evaded. From time to time, their attacks collided. Wang Yuan still used Tekai to endure several Shogun attacks from Rob Lucci and was pushed back several times. However, although he was at a disadvantage in the confrontation between Kami, and Shogun, Wang Yuan still didn't use the abilities of the Yami no Mi and Kage no Mi. He just absorbed Rob Lucci's attacks by virtue of the damage, absorbing characteristic of the Yami no Mi, and didn't suffer any serious injuries. After getting familiar with Kami, and Shogun, after being hit by a Shogun and pushed back again, Wang Yuan didn't rush forward but used Jeppo of the 6 techniques and directly ran into the air. Jeppo of the 6 techniques used powerful leg strength to step on the air, generating a strong levitation force. One can walk in the air as if stepping on stairs, but one can't stay in the air for too long, as long as this high-altitude movement technique is used. One can launch an attack from the enemy's blind spot in the air. Wang Yuan, who had run into the air, directly kicked out several slashing waves of Rankyaku towards Rob Lucci below. Facing the slashing waves slashing down from the air, Rob Lucci used Life Return Kami Ibu Shin to keep dodging. The long-range Rankyaku slashing waves didn't have much effect, and Wang Yuan stopped making useless efforts. He stepped on Jeppo and rushed towards Rob Lucci, starting a close-range battle again. In the subsequent collisions, Wang Yuan was no longer limited to the 6 techniques, but used the 6 techniques. Fish Man Karate and Kinbunchika Hockey, constantly clashing with Rob Lucci. Rob Lucci also clashed with Wang Yuan with the powerful strength of his human beast form, not falling behind at all. Seeing that Wang Yuan and Rob Lucci had been fighting for more than 10 minutes, Kaku couldn't help but intervene, taking advantage of the moment when Wang Yuan was entangled by Rob Lucci. He rushed towards Perona and Lola, trying to rescue Bruno. Khalifa also cooperated by taking out her thorny long whip, trying to entangle Lola. Then, the two knelt down dejectedly. 4 negative ghosts were floating around them, passing through their bodies from time to time, keeping them in a state of dejection on the ground. Perona had already undergone special training by Wang Yuan, even though Kaku and Khalifa were very fast. The negative ghosts controlled by Perona didn't move slowly, and as long as one didn't have Haushika Haki or special abilities, ordinary people simply couldn't withstand the negative attacks of the negative ghosts. After negatively attacking Kaku and Khalifa, Lola quickly took out Seastone handcuffs and handcuffed the two, and although they were not devil fruit users, Seastone, apart from restraining devil fruit users, was also an extremely sturdy material. Ordinary people simply couldn't break the Seastone handcuffs. The capture of Kaku and Khalifa didn't affect Rob Lucci. Calm and composed, he knew the principle of capturing the ringleader first, as long as he defeated Wang Yuan. He could rescue Kaku and the others. Having fought with Rob Lucci for such a long time, Wang Yuan began to exert his strength. He had become proficient in the 6 techniques and Fish Man Karate. Prolonging the battle any further would seem risky. After a fierce battle with Rob Lucci for so long, Wang Yuan finally demonstrated the ability of the Yami no Mi with a move of Yomiuchi. He sucked in Rob Lucci, who was attacking. After grabbing Rob Lucci, the Yami no Mi of Wang Yuan instantly sealed Rob Lucci's Inu no Mi model leopard ability. Rob Lucci was like being handcuffed by Seastone. Although he was not as powerless as the side without Seastone to restrain the devil fruit users, he also suddenly lost the power of the leopard fruit, exited the human beast form, and reverted to his original appearance. And upon suddenly losing the power boost from the leopard fruit, Rob Lucci, who felt somewhat unwell, hadn't had time to react when Wang Yuan stabbed his left shoulder with a finger pistol. This was because Wang Yuan didn't intend to kill him, so he didn't aim for his heart. After wounding Rob Lucci, Wang Yuan then used the shadow bind technique to immobilize Rob Lucci, and quickly grabbed his shadow, taking out the black sword Shusui and slicing off Rob Lucci's shadow. Wang Yuan also inserted Rob Lucci's shadow into his own body to enhance his strength. Learning Rob Lucci's 6 powers, their extended techniques, and their ultimate moves. After the shadow was cut off, Rob Lucci also fell into a coma and was handcuffed by Lola with Seastone handcuffs. Wang Yuan then walked over to Kaku and Khalifa and directly cut off their shadows. Wang Yuan directly gave Kaku's shadow to Lola, who deftly inserted Kaku's shadow into her own body, while Khalifa's shadow was inserted into Perona's body, enabling Perona to learn the 6 powers as well. Picking up the unconscious Khalifa, Wang Yuan said to Mayor Iceberg, "I'll take care of these Revolutionary Army spies for you. Be careful in the future. If the Revolutionary Army comes to question, you can shift all the blame onto me." Until now, Wang Yuan still verbally insisted that these people were Revolutionary Army agents. After saying that, Wang Yuan signaled Lola to take Rob Lucci and Kaku and leave. Rob Lucci's pigeon, Hattori, was extremely intelligent and did not flee, but flew alongside Wang Yuan and the others. Wang Yuan didn't make things difficult for it and let follow. Iceberg didn't say much either, just nodded silently. Next, they still had to carry out the aftermath work. Wang Yuan carried Khalifa, the beautiful secretary, to pack some items, such as the special agent uniforms, din mushy, log pose, permanent log pose, intelligence records, berries, etc. After scavenging everything that could be taken, he used Moonwalk to rush back to the origin. And Lola and Perona also learned moonwalk through their shadows and closely followed Wang Yuan. Seeing Wang Yuan and the other two return safely, and having captured 3 people, Brook and the others knew that Wang Yuan's operation had gone smoothly. Rob Lucci, Kaku Bruno, you've been captured by me and have become my prisoners Oh, you want to join our organization? Wang Yuan asked, looking at Rob Lucci and the others who had regained consciousness but were handcuffed with sea-stone handcuffs. Rob Lucci stared at Wang Yuan and retorted, "You've joined the 7 warlords of the sea and are also an ally of the world government. Why did you attack us, the CP9 of the world government? What kind of organization is yours exactly? You got captured by me, and yet you're questioning me." Wang Yuan shook his head and didn't answer Rob Lucci's question. "Did I heard that you, Rob Lucci, are known as the cold-killing weapon and the strongest in CP9's history, a man who regards weakness as a sin? Then why can a weakling like Spandam, a sinner, become your superior? And you, who are considered the strongest in CP9 in 800 years, are instead driven by him, spending time undercover at the Galila Company, wasting the opportunity to become stronger, and not even being able to defeat me, who just set sail?" Wang Yuan stared at Rob Lucci and asked. These words made Rob Lucci somewhat speechless and also shook his beliefs that I also heard that you once killed 500 soldiers who were taken hostage by pirates. The reason was, those soldiers were so easily captured by pirates, leading to a crisis for the country. Eventually, you came to an extreme conclusion. Such weak soldiers have no right to survive. Wang Yuan continued. Rob Lucci was somewhat surprised that Wang Yuan even knew about his affairs from his youth. And what was even more terrifying was that he knew his thoughts. Rob Lucci retorted, "Can you read my memories? What exactly are you trying to say?" Wang Yuan shook his head. "Weakness is indeed an original sin. But everyone has a weak stage. Not everyone is born so powerful. They need time and opportunities to grow. Perhaps among them, there's a lucky one who get a top-tier Logia devil fruit and can grow to become an admiral. Even a weakling of a handyman, through 200 times more effort than ordinary people in training, can become a rear admiral in 2 or 3 years, with strength comparable to that of an admiral. With a bit more effort, they might even rival an admiral to the end." Wang Yuan had a somewhat mocking smile. Those who heard this, it would seem like he was joking, but knowing the improvement speed of Kobe, the future deserter king, it wasn't really a joke. If Kobe luckily ate some powerful devil fruit, and after hard training and development, his strength soared, it would be more acceptable. But the result was that just by exerting 200 times more effort than ordinary people in training, his strength skyrocketed, and he even received the inheritance of the title of a naval hero. It's outrageous, really fucking outrageous. And Rob Lucci in front of him felt that Wang Yuan was joking. Could an admiral come out of those soldiers he dealt with? Could a weakling handyman rival an admiral? Was this an insult to him? It seems you don't believe it. The legendary experience of a pirate handyman becoming comparable to a vice admiral in 3 years. Wang Yuan smiled and just said this, in the future, he could probably recruit Kobe, the deserter king and the king of effort, into the organization to train as a handyman, making this king of effort outcompete others. Compete! Everyone compete! What's 200 times the effort? 250 times the effort. Come on. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan placed the black sword Shusui beside Rob Lucci's neck. Weakness is relative. You were defeated by me. So, are you considered weak? Do you still have the right to survive? Do you accept death now, or continue to train and become stronger to defeat me? Rob Lucci had no retort to Wang Yuan's question. Naturally, I didn't want to die. Wang Yuan continued. Let's continue talking about whether the weak have the right to survive. Those despicable celestial dragons are so weak. Why do they get to be high and mighty? Not only can they drive you CP agents, but even admirals have to be driven by them. You painstakingly train to become stronger. Why should you be ordered around by a weakling like Spandam? Why should you be at the beck and call of those despicable celestial dragons? Think about these questions carefully. Anyway, you'll have plenty of time to think in the future. Consider whether to join us and continue to become stronger. I can give you the opportunity to grow and catch up with me. I'm confident that I'll be stronger than you every day and for a lifetime. Wang Yuan smiled confidently and put away the black sword Shusui. Kaku, what I said to you before still stands. As long as you join us and have enough contributions, I can even help you obtain a mythical zone devil fruit. Wang Yuan said to Kaku, and took out the invisibility fruit to tempt him again. Having said all that, Seeing that Rob Lucci still didn't agree to join, Wang Yuan wasn't in a hurry. He directly locked Rob Lucci, Kaku, and Bruno together, guarded by Captain Zombie John. And Brook, Lola, Sebastian, and Perona respectively obtained the shadows of Rob Lucci, Kaku, Bruno, and Khalifa to practice the six powers. Wang Yuan didn't know if Brook's modified body could master Rob Lucci's six powers. But practicing would surely bring some improvement. And Wang Yuan himself had an important matter tonight, to win over Khalifa. In the room, Wang Yuan looked at Khalifa, who was wearing a yellow top with a black short skirt and black knee-high boots. Not caring about her catchphrase rude fellow and this is sexual harassment. Khalifa, you don't want Rob Lucci, Kaku, and Bruno to die, do you? As long as you join us, I won't kill them, that I can even set Kaku free. I really like you. This invisibility fruit is prepared for you. Wang Yuan said these words to shake Khalifa's resistance and stroke Khalifa's golden long hair. It has to be said that Khalifa, the beautiful secretary, has a better figure than Perona. She won't star the children in the future. And Khalifa, who is from a CP9 agent background, also has a much stronger physique than Perona and can fight Wang Yuan for several hours without being defeated. After winning over Khalifa, Wang Yuan also kept his promise and gave the invisibility fruit to Khalifa to eat. After getting the invisibility fruit, Khalifa didn't eat it as gracefully as eating the bubble fruit in the original timeline. She directly took a bite of the invisibility fruit and forced herself to swallow it with nausea. The new user of the invisibility fruit, Khalifa. Wang Yuan also unlocked the sea stone handcuffs for Khalifa. After all, she was already his woman, and with companions like Rob Lucci at his disposal, he had even left a shadow clone mark on her. With such various means, he had no worries at all that Khalifa would escape. And Khalifa, who had just obtained the power of the invisibility fruit, began to experiment with her invisibility ability. Khalifa was not lacking in talent either. Soon, she mastered the application of the invisibility fruit's power, being able to make herself and the things she touched invisible. Moreover, under Wang Yuan's reminder, she tried to eliminate the sounds of her movements and the scents on her body. Besides the thorn whip, she also equipped herself with a half-meter short dagger, which was convenient for stabbing people while invisible. After all, after Shiryu of the Rain obtained the invisibility fruit, he even stabbed Garp. No longer serving as Iceberg's secretary, Khalifa, having resumed her agent identity, put on her special agent suit. The top was a black form, fitting hip, hugging garment, with a black silk net-like inner layer. On her legs were black silk fishnet one-piece stockings, and on her feet were black pointed toe-high, heeled shoes. This agent suit was not just for show. It was highly elastic that IT could adjust its elasticity and tightness according to the movements in battle, and also had defensive capabilities, suppressing his impulses. Wang Yuan led Khalifa out of the room and into the kitchen for breakfast. As for Brook and the others, they had already eaten and started their training. They also needed to make the most of their time to train in the six powers using the shadows of others. Especially Brook, the shadow of Rob Lucci in his body was highly sought after, and the others had to take turns using it. Therefore, Brook trained throughout the night and mastered the six powers techniques of Rob Lucci. Having already won over Khalifa, Wang Yuan also released his control over Khalifa's shadow, allowing it to return to her. Regarding this, Perona was somewhat displeased. She didn't feel jealous that Wang Yuan had won over Khalifa. In this world where the strong were respected, having multiple partners was quite normal. The celestial dragons had many wives, which were actually slaves. Charlotte Lin Lin, the 4 Emperor Big Mom, also had many husbands. What Perona was unhappy about was the disappearance of the shadow's enhancement and amplification. However, after obtaining Rob Lucci's shadow, her depression disappeared immediately, and she also started training. After obtaining a shadow, one couldn't immediately exert its full power. It still depended on one's physical condition. Naturally, Perona's physical condition couldn't compare with that of Rob Lucci, a Zoan-type devil fruit user. But Perona could easily master the 6 powers techniques of Rob Lucci, learning in a short time what Rob Lucci had spent a great deal of time mastering. And her physical condition could be gradually improved through training later. After having breakfast, Wang Yuan also started training. He wanted to test his new moves to prepare for the upcoming actions, and Kaku became the guinea pig for Wang Yuan's experiments. Before winning over Khalifa, Wang Yuan had said that he would set Kaku free, but being free didn't mean Kaku could leave. Wang Yuan couldn't let Kaku leave to inform others. Unlocking the handcuffs and releasing him from the cell was Wang Yuan's show of sincerity to Khalifa. Kaku really was no longer handcuffed and left the cell, and then became the guinea pig for Wang Yuan's experiments. However, Wang Yuan naturally wouldn't take Kaku's life. Instead, he was testing the second stage of the shadow substitute, swapping positions with others. Besides Wang Yuan, Khalifa and the others were also training. Time passed once again during their training that on March 12th, the new ship, the Xiaowang, was completed, since Frankie was the main shipwright and Gayram was only the assistant. The Xiaowang was almost identical to the Thousand Sunny, the new ship of the Straw Hat Pirates in the original timeline, except that it was dozens of times larger. The original Straw Hat Pirates were just an elite pirate crew of about a dozen people, and the ship they needed wasn't that big. But Wang Yuan had quite a few crew members, so the ship he needed couldn't be small that he even had to consider a size large enough to accommodate giants. It should be known that there were 2 giants tricked into guarding the gate on Enies lobby, and there were also 2 giants dueling on Little Garden. Wang Yuan provided a large amount of ship building materials such as black gold one in Blackwood No. 1, as well as shipbuilding funds. Therefore, although the Xiaowang wasn't as large as an island ship, it was still a giant warship. Also, because it was a giant warship, the ideas of hydrogen airships and helium airships couldn't be realized. Without the support of the ship technology of the Arc Maxim above the Sky Island, the Xiaowang wasn't a flying ship. In the past couple of days, the world government really didn't call via the Din Mushi to question Wang Yuan about the CP9 agents, which made Wang Yuan feel a bit more relaxed, as he didn't have to deal with the world government hypocritically. With the new ship completed, Wang Yuan gathered the members of the Yuan Organization for a meeting to assign the crew members of the Chiyuan and the Xiaowang. Wang Yuan took command of the new ship, the Xiaowang, while Brook became the captain of the Chiyuan. Perona and Khalifa, these 2 women, naturally followed Wang Yuan and entered the Xiaowang. Frankie, the shipwright, and his subordinates in the Frankie family, such as Zambai, Egghead, Kiwi, Maz, as well as Sodom and Gomorrah, the 2 exclusive emperables of the Frankie family, all belonged to the Xiaowang. Frankie originally didn't want to bring his subordinates along. After all, it was too dangerous to oppose the world government. But Wang Yuan persuaded him. The danger of opposing the world government was indeed great, but staying here made them more vulnerable to threats from the world government. Wang Yuan didn't want to be the pirate king like Monkey D. Luffy. In the future, he intended to kill the celestial dragons, so his hatred towards the world government was bound to be huge. The members of Wang Yuan's organization would all become targets of the world government. And it was easy to implicate others that if the world government knew that Frankie had a group of close subordinates in Water 7, these subordinates might become the world government's leverage to blackmail Frankie. Wang Yuan never overestimated the bottom line of the world government. Even Iceberg, Frankie's senior brother, might be implicated by the world government. When there was an opportunity and he obtained the powers of the floating fruit or the heavy fruit, Wang Yuan considered directly attacking Water 7, but after being persuaded by Wang Yuan, Frankie asked his subordinates for their opinions, and all of them were willing to follow Frankie. Wang Yuan thus directly obtained a ship-building team. Regarding the ship doctors, Naichin was in charge of the Xiaowang, and Hogback was in charge of the Chiyuan. Regarding the cooks, Lola stayed on the Chiyuan, while Kiwi and Maz were in charge of the Xiaowang. In summary, the Xiaowang had the leader Wang Yuan, Perona, Khalifa, Frankie, the Frankie family, Naichin, Binky, the zombie Kumasi, the captain Bruno, Rob Lucci, and Crocodile. On the Chiyuan were the vice, leader Brook, Hogback, Lola, the crew members of Lola's pirate crew, Sebastian, Gayram, the zombie Ryuma, the zombie Fujitora, the zombie Captain John, the zombie Hippo Gentleman, and the number 3 substitute Shadow and a Shadow Box were left by Wang Yuan in Water 7 as a backup. After allocating the personnel on the 2 ships, Wang Yuan looked at Binky and asked, "Have you gained any information from what I asked you to pay attention to?" Binky shook his head weakly and said, "Leader, there has been no news of the celestial dragons coming down for a visit during this period." Wang Yuan closed his eyes and began to think, calculating from the timeline. More than 2 years after the Battle of Marineford, soon after the Straw Hat Pirates regrouped and entered the New World, the celestial dragons once every 3-year Aborigine extermination contest started again. 3 years ago, the year Monkey D. Luffy set sail, there was an Aborigine extermination contest. Pushing back another 3 years, This year, when Ace set sail, was also the time for the Aborigine extermination contest. There's been no news of the celestial dragons coming down from Mary Geos for a visit during this period. Could it be that this is the time when the celestial dragons are holding the Aborigine extermination contest? Thinking of this, Wang Yuan frowned. Every 3 years, the celestial dragons would select a non-affiliated country island rich in resources as the venue for the Aborigine extermination contest. If the island's name contained words like God or holy, which offended the taboos of the celestial dragons, it would be given priority as a target for extermination. The God Valley was targeted in this way back then, after completing the Aborigine extermination contest. The target island would become a private island under the celestial dragons or be abandoned when they lost interest. The God Valley incident was the celestial dragons holding the Aborigine extermination contest. The news was leaked by Ginny, and an intelligence about a large number of devil fruits and treasures on God Valley was sent out to the world, attracting the Rocks Pirates and the Roger Pirates to engage in a great battle. Finally, the celestial dragons erased all the information about God Valley from the world map. The IT seemed that it had missed this time's Aborigine extermination contest held by the celestial dragons. Firstly, the location is unknown. And secondly, there's a lack of that top-tier combat power. After the God Valley incident, the Aboriginal elimination competitions held by the celestial dragons became even more covert. Only the high-level members of the world government, the God Knights, the CP organizations, the Fleet Admiral of the Navy, and the Admirals knew such top-secret news. Even Morgans, the News King, only knew that such a major event existed, yet could scarcely obtain much information. Otherwise, Morgans, who was fond of making big news, would have long informed Kaido and Big Mom, triggering a great war between the 4 emperors and the world government and causing a major incident. What is missed can only be considered missed. Wang Yuan felt a tinge of regret. Although this miss meant the death of hundreds of thousands of people on an island, Wang Yuan was not a bleeding heart. Since the people were not killed by him, but he just couldn't save them, he wouldn't hold himself accountable for others' deaths. Anyway, in the future, he would surely repay the celestial dragons in their own way and massacre this inherently evil race. At the same time, he also felt somewhat regretful that he couldn't take action against the celestial dragons immediately. Then, is there any news about the 3 Navy admirals? Wang Yuan continued to ask Binkley. Binkley replied, among the 3 Navy admirals, Admiral Akainu is at the G1 Fortress in the New World, Admiral Akiji is at Marine Ford, the Navy headquarters, and the whereabouts of Admiral Kazuru are unknown. Upon hearing that Admiral Kazuru's whereabouts were unknown, Wang Yuan became even more certain of his speculation. Have you found the den mushy numbers of those people I asked you to look for? Wang Yuan inquired. Hearing this question, Binkley nodded that he himself was an information broker who held various den mushies and originally had the den mushy numbers of many big shots, such as Morgan's the News King, Big Mom Charlotte Lin, Kaido of the Beasts, and Whitebeard. After all, as long as one could get in touch with Morgan's the News King and offer something of sufficient value, they could obtain the den mushy numbers of other big shots. The former Warden Pirates was also a great pirate crew. Although Bondi Warden, the World Breaker, had little friendship or might even be enemies with other big shots. Binkley, the information broker, had done his job well and naturally had the den mushy numbers of other big shots. However, after Bondi Warden was arrested and the Warden Pirates were destroyed, Binkley, the elderly remnant, was physically weak and had no value to contact big shots like the 4 emperors. But under the name of Wang Yuan, the Shichibukai, Binkley obtained the den mushy numbers of many people from Morgans. Receiving an affirmative answer, Wang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Then, is there any news about Fire Fist Ace, whom I asked you to keep an eye on? Binkley nodded. The supernova Fire Fist Ace has just entered the Grand Line, taking the first route, and is currently in Carnival City. Carnival City? Wang Yuan nodded. From Water 7 to Carnival City, there is a sea train route that if one really wanted to go there, they could take the sea train. However, Fire Fist Ace might leave at any time, that if one went there only to find that he had already left, it would be a waste of effort. I wonder if they will come to Water 7 to repair or build ships? But there's no need to go to such trouble. After getting in touch with Fire Fist Ace later, just ask Ace to come over as long as Ace can be recruited before he joins the Whitebeard Pirates. There's a certain degree of certainty. You all rest and prepare for one day, and we'll set sail tomorrow. The target is Enies Lobby. Wang Yuan said in a deep voice. Enies lobby? Hearing Wang Yuan's target, everyone was shocked. Is Wang Yuan, this Shichibukai, going to take action against Enies lobby? When Wang Yuan took over as a Shichibukai, in order not to affect the emotions of Brook, Frankie, and others, Wang Yuan specifically told Brook, Frankie, and others that he had a plan, and his goal had never changed. Taking over as a Shichibukai was just to buy time. After the new ship was built, Wang Yuan could consider starting to take action against the world government. However, for the sake of secrecy, Wang Yuan didn't even tell them where the target was. And since Wang Yuan didn't say anything, no one could have imagined that Wang Yuan's target was actually Enies lobby, which was reputed to have never been breached. That it was not until now, when they were about to set sail and prepare, that Wang Yuan summoned these trusted cadres and announced his target, which was Enies lobby. Wang Yuan nodded. The target is Enies lobby, but you don't need to worry too much. This time, I will go with Khalifa, Bruno, and the others you are responsible for in the outer sea area. After the matter is completed, I will directly teleport away from Enies lobby with Khalifa and Bruno using the shadow, substitution, and position, exchange space, teleportation ability of the shadow fruit. His greatest confidence lies in this. Moreover, he can even teleport with others. With such means, even if an admiral comes, they can't catch them. His current strength, converted to the Navy rank, is at the Vice Admiral level. But he is a Vice Admiral that even an Admiral can't catch. Precisely because of this, he had the idea of raiding Enies lobby and slapping the world government in the face. Firstly, cut off the retreat of Rob Lucci and others and force them to join. The remaining CP9 members on Enies lobby should not be spared either. Secondly, seize the supplies on Enies lobby, especially the devil fruits. Wang Yuan didn't know if the two devil fruits that Spandam later prepared for Kaku and Khalifa were there now, but the elephant sword was definite. Thirdly, he wanted to build his reputation with such a world-shocking event. The reputation of a Shichibukai is also significant, but it can be utilized. Wang Yuan had also thought about following in the footsteps of Teach, the Blackbeard, and using his Shichibukai status to infiltrate Impel Down and directly take control of the numerous prisoners there. However, Wang Yuan had already recruited Rob Lucci and other CP9 members, and it surely wouldn't be kept a secret for long. The people of the world government would sooner or later hold him accountable, especially Spandam, who was most concerned about the mission of Rob Lucci and others, since it couldn't be hidden for long and Wang Yuan didn't want to listen to the orders of the world government. He might as well create a big event for them. Listening to Wang Yuan's seemingly simple plan, everyone was a bit speechless. However, since Wang Yuan was confident, no one opposed their leader, Wang Yuan. Next, they started to make preparations for going to sea. To prevent early leakage of information, Wang Yuan also required that the organization members not be alone and should monitor each other. Such a reasonable request couldn't be refuted by others. Whoever refuted it would seem suspicious. Wang Yuan even confiscated the communication den mushies held by others. Wang Yuan followed Binkley to the den mushy room. Under Binkley's operation, the den mushy, the den mushy of the first target. Guild Tezuro, the Golden Emperor. Guild Tezuro, the Golden Emperor, I am Wang Yuan, the Dark God, and I would like to ask you, the big financier, to support my cause of fighting against the world government. Wang Yuan introduced himself straightforwardly. Wang Yuan, the Dark God? Aren't you Wang Yuan, the vampire? And you, a Shichibukai, are actually asking me to support you in fighting against the world government. In a secret room on the Grand Tesoro, Guild Tezuro was swirling a wine glass. Crossing his legs, holding a den mushy in his hand, with a white anti-eavesdropping den mushy beside him, and if it were other topics, perhaps it wouldn't be of much interest. But the topic of dealing with the world government piqued Tezuro's interest. The title of Shichibukai is just a nominal one, and the title of vampire is also just propaganda by the world government. My true title is the Dark God, and my goal has always been the world government. Next, I'm going to build my reputation as the Dark God that I want to eliminate those inherently evil celestial dragons. They can hold aboriginal elimination competitions and wantonly massacre the aboriginals. So I can also launch a celestial dragon cleansing operation to wipe out these inherently evil celestial dragons. Wang Yuan said. Inherently evil celestial dragons like pigs and dogs. Tezuro repeated Wang Yuan's description of those celestial dragons and grinned. Tezuro, I have shown my purpose and the sincerity of cooperation. Next, I'm going to say something offensive. Wang Yuan said that I know the secrets behind you and the matter of Stella, that I know about your past as a slave of the celestial dragons, and deeply admire the love story between you and Stella. The relationship between Tesoro and Stella was sincere, a tragic story of mutual redemption. When Tesoro was a child, he loved singing. However, his family was poor. Because of his poverty, he was ostracized by his friends and was fascinated by the entertainment shows he saw from outside the venue. His father was a gambler who died of illness one day. Later, the family became even poorer, and his mother hated his singing. Consequently, due to the lack of sustenance, Tesoro fled and began to steal money. With the money, he managed to make friends. One day, he suffered a crushing defeat in the casino and was captured by human traffickers to be sold. Those he considered friends promptly fled. Tesoro was severely beaten, but managed to escape with great effort. While on the run, Tesoro encountered a woman named Stella at the human trafficking market. She thought his singing was wonderful, and they got along swimmingly. Tesoro resolved to free Stella and vowed never to do wrong again. He worked day and night, sparing no effort, for he needed money to rescue her. This is a story of mutual redemption. Tesoro's soul was redeemed, and Stella, who had been trafficked, could also find salvation. However, it was a tragedy. Just as he was about to amass enough money to buy Stella, a celestial dragon happened to appear and effortlessly purchased her. Furious, Tesoro lashed out at the celestial dragon, but was seized. Stella told Tesoro that because of his existence, she felt genuinely happy from the bottom of her heart. Their affection was sincere. For Stella's sake, Tesoro was truly brave enough to attack the celestial dragon. Yet the ending was tragic. Since the celestial dragons were wealthy, they could buy anything. Tesoro became a major criminal and was captured to be a slave for the celestial dragons that he wasn't even allowed to smile without permission. Tesoro assumed that Stella, who had also been taken away, was in Geos, the Holy Land. One day, upon hearing of Stella's death, Tesoro was deeply grieved. He thought that if he had been wealthy, things wouldn't have turned out this way, and thus became even more obsessed with money. After consuming the Goro no Mi and gradually rising to become the Golden Emperor, Tesoro thought that one day he would make the celestial dragons kneel before the power of money. However, in the end, he somewhat forgot his initial hatred. He paid exorbitant amounts of tribute to curry favor with the celestial dragons. Wang Yuan intended to stir up the hatred in his heart. The hatred towards the celestial dragons. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's subsequent words, Tesoro, who had been smiling, suddenly fell silent. He never expected that Wang Yuan would know the secrets in his heart. He asked for Wang Yuan's statement that he admired the love story between him and Stella. Tesoro couldn't bear to listen anymore. How do you know this? Tesoro asked, somewhat losing his composure. I know a great deal. There's no need for you to be so nervous and lose your poise. After all, you are the predetermined minister of finance in my plans, equivalent to the financial god of war among the five elders. But if you think you're now too high and mighty to cooperate, then I can only expose your past as a former celestial dragon slave. Once the celestial dragons strip you of everything, I'll recruit you again. Wang Yuan said calmly. Tesoro remained silent. Now, relying on the power of the Goro no Mi and his vast wealth, he had become the king of an affiliated country with an island ship. But if his identity as a celestial dragon slave were revealed, the celestial dragons might truly take everything from him and make him a slave again. Thinking of this, Tesoro recalled that living nightmare. What do you want? Tesoro asked through gritted teeth. Wang Yuan smiled faintly and said, I've already told you not to be so tense. Accepting the position of a warlord of the sea is just my pretense towards the world government. I've established an organization called Yuan. Our goal is to overthrow the world government, that I'm the leader of the organization, and you're welcome to join us, that I'll help you avenge Stella by killing the celestial dragons. Wang Yuan stopped speaking at this point and awaited Tesoro's response to see if he was sensible. And Tesoro, worthy of being a man who could become the king of an affiliated country, quickly understood the meaning behind Wang Yuan's words. Leader, Tesoro called Wang Yuan by his title. Wang Yuan nodded. Whether Tesoro's address was a sincere submission or a mere pretense didn't matter to him. Having grasped Tesoro's identity secret, Wang Yuan had him in his control. Very well, Tesoro, from now on, you'll be the Minister of Finance of our organization. considering your current status as the king of a world government-affiliated country. You can remain hidden. However, I need the assistance of Bakara beside you. I need her luck to find the golden lion. Once we subdue the golden lion and obtain his floating fruit, your grand tesoro will be free from the threat of the world government. Then, you can kill any celestial dragon you want and smash Mary Geos whenever you like. Hearing that he could kill any celestial dragon and smash Mary Geos. Even though he was being coerced and somewhat dissatisfied with Wang Yuan, Tesoro couldn't help but feel excited. He nodded and said, "Leader, I'll send Bakara to find you. Yes. Next, I'm going to do something big. Tell her to go to Yuba in Alabasta, and I'll go there to deal with Crocodile." Wang Yuan didn't tell Tesoro about his plan to cause trouble at Enies' lobby, as he had just threatened him. After finishing speaking, he hung up the den Mushi. Then, Wang Yuan asked Bink to dial the den Mushi of Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Soon, the den Mushi was connected. However, it wasn't Big Mom Charlotte Linlin herself who answered, but a man. "This is Tato Land in the Grand Line that I'm Charlotte Mondo. I'm Wang Yuan, the Dark God that I want to arrange a marriage alliance with your Charlotte family. As a betrothal gift, I can present the poneglyph that records the location of the ancient weapon Pluton. I want to marry Charlotte Pudding. If Big Mom is willing to marry Charlotte Smoothie to me. I can also give you the red poneglyph that points to Laughtail. If Big Mom is willing to marry Charlotte Chiffon to me. I can offer a top-tier mythical Zoan Devil fruit." Wang Yuan kept stating his demands and bargaining chips. Listening to Wang Yuan's words, Mondo was extremely shocked. He didn't even care that Wang Yuan referred to himself as the Dark God instead of a vampire. He never expected that someone would offer the poneglyph recording the location of the ancient weapon Pluton for a marriage alliance. And matters involving Pluton and the marriage alliance were beyond his decision. Making power. "Wait a moment, I'll report to Mom right away." The den Mushi wasn't hung up. Soon, a loud voiced laughter came through. "Mama, you little brat Wang Yuan, have the poneglyph that records the location of the ancient weapon Pluton?" The one asking was naturally Charlotte Linlin, the Yonko Big Mom. Wang Yuan said, "Since I dare to say this, I surely have the confidence to back it up that I don't want to provoke a powerful person like you for no reason. I just wonder if you're willing to use Pudding for the marriage alliance. I know Pudding is from the 3I tribe, as long as she can awaken the abilities of the 3I tribe. She can read the poneglyph, but how to awaken it and whether she can awaken it are uncertain. On my part, I can definitely help you interpret the content of the poneglyph. There's no real need for Pudding. I value her memory fruit ability, which is an ace against the world government CP agents. Mama, very good. Little brat Wang Yuan, I agree to everything you said, as long as you send over the poneglyph recording Pluton. I'll marry Pudding to you. And for the red poneglyph you mentioned, I'll marry Smoothie to you. A top-tier mythical Zoan Devil fruit can exchange for Chiffon." Charlotte Linlin, Big Mom, laughed heartily. "Big Mom, let's do it another way. I'm pressed for time and want to do something big. I don't have much time to rush to Tato Land in the New World. And I'm afraid that once I'm in your territory, I'll be devoured by you. You're not planning to use the marriage alliance to trick me into coming and then capture me, are you?" Big Mom Charlotte Linlin had such a track record. 2 years after the time skip in the original story, she intended to swallow up the Germa 66 kingdom through a marriage alliance. If you're sincere, arrange for Smoothie to accompany Pudding, Chiffon, and the others to Yuba in Alabasta in the paradise quietly. I plan to start with Crocodile and we'll stay there. Also, the marriage alliance should be kept low-key. Otherwise, if the world government's CP agents find out that we know the whereabouts of Pluton, there will be more troubles. After all, even if we know where Pluton is, we haven't obtained it yet. That we don't even know if Pluton is broken or still usable. If the world government knows the whereabouts of Pluton, they will definitely go all out to seize it. The 5 elders and the 3 admirals will all take action. You, as a Yonko, can't withstand them," Wang Yuan said calmly, and these words were hard for Big Mom to refute. After a brief consideration, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, unable to resist her greed for Pluton, agreed to Wang Yuan's request. "Fine, I'll arrange for Pudding and the others to go there." Annie Charlotte Linlin still finds herself unable to resist the allure of the underworld battleship. With her objective accomplished, the snail phone call comes to an end, and Wang Yuan cannot help but chuckle. This is the advantage of possessing intelligence. With merely 2 phone calls, the coveted Baccarat and Bryn are set to be delivered to him. Next on his agenda is the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma. Locating this individual is no simple task, for the giant has been drifting across the seas in search of a cure for Bonnie. In the original timeline, he has visited various locations, such as Amazon Lily and Skypiea, making it difficult to pinpoint his exact whereabouts. However, contacting him via snail phone is considerably easier. First, he reaches out to the notorious Morgans, who then connects him with the Revolutionary Army leader, Dragon, providing Wang Yuan with Kuma's snail phone number. Upon establishing the connection, Wang Yuan speaks directly. Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, I am the Dark God Wang Yuan. I'm aware of your situation, and I know how to cure the Jade Scale Syndrome. I also possess knowledge about the abilities of the healing fruit and the surgical fruit users. If you are willing, we can meet. The location will be the rapeseed flower port city of Alabasta. I will be visiting Alabasta shortly. Can you truly cure the Jade Scale Syndrome? I will come immediately. Filled with hope, Kuma readily accepts Wang Yuan's invitation to meet. After successfully contacting these three factions, Wang Yuan leaves the snail phone room, which is under the jurisdiction of Ben Jack, and seeks out Perona to practice his martial arts. On March 13, the Origin and Dawn ships set sail, navigating along the maritime train tracks. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan, Khalifa, Bruno, Rob Lucci, and Kaku board the maritime train enshrouded by the invisibility of the transparent fruit, heading towards Enies' lobby. Until their operation succeeds, Wang Yuan wishes to remain undetected by the world government. Should they learn that Wang Yuan, a warlord of the sea, is heading to Enies' lobby, the world government and marine headquarters would undoubtedly dispatch their top forces there. Hence, the need for the abilities of the transparent fruit and the door fruit. These powers serve as Wang Yuan's means to stealthily launch a surprise attack on Enies' lobby, while the shadow fruit, which allows for positional exchange, becomes his escape route. Before parting ways, Wang Yuan leaves a shadow clone at the Dawn ship as a contingency for returning from Enies' lobby. In this narrative, the shadow clone technique allows for position exchange without distance limitations. Only quantity restrictions. The protagonist can create up to 9 controlled shadow clones and 9 positional exchange shadow clones, with potential increases to 18 as his strength grows and he further develops the shadow fruit. This is not infinite to avoid overwhelming power. Rob Lucci remains shackled with sea-stone handcuffs, and Kaku has also been resecured with sea-stone handcuffs. Neither has yet agreed to join him. Even if they were to consent, Wang Yuan would not fully trust them that he has clearly outlined the plan for their mission to Enies' lobby. Khalifa will stealthily accompany Wang Yuan on the maritime train, raiding Enies' lobby for resources, devil fruits, and weapons such as the sword Funkfried, while capturing Spandam to avenge Frankie. Wang Yuan will burn the world government flag, declaring war and eliminating the presiding judge, while Rob Lucci and Kaku will take out the other 2 judges. The judges of Enies' lobby consist of 3 heads, who frequently bicker over differing opinions. However, they are merely 3 individuals in one outfit. Base on the left, Cabra on the right, and the one in the middle who claims to be a princess. Their authority surpasses that of kings from allied nations, having sentenced countless individuals to guilt. Although Enies' lobby is a court, it operates solely under the will of the world government. Anyone brought there is deemed a criminal. And in its 800 years of history, it has never delivered a not guilty verdict. If they declare you guilty, then you are indeed guilty. Criminals are escorted through those desolate courtrooms, ultimately reaching a colossal steel door known as the Gate of Justice. Those who pass through this door rarely return, symbolizing the absolute justice of the world government. If Rob Lucci and Kaku participate in the execution of the judges, there would be no turning back to the world government. With no celestial dragons to eliminate, they would resort to eliminating the judges of Enies' lobby. Furthermore, by taking down the judges, they could coerce the remaining CP9 members into rebellion. Wang Yuan candidly reveals this scheme to Rob Lucci and the others. And to prevent any potential incidents during their journey, he administers a sleeping potion concocted by Nathan, ensuring they remain unconscious without an antidote. As for Bruno, the door fruit user, Wang Yuan requires his ability to open doors. Thus, he directly employs the shadow parasite technique to control his body. This technique, learned from Don Quixote da Flamingo, allows one to manipulate the actions of subordinates with ease. Wang Yuan can also implant a portion of his shadow within others, controlling their movements. However, Due to insufficient development, he can only manipulate the bodies of unconscious individuals, requiring the sleeping potion or the application of Conqueror's Haki to incapacitate them. This differs from the shadow mimicry technique. Moreover, controlling another's body through the shadow parasite technique yields limited combat effectiveness, allowing only simple actions. To achieve more complex maneuvers requires greater focus. Thus, Wang Yuan only controls Bruno at this time, ensuring he can utilize Bruno's door fruit capabilities. Traveling from Water 7 to Enies lobby by maritime train takes over 6 hours in the original timeline. The Straw Hat Pirates departed at night to pursue Robin and the CP agents, arriving at Enies lobby by dawn the next day, initiating the battle at Enies lobby. During this time, Wang Yuan and his companions maintain a low profile, concealed by the transparent fruit, and the other passengers aboard the train remain oblivious to their presence. As the train arrives at Enies lobby station, the group disembarks while still cloaked in invisibility. Wang Yuan carries Rob Lucci and Kaku, manipulating Bruno to open a door in the air with the power of the door fruit. Once Wang Yuan and Khalifa enter the door into the alternate space, they close it behind Bruno, leaving no trace of their passage. This green alternate space allows visibility of the real world. In the original timeline, Bruno observed Luffy from this space during their confrontation, attempting a sneak attack, although the action of opening a door inevitably incurs a delay that if one encounters someone with awakened observation haki. This ambush would prove ineffective. Wang Yuan is well versed in the layout of Enies lobby, not only from the original narrative but also from Khalifa's descriptions and introductions. The outer layer of Enies lobby is surrounded by a circle of iron railings, and the island can be divided into 4 parts: the front island, the first main gate, the main island, the judicial tower, and the bridge of hesitation, in addition to the gate of justice located at the rear of the island. The front island primarily serves as the first main gate, heavily guarded by numerous soldiers. Upon passing through the main entrance, one can proceed straight along a narrow and elongated corridor, reaching the second main entrance suspended above the waterfall. By passing through this second main entrance, the front gate of the island, one can arrive at the island itself. The narrow passage leading to the island and the island are completely suspended above the abyss of the huge waterfall. Essentially, the island is filled with various empty court-like structures. At the end of the island lies the tribunal. There is no direct path connecting the tribunal and the Tower of Justice, and they're separated by the vast abyss of the waterfall. Point 1 can activate the drawbridge by means of the switches at the tops of the 2 towers on either side of the tribunal, thus gaining access to the Tower of Justice. The interior of the Tower of Justice is extremely intricate, resembling a labyrinth, and it also contains numerous secret passages. Inside, there are the respective offices of each member of CP9 and a council hall. To reach the Bridge of Hesitation from the Tower of Justice, one has to pass through an underwater tunnel. The entrance to the passage is blocked by a huge iron gate. Point 1 can reach the Bridge of Hesitation through this underwater tunnel. Above the Tower of Justice, the flag of the world government is hoisted. The Bridge of Hesitation is supported by several pillars. The last section of the bridge is a folding bridge, which is usually retracted and only opened when escorting prisoners to the Gate of Justice. At the end of the Bridge of Hesitation is the Gate of Justice. The Gate of Justice is a massive iron gate located behind the judicial island that is usually tightly shut, and even when opened, only a small slit is made. The Gate of Justice is a door of despair through which prisoners, once entering, will never see the sunlight again. Passing through the Gate of Justice, one can reach the Navy headquarters and impel down the underwater prison via the government-specific ocean current. The judicial island is connected to the core of the world government, so there's a large number of troops stationed on the island. The number of permanently stationed troops remains stable at around 10,000, including the Navy and world government officials. Among them, the more well-known ones are the Guilty Jury, the Law Dogs team, the Giants Oimo and KZ, the Chief Judge, and CP9. The Guilty Jury consists of physically robust guards, holding iron chains, with the word guilty engraved on their left arms. Their common catchphrase is guilty. The Law Dogs team is a guard unit riding on police dogs. The first class guard the judicial island. The 2 giants, Oimo and KZ, were originally members of the giant warrior pirates led by Dongli and Bragi, due to the deception of the world government, which lied to Oimo and KZ, claiming that their leaders, Dongli and Bragi, had been imprisoned by the government, and that as long as Oimo and Kazi work for the world government for 100 years, the two leaders would be released. Thus, the two believed the world government's lie and guarded the gate of the judicial island for 50 years, serving as the guards of the second main entrance. Their level of foolishness is comparable to that of Dongli and Bragi, who dueled in Little Garden for over 100 years, causing the giant warrior pirates to fall apart. The chief judge is one of Wang Yuan's main targets this time. Besides Khalifa and others, the remaining members of CP9, such as Jabra, Lion, Fukaru, and the CP9 Chief Spandam, are all guarding the judicial island. Of course, CP9 is not limited to these people. There should be a selection and promotion mechanism. In the original timeline, during the mission of escorting Robin from Water 7, the Sea Weasel Nero, who had just completed special training, was a new member of CP9 that he had only mastered 4 of the 6 styles. Spandine, who had participated in the O'Hara incident, was once the chief of CP9, and Khalifa's father, Lasky, was also a member of CP9. Perhaps both of them might have been promoted to CP0. It's hard to say about Lasky. But Spandine was able to make his useless son, Spandam, sit in the position of CP9 chief, indicating that Spandine had great power and was likely a member of CP0. However, it seems that there's also a rumor that he was the chief of CP5. Wang Yuan doesn't know the details precisely. During the 2-year period after the Marineford War in the original timeline, Spandine seemed to be involved in some activities with the escaped criminals from Impel Down, and was then stopped by Rob Lucci and others. As a result, it seems that Spandine was left disabled and lying in hospital bed, and Rob Lucci and others seemingly returned to the world government due to this credit and were promoted to CP0. However, Wang Yuan doesn't care about such details. Besides these people, Fukaru of the Beast Pirates was once a member of CP9 that he was imprisoned for the failure of the mission of escorting the Gomu no Mi. After escaping from prison, he joined the Beast Pirates and became one of the Tobarapo. However, Jabra and others are not always on the judicial island. They also go out to carry out the world government's tasks. It is clear that when Rob Lucci and others were on an undercover mission in Water 7, Jabra and others participated in the assassination plan of the Revolutionary Army branch chiefs. They were originally scheduled to assassinate 3 people, but Jabra and others killed 20 more people than planned. For this reason, they were reprimanded by Spandam. Wang Yuan doesn't know if Jabra and these people were on the judicial island at this time. After capturing Rob Lucci and others, he didn't allow them to contact other CP9 members to avoid exposure. Khalifa and others were undercover in Water 7. Without major events, big news, or progress, they wouldn't take the initiative to contact Spandam on the judicial island, let alone inquire whether Jabra and others were on the judicial island or whether they had gone out to carry out any tasks. Wang Yuan doesn't really care if Jabra and others are on the judicial island. If they are, it's best to eliminate them all. If not, it doesn't matter much. They're just ordinary Zoan Devil Fruit users in the alternate space created by Bruno's door fruit ability. Wang Yuan and his companions easily ignored the guarding forces on the judicial island and, using the sky walk, flew from the front island to the Tower of Justice in the alternate space. Although the interior of the Tower of Justice is extremely complex, like a maze, it couldn't stop the power of the door fruit. With the help of Bruno's door fruit, and Khalifa leading the way, Wang Yuan and his companions quickly reached Spandam's office and found Spandam, who was just hanging up the Den Mushy. It's unknown who he was talking to on the Den Mushy just now. A hint of cold smile appeared on Wang Yuan's face that he manipulated Bruno to open a door beside Spandam, and then suddenly pulled the defenseless Spandam, who had a power level of 9, into this green alternate space. Pulled into the alternate space, Spandam was immediately panic-stricken. When he saw Khalifa and others, Spandam calmed down a bit and angrily shouted, "Bruno, what are you doing? Who are you?" I'm a world government official." His original angry shout at Bruno suddenly turned into panic because Wang Yuan's black, bladed shusui was placed on his neck. Avoid trouble. Wang Yuan still used the knife in his hand to make him recognize the situation. And indeed, with the knife on his neck, Spandam immediately recognized the situation. Don't kill me, that I'll give you whatever you want. I can take you to the supply room of the Judicial Tower. There are devil fruits there. My father, Spandine, also has a devil fruit. He will definitely ransom me back, Spandam shouted, revealing his bargaining chips and even offering the price for his life. Wang Yuan just gave a light laugh. "Khalifa, you can vent your anger. But don't kill him. With Wang Yuan's permission or rather task, whether it was to show loyalty or to vent her anger, Khalifa, who had long been dissatisfied with Spandam, kicked Spandam in the face of his leather mask and stepped on Spandam. And Wang Yuan had already walked out of the door of the alternate space and entered Spandam's office. Naturally, the first thing to obtain was Spandam's sword, Funkfried. This is a sword that has eaten the elephant fruit, and can transform into the form of an elephant. In the semi-beast form, the front half of the sword turns into the front half of an elephant's body. Using its powerful ability, weight, teeth, and sword-shaped trunk, it can launch a charging attack. Since the user is a sword, even when it transforms into a beast form, its weight remains unchanged, and people with relatively poor physical strength can also use it easily. This should be an invention of Vegapunk. Through high-tech means, the conditions related to devil fruit consumption are transmitted, allowing inanimate objects such as guns, swords, cannons to consume devil fruits and create devil fruit weapons. However, this is somewhat wasteful. The upper limit of a devil fruit eaten weapon is limited, and it simply can't fully utilize the power of the devil fruit. One should know that a common Zoan devil fruit starts at 100 million berries and is in short supply. If eaten by a person and cultivated well, one can reach the strength of an admiral. After all, Zoan devil fruits enhance physical skills and recovery ability. The technology that should be coordinated with the devil fruit weapon technology is the artificial Zoan devil fruit technology. It is more cost-effective to use the artificial Zoan devil fruits with a high failure rate and various abnormal shapes to create devil fruit weapons that, of course, these are the inferior smile fruits made by Caesar Clown. The artificial Zoan devil fruits made by Vegapunk have a 100 success rate and real, effective results, only differing in color from the original fruits. Using them to create devil fruit weapons is also a waste. Wang Yuan doesn't care much about Funkfried, but values the elephant fruit. After obtaining Funkfried, Wang Yuan began to search through everything in Spandam's office, regardless of treasures, berries, or various confidential records and materials. All were incorporated into the Kingdom of Shadows. Returning to the green alternate space of the door fruit, Wang Yuan continued to carry Rob Lucci and Kaku, with Khalifa holding Spandam, and Bruno opening the door. The group then headed towards the supply room of the Enies lobby. Under the threat of blades, Spandam didn't dare to make any small moves and cooperatively opened the door to the supply room. This supply room was protected by sea stone, and the door fruit might not be able to open it. However, with Spandam's cooperation, these protections didn't come into play. Entering the supply room, Wang Yuan naturally saw two treasure chests. He stepped forward, opened them, and indeed found devil fruits. One resembled a banana, with a purplish-red color, and the other resembled a cantaloupe in cyan blue. These were exactly the ox fruit, giraffe model that Kaku ate in the original timeline, and the bubble fruit that Khalifa ate. Spandam had long prepared these two devil fruits. After all, he didn't know when Kaku and others, who were undercover in Water 7, could complete their mission, and now these two devil fruits belonged to Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan, quite satisfied, put the two devil fruits into the space of the Kingdom of Shadows. Looking at other supplies, there were 3 swords, 9 muskets, 6 cannons, some sea-stone bullets, sea-stone wire nets, sea-stone handcuffs, log pose, permanent pose, and map record from all over the world. They were all good swords of the Ryoka class. Wang Yuan reached out and took a sword from the rack. The Ryoka class Hyman, the Ryoka class Kingaku, and the Ryoka class Hayu were all excellent. Arriving here, Wang Yuan naturally wouldn't let them go. He directly gave Kingaku to Khalifa for use and put the remaining swords, guns, and other items into the Kingdom of Shadows. After ransacking the supply room, Wang Yuan naturally gave Spandam a sleeping pill to prevent him from causing trouble. Wang Yuan surely wouldn't let Spandam go. He definitely had to take him back to avenge Frankie AS for the devil fruits he mentioned. Forget it. With the Yami no Mi, one could continuously seize the abilities of other devil fruits. Wang Yuan didn't have very good means to restrain Spandam. Even if he fed him some poison, it wasn't completely secure. If he could simply find other doctors to detoxify him, or even find Vegapunk. Cutting off his shadow didn't have much significance either. His strength was too weak. Once his shadow was cut off, he couldn't be exposed to light, and the world government wouldn't care about such a useless person at all, and might just abandon him. If Trafalgar Law were here, he could control him by cutting out his heart. If Broly were here, She could modify his memory and make him an undercover agent, but neither of them was present. Next, Wang Yuan and the others went to the room where the sound headless eagle was located and found it. Again, Bruno opened the door. Wang Yuan directly used dark water to suck the rather capable sound headless eagle into the alternate space, then used the shadow binding technique to bind the still dazed sound headless eagle. After that, he put sea-stone handcuffs on it to complete the capture. Wang Yuan didn't want to spend too much time on these people. Lion, Wakachi, and Jabra were also successively captured by Wang Yuan. Among them, as a Zoan type ability user, Jabra had a wolf sense of smell and acuity and could react. However, even the strongest Rob Lucci wasn't Wang Yuan's opponent, and Jabra couldn't escape the attraction of dark water, and he was easily defeated by Wang Yuan and put in sea-stone handcuffs. With Jabra's capture, Wang Yuan had rounded up all the current CP9 members. Wang Yuan somewhat regretted that other CP agents weren't on Enies' lobby. You know, Alpha of CP8 was Calipha's younger sister. IT would be more perfect if she could be captured together. IT was also unknown whether Calipha's younger sister Alpha and Father Ratchi would be implicated after Calipha, and these CP9 members were judged to be defectors by the world government. However, these people had all undergone the world government's agent training. Their feelings towards family were very indifferent. The only thing connecting them was their blood relationship. Their loyalty to the world government ranked above family affection. Otherwise, they wouldn't be qualified agents. Feelings need to be cultivated through interaction. Compared to her younger sister and father, Calipha was closer to Rob Lucci and others who grew up and trained together with her. In the original timeline, after the Battle of Enies' lobby, they defected together instead of turning on each other to offer a token of defection. Calipha didn't care and didn't even mention it. So, when Wang Yuan was formulating the plan, he didn't consider the positions and consequences of Alpha and Ratchi. However, Wang Yuan still arranged for Calipha to turn invisible and be responsible for filming during the upcoming major operation. Trying to minimize her presence, she didn't need to do something like Rob Lucci killing the chief judge. But Wang Yuan also had to confirm Calipha's act of defection. She wasn't the prime culprit, but an accomplice. Having robbed the supply room of Enies' lobby and captured the CP9 members of Enies' lobby, the next step was to create a big ruckus. With Bruno opening the door, Wang Yuan used a sea-stone wire net to trap Rob Lucci and others, unfolded his shadow wings and grabbed the wire net, flying towards the top of the Enies' lobby. Calipha, you and Bruno go and capture the chief judge. Wang Yuan smiled and gave the order to Calipha. Controlling Bruno couldn't exert much combat power, so Calipha had to take action herself. To be why this time. Calipha, who had made up her mind, didn't refuse. She entered Bruno's open door and rushed towards the tribunal on the main island in Bruno's alternate space inside the door. After Calipha left, Wang Yuan directly took down the world government's flag inserted above the Tower of Justice. Morgans, I am the dark god Wang Yuan that I am now on Enies' lobby. I have taken down the world government's flag and am about to declare war on the world government. If you want a big scoop, quickly send news. Birds overdone, of course. I will also send images captured by the Den Mushy camera to you later that I hope you don't miss this big news. After getting through to Morgan's phone, Wang Yuan directly told Morgans that he was going to create a big news. This is really a big news. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I'll arrange the next front page news right away. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Morgans immediately became excited and started to act. He used the Den Mushy to contact the World Economic News Agency branch closest to Enies' lobby and sent news. Birds with Den Mushy camera to Enies' lobby. The newly appointed warlord of the sea, Wang Yuan, actually went to Enies' lobby to declare war on the world government. This was a blatant slap in the face. It was really a big news. A major event. Soon, Calipha and Bruno came back, dragging the chief judge, who was in a sorry state, trapped in the net. Looking at the embarrassed chief judge, Wang Yuan laughed. Calipha, the filming is up to you. Calipha nodded, took the Den Mushy camera, entered the invisible state, and stood in front of Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan then tied the three chief judges to the prepared crosses. After everything was ready, Wang Yuan opened the sea-stone wire net of Rob Lucci and others, gave sleeping pills to Jabra and the others, and then removed their sea-stone handcuffs. Immediately after, Wang Yuan controlled Bruno to hold the world government's flag and laughed loudly. Ha! Everyone in the world, watch carefully. I am the so-called warlord of the sea, the vampire Wang Yuan. But my position as a warlord of the sea is just to perfunctorily deal with those idiots in the world government. And the so-called vampire identity is also fake. I am the leader of the Yuan Organization, the Dark God Wang Yuan. Our Yuan Organization aims to overthrow the world government and liberate the whole world. 800 years ago, the liberation fighter, the sun god Nika, failed. 800 years later, the sun god Nika has not awakened yet. Countless people dream of the sun in the prison of slavery. Countless people pray for the sun on the scorched earth of war. Heaven and earth are ruthless, and the world is without light. The sun god has fallen. Now, it is I who will lead you to recreate this world. Light begins with the forerunners. I am the sun. I will illuminate this suffering world. I am also darkness. Face death as you face darkness. You fear the world government and the celestial dragons. But the more you fear, the stronger you must become. It is I, the dark god Wang Yuan, who will raise the banner of resistance against the world government and the liberation of the whole world. One thought reaches the sky, and neither gods nor demons need to be feared. See how a mortal like me exterminates gods and demons. See how a mortal like me steps on the bones of those demons, the celestial dragons, and becomes a true god. As he recited the prepared domineering lines from his past life. Those words that could determine the fate of gods and demons. Wang Yuan felt his courage reaching an unprecedented height. The emotions surging within his heart were beyond restraint. Wang Yuan directly unleashed an incredibly powerful conqueror's haki that he had never manifested before. In an instant, black, red lightning appeared around Wang Yuan, a symbol of the conqueror's haki. This was the true state of reaching the heavens with a single thought, fearing neither gods nor demons. Not long after awakening the conqueror's haki, and even before mastering the armament haki, Wang Yuan, after delivering his declaration of war against the world government, uttering those domineering lines of determining the fate of gods and demons with a single thought, and attaining a state of unhindered thoughts of reaching the heavens with a single thought, fearing neither gods nor demons. At this moment, Wang Yuan had a sense of mastering the conqueror's haki entanglement. Yielding to this feeling, he condensed the conqueror's haki radiating from all around, merged it with his will and killing intent. Wang Yuan directly brandished the black, bladed shusui in his hand, and with a strike infused with conqueror's haki entanglement, he severed the head of the chief judge in the middle who was bound to the cross. With this blade, the demon shall be beheaded. With this blade, the villains shall be condemned. This was the true reaching the heavens with a single thought, fearing neither gods nor demons. The conqueror's haki entanglement was successfully achieved, at this time, on the top of the judicial tower. Apart from Wang Yuan, everyone else had fallen down or fainted. The courtroom in front of the judicial tower was also shocked by the conqueror's haki that Wang Yuan had unleashed, due to the relatively longer distance. The weaker ones fainted, while those stronger and more determined managed to stay barely conscious. They all subconsciously looked towards the judicial tower, towards the source of the explosive conqueror's haki, because Wang Yuan had focused all his attention on mastering the conqueror's haki entanglement. The shadow clone on Bruno lost its conscious control and directly fell to the ground. Caliph in front was also affected by Wang Yuan's conqueror's haki, losing control of her devil fruit power. Exiting the invisible state and sitting down on the ground, it was only because Wang Yuan's conqueror's haki was not directed at her. Otherwise, being so close, she would also have fainted. The recording Din Mushi she was holding before was also stunned by the conqueror's haki that Wang Yuan had unleashed at close range. Failing to capture the wonderful scene of Wang Yuan mastering the conqueror's haki entanglement and beheading the chief judge, the left and right chief judges bound to the cross were also stunned into unconsciousness by Wang Yuan's haki. Ha! I've done it. The joy of successfully mastering the conqueror's haki entanglement made Wang Yuan couldn't help but laugh heartily, although it was only the first time he mastered the conqueror's haki entanglement. The feeling of overwhelming dominance was unforgettable. Amid his laughter, Wang Yuan once again condensed the conqueror's haki and wrapped it around the black, bladed shusui, then directly slashed towards the courtroom in the distance. Across the huge waterfall abyss, reaching the heavens with a single thought, fearing neither gods nor demons. With this blade, gods and demons shall be slain. This was Wang Yuan's strike with conqueror's haki entanglement. comparable to Roger and Shank's divine avoidance. Despite being separated by the waterfall abyss, this fierce strike with Conqueror's hockey entanglement directly cleaved through the courtroom. The judicial island courtroom was destroyed, along with the destruction of the courtroom. Many people who had already been stunned by Wang Yuan before were likely to have died in the collapsing courtroom. Perhaps there were survivors, but the probability of survival was very low. The guards who had run out of the courtroom before all looked in horror at the source of the overwhelming dominance, that terrifying man who had destroyed the courtroom. Truly, only a very few top-tier powerhouses could achieve this. A conqueror's hockey entanglement that could be called a king-level skill. After calming his mind a little, Wang Yuan still couldn't suppress his joy. He never expected that delivering a declaration of war would give him the opportunity to master the conqueror's hockey entanglement. However, thinking that the hard-working Kobe could even use the bone fist of honesty infused with conqueror's hockey entanglement to pierce through Pizza Cracker's island, like arm, then why couldn't he master the conqueror's hockey entanglement in a state of unhindered thoughts and fearlessness? There was a little setback during the recording, but this setback was a pleasant surprise that made Wang Yuan extremely excited. However, the recording still needed to continue. Wang Yuan no longer unleashed the conqueror's hockey. He used the shadow parasitism technique to control Bruno to stand up, pulled Khalifa up as well, woke up the stunned recording Din Mushy, and got ready to continue recording. Reaching the heavens with a single thought, fearing neither gods nor demons. With this blade, the demon shall be beheaded. With this blade, the villain shall be condemned. With this blade, I have already beheaded the sinful chief judge of Judicial Island. I will use this blade to carve out a bright and just world. When the sky opens, light shines through, and blood flows profusely. Since the previous recording, Din Mushy didn't capture it, let's record it and say it again that I am now standing on Judicial Island. As we all know, although Judicial Island is called a court, it actually acts solely according to the will of the world government. As long as someone is brought to Judicial Island, they must have been judged as criminals in the 800-year history. There has never been an acquittal, and these three chief judges are the ones who make the guilty verdicts. They say you're guilty, and you are. Wang Yuan said, pointing the black-bladed shoe sway at the two old men on the cross and the headless corpse. In my opinion, the world government is the real evil, and those damn celestial dragons are a race inherently evil. Wang Yuan sneered. Those inherently evil celestial dragons hold an aboriginal elimination competition every 3 years. They take aboriginals as prey and massacre them wantonly. One such competition results in the massacre of over 100,000 people. Although this kind of massacre competition is hidden, it always gets exposed sometimes. 33 years ago, the God Valley incident in the West Blue was an aboriginal elimination competition of the celestial dragons. During the incident, a slave stole a Din Mushy and spread the news, attracting the Rocks Pirates and the Roger Pirates. But even so, among the over 100,000 aboriginals and slaves, only 500 people were saved by Bartholomew Kuma, the clown, like Joel D. Roger actually joined forces with the hypocritical Justice Navy lackey Monkey D. Garb to kill Rox D. Zebek, a great hero who resisted the celestial dragons in front of these enemies of the D clan like the celestial dragons. They staged a civil war within the D clan that it's truly ironic. If they could have joined forces, not to mention destroying the celestial dragons and the 5 Elder Stars participating in the competition at that time, they could definitely have defeated the celestial dragons and saved the aboriginals and slaves of God Valley. They might even have made the celestial dragons dare not hold the aboriginal elimination competition again. Rocks failed, God Valley was erased, and only over 500 people out of over 100,000 managed to escape, and the celestial dragons still hold the aboriginal elimination competition every 3 years. And the competition has become more secretive. Counting from the God Valley incident to now, 33 years, it has been held 11 times, erasing the aboriginals of 11 non-affiliated islands and massacring over 1 million residents. Wang Yuan continued. This year is also the time for the aboriginal elimination competition. Recently, there's been no news of those damned celestial dragons coming down from Mariehua for a visit. It is estimated that the celestial dragons are holding the aboriginal elimination competition right now. That is to say, at this moment, on some island in the world, the Din Mushy news is completely blocked by CP agents. and the escape routes of those innocent aboriginals are blocked by a large number of warships sent by the Navy lackeys. The inherently evil celestial dragons are holding an inhumane massacre competition there. In 33 years, there have been 11 massacre competitions. Since the establishment of the world government 800 years ago, who knows how many times this kind of competition has been held. One non-affiliated country after another has disappeared silently. Navy lackeys who come from non-affiliated countries should take note. Maybe when you're working hard for the world government, your hometown might become the target of the Celestial Dragons Massacre competition. And your family or fellow villagers might become the targets of the Celestial Dragons Massacre. After the 3-week-long competition is over, all the news will be erased, and maybe it will be blamed on some pirates. Wang Yuan sneered. They massacre your family, yet they want you to work for them and become cannon fodder lackeys against the pirates. Wang Yuan brandished the black, bladed shusway in his hand and directly cut off the left leg of the left chief judge. Looking at the chief judge who woke up in pain and was howling and cursing, he shouted, "Why don't you judge this kind of anti-human crime?" Wang Yuan then looked at the recording Din Mushi, and continued. The Dark World Government. The evil and brutal celestial dragons, the hypocritical justice navy lackeys, and the pirates who plunder wantonly. This world is so unjust. But this world has never lacked true people of noble ideals that I established the Yuan Organization in the hope of uniting all those who are truly just. Uniting all forces to overthrow the world government and establish a unified world people's republic. Wang Yuan shouted loudly. A republic without slaves, where there is freedom and equality, a republic without famine, where the whole world is prosperous, a republic without overbearing privileges, where there is fairness and the rule of law. There exists no distinction between member states and non-member states, no differentiation based on ethnicity, nor oppressive monarchs and nobility looming over the populace. The people govern themselves, the elderly are cared for, the young are nurtured, and each individual contributes according to their ability while receiving according to their needs. When one is in distress, support comes from all directions. Those who kill without cause shall meet their demise. Those who inflict harm shall face punishment, and theft and robbery are offenses deserving of retribution. Laws exist to be upheld, and violation shall not go unpunished. Wang Yuan paused momentarily, seemingly allowing the audience to envision that seemingly utopian world before continuing. My ambitions may indeed place me at odds with the world, rendering me a thorn in the side of the world government. Yet I firmly believe there are many comrades who share my ideals. Whether they be navy, pirates, or civilians, there are those who hope for the realization of this republic. Even Akainu, the iron-blooded admiral who espouses absolute justice, would not reject a republic founded on fairness and the rule of law. Likewise, Whitebeard, the Yonko who seeks to create a harmonious family, would find that in this republic, all are kin, the elderly are cared for, and the young are supported, ensuring no child must venture out alone to become a pirate in order to survive. Furthermore, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, who desires peaceful coexistence among all races, would find her dreams fulfilled within this republic. Kaido, the beast who craves war, could instigate a racial conflict against the world government. Wang Yuan illustrated his point by referencing Akainu and the 3 emperors of the New World. As for Shanks, the red-haired, we shall dismiss him. This individual pursues freedom, heeding the fate of Roger and the prophecy of Joy Boy, eagerly anticipating the awakening of the sun god Nika. Herein, I formally declare war against the world government. Engaging in an unyielding battle against the malevolent celestial dragons, at this juncture, Wang Yuan ignited the flag of the world government held by Bruno, unveiling his prepared banner of the Revolutionary Army. Emblazoned with a flame motif and a pentagram, signifying that a single spark can ignite a conflagration. Wang Yuan continued. The celestial dragons may hold their triannual contests to eradicate indigenous peoples, hunt rare races, and pursue the Lunarians and Bacanians, but I hereby announce the commencement of the celestial dragon hunting operation. For each celestial dragon slain, a bounty of 100 million berries or a rare and invaluable devil fruit shall be awarded. As he spoke, Wang Yuan produced 2 treasure chests, opening them for the camera snail to capture images of the devil fruits within. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's bounty on the celestial dragons, even Khalifa, who had anticipated his grand scheme, was taken aback, nearly dropping the camera snail she held. Wang Yuan then grasped the giraffe-shaped devil fruit, addressing Kaido. Do you not wish to form a legion of Zoan-type users? This is a Zoan-type bulbul fruit in its giraffe form. Should you pass by Mary Geos or Sabati Archipelago and encounter those vile celestial dragons, a single blast of your hot breath will effortlessly dispatch them. If there is footage to prove it, this devil fruit will be yours. Furthermore, the denizens of Sabati Archipelago are often subjected to the whims of the celestial dragons, who compel you to kneel through their false titles and divine authority. However, if you should happen to shoot them while on your knees, you could earn 100 million berries or a devil fruit. Those who find life unbearable may even become assassins, targeting the celestial dragons to earn a bounty for their families. Simply contact us, and we will ensure the safety of your loved ones. Even if you perish while attempting to slay the celestial dragons, I shall guarantee that your family receives the bounty of 100 million berries. Allowing them to thrive within the Republic. People of the world, rise and take action. Do not allow your silence to culminate in annihilation, but unleash your wrath upon the Dark World government with a thought. Let us strike fear into the hearts of our enemies and eradicate the celestial dragons. Laughing heartily, Wang Yuan wielded the black blade, Qiu Shui, and cleaved the headless presiding judge in two. This judge had committed grave offenses and was thus severed into 3 parts. After splitting the presiding judge's corpse, Wang Yuan commanded Rob Lucci to pierce the heart of the left side judge base, while directing Kaku to behead him. Meanwhile, the right side judge Kabir was pierced through the heart by Gabra, with the lion-hearted Wiper delivering the fatal blow to his neck. With the executions complete, the filming continued uninterrupted, capturing numerous shots of Rob Lucci and Gabra penetrating the judge's form, alongside Kaku and Wiper's decisive strikes. Next, it was time to gather the shadows. Wang Yuan unleashed the full power of the dark fruit, enveloping the judicial island, known as the Island of Eternal Day, in darkness. Faced with this terrifying spectacle, the guards, already intimidated by Wang Yuan's conqueror's haki, hesitated before ultimately charging towards the judicial tower, bolstered by their numbers and loyalty to the world government that, in truth, due to the capabilities of the door fruit. Wang Yuan's actions of plundering the storeroom and capturing Spandam had gone unnoticed. It was only when Wang Yuan instructed Bruno and Khalifa to apprehend the judge that the guards on the island were stirred into action. As news of the judge's capture by CP9 reached the Marine headquarters, the operators, unaware of the gravity of the situation, reported to Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku, not yet informed of Wang Yuan's presence on Judicial Island, merely wondered what CP9 intended with the judge, sending Vice Admiral Tsuru to investigate the situation. Just as in the original timeline, when Luffy's crew invaded Judicial Island, the Marine headquarters remained largely unresponsive, leaving the battle to be fought between CP9 and the Straw Hat Pirates. That it was only when Spandam unwittingly activated the demonic purge order that the Marine headquarters dispatched warships, leading to the complete annihilation of Judicial Island. This illustrates that Judicial Island, Impel Down, and the Marine headquarters are all integral components of the world government. However, the Marine headquarters wields greater power, as the ringing of the demonic purge order snail means even Judicial Island is subject to its wrath. The fact that Judicial Island has never been breached since its establishment had never crossed Sengoku's mind. Had he known that Wang Yuan, a warlord of the sea, was on Judicial Island declaring war and placing bounties on the celestial dragons, he would have dispatched not just vice admirals, but admirals as well. However, even with the current currents facilitating travel, it would still take an hour for the Marines to reach Judicial Island, and Wang Yuan, having already accomplished his declaration of war and executions, would not wait idly for their arrival. As Khalifa seized the judge, many guards activated the switches atop the towers beside the courthouse, opening the drawbridge towards the Judicial Tower. Among them, none possessed the ability to walk on air, rendering the vast chasm between the courthouse and the Judicial Tower insurmountable. When Wang Yuan unleashed his conqueror's haki, several individuals fainted as he shattered the courthouse with a single slash. Many were paralyzed by fear. Even after capturing footage, few were able to reach the pinnacle of the Judicial Tower. Wang Yuan spread his dark wings and soared toward the guards, the guilty jury, and the canine executioners. This moment, he unleashed his heart-stirring conqueror's haki once more, As Wang Yuan's gaze sharpened. An overwhelming presence erupted from within him, as the terrifying conqueror's haki swept across the vicinity. Under the influence of this fearsome aura, the guards of Judicial Island fell one by one. Previously, they had managed to withstand the distant effects of his haki, but now, faced with its close-range intimidation, these ordinary guards could not endure the onslaught of a master of haki like Wang Yuan. After incapacitating the Judicial Island guards, Wang Yuan did not resort to slaughter, but instead commenced the gathering of shadows. In this operation on Judicial Island, besides plundering devil fruits and forcing Rob Lucci and others to shed blood, Wang Yuan also intended to harvest a substantial number of shadows. He would not arbitrarily sever other shadows without cause. However, the troops stationed on Enies lobby are nothing but lackeys of the world government. That it is already an act of mercy on Wang Yuan's part not to slay them. Wang Yuan feels perfectly justified in cutting off their shadows. Moreover, this group numbers around 10,000, which is more than sufficient for Wang Yuan to command. Gesturing for Khalifa to continue filming, Wang Yuan casually grabbed the shadow of a guard. Next, I shall let all of you witness the power of the God of Darkness. Wang Yuan still conceals the Yami no Mi and Kage no Mi with the guise of the God of Darkness. The God of Darkness dominates all that is dark, and the shadows of the dark are also under my control. Whatever Gecko Moria can achieve with the Kage no Mi, I, the God of Darkness, can do the same. My God of Darkness fruit is the superior fruit of Gecko Moria's Kage no Mi. Precisely for this reason, he was easily defeated by me. As Wang Yuan spoke, he used a shadow slash to sever the guard's shadow and inserted it into his own body. Then came the second shadow, the third shadow, and the guards whose shadows were cut off by Wang Yuan were veiled by darkness, lest they perish under the sunlight of Enies lobby, which experiences perpetual daylight after losing their shadows. While Wang Yuan was cutting off the shadows, the control Bruno and the others were also coordinating with his actions, knocking out those about to regain consciousness, subduing the charging guards, and throwing the guards whose shadows had been cut into the Enies lobby tower. So that they wouldn't die, once Wang Yuan withdrew the darkness 10 shadows, 20 shadows. When Wang Yuan had harvested over 60 shadows, the giants Oimo and Kaze, who guarded the second main gate, charged forward. You two dim-witted giants have been deceived by the world government. Your leaders, Dongli and Broggy, have not been imprisoned by the government. They are still dueling in the little garden as they did back then. You needn't act as the world government's doorkeepers. Wang Yuan's power at this moment did not fear these two giants at all, but he desired to make the acquaintance of the giant race through them. What did you say? Weren't Captain Dongli and Captain Broggy captured and taken to impel down? Kaze and Oimo, carrying huge wooden clubs, shouted somewhat stupidly that you've been deceived by the people of the world government. They haven't captured your leaders at all. After I leave, I can take you to find your captains. I deeply admire your giant race and wish to become your companions and friends. Wang Yuan smiled. Such gullible giants, I'd like to deceive them too. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, Kaze and Oimo immediately believed him. Damn it, the world government actually deceived us and made us guard the gate for 50 years. The two were enraged and filled with remorse. They defected on the spot and directly acknowledged Wang Yuan as their friend, brandishing their huge wooden clubs to assist Wang Yuan and the others in attacking the guards of Enies lobby. Their wooden clubs are no ordinary wood, but made from the branches of the Atom Tree. Their hardness is comparable to steel. The giants, with their massive physiques, use massive weapons if they were made of steel. It would consume an excessive amount of the metal. It's not that they can't afford it. Dongli's huge long sword and Broggy's axe are made of steel. However, more giants simply use the branches of the Atom Tree, the Tree of War, as weapons. The seemingly fragile wooden clubs and wooden shields are actually as hard as steel. It's not that steel is unaffordable, but rather that the Atom Tree offers better cost effectiveness. After Kazi and Oimo joined, the guards of Enies lobby were even more vulnerable and were constantly being defeated. Wang Yuan continued to cut off their shadows. In less than an hour, Wang Yuan had cut off the shadows of over 1,000 people. 300 shadows were inserted into his own body, and 10 shadows were stuffed into Khalifa's body. The remaining shadows were put into the shadow chest and stored in the Shadow Kingdom. It's about time to leave. Feeling that the time was right, fearing that the Marines would soon arrive, Wang Yuan directly signaled Khalifa and the others to prepare to depart. Hee, you guards should be careful. Your shadows have been cut off by me. Don't expose yourselves to sunlight, or you'll die. Also, I hope you won't be disposed of by the world government. It would be quite amusing if you were to die at the hands of the world government after the invaders spared your lives. Before leaving, Wang Yuan still reminded those who had lost their shadows as the shadow enveloped. Rob Lucci, Bruno, and even the over 10-meter tall Kazi and Oimo were pulled into the Shadow Kingdom by Wang Yuan. Finally, holding Khalifa in his arms, Wang Yuan covered Khalifa with the shadow as well, and then activated the shadow substitute. With this ability to exchange spatial positions, Wang Yuan, who had been on Enies' lobby, instantly teleported back to the morning light with Khalifa, Rob Lucci, and the others in the Shadow Kingdom. That a black figure emerged on Enies' lobby. The shadow flowed rapidly and then vanished from Enies' lobby, becoming a landmark for Wang Yuan to locate Enies' lobby and a shadow clone that could teleport back to Enies' lobby at any time. Returning to the morning light, Wang Yuan ordered the morning light and the origin to turn around and head towards Alabasta, guided by the permanent log pose, while releasing Khalifa and the others from the Shadow Kingdom. Wang Yuan also instructed Benjak to send the images and Den Mushy recordings that Khalifa and Bruno had captured to Morgan's. Although, because Wang Yuan spent nearly an hour cutting shadows on Enies' lobby, some newsbirds that were relatively close managed to reach Enies' lobby and capture some scenes of Kaze, Oimo, and others fighting the guards. However, they ultimately missed the grand scenes such as Wang Yuan's domineering declaration of war. Therefore, it was necessary to send the images to Morgan's so that he could report this news that was bound to shock the world. Wang Yuan specifically summoned Brook and the others to come and watch the scene of him declaring war on the world government together. Sure enough, while watching the images, they were all excited and cheering. Especially Wang Yuan's domineering lines made their hearts surge with emotion. Heaven and earth show no mercy. The world is without light. The sun god has fallen. Now, it is I who shall lead you to recreate this world. Light begins with the pioneers. I am the sun. I shall illuminate this suffering world. I am also the darkness. Face death as you face the darkness. The more you fear, the stronger you must become. One thought reaches the sky. Neither gods nor demons can be feared. See how a mortal like me can exterminate gods and demons. See how a mortal like me can step on the corpses of the celestial dragons. Those demons and become a true god. One thought reaches the sky. Neither gods nor demons can be feared. This blade shall strike, causing the demons to lose their heads. This blade shall judge, making the traitors plead guilty. When the sky opens, light appears, and blood flows profusely. People of the world, rise up. Either burst forth in silence or perish in it. Erupt with your fury against the dark world government. One thought reaches the sky. Neither gods nor demons can be feared. Shout this slogan and kill. Kill until the celestial dragons are terrified, until the celestial dragons are exterminated. Brook laughed. Yo-ho-ho-ho, I'm so excited even though I don't have blood anymore. Super exciting. Frankie also struck his signature pose. Zanbai, Eggman, and the other members of Frankie family also cooperated with Frankie and struck their signature poses in unison. The two women, Kiwi and Mozu, looked at Wang Yuan with eyes even brighter than when they looked at Frankie. Their boss, Perona, even jumped onto Wang Yuan and hugged this domineering man tightly. Hiss, I'm getting excited too. Hogback also laughed. Lola was also excited and laughing. Naive and straightforward as she was, she directly drew the two swords on her back and shouted. One thought reaches the sky. Neither gods nor demons can be feared. Sebastian and Gaimemu had completely recognized Wang Yuan as their leader. Even if Bondywald were to come out of impelled down, they no longer wanted to follow him. Wang Yuan was a more heroic figure than Bondywald, the sun god who was going to liberate the world, and also a god of darkness who could reach the sky with one thought and fear neither gods nor demons. In short, everyone was extremely excited. At the same time, they were a bit regretful that they hadn't been able to participate in this act of declaring war on the world government and hadn't witnessed Wang Yuan's domineering scene. Even Kaze and Oimo, who were on Enies' lobby at that time, but were too far away to see Wang Yuan's declaration of war, were very regretful. Rob Lucci and the others, who had been released from the sleeping drug and were no longer controlled, were shocked, and their hearts were also stirred by Wang Yuan's domineering declaration, the burning of the world government flag, and the bounty offering for the celestial dragons, and seeing that they had been manipulated to kill the other two chief judges. They knew they couldn't go back. Even if they were controlled, such a serious crime was unforgivable. Their failure and capture were already original sins, and being manipulated to kill the chief judges was a heinous crime. The world government would not show them any leniency. The few of them watched the images 2 or 3 times, repeating some of Wang Yuan's words. With one thought reaches the sky. Neither gods nor demons can be feared, being the most frequent. Frankie, along with Garam and others who harbor animosity towards the world government, watched the footage repeatedly, 5 times to be precise, and even transformed some of the most thrilling scenes into photographs, adorning their rooms with them. Meanwhile, Morgans acted swiftly. Upon receiving the notification from Wang Yuan through the phone snail, he was already prepared to craft a sensational news story and disseminate it widely. After Wang Yuan transmitted the images and photographs, Morgan swiftly reviewed the footage within a mere 10 minutes. And in a state of shock, he instructed his subordinates to broadcast the footage verbatim while rapidly preparing a newspaper to release this earth-shattering news to the world. Ah! What a monumental news indeed. An assault on Judicial Island, a bold declaration of war against the world government, a bounty on the celestial dragons, and the execution of the Chief Justice of Judicial Island. With unwavering resolve, unafraid of gods and demons, Morgans erupted into laughter within the headquarters of the World Economic News Agency, feeling invigorated by Wang Yuan's audacious declaration. Release it. I want the entire world to be aware of this declaration of battle. Let the world rise in fervor against the world government and the celestial dragons. Were it any other news, he might have distorted or fabricated it. Just like he managed to spin the order from the world government to eradicate Vegapunk into a narrative of the 4 Emperor Straw Hat Pirates seizing Vegapunk and eliminating him. However, after witnessing Wang Yuan's imposing declaration, Morgans resolved to publish the truth without embellishment. That, of course, this decision was influenced by Wang Yuan's previous threats and inducements. Wang Yuan was acutely aware of Morgan's character and tendencies. And to prevent any fabrication, he had coupled the transmission of the footage with threats and inducements. Although the threats were displeasing, the allure of Wang Yuan's offer was far greater. This is an exclusive breaking news story, specially sent to you, the King of News, as a gesture of goodwill and a sincere invitation for collaboration, that I trust this exclusive news merits your truthful publication to the world. However, if you choose to fabricate the story and the news does not meet my satisfaction, then do not expect first-hand information on future breaking news from me, that I can collaborate with the Revolutionary Army to issue new newspapers. Conversely, should you satisfy me, I shall provide you with detailed intelligence on all future breaking news. And we shall work together to ignite the world. Under the fervor of this monumental news and Wang Yuan's enticing proposal, Morgans was determined to circulate this news globally, that he intended to incorporate all of Wang Yuan's powerful rhetoric into the article. This was indeed an exclusive breaking news story, and soon the newspapers of the World Economic News Agency would become the most sought-after publication. But on the other hand, upon reaching Judicial Island, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider's expression was exceedingly grim. A calamity had unfolded. Judicial Island had been invaded, and the court had been obliterated. 3 Chief Justices were dead. He was unaware of Wang Yuan's bold declaration of war against the world government. Nevertheless, the death of the Chief Justices was a grave matter. He immediately dialed the phone snail to report to Admiral Sengoku, while simultaneously instructing the naval soldiers and his aide aboard the ship to swiftly ascertain the situation on Judicial Island. Prepare the bodies of the Chief Justices. For now, you will hold your position on Judicial Island. Report any developments to me immediately, Sengoku commanded in a somber tone to Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. In an effort to irritate the world government, Wang Yuan deliberately left behind the corpses of the 3 Chief Justices. Thus, Ghost Spider was afforded the opportunity to collect the bodies after hanging up the phone snail. Sengoku, filled with rage, smashed his desk with a resounding slap and swiftly ordered Kazan to Judicial Island. The deaths of the Chief Justices were far beyond the capacity of a mere Vice Admiral to manage. A Rear Admiral was required to address the matter. Vice Admiral Crane, upon learning of the situation, was equally stunned and overwhelmed. The invasion of Judicial Island and the death of the Chief Justices were events she had never anticipated. Carp, however, remained unfazed, casually enjoying his rice crackers, dismissing the death of a Chief Justice as trivial. One could simply replace them. After all, the function of Judicial Island was limited. Those sent there were all guilty. So what need was there for Chief Justices? Yet, lacking crucial information, they failed to grasp the complexity of this significant event. Before long, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider gathered intelligence regarding the invaders and the betrayal by CP9. However, the dissemination of the monumental news was even swifter. Wang Yuan and his companions had boarded the maritime train to Judicial Island at 7 in the morning, arrived by 2 in the afternoon, and within less than an hour had secured the resource depot of Judicial Island and captured Spandam. Once prepared, the somewhat obsessive Wang Yuan commenced filming at 3:30 in the afternoon, concluding the bold declaration of war against the world government and the execution of the Chief Justices in under half an hour. After a fierce battle and the collection of shadows, Wang Yuan retreated at 4:30, returning to the Xiaowang ship and transmitting the footage to Morgan's by 5 o'clock. Morgan's had the breaking news ready. And the urgent evening edition was promptly dispatched, with preparations underway for the morning edition the following day. At this juncture, Ghost Spider had only just recently arrived at Judicial Island. Upon receiving the urgent evening edition, many quickly realized that a significant event had transpired on the Guren Taizoro. Taizoro was utterly astonished by the footage of Wang Yuan invading Judicial Island and declaring war against the world government. Is this what you referred to as causing a major incident? The exhilarated Taizoro crushed the wine glass in his hand. The wine spilled onto his palm, yet he paid it no mind, fixated solely on the footage playing before him. This blade shall strike, heads of demons shall fall. This blade shall judge, the thieves shall confess. With unwavering resolve, unafraid of gods and demons, strike terror into the celestial dragons. Obliterate the celestial dragons. Taizoro was profoundly moved by Wang Yuan's audacious declaration. Simultaneously, these proclamations genuinely ignited the fervor within him, shattering his reverence and fear of the celestial dragons, even evoking a hint of the potential awakening of his conqueror's haki. Should he seize this opportunity to eliminate a celestial dragon, he could entirely eradicate his fears and might awaken the conqueror's haki, becoming one of its original awakened users. The conqueror's haki is a rare ability possessed by a select few amongst millions, signifying the qualifications of a king to stand above others. Yet, the existence of such qualifications remains uncertain within anyone. Take Big Mom, for instance. Her parents were ordinary individuals with no possibility of awakening conqueror's haki. After giving birth to the aberrant giant Big Mom, they were incapable of raising this natural monstrosity, Charlotte Linlin, and had no choice but to send her to the sheep's house. Charlotte Linlin can be considered one of the original awakened users of conqueror's haki. After all, it is impossible to ascertain whether previous generations possessed conqueror's haki. The Kaido situation is similar. With a break in lineage, it is impossible to confirm whether his parents had conqueror's haki. Thus, he too can be regarded as an original awakened user of conqueror's haki. Before awakening, who can definitively determine whether they possess the qualifications for conqueror's haki? Regrettably, Taizoro had not truly awakened conqueror's haki, due to his semi-coerced involvement with the Yuan Organization, while providing Brook and others with the footage. Wang Yuan also had Benjak transmit the footage to Taizo. It was precisely this footage of the bold declaration of war that garnered Taizoro's acknowledgement of Wang Yuan and the Yuan Organization, as well as his recognition of Wang Yuan as their leader. Similarly, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, who had reached a verbal agreement for an alliance, was also sent this footage by Wang Yuan.as for Big Mom's reaction. Wang Yuan chose to remain uninvolved. This little brat is indeed bold and audacious, declaring war against the world government and offering bounties on the celestial dragons without regard for race. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin genuinely appreciated Wang Yuan's actions. Following their alliance confirmation the previous night, she had instructed Katakuri to prepare, accompanied by Smoothie, Bruley, Bryn, and Garrett, to head to Alabasta, and they had quietly set sail that very morning. The news of the king of the underworld warranted the involvement of the foremost of the sweet commanders, Katakuri, and as long as they entered Bruley's mirror world, very few would be aware that Katakuri and Smoothie were aboard, merely perceiving it as an ordinary ship. In Wano, on Onigashima. Wang Yuan had no connections with Kaido and did not transmit the footage to him. However, such a power as the Four Emperors was also essential for Morgans to cultivate ties. Not only did he send the urgent evening edition, but he also provided a copy of the footage. After all, Wang Yuan had mentioned Kaido within the footage. Oh ho ho, this little brat has done remarkably well, invading Judicial Island and declaring war against the world government. He speaks with such audacity, a thought can pierce the heavens. And one feels no fear of gods or demons. Kaido drinks heartily, genuinely appreciating Wang Yuan's audacity. Mr. Kaido, this fellow dares to reverse bounty the celestial dragons. He muses. Listening to those commanding lines, Nti, Jin's emotions swell. Such words invigorate his blood and diminish his dread of the celestial dragons. Simultaneously, Jin is astounded and respects Wang Yuan's actions as a survivor of the Lunaria tribe, possibly the last of his kind. He holds great admiration for Wang Yuan's proposal to hunt the celestial dragons. Boss Kaido, Brother Jin, what if I venture to the paradise and recruit this lad to join our beast pirates? Drought Jack suggests, since both Kaido and Jin appreciate this young man, and given that he possesses a mythical zone ability, it could be advantageous to enlist him in the beast pirates. Perhaps you should reconsider. With your reckless demeanor, you might end up creating an enemy rather than an ally. Plague Quinn decisively refutes Jack's proposal. This individual has clearly established a new organization and aspires to create a republic. He is unlikely to submit to anyone else. Moreover, having awakened the Conqueror's Haki, his willpower is unwavering. However, since he intends to declare war on the world government, we could collaborate with him, treating him as an ally against the world government. Kaido takes another swig of his drink, nodding in agreement, finding Quinn's reasoning quite sound. Those who awaken the Conqueror's Haki possess formidable and resolute will. It is not merely a matter of bravado. Even figures like Rayleigh, Roger's first mate, awaken the Conqueror's Haki and remain steadfast as Roger's vice-captain. Similarly, Sengoku and Garp have both awakened this power, yet still serve under the world government as Navy officers. Even the highest ranks, such as Fleet Admiral, remain pawns of the world government, compelled to obey its commands. Awakening the Conqueror's Haki hinges on one's innate qualities and convictions. If these convictions are undermined, the Haki may stagnate or even regress, essentially succumbing to inner demons. Doflamingo, for instance, has been shaken by the monstrous Kaido, causing his Conqueror's Haki to reach an impasse, leaving him fearful whenever Kaido is mentioned. Moonlight Moria has been similarly affected. The pirate Empress Boa Hancock, who once endured slavery under the celestial dragons, harbors a deep-seated terror of them, haunted by the brand of her enslavement. This lad's idea of delivering a hot rebuke to the celestial dragons is worth considering. Let's support his bounty mission, stirring the world further and encouraging more to assassinate celestial dragons, Kaido declares, draining the last of the liquor from the barrel before transforming into a blue dragon and soaring away from Onigashima. Quinn, Jack, remain here on Onigashima. I will accompany Mr. Kaido to witness this. Following Wang Yuan's declaration of war against the world government and the bounty on the celestial dragons, should Mr. Kaido also decide to act against them, it would mean he seeks to eliminate a celestial dragon as retribution against the world government. But on the Moby Dick, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates, too, are exhilarated by the news. How audacious for someone to assault Judicial Island and declare war on the world government. A thought can pierce the heavens, and one feels no fear of gods or demons. This slogan resonates within their minds. Whitebeard observes the eager sons of his crew, chuckling. This lad is quite impressive. If he can establish such a republic, I might lend him a hand. As the world's strongest man and the foremost of the four emperors, Whitebeard remains formidable. Yet, age weighs upon him, prompting thoughts about the fate of his sons after his passing. Without the awakening of Conqueror's Haki and mastery over Haki, their strength may falter, unable to uphold the legacy of the Whitebeard Pirates. Even among the crew, the mightiest captain of the First Division, Marco the Phoenix, is still a step behind the four emperors. Perhaps he could contend with them, relying on the regenerative powers of the Phoenix Fruit, but victory remains elusive if Wang Yuan truly establishes the republic he envisions. His sons may find a promising future. Meanwhile, unnoticed by Whitebeard, a stout man within the Second Division, Marshal D. Teach flickers with an unsettling glint in his eyes, having awaited the dark fruit for so long. He is particularly sensitive to the power of darkness. As he observes Wang Yuan's display of abilities, a murderous intent begins to brew within him. Yet, when Wang Yuan demonstrates his ability to sever the shadows of the guards, Teach is momentarily perplexed. The dark fruit lacks the powers of the shadow fruit. Could it be that he is not wielding the dark fruit, but rather a mythical Zoan, the dark god fruit? Could he possibly consume more than one devil fruit? Not only the dark fruit, but also the shadow fruit. Such a notion seems implausible. Teach's thoughts swirl chaotically, finally taking on a ruthless resolve. Better to kill 1,000 innocents than to let one escape. He vows to eliminate Wang Yuan at all costs, ensuring his own devil fruit's rebirth. Aboard the Red Force, the red-haired pirates witness Wang Yuan's declaration of war against the world government. They admire his audacity and find his proclamation impressively grand. However, they do not share Kaido's excitement, as their captain bears two rather awkward identities: the apprentice of Pirate King Roger and the lost son of a celestial dragon. Wang Yuan's remarks about Roger, often likened to a clown, do not sit well with them. Yet, as they reflect on Wang Yuan's thoughts regarding the God Valley incident, they ponder, why did Roger, as a pirate, ally with Navy Admiral Garp to confront rocks? If the 3 Ds of their lineage united, could they truly vanquish the celestial dragons, preventing them from hosting their infamous extermination tournaments? Such contemplation casts Roger in a rather foolish light. Shanks remains silent. Though he is the son of a celestial dragon, raised by Roger, having witnessed the brutality of the celestial dragons since childhood, he finds it impossible to accept their identity. Nevertheless, his heritage weighs heavily upon him. Observing Wang Yuan's intent to place a bounty on the celestial dragons and initiate a hunt against them stirs a complex mix of emotions within him. Moreover, he realizes that Wang Yuan's actions will undoubtedly disrupt the balance of the seas. This world is poised for chaos. It unsettles him as he wishes to patiently await the growth of Luffy, the inheritor of Roger's will. Things are about to get lively in these waters. He muses, though Beckman simply smiles serenely on Kleka Island. The stoic Mihawk, known for his aloofness, experiences an unusual surge of excitement upon receiving the news that a thought can pierce the heavens, and one feels no fear of gods or demons. This blade shall sever the heads of the wicked. This blade shall judge the rogues. He observes Wang Yuan wielding the black blade, Qiu Shui, resonating with his declaration. The sight of a fearless swordsman piques his interest. A true swordsman must wield his blade to cut and to judge. Though the great blade, 21 craftsmanship of Qiu Shui, may not match a supreme great blade, the black blade, it is still a legendary sword. Once belonging to the dragon-slaying swordsman Ryuma, that he muses that Wang Yuan is likely a competent swordsman. Should the opportunity arise, he would like to witness his prowess, hoping he is not merely reliant on the powers of a devil fruit. At the calm belt on Amazon Lily, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock completes her first thorough reading of a newspaper handed to her by the ancient Giroliosa. The heavens have perished. The yellow sky shall rise. A thought can pierce the heavens, and one feels no fear of gods or demons. She gazes incredulously at the newsprint, the most shocking proclamation resonating within her being. Whispering fervently, a thought can pierce the heavens, and one feels no fear of gods or demons. Her voice crescendos, culminating in a powerful shout as she unleashes her own conqueror's haki. The palace of Amazon Lily and the entire island tremble under the weight of Hancock's formidable haki. Many warriors of Amazon Lily faint in awe of their empress's overwhelming presence, while those who remain conscious gaze upon the palace with admiration. Giroliosa, having felt Hancock's formidable haki up close, is likewise awestruck. Yet, she has also once belonged to the Rock's pirates, making her resilient to such displays. Although she is aged, she is not so feeble as to be rendered unconscious by the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's haki. Nevertheless, she has sensed a significant augmentation in Hancock's Conqueror's haki, as if she has undergone a breakthrough that Hancock's 2 younger sisters, Sandersonia and Marigold, also turned their gaze toward Hancock's formidable haki to discern the reason behind her sudden surge of power. Only after confirming that all was well did they breathe a sigh of relief. Once Hancock retracted her hockey, she found herself still somewhat astonished by the sensational news in the newspaper. Reading it several times over, the shadows cast by the celestial dragons loom large over her. Yet this man has boldly stepped forth to place a bounty on them, vowing to eradicate their existence. This revelation has profoundly shaken her. If given the opportunity, I would indeed like to make your acquaintance, Hancock murmured softly, before falling into deep contemplation. I Andres Rosa. Da Flamingo also received the news. Fufufu. What an audacious little brat. Daring to declare war on the world government? It will certainly vex those old geezers. Understanding the terrifying might of the world government, Da Flamingo could only label Wang Yuan's declaration of war as audacity. However, Wang Yuan's impassioned proclamation held little sway over him. A seasoned and rational tyrant in the rain-soaked lands of Alabasta, Crocodile was somewhat displeased with Wang Yuan's brazen actions. This ambitious individual scoffed at the republic that Wang Yuan described, questioning how this boy could be so arrogant after defeating Gecko Moria. He was certain that he would eventually meet his demise at the hands of the world government. Meanwhile, Nico Robin, who harbored a grudge against the world government, attentively scrutinized the news, repeatedly reviewing Wang Yuan's impassioned declaration and meticulously documenting it. Furthermore, she diligently noted various intelligence details, such as Wang Yuan's devil fruit abilities and the performances of Bruno and others. Beyond her archaeological pursuits, Robin excelled in intelligence, gathering, and organization, making her an exemplary secretary, rivaled only by Khalifa as one of the finest beauties in the pirate world and on the island of Brutigo. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, also paid close attention to the news, deeply shaken by the bold declarations. One thought connects to the heavens. Neither gods nor demons shall instill fear. This slogan resonated with the Revolutionary Army's aspirations for radical change. He admired Wang Yuan's audacious invasion of Judicial Island and his declaration of war against the world government, albeit with some reservations at the nascent stage of power expansion. He believed one must maintain a low profile and not be so ostentatious. Look at him. The commander of the Grand Line, Ivankov, was captured, and he bore it. The Eastern Army commander, Jenny, was also captured, and he endured it. Is only now that the Revolutionary Army has made such significant strides. To overthrow the world government, one must develop quietly until the moment of revelation. However, upon witnessing Wang Yuan's disparaging remarks about Garp, labeling him a mere lapdog of the Marines, Dragon felt a mix of embarrassment and reluctant agreement. Yet when he encountered Wang Yuan's vision for a republic, his eyes lit up. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, he sought to topple tyrannical kings. Yet at times, he felt lost, uncertain about the true extent of the revolutionary goal, overthrowing the old kings and installing new ones, but with little improvement in the lives of the populace. Now he perceived a revolutionary objective, the establishment of a world republic. Wang Yuan's proposed dream aligned perfectly with the aspirations of the Revolutionary Army. In that moment, he yearned to recruit Wang Yuan into their ranks, or even have the Revolutionary Army ally with him. Meanwhile, revolutionary figures such as Bello Betty, Sabo, and Carla echoed Wang Yuan's rallying cry, captivated by his vision of a republic. This was a perfect utopia, the very dream pursued by the Revolutionary Army. Sabo, Carla, you will be responsible for approaching Comrade Wang Yuan, persuading him to join our revolutionary cause, or forming an alliance to combat the world government, Dragon decreed, favoring Sabo, his chief strategist, for the task, while also adopting the term comrade to describe Wang Yuan. This was a man who shared their common aspirations. Sabo readily nodded, accepting the mission, eager to meet the man who had boldly declared war. Under Morgan's press coverage, the four emperors, the warlords of the sea, the Revolutionary Army, and the Underground Emperor observed the sensational news of Wang Yuan's assault on Judicial Island and his declaration of war against the world government. Meanwhile, the Marine headquarters also received news that was far more detailed than their own investigations at Judicial Island. The delayed Sengoku smashed his desk in frustration. Damn it! How dare he? How dare he mock us? The invasion of Judicial Island, the bold declaration to slay the celestial dragons, the exposure of their abhorrent cleansing of indigenous peoples, the burning of the world government's flag, and the formal declaration of war. All these acts were exceedingly heinous. Particularly, the revelation concerning the celestial dragon's ethnic cleansing was a devastating blow to the image of both the world government and the Marines. The Marines had been reduced to hypocritical lapdogs, and even the world-renowned Marine hero Garp had become a symbol of their hypocritical justice in protecting the celestial dragons while they slaughtered the indigenous peoples. Sengoku also noted Wang Yuan's words that shook the very foundations of the Marines. You slaughter their families and expect them to serve you, to become cannon fodder against pirates. Sengoku could barely fathom the devastation such a statement could inflict on the Marines, as many soldiers hailed from non-member states. After all, residents of non-member states frequently suffered pirate attacks and harbored deep-seated animosity towards them, naturally gravitating towards the Marines. Yet the Celestial Dragon's cleansing competitions did not consider the opinions of those soldiers who had joined the Marines. They would not spare a single non-member simply because one of their citizens had enlisted as a private or lieutenant. The scenario Wang Yuan described was very likely to occur, and in the ensuing propaganda, it would become an undeniable reality, eventually leading to the misconception that even those not complicit were implicated in the Celestial Dragon's atrocities. Reflecting on this, Sengoku felt overwhelmed. Even the wisdom granted by his Buddha fruit seemed to have failed him. As if a sage had become a fool, he turned to Vice Admiral Tsuru, who was equally fatigued. This was the inherent flaw of the Celestial Dragon's cleansing competitions. Remaining concealed was one thing, but once exposed, it became a devastating weapon against the image of the world government and the Marines. Additionally, she advised Sengoku that recruiting Wang Yuan as a warlord of the sea was a miscalculation. Following the revelation of Wang Yuan's mockery, Sengoku, as the Marine Admiral, would inevitably face the ire of the Gorosei. Even those tasked with evaluating and recruiting Wang Yuan, such as Peach Rabbit, would also be held accountable. The Gorosei, high and mighty, could never be at fault. It was always the fault of those beneath them. Sengoku, as the proposer, Tsuru as the advisor, and Peach Rabbit as the executor, would all share the blame. On the other hand, Garp found little appetite for food, equally struck by admiration for Wang Yuan's bold declarations. Yet, on the flip side, even this seemingly carefree man was affected by the revelation of the indigenous cleansing competition. His steadfast commitment to my justice had ultimately not been realized. It was easier to ignore than to confront. The Celestial Dragon's ethnic cleansing was intolerable to him. He had consistently refused promotions to Admiral precisely because he did not wish to protect the Celestial Dragons as they slaughtered innocents. If he were to truly uphold my justice, he would have to turn against the Marines, his iron fist directed at the Celestial Dragons. Yet he found himself powerless, relegated to a position of ignorance. Simultaneously, he regretted his involvement in the God Valley incident. Had he known the Celestial Dragons would orchestrate such a cleansing, he would never have participated at that time. Fleet Admiral Kong had referred to it as a learning journey for the Celestial Dragons. And with Roger's appearance, he had set aside his leave to attend. Little did he know that it was, in fact, a cover for the Celestial Dragon's heinous competition. At this juncture, Garp contemplated Wang Yuan's hypothetical scenario. If he were to join forces with Rox and Roger, could they not eradicate the Celestial Dragons, ensuring they would never dare to host such cleansing competitions again? He resolved to contact Morgans. The propaganda could not continue unchecked. Furthermore, the competitions held by the Celestial Dragons must be brought to a swift conclusion to prevent unforeseen consequences. Additionally, they could orchestrate a significant counter-narrative to overshadow this scandal. Moreover, they could disseminate news claiming that Wang Yuan was slandering the Celestial Dragons, fabricating sensationalist stories to garner attention, branding him a king of bluster, and placing a bounty on his head. Vice Admiral Tsuru, the great staff officer, still put forward a handling opinion. All of this was only what Wang Yuan said, and there was no evidence that the Celestial Dragons held a competition to eliminate the Aboriginals. As for Wang Yuan's overbearing declarations, she didn't have any good countermeasures. Also, if possible, suggest to the five elders that several Celestial Dragons go to play in Holy Land to refute Wang Yuan's claim that the Celestial Dragons are having a competition. However, it should be noted that safety protection must be well done to prevent someone from really risking their lives to assassinate the Celestial Dragons after hearing Wang Yuan's bounty. Vice Admiral Tsuru still proposed this dangerous suggestion. In fact, apart from the matter of the Celestial Dragons holding a competition to eliminate the Aboriginals exposed by Wang Yuan, Vice Admiral Tsuru was equally concerned about the World People's Republic proposed by Wang Yuan. This country, which is like a utopia, has quite a temptation for the Navy who yearn for justice. Almost no one can reject such a country and such a world. Even a Kainu with absolute justice. Sengoku with supreme justice, and she with pure justice. And no matter what kind of justice it is one's own understanding and adherence to justice. And that is all about yearning for justice. And such a utopian country is the destination of all justice. Vice Admiral Tsuru also looked forward to such a world. However, she had been a Navy for her whole life, and it was impossible for her to defect from the Navy just because someone publicized a utopian world. But she also had some reservations and didn't put forward any suggestions regarding this publicity. Sengoku quickly accepted the suggestion of Vice Admiral Tsuru, the great staff officer, and began to arrange actions. At the same time, he was also considering what major event to carry out to dilute this big news. Also, they started to discuss the task of capturing Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan's position as a warlord of the sea didn't need to be considered. Having committed such a serious crime and declared to kill the celestial dragons until they are extinct, Wang Yuan has an irreconcilable feud with the world government and the celestial dragons. Also, Wang Yuan's bounty needed to be considered. While they were discussing, the din mushi of the five elders really rang, and, as expected, it was a reprimand. Also at the Marine headquarters, Momoto Shizuka, who had finished her training, also received the news. She crushed the newspaper at once, because the first thing she saw was what Wang Yuan said about being a warlord of the sea, just to perfunctorily deal with the world government. This made her, who had recruited Wang Yuan to be a warlord of the sea, feel being toyed with. After calming her emotions, she pieced the newspaper together and finished reading the news, after reading Wang Yuan's overbearing declaration. She also had some admiration for Wang Yuan. She didn't expect that the man who didn't have much chance of winning when competing with her was actually so heroic. He was a fearless hero, even more overbearing than Garp. One thought reaches the sky, fearing neither gods nor demons. Momoto Shizuka murmured, whether she wanted to settle accounts with Wang Yuan or wanted to see this fearless hero Wang Yuan again. Momoto Shizuka picked up her Kempira and directly left her residence, heading for her warship to set sail to find Wang Yuan. She wasn't stupid either. The five elders of the world government, who had been toyed with, perfunctorily dealt with, and called stupid by Wang Yuan, must be furious. She, the executor of the recruitment mission, was probably going to be reprimanded. Judging from the mission, as an executor, she carried out the task earnestly. You asked me to recruit Wang Yuan to become a warlord of the sea, so I seriously examined and judged that he indeed had the strength to hold the position of a warlord of the sea. She had completed the recruitment task and was not at fault. But if the superior thinks you are at fault, then you are at fault. You were in charge of the test and let Wang Yuan become a warlord of the sea, causing this big incident. If you had killed Wang Yuan during the test, Wang Yuan wouldn't have had the chance to become a warlord of the sea and cause such a thing. Momoto Shizuka was, after all, the younger sister of Vice Admiral Tsuru, the great staff officer, and often stayed by Vice Admiral Tsuru's side. She wasn't as thick-minded as Garp, compared with the first judgment. She thought the second one was more likely. The high and mighty, furious five elders were not reasonable superiors. All in all, it was better to set sail first, whether it was to find Wang Yuan or to avoid being reprimanded. She directly set sail, saying that she was going to capture Wang Yuan to avoid being called to be reprimanded. After Momoto Shizuka urgently ordered her warship to set sail, Charlos, who had been closely watching Momota's appearance, didn't even board his warship. He used skywalk to catch up with Momota's warship, but he was directly knocked into the sea by Momota. He couldn't even get on the warship and could only swim behind Momota's warship. He also used the din mushi to call his adjutant, asking them to set sail and follow the direction where his Viver card was pulsating. When Sengoku was severely scolded by the five elders on the din mushi and wanted to find Momoto to go to Mariewa to be reprimanded together, Momoto had already set sail. This made him quite speechless. The responsible him could only bear everything alone and told the five elders that he had sent Momoto and Charlos to the sea to capture Wang Yuan. Hearing that Sengoku had arranged Momoto and Charlos to capture Wang Yuan, the five elders calmed down a bit. It's not enough. This brat can't be left alive, he must die. Vongolio of the five elders shouted angrily. What they cared about wasn't that Wang Yuan killed the judge and declared war on them, but that Wang Yuan had perfunctorily toyed with them and called them stupid. Saturn of the Five Elders paused his walking stick in his hand and ordered Sakazuki to also go and hunt down that brat. There was no need to capture him, just eliminate him directly. Sengoku still put forward his own view. This brat has made that reactionary declaration that I'm worried that Kaido in the New World will come over. Sengoku didn't finish his words, but the meaning was already pointed out. Then send Kazan and Garp to G1 branch to block those trash in the New World, Pit of the Five Elders said. They also needed to guard against the 4 Emperor Kaido going crazy and attacking Marioa. Soon, the resolution was made and the orders began to be arranged. The Marine headquarters started to take action, contacting the Navy of each branch to search for the whereabouts of Wang Yuan's original organization. While the Marine headquarters was taking action, Akainu Sakazuki, the admiral stationed at G1 branch in the New World, also received the news. However, no one could see his reaction. Kazan, who had gone to Enies' lobby to deal with the aftermath, also remained silent when looking at the newspaper, and No1 knew what he was thinking. They also started to act according to the transfer order. And, on the origin, after watching that it's better to clarify what this is like video, but here keep as it is, Wang Yuan took out 3 devil fruits in front of the organization members. These were exactly the harvest of Wang Yuan's trip to Enies' lobby. The Zoan elephant, elephant fruit, the Zoan ox, ox fruit, giraffe model, and the paramecia bubble fruit. Wang Yuan had already devoured the elephant's sword, Fong Guffried, making the elephant, elephant fruit reborn in the form of a devil fruit. Wang Yuan didn't hide this harvest either. This one is the paramecia bubble fruit that IT can create bubbles. If developed well, it would be a good ability. However, it's not suitable for you big guys. Koei and Maz, you two can have a chance. Later, I'll reward you according to your performance. Koei and Maz, the 2 square-shaped sisters, still had some strength. Having stayed by Frankie's side for so long, they were also senior shipwrights. Wang Yuan put away the bubble fruit and put it into the Shadow Kingdom. Then he picked up the elephant, elephant fruit. This is the Zoan elephant, elephant fruit. Bing Ek, your intelligence work is very important. I'll give you this elephant, elephant fruit to make up for your weak constitution, lest you die someday. Wang Yuan said as he handed the elephant, elephant fruit to Bing Ek and asked him to eat it directly. Thank you, leader. Bing Ek, who often had an intravenous drip and cough from time to time, was a bit touched. He took the elephant, elephant fruit and ate it directly, even forcefully enduring the nausea and finishing it. However, after eating the elephant, elephant fruit, Binjek's old appearance didn't change. But his constitution did become much stronger. Naichin, you treat Bingek again according to his current condition and prescribe some tonics for him so that he can get enough physical exercise and development. Wang Yuan looked at Naichin. Yes, leader, Naichin replied. The remaining one is also a Zoan, the ox fruit, giraffe model. This fruit is too ordinary. If there is a need, I will obtain more powerful devil fruits for you. Moreover, this is the Zoan devil fruit that I took out and said to Kaido was for the bounty on the celestial dragons. IT should be kept, lest Kaido really comes to the door and I have nothing to deliver. Wang Yuan also put away the giraffe fruit. Although Kaku could develop to the awakened state after eating the giraffe fruit and was quite compatible with it, but the giraffe fruit was ultimately a normal species. And it was a herbivorous species that IT simply didn't match Kaku. With the dark fruit's ability to hunt devil fruit users, at least an ancient species or even a mythical Zoan species should be obtained for Kaku. Perhaps after eating a mythical Zoan species, Kaku couldn't awaken it like the awakened giraffe fruit, but its potential was definitely greater than that of eating the giraffe fruit. After distributing the elephant fruit, and showing the bubble fruit and the giraffe fruit, Wang Yuan began to distribute weapons. Wang Yuan himself still held the black-bladed shu, as he had said in his declaration. This sword shall strike, making all demons submit their heads. This sword shall judge, making all traitors apologize with their lives. He intends to use this sword to carve out a bright and just world in the future. He will also use the national treasure of Wano country, the black sword Shusui, to strike down those disagreeable samurais in Wano country. Whether others live or die will be seen at that time, but the brat Momonosuke must surely be killed. One can forego being the pirate king. But Momonosuke must perish. Wang Yuan deeply concurs with these words and intends to send off the future general of Wano country with the national treasure of Wano country. For this goal, He will continue to nurture the Black Sword Shusui to see if he can elevate it to the rank of the supreme grade great swords. Wang Yuan's first doppelganger, the zombie Ryuma, obtained the black striped sword, one of the good grade great swords, and Wang Yuan's seventh doppelganger, Kaze no Ji, acquired the gray feathered sword, one of the good grade great swords. Khalifa had previously obtained the near-winged sword, one of the good grade great swords. The rest of the people also took according to their needs. Brook still mainly used his cane sword, and his modified body also had various weapons. Frankie, on the other hand, took some sea stone bullets. Subsequently, with Wang Yuan's consent, Frankie seized Spandam, pummeled his face with a flurry of iron fists, and then shot and killed Spandam, thus eliminating this scourge. After killing Spandam, Frankie voluntarily handed over to Wang Yuan the original designed blueprint of Pluton that he had collected for safekeeping. Having heard Wang Yuan's domineering declaration, he had fully recognized Wang Yuan as the leader. He had thoroughly memorized the patterns and shapes on the designed blueprint of Pluton, and the remaining ancient characters were incomprehensible to him, of little use. Placing it in Wang Yuan's hands might serve a greater purpose. Wang Yuan merely gave it a cursory glance. All were ancient characters he couldn't understand, and he didn't even know the functions of those battleship component diagrams. Wang Yuan simply put it away. The next day, with the spread of the big news, the matter of Wang Yuan, who had just become one of the Shichibukai a few days ago, invading Enies' lobby and declaring war on the world government, spread far and wide. This caused the world to boil. Some audacious individuals admired and even worshipped this more insane and heroic fellow. When they saw Wang Yuan join the Shichibukai before, they thought Wang Yuan was just a lackey of the world government. They never expected Wang Yuan to hold back such a huge move, and the declaration he made was even more exhilarating. Some people were even thinking of finding Wang Yuan and joining Wang Yuan's Yuan Organization. They even shouted Wang Yuan's slogan, "One thought reaches the heavens," fearing neither gods nor demons. Among them, there were those who truly wanted to join the Yuan Organization to establish the unified world republic that Wang Yuan had spoken of. Like the blind bodyguard Yixiao at the casino on Twin Snake Island in the West Blue, Yixiao was once the captain of the garrison army of the Kingdom of Song in the Grand Line. After the country perished, he became a war criminal and drifted to Twin Snake Island. Being a gambling enthusiast, he lost money in this casino and was forced to sell himself to become a casino bodyguard. With his strength, he could easily annihilate the casino, but he didn't do so. Having experienced the catastrophe of national subjugation and witnessed too many tragedies, wasn't he forced to sell himself in the casino, actually escaping because he simply had no power to change the world? While he was sitting as usual on the chair at the entrance of the casino as a bodyguard, he heard someone mention the news of Wang Yuan's domineering declaration of war on the world government. This surprised him, and he immediately asked someone to read the newspaper news to him. When he heard Wang Yuan's domineering declaration, Yixiao also felt a bit excited. However, he still felt that such a declaration of killing would cause too many casualties. This was going to throw the whole world into chaos. But when he heard Wang Yuan's description of the World People's Republic, he felt that he had found his goal. This was precisely the utopian world of his dreams. On one side was the path of killing that didn't conform to his ideas, and on the other side was the utopian world in his dreams. This put him in a difficult position. But in the end, he made up his mind and wanted to set sail to meet that man. Yixiao wanted to leave, and the casino owner was a bit reluctant. But he wasn't stupid either and wouldn't do something as foolish as forcefully detaining someone and causing conflict, especially since the other party was a powerful person capable of destroying his establishment. The world is vast, and there are indeed not a few people like Yixiao who dream of establishing the World People's Republic. Besides those who dream of establishing the Republic, there are also those who want to join the Yuan Organization and make a ruckus with Wang Yuan, this fearless and audacious fellow who dared to declare war on the world government. Like Burgess, the Gladiator, Lafitte, the Devil Sheriff, and Van Augur, the Sound Jumper, who were later crew members of Blackbeard Teach. They liked those with great ambition and fearlessness. Before meeting Blackbeard, they were also waiting for a suitable captain. After hearing Wang Yuan's domineering declarations, they were attracted by Wang Yuan's heroism and also wanted to find Wang Yuan and join the Yuan Organization. AKT this time. Wang Yuan and his party were on their way to Alabasta and also bought the newspapers. The newspapers of the world, Economic News indeed, didn't disappoint Wang Yuan. Many were the news he had hoped for it on the third day. Different news emerged. The world government's response to Wang Yuan's declaration of war and exposure came out. The world government's latest bounty poster also followed. Liar Wang Yuan. Bounty 2.3 billion berries, dead or alive. And on the bounty poster of the World Economic News Agency, the picture printed was of Wang Yuan setting fire to the world government's flag. Dark God Wang Yuan. Bounty 2.3 billion berries, dead or alive. The bounty increased by a full 2 billion berries directly. From a 300 million supernova, he became a 2.3 billion major criminal. Completely skipping over the billion-plus bounties of the three calamities, the four sweet commanders, and the vice admiral of the Yonko, Marco, he was in a tier second only to the Yonko. Just a bit lower than the 2.6 billion bounty of Loki, the giant prince of Elbaf. This also showed that the world government was truly enraged by Wang Yuan, that he actually dared to perfunctorily play tricks on them. Call them fools and slap them in the face. It was just that they still didn't know that Wang Yuan had mastered the hockey of Conqueror's color entanglement. Otherwise, Wang Yuan's bounty would be even higher, perhaps reaching the level of 3 billion berries. Wang Yuan was quite displeased with the world government, giving him the nickname of liar, and planned to pull off an even bigger stunt next time. Wang Yuan was pondering where to strike against the world government after Enies' lobby. Mary Geos had the 5 elders, these 5 users of mythical Zoan devil fruits, and this mysterious and unknown figure. It couldn't be touched yet. The Marine headquarters at Marineford also had quite a few top-tier combatants and was equally difficult to deal with. Impel Down was also very close to the Marine headquarters. And with the triangle current for acceleration, the speed of support was very fast. Unless those top-tier Marines could be diverted, it wasn't suitable either. Punk Hazard. Wang Yuan thought of this place. Punk Hazard was once a research base of the Marines and detained some world government criminals. Vegapunk, the world's top scientist, was also on this island in the original timeline, for years before the Straw Hat Pirates landed on the island. Due to the experiments of Caesar Clown, a large amount of poison gas was released on the island, turning the entire island into a dead island. Calculating it, it was the gas incident that occurred in the year 1518 of the sea calendar, 2 years before Straw Hat Luffy set sail. Now, it was still 1517, and there was still time for Wang Yuan to scheme. Wang Yuan had already started planning his mind to launch a surprise attack on Punk Hazard and snatch Vegapunk, the world's top scientist, to deal the world government a heavy blow. Besides Wang Yuan, the members of CP9 were also defined as defectors by the world government. Rob Lucci, the most powerful member of CP9, had a starting bounty of 400 million berries, dead or alive. It wasn't clear whether it was because of Rob Lucci's identity, his heinous act of killing the chief judge, or his strength, but the world government offered a very high bounty, higher than that of many pirates in the New World. It should be known that Squard, the captain of the Onigiri pirates, one of the 43 pirate crews under the Whitebeard pirates, the pirate crew he originally belonged to, was destroyed by Roger. Presumably, he was just a small lackey back then. After that, he had been roaming the New World for over a dozen or 20 years. By the time of the Battle of Marineford, he was around 50 years old, and his bounty was only 210 million berries. The captains of the 43 pirate crews under the Whitebeard pirates were basically pirates with bounties over 100 million berries. However, it is not extremely high, being at the level of 100 million, 200 million, or 300 million. And Rob Lucci's initial bounty exceeded that of those individuals. Gabra the werewolf, the fellow who was also wholeheartedly loyal to the chief judge, also had a bounty of directly over 100 million, specifically 150 million berries. Kaku the mountain gale and the lion, the two who cut down the chief judge, both had bounties over 100 million. Among them, Kaku's bounty was slightly higher, at 120 million berries, while the lion's was 110 million berries. Bruno, the one who carried the world government's flag and cooperated with Wang Yuan, had a bounty of 80 million berries. The soundless headless eagle didn't have any remarkable performances, yet was still among the defected CP9 members, with a bounty of 50 million berries. Even Khalifa, who was in charge of the filming work and didn't appear in the video footage, had a bounty of 50 million berries because she also participated in the operation of capturing the chief judge. Additionally, Casey and Oimo were also bounty hunted, relying on their racial advantages as giants. Both of them had bounties of 300 million berries. directly higher than the 100 million berry bounties of Dongli the Blue Ogre and Broggy the Red Ogre, the leaders of the giant warrior pirates. However, that was the situation 100 years ago, and now inflation is extremely severe. In the original timeline, after the Egghead incident, they who helped the Straw Hat Pirates escape had their bounties raised directly to 1.8 billion berries, directly surpassing the level of the 3 Calamities and the 4 Emperor Suite Commanders. Besides these people, in the world government's investigation, the members of Wang Yuan's ship were roughly identified. After all, Wang Yuan had his ship repaired in Water 7 under the world government's strict investigation. Even Mayor Iceberg couldn't withstand the pressure and could only disclose the crew members of Wang Yuan that they knew. Perona the Ghost Princess had a bounty of 50 million berries, dead or alive. Originally, she was a crew member of Gecko Moria, a warlord of the sea. Under the Warlord of the Sea system, she didn't have a bounty, but since it was determined that she was now following the criminal Wang Yuan, the bounty was naturally issued. The shipwright Galam had a bounty of 88 million berries. Sebastian the Fish Giant had a bounty of 80 million berries. Naiqin the Ship Doctor had a bounty of 30 million berries. These 3 were remnants of the Walled Pirates, and the world government already knew that they had joined Wang Yuan's Yuan Organization. Galam is an ability user with not inconsiderable strength. Sebastian is also a capable Murloc. After Bondywald was captured, the world government didn't bother to pay attention to these remnants of the Walled Pirates anymore, but never expected that they would join Wang Yuan's organization. As for Naiqin, who already looks like an old woman, a bounty of 30 million berries is fairly appropriate. The shipwright Frankie the Iron Man had a bounty of 60 million berries. Under Mayor Iceberg's partial concealment, the world government doesn't know why Wang Yuan chose Frankie the Iron Man as the shipwright. They only found out that Frankie was the leader of the disassembly house and had excellent shipwright skills. The chef Lola had her bounty increased from 24 million berries to 34 million berries. Lola often sought marriage proposals during her time in Water 7, and the world government learned that Lola was a member of the Yuan Organization. The ship Dr. Hogback had a bounty of 20 million berries. The world government also knew about Hogback, the ship Dr. Cadre of Gecko Moria. After he joined the Yuan Organization, although he didn't show any remarkable strength, his bounty still directly reached the tens of millions berry level. And Brook, the captain of the Thousand Sunny, although he didn't participate in the Enies lobby incident, the world government still, through the events on Thriller Bark, determined that Brook was an initial cadre, a trusted subordinate, and a founding member of Wang Yuan's Yuan Organization. His bounty directly reached 300 million berries. Wang Yuan smilingly handed the bounty warrants of Rob Lucci and others to them. When they confirmed that they had been labeled as defectors by the world government and that bounty warrants had been issued, Rob Lucci and others had complex thoughts and remained silent. Don't think too much. Cultivate well. Sooner or later, we can fight back. With these words, Wang Yuan used the moon step and rushed towards Rob Lucci, continuing their sparring. These days of sailing were all for training. And with the shadow cultivation method, everyone had also made great progress. Wang Yuan now knew all the skills of the people on the ship, but his main specializations were Brook's swordsmanship, Sebastian's fish-man karate, and observation hockey. The 6 powers of Rob Lucci and others, and the giant combat techniques of Casey and Oimo. Of course, some special exclusive moves Wang Yuan couldn't use. For example, Rob Lucci's Rankyaku leopard tail, which was an attack launched with his tail in his human beast form. And even for the giant combat techniques of Casey and Oimo in the shadow assemblage state, after absorbing 1,000 shadows, Wang Yuan could deliver a giant-like blow. With the blessing of the Yami no Mi, Wang Yuan had a stronger control over shadows than Gecko Moria. He had tried to absorb shadows to the maximum extent. In the end, he could maintain his sanity even after absorbing 1,000 shadows, and his body grew from 1.9 meters to 6 meters, becoming a small giant. Rob Lucci had also received the shadow enhancement from Wang Yuan these days. Relying on the robust body of the Zoan Devil Fruit, he directly absorbed over 100 shadows and experienced the feeling of a huge power boost. If it weren't for the limited space on the ship, Rob Lucci would have directly fought Wang Yuan with all his might again. But after seeing Wang Yuan absorb thousands of shadows in the shadow assemblage state, Rob Lucci was somewhat daunted. Was this the power of the Dark God, truly worthy of being a mythical Zoan ability named after a god? Rob Lucci and others really believed in the mythical Zoan Dark God ability that Wang Yuan publicized. They also inwardly recognized Wang Yuan as their leader and tacitly accepted the fact that they were members of the Yuan Organization. Moreover, with the shadow blessing of Sebastian, they all started to cultivate observation hockey. Because they had mastered the skill of Kami, which had an effect extremely similar to observation hockey and could be regarded as a pre-skill of observation hockey. They could easily master observation hockey, AS for armament hockey. No one on the ship knew it, so there were no shadows to assist in its cultivation. Casey and Oimo, the two giants from the New World, naturally knew about armament hockey. But giants have great strength and large body sizes, making it difficult to awaken armament hockey that can cover their huge bodies. These straightforward fellows who only want to fight head-on are even more difficult to awaken the dodging-oriented observation hockey. In the early stage, the hockey setting was not perfect. Donnelly and Broggy in Little Garden, and Casey and Oimo in Enies lobby didn't show hockey. This is the only way to explain it. However, the combined move of Donnelly and Broggy should be considered a hockey move. They should know Hakai.as, the captains of the giant warrior pirates from Elbaf, the strongest country in the New World. It would be unreasonable if they didn't know hockey. However, it's not that no one has awakened observation hockey. Their Prince Loki could dodge a punch from Gear 4 Luffy. All in all, with the shadow blessings of Rob Lucci and others, the people on the two ships basically learned the 6 powers, especially the move of Kami. Then, with the shadow blessing of Sebastian, they mastered observation hockey. Even Frankie's underlings and the crew members of Lola's pirate group, who were only peripheral members of the Yuan Organization, enjoyed this benefit. Now that the number of people is small, everyone can master observation hockey, and even peripheral members are not left behind. This also made Rob Lucci recall what Wang Yuan said, that even a menial worker could rival an admiral of the Navy within 2 to 3 years. With the shadow cultivation method, if one really worked hard, such a thing was indeed possible. After mastering observation hockey, Wang Yuan focused his cultivation on Tekai, a skill extremely similar to armament hockey and can also be regarded as a pre-skill of armament hockey. There was another thing. When Big Mom Charlotte Linlin learned that Lola was on Wang Yuan's ship, she was enraged and directly called Wang Yuan to question him. Regarding the situation of exposing Lola on the ship and incurring Big Mom's dissatisfaction, Wang Yuan was prepared. He directly claimed that he didn't know about Lola's situation and had only recruited her into the organization as an ordinary pirate with good cooking skills. If Big Mom disliked Lola or had a feud with her, then he would dismiss Lola and let her go solo. But if Lola went solo, what if she just ran away? Big Mom immediately demanded that Wang Yuan keep an eye on Lola and bring her Tato Land and Whole Cake Island. Wang Yuan naturally readily agreed to bring Lola to Whole Cake Island in the future. However, he is overwhelmed with responsibilities and cannot embark on a long journey to the New World for the sake of just one person. All he can say is to wait for the future. Aside from cultivating, it is worth mentioning that Wang Yuan has captured the hearts of the sisters Kiwi and Maz, leading Maz, who could be considered a seductive beauty, to consume the bubble fruit. Both women are companions of Frankie, yet Frankie, this eccentric and staunchly heterosexual man, does not regard them as his women, but rather as subordinates and family. After years of companionship, the two women truly see Frankie as family, an elder brother, a leader. They hold Wang Yuan, their chief, in high esteem and have acknowledged his lecherous nature, as he has not concealed his conquests of Perona and Califa. Naturally, the two women desired the bubble fruit, and after discussing it with their leader Frankie, they half-heartedly, under the influence of alcohol, found themselves entwined with Wang Yuan to avoid awkwardness and differing mindsets. The sisters remain together. This serves as a test for cadres, which cadre can withstand such trials. Although the square hairstyles and pointed noses of the two women may seem peculiar, they are undeniably charming and alluring. When it came to the bubble fruit, both women exhibited mutual deference, ultimately leaving the decision to Wang Yuan through a draw, resulting in Maz consuming the fruit. Having acquired the two women, Wang Yuan naturally had expectations of them. He noted that their square hairstyles diminished their beauty, prompting him to request they change to long, smooth hairstyles akin to Caliph's. Their attire was somewhat revealing, with Kiwi donning super short shorts akin to mere underwear. While Maz wore a bikini top, Wang Yuan provided both Kiwi and Maz with a set of Caliph's spy attire, which was feminine yet not overly exposing. with Maz now possessing the bubble fruit. Her days were filled with cleaning the ship, while at night, she was also invited by Wang Yuan to join in baths alongside Perona, Califa, and Kiwi. The bubbles produced by the bubble fruit could cleanse all dirt, whiten skin, and smoothen bodies, rivaling the effects of the slip-slip fruit. This prompted a slight regret in Kiwi for having deferred her claim, in addition to Wang Yuan and the others enjoying the bubble baths. The remaining crew members also benefited from the cleansing waves, beyond mere enjoyment. Wang Yuan took it upon himself to instruct Maz in harnessing the abilities of the bubble fruit. The paramecia-type bubble fruit allows for the manipulation of bubbles and the alteration of their shapes. Its applications include gathering bubbles to form a soap shield to defend against attacks, or creating a bubble tsunami to engulf opponents. When in a soapy state, the user can nullify attacks. Though they cannot move, upon contact with an opponent, the bubbles can sap their strength, rendering them immobile. Furthermore, the unique bubbles produced can wash away all dirt, reshaping the bodies of those coated in bubbles into smooth, bubble-like forms, resulting in a loss of friction and the inability to stand, let alone wield weapons. Prior to awakening, the bubbles are vulnerable to water and wind. Water can wash them away, nullifying their abilities, while wind can disperse them. However, after awakening, wind and water only increase the quantity of bubbles. Under Wang Yuan's guidance, Maz swiftly developed techniques such as cleansing bubbles, smooth bubbles, bubble shields, bubble tsunamis, and bubble hurricanes. Additionally, Wang Yuan urged Maz to integrate her swordsmanship with her bubble abilities. As the bubble fruit is not inherently a powerful offensive ability, both Kiwi and Maz had experience in swordsmanship, possessing the skill known as ship's bottom dismantling cut, which could swiftly shred opponents. They had also acquired Brook's shadow and learned his swift sword techniques, complemented by the 6 powers and observation haki, making their strength formidable. Beyond these techniques, Wang Yuan encouraged Maz to explore the potential of creating waterproof bubbles similar to those found in Sabaody Archipelago. Such bubbles are truly extraordinary. A mere thin layer of bubble film can withstand the immense pressure of the ocean depths, allowing access to Fishman Island. If Maz could develop such bubbles, she would no longer fear falling into the sea. And the Dawnlight could even function as a submarine. However, without any references, Maz was uncertain how to proceed and could only wait for the opportunity to experiment upon reaching Sabaody Archipelago. Wang Yuan also suggested Maz explore the possibility of producing various bubbles, such as hot and cold bubbles, akin to Nami's creations, encouraging her to let her imagination run wild. On the 4th day, following Wang Yuan's incursion into Judiciary Island. As he sailed across the ocean, another significant piece of news graced the headlines. The Yonko Kaido of the Beast clashed with Marine Admiral Akiji on one of the 3 starting islands of the New World, Mystoria, and was repelled with the aid of reinforcements from Marine headquarters. It seemed the world government sought to overshadow the Judiciary Island incident by heavily promoting this news. Kaido is notorious for his drunken rampages, often clashing with the Marines and being captured multiple times. This time, he was merely repelled, yet the media frenzy suggested otherwise. It was utterly disappointing, lacking substance, unable to defeat even a celestial dragon. Wang Yuan shook his head at the news. If he could obtain the Azure Dragon fruit, capable of both offense and evasion, he could easily soar to Moria, unleashing scorching attacks, or even use flame clouds to transport islands, delivering a few righteous strikes upon Moria. The voyage of the Origin and Dawnlight proceeded smoothly without any unforeseen incidents. The capricious climate of the Grand Line posed no challenge to Wang Yuan and his companions that, well prepared, they had no need to divert their course for supplies. Wang Yuan's Shadow Kingdom had stored ample provisions, and they could also catch fish and sea creatures, alleviating any concerns about food. A few days later, they arrived at Long Chain Island, although their permanent pointer directed them towards Alabasta. Passing through the waters near Long Chain Island, Wang Yuan contemplated capturing the slow fruit user Foxy, believing that this time-manipulating devil fruit warranted the expenditure of his time, even if it risked exposing their whereabouts and allowing the Marines to intercept them at the forthcoming islands. It was worth the gamble. The paramecia-type slow fruit enables the user to emit rays that slow down the reactions of people or objects for 30 seconds before they explode. The slow rays consist of an unknown particle, yet to be discovered in this world. Anything exposed to this ray, be it biological, liquid, or gas, will lose a degree of speed while other energies remain unchanged. In simpler terms, contact with this ray will drastically reduce speed within the illuminated range. All objects will decelerate. This includes the speed of falling to the ground, making the affected objects appear as if they are floating in midair. Since reactions also slow down if an attack is received while under the effect of slowing. The accumulated impact will explode at the moment the photon effect dissipates. The slowing effect lasts for approximately 30 seconds, after which speed returns to normal as if nothing had occurred. The emitted photons can also be stored in weapons, allowing for the immobilization of an opponent's limbs upon contact. However, a drawback exists. Photons reflecting off mirrors will also affect the user, leading to their own deceleration. This ability represents a formidable manipulation of time. Slowing for 30 seconds makes it easy to dispatch foes, yet Foxy, the wastrel, only employs this power to engage in pirate games of capture. Wang Yuan had instructed Ben Jack to investigate, and the Silver Fox Foxy had been lingering on Long Chain Island for some time. His record boasts an undefeated streak of 920 matches in the Davy Back fight, until he encountered the protagonist Luffy. That if one considers this, even if he participated in daily matches, that would amount to 2 or 3 years. Not to mention that it is improbable for pirates to engage him in Davy Back fight every day. This man has been lingering in the Grand Line for several years. However, it all seems like playing a game of make-believe. Currently, the bounty is merely 24 million berries, and it hasn't increased for a long time. What he likes most is to wait for passing pirate crews in the middle of the first half of the Grand Line and initiate the Davy Back fight, a game of seizing crew members. He simply doesn't go to places like Sabiti Archipelago further ahead, for those places are ultimately too close to the Marine headquarters. Once he got the news, Wang Yuan naturally wouldn't let it go. He sailed in the direction pointed by the log pose of Long Chain Island that he had collected beforehand after several days. He also desired to unleash his Conqueror's Haki and practice the combination of Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki. Long Chain Island is formed by 10 small islands in a circular shape. It gets its name from its overall appearance resembling a long chain. The island is home to many strange creatures. Usually, it is divided into 10 small islands by the sea. Once a year, due to the influence of the sea god in Water 7, there is a significant low tide on that day. The island will return to its original form within a few hours. The nomadic people on the island seize this opportunity and move to the next island every 3 years. Due to the peculiar geographical factors of Long Chain Island, the animals on the island are quite slender, and the residents speak with a prolonged tone. Wang Yuan merely marveled at Oda's imaginative settings regarding these strange animals and didn't pay too much attention to these slender creatures. They don't seem to have become particularly powerful because of this. Instead, they seem a bit clumsy. Besides Wang Yuan, many others also disembark the ship. Sailing on the sea all the time can be quite dull. After all, even on a giant ship, the living space is limited. Given the chance to get off the ship, they naturally would like to have some fun. Wang Yuan didn't impose too many restrictions and directly arranged for Lola and others to prepare a banquet. Under Wang Yuan's order, everyone cheerfully started to get busy. Casey and Oimo, these 2 giants, directly jumped into the sea, intending to catch sea kings. Others also began their hunting activities respectively. Wang Yuan left them alone and, accompanied by Perona, Califa, Kiwi, and Maz, for women, headed toward the lively competition venue on the island. Coincidentally, there was a Davy Back fight game going on at the moment. The arrival of Wang Yuan and his group didn't attract much attention, because everyone was either watching the game or participating in it. Wang Yuan had already spotted the man with a parted hair head, a red nose, inverted eyebrows, and triangular eyes, who looked like a fox on the outside. Silver Fox Foxy.it seemed that the game was about to end. Wang Yuan only saw Silver Fox Foxy's pirate flag and didn't see any other pirate flags. The opponents seemed to have failed, and even their flag had been taken away. The game seemed to have ended and people's attention was scattered after Wang Yuan approached with the 4 beauties. The small lackey on the periphery finally noticed someone approaching. He was immediately attracted by the 4 beauties, and then, upon seeing Wang Yuan, he was stunned for a moment before realizing Wang Yuan's identity. This was a hot topic figure who dared to declare war on the world government. The Dark God, He stuttered twice before shouting out Wang Yuan's title, the Dark God, and his shout alerted the people around him. They looked towards Wang Yuan, and almost simultaneously, they exclaimed, "The Dark God." Wang Yuan felt a bit annoyed that I'm the Dark God, not the stuttered Dark God. The shock seemed to spread from this group of people to another. Wang Yuan still found their shocked voices rather noisy and directly unleashed his conqueror's haki. Under Wang Yuan's large-scale intimidation, these lackeys were knocked unconscious one by one and fell to the ground. Silver Fox Foxy, who had just won the Davy back fight game, hadn't had time to rejoice for long when he felt a terrifying might. His crew members around him also fell one by one, and even he was staggering under the influence of this intimidating force. I want to start a Davy back fight game with you. Before losing consciousness, Foxy hurriedly shouted out the request, trying to break this terrifying, intimidating might. Wang Yuan indeed withdrew the intimidating effect of his conqueror's haki, walked through those unconscious lackeys on the ground, and came to stand opposite Foxy. He asked with a faint smile, "You want to play a Davy back fight game with me?" Without that terrifying, intimidating might, Foxy heaved a sigh of relief. But he still looked at the man in front of him with some fear and lingering dread. A supernova with an initial bounty of 300 million, one of the former Shichibukai, a madman who declared war on the world government. A major criminal with a bounty of 2.3 billion, the Dark God, Wang Yuan, the protagonist of the news in these days. Other conscious cadres like Hamburg, Portia, Kabeji, Pickles, etc. also looked at Wang Yuan, this overbearing man. With trembling fear, I want to play a Davy back fight game with you. The loser has to swear to Davy Jones and be loyal to the winner for a lifetime. Foxy still forced himself to endure the fear and took out 3 coins from his pocket. In fact, he somewhat regretted it. He should have directly said surrender. But he had just won a Davy back fight game, and his mind was full of Davy back fight and a moment of desperation. He subconsciously shouted out that he wanted to play a Davy back fight game. And since the words had been spoken, he couldn't take them back. Perhaps he could join the other side through the Davy back fight game. Winning would be a great gain, and losing wouldn't be a loss either. Wang Yuan shook his head, and his words made Foxy feel a bit cold. "That a game among you pirates, that I'm not a pirate." Then the words Wang Yuan said next made Foxy relax a bit. "However, considering that you have a beautiful female crew member, I can give you a chance and play a Davy back fight game with you." Wang Yuan looked at Foxy, who didn't even dare to breathe, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up as he looked at Portia, the beautiful woman behind Foxy. She was the navigator and cheerleader of the Foxy Pirates, and also the idol of the Foxy Pirates. Her weapon was a magic wand from which flowers could appear at one end, even with a hat and an eye patch on. It could still be seen that she was a beauty, and her figure was quite good, not inferior to Khalifa and the other women. But the rules aren't set by you. Deciding the winner in 3 rounds is too troublesome. We'll only play 1 round. The winner takes all, and the loser's life and death are at the mercy of the winner, of course. I don't mind if you resist. The game is simple. It's called stand till the end. As long as you can stand till the end under my pressure, you win. Wang Yuan said something that made Foxy's face look unpleasant. Wang Yuan wouldn't follow their arrangements and rules like Monkey D. Luffy. This guy Foxy has a despicable character. He often uses underhanded means to win the game when facing opponents that he has no sportsmanship at all. Even the referee is on their side, often making unfair calls. I'll give you 3 minutes to prepare. I'll unleash my conqueror's haka. As long as someone among you can stand till the end, you win. That if you all fall under the intimidation of my haki, you lose. That don't feel wronged if you die at my hands then. After saying this, Wang Yuan drew out the black sword Shusui, calmed his mind, concentrated his conqueror's haki on the black sword Shusui, nourishing this black sword and communicating with it. The faces of Foxy and others on the opposite side looked ugly, but they had to follow Wang Yuan's rules. 3 minutes passed quickly, without waiting for Foxy and others to say anything. Wang Yuan directly unleashed his conqueror's haki again. First the small lackeys, then the fighters, then the cadres, and finally the captain. Wang Yuan continuously increased the intensity of his conqueror's haki. The members of the Foxy Pirates present were knocked unconscious one by one. Fighter Hamburg, fighter and cheerleader Captain Portia, fighter Swordfish, Merman Kabeji, fighter Pickles, banquet team Captain Itemimus, fighter by Kabanda. Along with Foxy, the captain who originally wanted to hold on, also fainted under the intimidation of Wang Yuan's conqueror's haki. He ultimately couldn't resist the intimidation of Wang Yuan's conqueror's haki. Shaking his head, Wang Yuan stepped forward. Profound darkness spread from his body, directly pulling the unconscious Foxy, the user of the slow fruit, into the endless darkness and devouring him. Just like Absalom and Gecko Moria back then, they were directly pulled into the darkness by Wang Yuan and devoured, and even their devil fruit abilities couldn't escape. Although Foxy was a pirate, he wasn't an extremely heinous pirate. Instead, he presented a rather comical demeanor. Were it not for the precious time-related ability of the dull fruit, Wang Yuan would not have felt compelled to eliminate him to seize the devil fruit. However, the reality is that he possesses such formidable devil fruit powers, yet lacks the strength for self-preservation, while Wang Yuan has the means to acquire it. Thus, Wang Yuan had no choice but to dispose of him and take the dull fruit to cultivate his own organization members. Unlike Blackbeard, who indulges in wanton brutality, Wang Yuan is not a self-proclaimed savior either. He is a ruler with principles, yet possesses ambition. He cannot be bothered to expend effort in recruiting this despicable and deeply insecure individual. His gaudy red nose and hairstyle reminiscent of a fox's ears are quite unappealing. Lacking any notable skills, Wang Yuan would not tolerate this individual as he did with Hogback and Lola. With the dull fruit ability secured, Wang Yuan did not hastily release it to be reborn as a new devil fruit. Rather, he turned his attention to the unconscious Borky nearby. Nonchalantly, he sees Borky amidst the disdainful gazes of Perona and her three companions. Pinching her to awaken her from her stupor, as for the others who lay sprawled on the ground, Wang Yuan did not bother to rouse them personally. He simply unleashed a torrent of seawater from the shadowy void, dousing them to bring them back to consciousness. Observing the still-dazed individuals, Wang Yuan, with his arm around Borky's slender waist, proclaimed loudly, "Your captain has lost the match. According to the rules, you must pledge your allegiance to me. Henceforth, you shall be subordinate members of our Yuan Organization. As for your captain, he has been dealt with it, if your loyalty lies with him, a character so despicable that he resorts to the cruel game DBF to devour other pirate crews. And you wish to follow him, I can accommodate your desires." With Borky nestled in his left arm, Wang Yuan drew his black blade, Chiu Shui, as if genuinely prepared to fulfill the wishes of those willing to pledge their lives and loyalty. In the face of Wang Yuan's menacing tone, even Borky, a loyal cadre of the Silver Fox Fokushi, dared not oppose him, and with a flirtatious tone, she replied, "Leader, we are willing to pledge our allegiance." With Borky leading the charge, the others hastened to express their willingness to swear loyalty, some already feeling as if they had latched onto a powerful ally. This was a figure with a bounty of 2 billion. A significant player, and although equally dangerous, he far surpassed the Silver Fox Fokushi. Excellent. I welcome your joining. However, I must inform you that not everyone can become part of the Yuan Organization. You will only be considered subordinate members. To become full members, you must work diligently, Wang Yuan stated casually. These individuals were merely insignificant lackeys, incapable of withstanding even his conqueror's haki, and Wang Yuan did not expect them to be of any use in the forthcoming struggle against the world government. Yet, there is a distinction between having someone and having no one. At the very least, they could bolster their numbers, serve as labor, and relieve Wang Yuan of the need to handle everything himself. Moreover, among them were indeed a few fishmen and mink tribesmen worthy of cultivation, such as the swordfish fishman Capote, the giant mudfish by Capanda, the squid fishman Jubai, and the mink leopard Jakijida. Additionally, there were some navigators, shipwrights, and ship doctors among them, so taking them in was not a loss. With a cohort of over 100 individuals, Wang Yuan and his comrades returned to the landing point and commenced a banquet. Though they had just joined, the immediate celebration brought joy to the members of the Fokushi pirates. The beautiful Borky eagerly flitted around Wang Yuan, showing him attention and not minding the advantages he took of her. The intelligent beauty Khalifa exhibited no signs of jealousy, while Kiwi and Maz were quite generous, indulging heartily in the banquet. Perona, the ghost princess, was somewhat displeased, lingering around Wang Yuan and competing subtly with Borky. But she was swiftly subdued by Wang Yuan, who embraced both, creating a harmonious atmosphere of feasting and revelry. Brook began to sing Binksake, a staple performance at every banquet. almost every time a feast was held. Brook would sing this song, making it an essential part of the festivities. Borky showcased her magic wand, conjuring a variety of flowers, and whether it was the flowers she produced or her own beauty, her performance was well received. Maz continuously created bubbles to enhance the ambience. Many enjoyed the lively atmosphere, each with their own acts. Even someone as composed and serious as Rob Lucci would not refuse to partake in the banquet, though he would not perform. Wang Yuan, the leader, also demonstrated his newly developed ability, the 1,000 Shadow Soldier Corps. This was a power he had devised by utilizing the shadows of 1,000 guards from Judicial Island, combined with the abilities granted by the Dark Fruit. The Dark Fruit allows for the creation of darkness and transformation into it. Should Wang Yuan wish, he could shape various objects and creatures from the dark elements. Akin to Enel, who manifested thunderbirds and thunder beasts, or Akiji, who could conjure ice birds and ice blades. Such elemental manifestations are relatively simple applications but lack true substance, rendering them of limited practical use. Wang Yuan had only developed the Dark God form, transforming himself into a colossal figure of darkness. After all, many of his future adversaries would possess giant or monstrous forms, much like the sun god Nika and the Elder Stars. Lacking a corresponding form would feel somewhat disadvantageous in terms of imposing presence, as for shadowy birds and beasts. Wang Yuan found no desire to create them. Upon acquiring the ability of the Shadow Fruit, Wang Yuan conceived the idea of the Shadow Soldier Corps. He was not like Moonlight Moria, who relied on external entities for power, wasting over a decade to gather a horde of zombie minions and digging up corpses. Such behavior would tarnish his image as a pioneer, dark god, and liberator. Moria's accumulated corpses have been disposed of, leaving only a few special ones, which would eventually be phased out as well. He could not afford to be perceived as a grave robber and corpse manipulator. With no corpses at his disposal, he would condense darkness to form humanoid shapes and combine them with the manipulated shadows, thus creating the Shadow Soldiers. However, the dark elements are easily dispersed, and Wang Yuan previously did not have an abundance of shadows. The shadow clones he created were also limited in number. With tangible corpses like the swordsman Ryuma to control, he had no need to develop this technique. That it was only after obtaining the shadows of over 1,000 guards from Judicial Island that he finally devised this skill. Within the realm of shadowy darkness, he enveloped the shadows of those guards in darkness, coalescing them into humanoid forms, thus creating a batch of shadow soldiers. Wang Yuan, with his compulsive tendencies, settled on the number 1,000 for his corps. This Shadow Soldier Corps does not divide into 9 distinct battalions like in Jackie Chan Adventures. Rather, they are uniform shadow soldiers, with strength that is not particularly high, easily penetrated by bullets, yet as manifestations of dark elements. The shadow soldiers are not true flesh and blood. Their recovery speed is rapid, and being shot does not significantly affect them. Only decapitation or the destruction of their hearts constitutes fatal wounds capable of eliminating a shadow soldier. The shadows controlling the dark bodies are an alternate essence of the individual. If decapitation or heart loss occurs, considered fatal in the shadow's judgment, the shadow will perceive that body as dead and abandon it. However, this does not equate to the true annihilation of the shadow soldier. The shadow will return to Wang Yuan's dominion within the Shadow Kingdom, where it can be reformed into a new shadow soldier under his control. Unless the original's body is destroyed, resulting in the shadow's true disappearance, or Wang Yuan, the wielder of this ability, is defeated, causing the shadow to revert to its original owner. The attacking power of the shadow soldiers is also low. They would likely struggle against even a trained Navy soldier with a combat value of 10. Perhaps, as Wang Yuan continues to develop the Dark Fruit, the strength and offensive capabilities of the shadow soldiers may enhance. But for now, they are merely capable of menial tasks, serving as guards and obeying commands. Wang Yuan also contemplated equipping the shadow soldiers with firearms, similar to the firepower approach of Capone Beach. The 1,000 Immortal Shadow Soldier Corps could provide sufficient firepower coverage, allowing them to eliminate minor pirate crews without Wang Yuan needing to intervene. In times of desperation, one may break through the ranks alone. In times of prosperity, firepower prevails. However, at present, there are not enough firearms. And with the banquet underway, Wang Yuan simply had the 1,000 shadow soldiers stand up to showcase their ability to form a battalion, after which they returned to his shadow kingdom. The festivities continued into the night, with everyone reveling in joy, indulging in food and drink, many succumbing to slumber upon the ground. They need not worry about the watch, due to the involvement of Wang Yuan's shadow brigade and the zombies. Wang Yuan embraced the lovely Borki, Perona, and Califa, returning aboard the Dawnlight. Seizing the moment, he swiftly captured the enchanting Borki. The following day, Wang Yuan rose amidst the onslaught of Borki and Califa, embarking on a new day of training. Having mastered the Conqueror's Haki, he diligently continued to refine it, repeatedly unleashing and compressing it around himself, forming a domain akin to an aura field. The extent of the Conqueror's Haki was not as crucial as its intensity. Besides compressing its range, he also intertwined the Conqueror's Haki with his Black Blade. As Wang Yuan engaged in his training, Rob Lucci awoke early, commencing his own practice under the pressure of Wang Yuan's Conqueror's Haki. He aspired to match Wang Yuan's pace, determined not to fall too far behind. Lucci's training was paralleled by Kaku and the others, as the CP9 members had long since developed the habit of training together. After a vigorous session, Wang Yuan paused to observe Rob Lucci, announcing his intention to appoint him as the new captain of the ship, responsible for leading the pirates recruited the previous day. He gestured towards a vessel docked beside the Origin and Dawnlight, the ship belonging to the Foxy pirates, named the Sensual Fox. Following Foxy's demise, the ship naturally came under Wang Yuan's command. Wang Yuan had no intentions of letting this grand ship go to waste, planning to establish a third fleet with the former members of the Foxy Pirates, with Rob Lucci as its captain. Lucci did not decline. The role of captain offered him greater freedom. "What shall we name the ship?" he inquired. "You may rename the Sensual Fox. The fox figurehead can be replaced with a leopard. After all, you are a master shipwright, capable of transforming the vessel as you see fit. Should you require the skills of Gaimu, he can assist you." Wang Yuan expressed his mild exasperation at the name Sensual Fox. "Let us call it the Leopard," Lucci decided, swiftly changing the name. Subsequently, Wang Yuan and his companions began preparations for departure. Before the assembled crew, he officially appointed Rob Lucci as the captain of the Leopard. Kaku, Gabra, and the Lion's Embrace, along with the Headless Eagle, were also assigned to the Leopard. Califa, now Wang Yuan's woman, naturally remained aboard the Dawnlight, while Bruno, with the Dordor fruit, stayed as his abilities were frequently required. With Borki now under Wang Yuan's sway, she too remained on the Dawnlight. Furthermore, Wang Yuan transferred the Fishman Capote to the Dawnlight, ensuring all three ships had a fishman aboard. Thus, the three vessels set sail once more, continuing their journey towards Alabasta. The visit to Longchain Island was merely an interlude, yet Wang Yuan gained significantly, acquiring the dull fruit, winning over the beautiful Borki, and assimilating over 100 crew members from the Foxy Pirates. The Alabasta Kingdom is a superpower located in the first half of the Grand Line, boasting a population exceeding 10 million that its capital, Alabasta, is home to a standing army of 600,000. The secret criminal organization Baroque Works, led by the warlord Crocodile, executes the ideal country operation here. Aside from the capital Alabasta and rain base, no rain falls elsewhere in the kingdom. Under the deliberate machinations of Baroque Works, the populace has been led to believe that the drought is a result of the king's clandestine use of the rain-inducing agent dancing powder, sparking the seeds of rebellion. After several days at sea, Wang Yuan and his crew arrived at the canola flower port of Alabasta. They remained in the spotlight, as Wang Yuan sought to avoid attracting undue attention, wary of the world government's spies dispatching Navy forces prematurely, and wishing to prevent Crocodile from fleeing. Wang Yuan commanded the concealment of the flags of the Dawnlight and Origin, replacing them with the Jolly Roger. Additionally, he instructed Califa to employ her invisibility ability to hide the giants Kasai and Oimo. The two giants were too conspicuous. They would remain on the ship for the time being while the rest donned their disguises. After a thorough concealment and masquerade, leaving behind the giants Kasai and Oimo, the fishman Sebastian, Baiku Panda, the zombie Longma, Wind's Giraffe, Kamasi, and a multitude of henchmen to guard the ship, Wang Yuan and his party disembarked at the canola flower port. However, he had no inclination to explore, but rather contacted the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma through the transponder snail. Kuma's pawpaw fruit ability allowed for travel at a speed exceeding that of Wang Yuan's crew. Even if he had to return to Sorbet Kingdom to fetch Bonnie, his speed would surpass theirs, having already arrived at Canola Flower Port ahead of them. However, being a small giant with a bounty of 290 million berries, he prudently avoided entering the port ostentatiously to prevent any commotion. After Wang Yuan's call, Kuma soon arrived with Bonnie in his box. In the wilds of Canola Flower Port, Wang Yuan and his crew finally met the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma. Kuma, I am delighted to see you. I formally invite you to join our organization. I will assist in healing Bonnie, and together we shall seek vengeance upon the celestial dragons for Ginny and your parents, establishing a republic devoid of slavery, where freedom and equality reign. Upon their first meeting, Wang Yuan directly extended his invitation to Kuma, laying forth compelling reasons and goals that he could not refuse, for a time traveler aware of Kuma's background. The kind-hearted giant was among the easiest to recruit. Although Kuma was one of the 3 founding members of the Revolutionary Army, he had already distanced himself from it for Bonnie's sake. Should a way to heal her present itself, he would even willingly sacrifice himself, accepting transformation, making the invitation to join Wang Yuan's cause far from difficult. Leader, I am willing to join. Indeed, Kuma had no grounds for refusal. While he mentioned that after healing Bonnie, he could return to the Revolutionary Army to continue fighting alongside Dracula. For Bonnie's sake, he was prepared to join Wang Yuan's organization. Moreover, Wang Yuan's bold declaration had instilled a sense of courage within Kuma. Having been a slave to the celestial dragons since childhood, he was filled with dread regarding their kind. Even with the pawpaw fruit's ability to escape at will, he remained fearful of his identity as a celestial dragon's slave. Wang Yuan's words ignited a fire within him. Furthermore, Wang Yuan's vision of a republic free from slavery and filled with equality resonated deeply with Kuma, a former slave himself. Excellent. With your addition, our cause can take flight. Wang Yuan exclaimed with a hearty laugh. The others shared in Wang Yuan's joy at Kuma's joining. This small giant clearly possessed formidable strength. Rob Lucci regarded the small giant with a serious expression, as he was more attuned to the aura of such powerful beings, sensing a threat comparable to Wang Yuan's shadow form. Bonnie can come out now. My darkness will protect her. A thick shroud of darkness emanated from Wang Yuan, enveloping the area. Seeing that the sunlight was indeed obscured, Kuma set down the wooden box, allowing little Bonnie to emerge. Daddy, may I come out now? The sweet little Bonnie inquired. Having contracted the amber lead syndrome, she had been unable to see the sunlight. Even at the church in Sorbet Kingdom, her father had been anxious whenever she approached the door, and she wished not to cause him concern. Yes, you may, Kuma replied with a gentle smile. Gazing at the adorable little Bonnie, Wang Yuan couldn't help but reflect on how she was the perfect example of a child one might wish to have. Hello, little Bonnie. I am your brother Wang Yuan. With me around, you need not hide. I will shield you from all sunlight. I am the god of darkness. As he spoke, he manipulated a shadow to form a cloak that enveloped Bonnie, emanating darkness to provide her with complete protection, leaving only her eyes exposed. And here, let me give you a pair of sunglasses. That should suffice. Wang Yuan produced a small pair of sunglasses for Bonnie to wear. Having prepared thoroughly for their journey to Alabasta, a desert nation, Wang Yuan had made sure to pack sunscreen and sunglasses among other supplies. Once adequately protected, Bonnie beamed with joy, grateful to her brother Wang Yuan for enabling her to move freely once more. Thank you, brother Wang Yuan. Maz, witnessing little Bonnie's delight, conjured some bubbles for her to play with. Bruno, observing Maz using his bubble fruit abilities to entertain Bonnie, clumsily utilized his door fruit to create various doors in the air for Bonnie to engage in a game of hide-and-seek. After Bonnie had enjoyed her playtime, Wang Yuan then remarked, Little Bonnie, you possess the ability of the age fruit to change your age. Not only can one determine the age, but also obtain a distorted future. The ability I demonstrated just now was the Dark God form. Perhaps you too can become a Dark God, creating your own darkness to protect yourself that in this way, your father, Xiong, won't have to worry about you anymore. As Wang Yuan spoke, he showcased his ability to transform into darkness. He grew into a dark giant over 10 meters tall and then shrank into a dark figure only a dozen centimeters high. Is it true? Can I really become a dark god? Upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, Bonnie immediately became excited. If she could become a dark god, she wouldn't have to fear the sunlight anymore. Definitely possible. Keep trying and become a dark god like me, flying freely. Wang Yuan gave Bonnie affirmative encouragement and even spread his shadow wings and took off. Bonnie's age. Age fruit was the result of an experiment conducted by J. Garcia Saturn of the 5 Elder Stars. Through extraction and refinement, it bestows abilities upon infants who can't directly consume the fruit. That is to say, Bonnie was already a devil fruit user when she was a baby. In this god-tier age fruit was considered a useless fruit by Saturn of the 5 Elder Stars. Although it can transform into any future form, as the understanding of reality expands, the scope of transformation of the age fruit will become narrower. However, reality slapped Saturn of the 5 Elder Stars hard. When Bonnie's faith in Nika wavered, she indeed weakened. But under the example and encouragement of Monkey D. Luffy, who is Nika, Bonnie directly became the second Nika. The protagonist Luffy fought the Yonko Kaido desperately and almost died before awakening the Nika ability. While Bonnie achieved it effortlessly, the age fruit is even more incredible than the sun god Nika fruit that it can make one achieve what one imagines. Now, Wang Yuan is about to induce little Bonnie to distort the future and transform into the dark god he fabricated. Distort the future that I want to become like the dark god. The naive little Bonnie excitedly shouted her request, imagining Wang Yuan in this dark god form. Since she could imagine becoming Nika just by the appearance of Nika told by Xiong, now with Wang Yuan's example and encouragement, the naive Bonnie immediately transformed into the same dark state as Wang Yuan. Her body turned into a special dark element, and she even controlled the darkness like Wang Yuan. This scene stunned everyone present, and even Wang Yuan found it outrageous. Although I thought you might be able to do it, you actually did it? I was just talking. Although Wang Yuan was complaining in his heart, his face was full of delighted and encouraging smiles. Little Bonnie, you're amazing. Bonnie was also extremely happy. After becoming a dark god, she no longer had to fear the sunlight. Excited, she couldn't wait to spread her wings and fly like Wang Yuan. And as she expected, she really condensed black wings and took off. Xiong watched as Bonnie, in the form of a little black figure, flew freely in the sunlight and showed a satisfied smile. Rob Lucci and the others watched the flying Bonnie in shock and envy. This ability was too incredible, right? She could directly transform into the dark god, the form of Wang Yuan, their leader, and could also fly. Is the age fruit this overpowering? It can transform at will. After playing for over half an hour, Bonnie, out of energy, changed back to her child form and exited the so-called dark god state. She was then held in Wang Yuan's arms, with Wang Yuan's darkness as cover. Little Bonnie wasn't exposed to the sun. Next, everyone returned to the Xiaowang, Qiyuan, and Liebao ships, left the Rapeseed port, and prepared to enter the St. Dora River. It was unknown whether the water volume of the St. Dora River after the drought could support the navigation of large ships like the Qiyuan, Xiaowang, and Liebao. If not, they would stop the ships at Aluma, and Wang Yuan, Xiong, Califa, and others would go to Yudi to capture Crocodile. After all, it wasn't as convenient as having a flying ship. If the ship could fly, Wang Yuan would directly fly the ship to Yudi. During the voyage, Hogback and Yami, the two ship doctors, began to examine Bonnie's body. Whether it could be cured was still uncertain. The Azure Jade Scale disease can be cured. Even if others can't, Vegapunk surely can. Kureha of Drum Island might also be able to, and Crocus, the ship doctor of the Pirate King, might be able to as well. Trafalgar Law, who has the op fruit, might also be able to. You know, Kureha's medical skills are extremely superb. She is over 130 years old and still full of energy. Although it can't be said that Kureha can cure any disease, her research on medicine is not much inferior to that of the all-around Vegapunk. If Vegapunk can cure it, Kureha should also be able to. It's just not clear why. With the Revolutionary Army's intelligence and Xiong wandering around the sea and visiting many islands, he finally turned to Vegapunk. Perhaps the stem cell transplantation technology that Vegapunk used to treat the Azure Jade Scale disease, which has not been widely spread, involves other technical research. Moreover, when Vegapunk communicated with Xiong and the others, he didn't check for eavesdropping Din Mushi, and didn't take anti-eavesdropping measures. Unfortunately, The news was eavesdropped by Saturn of the five Elder Stars, and Xiong was coerced into accepting the transformation. Not only did he lose his memory and self, but he also had to work for the world government, his enemies, becoming a model worker among the Shichibukai. Eventually, he became a slave of the celestial dragons again. The illogicality can only be said that Odo wanted the extremely powerful user of the paw fruit, Xiong, to be taken out of the story to so that even when Xiong reached Drum Kingdom, he couldn't find Kureha, and the Revolutionary Army's intelligence didn't know about Trafalgar Law, the user of the op fruit. Anyway, let Hogback and Yami examine first. If they can't, look for Kureha of Drum Island. If Kureha can't either, look for Trafalgar LAW.I. In addition, there's Judge of Germa 66. He is also a scientist researching bloodline factors and is not bad in medical research. If none of them work, then look for Vegapunk. Anyway, Vegapunk is also a target that Wang Yuan must get. There's no need to rush. Wang Yuan directly asked Xiong for the techniques of armament hockey training and even filmed it so that he could teach new members in the future. With Xiong's consent and cooperation, Wang Yuan even cut off Xiong's shadow and put it into his body to train his armament hockey. He had previously trained the iron block to strengthen his body. With Xiong's guidance and the assistance of Xiong's shadow, Wang Yuan quickly mastered the armament hockey. Then he transferred Xiong's shadow to Rob Lucci and his own shadow to Kaku.I in this way. In less than an afternoon, the number of people who could use armament hockey increased from 1 to 2, and then from 2 to 4. More and more people learned armament hockey, including Wang Yuan, Rob Lucci, Kaku, Brook, Jabra, Bruno, Khalifa, Lion Scored, Fukru, Sebastian, Gaim, Baikavanda, and Kabeji. Those who hadn't learned armament hockey were still working hard to train. When dusk fell, the Xiaoguang, Qiyuan, and Liebao ships arrived at Aluma, a city that was already starting to dry up. This place was once an oasis city located downstream of the St. Dora River. However, later, due to the reduction of the water flow in the lower reaches of the St. Dora River, resulting in a shortage of water sources, it became one of the victims of the drought. Now, it was 3 years before the Straw Hat Pirates in the original timeline arrived in Alabasta. The situation wasn't that severe yet, but the drought problem had already started. If the oasis downstream of the river was like this, the drought problem in some inland cities was even more serious. And rebellions had already begun. To be honest, Alabasta had been drought-stricken for 3 years, with rebellions breaking out everywhere. In such a situation, it was quite impressive that the Nefertari royal family could hold on for 3 years. Similarly, from this perspective, Crocodile was a bit disappointing that he had made no progress in 3 years. Some people boasted that Crocodile, who was plotting to seize the country, was a scheming and powerful figure, that it was like some people boasted that Kuro of Baiji Kuro, who faked his death to seek Kaya's property, was a pirate with profound schemes. But in the end, they were both small-minded. Kuro was just a coward afraid of death. The plot developed. The prestige of some characters who seemed very powerful at first dropped significantly. Joel D. Roger, the Pirate King, seemed to become a clown. Garp, the hero of the Navy, also seemed like a clown when he went to rescue Kobe with a few people. Kazuki Odin, a character who was just self-indulgent and stupid, was also a bit nauseating. Moreover, as the combat power increased, the performance of some characters was also disappointing. The Whitebeard pirates were claimed to be the strongest among the Yonko. But after Whitebeard's death, only Marco among Whitebeard's captains showed some ability. The rest were probably killed by the Blackbeard pirates. That Kaido's beast pirates also seemed disappointing. Kaido was clearly claimed to be the strongest creature in the world and was going to create a legion of 500 Zoan Devil Fruit users. Doflamingo was afraid when thinking of Kaido, which was used to set off Kaido's power. But in the actual battle, it was just so. Clearly, among devil fruits, the Zoan type should have the largest variety. After all, there are countless animals of various kinds. Yet within the beast pirates, only the 3 calamities, the Flying 6, and a few others are genuine Zoan devil fruit users. The rest are actually those artificial and deformed devil fruit users created by Caesar Clown. During the Wano Country arc, several mythical Zoan devil fruit abilities emerged, such as the Azure Dragon, Yamada no Orochi, Great Human Path, Odaigami, and Nika. However, King, the most powerful figurehead of the Beast Pirates, is merely an ancient Zoan type. It's truly underwhelming. Eventually, he is bound to give way to the protagonist and keep up with the protagonist's power level. Crocodile, whose Logia's Sansan fruit ability seemed invincible in the early stages, was thoroughly defeated by Luffy, the protagonist, with his Paramecia Gum Gum fruit. But later, after Crocodile entered Impel Down and came out, he seemingly caught up with the power level. He could hold his own against almost anyone and even became a father figure to an emperor. Wang Yuan doesn't care about Crocodile's potential to be a father figure in the future. He has more or less determined Crocodile's fate. Even without water and without using armament haki, solely relying on the Dark Fruit's ability to restrain other Devil Fruit powers. Wang Yuan is confident he can handle this Crocodile. Looking at a group of Kung Fu dugongs by the shore, Wang Yuan ordered the ship to stop. These Kung Fu dugongs appear in groups near the coast of Alabasta and love to compete with people. If they lose, they must acknowledge the winner as their master. This is the rule of the Kung Fu dugongs. Wang Yuan quite likes this rule. These Kung Fu dugongs are truly excellent. They can be kept as pets, serve as lifeguards, and their combat power isn't bad. They can even learn armament haki. These are Kung Fu dugongs. They like to compete with people, but if they lose, they must acknowledge the winner as their master. Each of you can subdue one or two that they can be pets. And if you fall into the water, they can be lifeguards. Also, when encountering any small fry in the future, you can simply let the trained Kung Fu dugong apprentices take action. With a smile, Wang Yuan said this to the crew and then spread his shadow wings and flew down. Seeing a human, the Kung Fu dugong, which loved to compete, indeed stepped forward and made a gesture of wanting to compete. Wang Yuan also assumed a fighting stance in response. Although they couldn't communicate verbally, their actions could convey their intentions. After Wang Yuan's response, this Kung Fu dugong charged forward and struck Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan directly used the armament haki he had learned not long ago to directly receive the Kung Fu dugong's punch, then punched back with armament haki attached, directly to knocking the Kung Fu dugong down. After being defeated by Wang Yuan, this Kung Fu dugong regained its composure after a while and indeed made a gesture of acknowledging him as its master. From now on, you follow me. I'll teach you to become stronger and take you to roam the seas. Wang Yuan smiled. If understanding Wang Yuan's words, this Kung Fu dugong immediately jumped up and followed beside Wang Yuan. Papa Xiong, I also want to subdue a Kung Fu dugong. When Bonnie saw that brother Wang Yuan had subdued a Kung Fu dugong, she instantly transformed into the dark god form, spread her wings, and flew down. Despite Bonnie being small and suffering from jade scale disease, her dark god form is incredibly powerful. She instantly transformed into a dark giant form, swung her huge fist, and sent the Kung Fu dugong she was competing with flying, successfully subduing one. After Bonnie took action, others also found it quite interesting and descended to compete with the Kung Fu dugongs, successfully subduing one after another. Even Rob Lucci, who had Hattori, a pigeon pet, joined in and subdued a Kung Fu dugong. Whether as a pet or as an apprentice, a fighter, or a lifeguard, there's always a suitable role and usage. Wang Yuan didn't stop either. He successively defeated 9 more Kung Fu dugongs and took in 10 Kung Fu dugongs in total. For the remaining ones, Wang Yuan directly had Sebastian, Pikmin, and Kabeji, these Murlocs, take action to defeat and subdue them, forming a Kung Fu dugong team. After subduing the Kung Fu dugongs, to distinguish and mark them, Wang Yuan directly used paint to write the names of these Kung Fu dugongs on their bellies and backs. For convenience, Wang Yuan didn't bother thinking of complicated names. He simply used the surname plus a number. From Nyo 1 to Nyo 10. After others subdued their Kung Fu dugongs, they followed Wang Yuan's example and named their Kung Fu dugongs. However, they weren't as casual as Wang Yuan. For example, Bonnie named her Kung Fu dugong Bonnier. Frankie's was Spochi, and Rob Lucci's was Harley. The others also each had their own names. Unfortunately, they didn't subdue Chopper, nor did they have the power of the Whisper fruit, so they couldn't understand what these Kung Fu dugongs were saying. Next, Casey and Oimo. It's still troublesome for you two to watch over the ship. We're setting off for Yudi. After making such arrangements, Wang Yuan led everyone and flew towards Yudi. Wang Yuan could grow larger, use his shadow wings to fly, and carry Kiwi and Maz together. Perona, Khalifa, and Portia could also sit on his back, taking 5 women at once. But this way of flying was too awkward and the speed wasn't fast. So Wang Yuan asked Bartholomew Kuma, to give them a traveling paw. Although Bartholomew Kuma had never been to Yudi, he knew the direction and distance and knew which direction to send people. After arriving, Wang Yuan could use the power of the dark fruit to break the traveling paw. Similarly, Rob Lucci and others who wanted to visit Yudi were also sent by Bartholomew Kuma in the direction of Yudi. After that, Bartholomew Kuma also carried Bonnie and flew towards Yudi. The traveling paw is really fast and convenient. Wang Yuan and the others arrived at Yudi in less than an hour, although it was already night. The Rain Diner Casino was even more bustling at this time, with bright lights and a magnificent appearance. You can play as you like: Kuma, Bruno, Califa, Kiwi, let's go capture Crocodile. Wang Yuan directly took a box of berries and gave it to Brook and the others. Then motioned for Bruno to open the air door and enter the alternate space. I'll go too. I also want to see the strength of a warlord of the sea. Rob Lucci wasn't someone who liked to gamble. He was more eager to witness Crocodile's strength. Then come along. Wang Yuan didn't refuse and entered the air door opened by Bruno. Rob Lucci, Kuma, and the others also followed, the lively and combative Bonnie. Seeing that Kuma and the others were about to fight, followed behind Kuma. Soon, with the power of the door fruit, several people easily reached Crocodile's office. Through the green alternate space, they saw Crocodile lost in thought and Nico Robin reporting work to him. Under Wang Yuan's command, Bruno opened an air door beside Crocodile. Wang Yuan, who had been prepared, launched a great waterfall technique. Sandstorm, Crocodile was still very alert, although he didn't seem to have awakened observation hockey. His sense of crisis was no worse than that of some with observation hockey. He directly launched a sandstorm in the direction of the incoming attack, but he didn't expect that what came was a huge waterfall of seawater. The mere sandstorm was directly washed back by the seawater, and his sand elementalization was completely drenched by the seawater, making it impossible for him to elementalize in his sand. Dark water, when Crocodile couldn't elementalize. Wang Yuan, directly used through, appeared on the luxurious office desk in front of Crocodile, looked down at him, and used the power of the dark fruit to grab Crocodile's neck, suppressing his sand fruit and lifting him into the air. This scene was like when Blackbeard Teach attacked Amazon Lily in the original timeline. When Hancock, the Empress, wasn't paying attention, he suddenly attacked and grabbed Hancock's neck, subduing her. However, Wang Yuan isn't as tall as Blackbeard Teach. But Wang Yuan's strength is definitely not small. He has been maintaining the nightmare state after absorbing over 100 shadows. If necessary, he can even recall the 1,000 shadows of the Shadow Core and enter the shadow assemblage state to enhance his strength. Ugh, a warlord of the sea was defeated just like that. Rob Lucci was somewhat speechless looking at Wang Yuan's performance. Not only Crocodile, but also Nico Robin, who was in the room, was drenched by the seawater. She was a bit embarrassed. She quickly recognized Wang Yuan. She never expected that this man who declared war on the world government would suddenly arrive here and even seize Crocodile in one move. Just like Moria and Rob Lucci back then, after Crocodile's ability was suppressed by the dark fruit, without the power of the devil fruit, they both felt an instinctive panic and discomfort. However, Crocodile, a formidable rogue, is not the despondent type like Moonlight Moria. Even after being captured, he yearns to retaliate with the golden hook he wields. Yet, when Wang Yuan applies pressure to Crocodile's neck, the pain renders his hand, which sought to strike back, powerless, and it falls limply to his side. Wang Yuan narrowed his eyes, signaling to Kiwi to restrain Crocodile with sea stone handcuffs. Once Crocodile was secured, Wang Yuan severed his shadow and infused it into his own body. Having dealt with Crocodile, Wang Yuan then turned his attention to Nico Robin, who remained vigilant yet did not attempt to flee. Robin's reluctance to escape stemmed not from a lack of desire, but rather from the impossibility of doing so. With Wang Yuan present to capture Crocodile and the likes of Rob Lucci nearby, she felt escape was futile. Nico Robin, I am well acquainted with your story that I extend to you a heartfelt invitation to join our organization. I can lead you to the Poneglyphs and help you confront the world government, avenging the fallen residents of O'Hara. This is where you belong. We are the trustworthy comrades that Saul spoke of. Saul is not dead. I can take you to him. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, Robin's pupils dilated in shock. Saul was alive. The artillery that obliterated O'Hara melted Akiji's ice. He fell into the sea. Saul did not perish beneath Akiji's frozen grasp, nor under the bombardment of O'Hara. Not only did he survive, but he also managed to protect many of O'Hara's books alongside some giants. Transporting them to LBF in the future, I can take you to Elbaf to meet him, Wang Yuan affirmed, stepping closer to tidy Robin's hair, which had been tousled by the ocean waves. As Robin remained momentarily stunned by the revelation, Wang Yuan enveloped her in his embrace. You have endured a life of relentless pursuit, surviving for over a decade through betrayals and schemes. You have done remarkably well. From now on, you are under my protection. Should anyone dare to harm you, I will eliminate them, even if it is the world government. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's declaration, Robin, held in his arms, did not resist but instead broke into tears, whether from the joy of discovering Saul's survival or from the understanding Wang Yuan showed. Or perhaps a combination of both. In that moment, Robin released all the pent-up anguish she had carried for years. Observing Wang Yuan comforting Robin as she wept, Rob Lucci and the others tactfully led Crocodile away. Aware of the tumultuous background surrounding Nico Robin, the child of the demon. After Robin had a moment to express her emotions and regain her composure, she smiled as she stepped away from Wang Yuan, showing no signs of embarrassment. Next, I need you as my secretary to issue orders to gather the members of Baroque Works and coordinate with us to take control of everything related to the organization. Wang Yuan was determined not to overlook Baroque Works, whether it be the members, the leaders, or the assets. With Robin's cooperation, this would be a straightforward task, especially since Crocodile, the mastermind, had never revealed himself, leaving all arrangements to Robin. Very well, my captain, Robin replied with a smile. Learning that Saul had survived and that O'Hara's books were safe ignited a newfound determination within her, illuminating her spirit. She recalled Wang Yuan's words. I am the sun. I will illuminate this world of suffering. It felt as though her world had been brightened. The group then settled temporarily in the Rain Diner, with Robin dutifully contacting Mr. One, Des Bones, and other key figures to convene at the casino. As for the operations of the Rain Diner, everything continued as usual, with Robin at the helm, especially since Crocodile's downfall had gone unnoticed. The following day, Wang Yuan and a few companions set off to the capital of Alabasta, Alabasta. This time, Rob Lucci did not accompany them, as there were no formidable adversaries in Alabasta aside from Crocodile. Even the two deputy commanders of the Alabasta Royal Guard, Jackal and Bell, were beneath Rob Lucci's consideration. However, the Wolfman Gabra expressed interest in Jackal, who shared his wolf-type zone abilities, eager to see what prowess Jackal possessed. Knowing that Wang Yuan sought the poneglyphs, Robin eagerly joined him, unable to contain her excitement at the prospect of encountering the ancient texts. Under the flight of the bear-shaped Kuma, they soon arrived at the capital of Alabasta. Despite Alabasta boasting a standing army of 600,000, they were merely ordinary troops and posed no threat to Wang Yuan and his companions. In fact, they were entirely oblivious to the presence of Wang Yuan and his group. Wangu, Uncle Bruno's door-door fruit, is incredible. They didn't even notice us, exclaimed Bonnie, who sat gleefully on Kuma's shoulder. Bruno beamed at the praise from Bonnie. However, the door-door fruit's air doors only opened to the air, not to a spatial realm. Therefore, once the air door was created, the inner space had a unique connection to the real world. The inner space could only operate where air was present. In reality, both the ground and walls existed in the inner space as well, unable to disrupt the earth or walls directly. New doors could only be created using the door-door fruit's ability. The inner space could not affect beings or objects in the real world. For instance, when Bruno battled Luffy, he could see Luffy from within the inner space, but could not attack him without exiting into reality. Conversely, the real world could influence the inner space. If a room filled with water lost its air, the corresponding airspace would cease to exist. If one did not escape in time, those within the inner space would be crushed. Moreover, if something in the real world altered the position of the air, it would affect the inner space, such as rain. The falling rain from the real world would be an insurmountable force against those hiding within the inner space. Thus, while the door-door fruit's air doors could serve as emergency refuge, they were not invincible nor suitable for long-term habitation. Quickly, the group entered the royal palace of Alabasta, where they found King Cobra, Princess Vivi, and the head of the royal guard, Icolum, in earnest discussion regarding the pressing issues of drought, the dance powder incident, and the rebel forces. Wang Yuan, not one to eavesdrop, instructed Bruno to open a door, allowing them to appear before King Cobra and the others. "Identify yourselves," Icolum and Bell exclaimed, instinctively positioning themselves in front of King Cobra and Princess Vivi upon witnessing the sudden arrival. "There's no need for alarm. I come bearing goodwill. Should a conflict arise, this palace would suffer greatly, and if the Navy were to intervene, Alabasta would become a battlefield," Wang Yuan replied with a calm smile. Dark King Wang Yuan. Icolum and Bell's expressions shifted dramatically. "I assure you, there's no need for such tension. I have captured the one who framed you with the dance powder, and soon you shall enjoy normal rainfall once more. If you wish for rain sooner, I could sell you some dance powder as well." Wang Yuan chuckled, taking a seat and gesturing for the others to do the same, despite Wang Yuan's apparent lack of hostility. Icolum and Bell remained on guard. Nonetheless, they prudently eased their stance, allowing King Cobra and Wang Yuan to converse face to face. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, King Cobra's face lit up with hope. "Is it truly possible for us to have normal rainfall again?" Wang Yuan nodded affirmatively. "Who is responsible for framing my father?" Although still young, Princess Vivi displayed remarkable maturity and courage, sensing Wang Yuan's sincerity and daring to pose the question. "The former warlord of the sea, Crocodile, orchestrated by his secret criminal organization, Brook Works, used dance powder to frame you, inciting rebellion with the intention of seizing your nation and uncovering the whereabouts of the ancient weapon." Pluton. Wang Yuan candidly revealed Crocodile's objective. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, King Cobra, Princess Vivi, and the others were utterly astonished. They were astounded that the prime culprit was Crocodile, the hero of Alabasta, and that Crocodile's target was Pluton. "I captured Crocodile for you and foiled his plot. It's quite reasonable for me to come to you for a reward. If you don't give it, I can do what Crocodile intended to do. After all, I'm a sworn enemy of the world government, while you're a member country of the world government, and one of the 20 royal families that founded the world government." Wang Yuan calmly uttered these threatening words. "I wonder what Lord Wang Yuan desires." King Cobra still inquired. "I'll take care of that poneglyph you collected, that I'll directly take it away. You could just keep a rubbing, seeing that you need to deal with the disaster. I won't snatch your treasures. Taking only one poneglyph is too little. I'll also abduct Princess Vivi." Wang Yuan said something that made King Cobra's complexion turn pale. Before King Cobra could say anything, Wang Yuan continued, "I'm doing this for your consideration. She'll be safer by our side. Because you're also part of the D clan, a sworn enemy of the celestial dragons, and a special existence regarded as traitors by the world government." Wang Yuan said something that shocked King Cobra and everyone present. Nefertari D. Lily, that's the name 800 years ago. She left a letter passed down through generations of your royal family. And the sender's name is Nefertari D. Lily. "You're from the D clan. In such a show. Off moment. Wang Yuan naturally wouldn't miss it. He revealed the top secret information passed down through generations of the Nefertari royal family, leaving King Cobra stunned, speechless. Others were also somewhat shocked, but they didn't understand the meaning of the D clan. They only knew that when Wang Yuan declared war on the world government, he said the D clan was the enemy of the celestial dragons. Even with my ability to foresee the future, I can't clearly see the specific details. That I only know that 800 years ago, Queen Nefertari D. Lily of the Alabasta Kingdom, together with 19 other kings, founded the world government. However, she didn't stay in Moria as a celestial dragon, nor did she return to Alabasta. It was her younger brother who inherited Alabasta, and the name of the Nefertari royal family was preserved in Alabasta. Wang Yuan kept saying things that astonished everyone. The history of the past is unknown, and one knows how the war between the 20 kingdoms and the erased Great Kingdom was like. Why Queen Lily, a member of the D clan, sided with the world government's coalition forces and then betrayed the world government. She didn't lead the Nefertari royal family to ascend to Moria and scattered the poneglyphs recording the Void Century all over the world. The world government also doesn't know why they didn't deal with you. But you're indeed regarded as traitors by the celestial dragons. After you die, if something happens to Vivi, your royal family line might be exterminated. The world government's agents are everywhere. Their surveillance of Crocodile, a Shichibukai, must be extensive. The Crocodile's plot to seize your kingdom can't be hidden from them. They're also indulging Crocodile to wipe out your unruly royal family. Wang Yuan kept uttering intimidating words, but King Cobra couldn't simply dismiss these words as mere threats. Queen Lily perhaps wasn't originally from the D-Clan. After all, the D-Clan is the enemy of the world government and couldn't ally with the world government. It was also somewhat surprised when hearing the name Nefertari D. Lily that King Cobra mentioned that S.O. Queen Lily should not have been from the D-Clan originally, but she left the name Nefertari D. Lily. Perhaps inspired by Joy Boy, inheriting the so-called will of Deed, she can be considered as part of the D-Clan. However, these details don't need to be delved into. The final result is that the Nefertari royal family of Alabasta and the world nobles. The celestial dragons aren't on the same side. Princess Vivi will also be targeted by him. Wang Yuan looked at Vivi. Vivi might encounter danger by following us, but comparatively, she'll be safer that we have the ability to protect her and can roam freely on the sea. But if she stays in your Alabasta, the world government can capture her easily. Changing the subject, Wang Yuan continued, I've said so much persuasive words to show my goodwill, but at the same time, I'll use the news of abducting the princess of a member country to further target the world government, and you don't have the strength to refuse. Under Wang Yuan's numerous verbal offensives, King Cobra finally began to consider the issue of having multiple plans, like a crafty rabbit having 3 burrows, not putting all eggs in one basket. But it was equally dangerous around Wang Yuan. Before he could be troubled, Vivi stepped forward on her own accord. Lord Wang Yuan, I'm willing to follow you. Please don't make things difficult for my father. Wang Yuan highly appreciated this responsible blue-haired princess and nodded. King Cobra, later you report to the Navy that you've been robbed by us, that you've not only lost most of your treasures, but also had your princess abducted. Then, as a victim, question the world government and the Navy for their ineffective protection. Demand a reduction of the heavenly tribute and the rescue of Vivi. Otherwise, withdraw from being a world government member country. That way, you can use some of the treasures for disaster relief. Also, we'll give you our Din Mushy number. After the world government collects the heavenly tribute, you can tell us that we can rob the heavenly tribute and return part of it to you for disaster relief. Wang Yuan put forward a proposal that was very tempting to King Cobra, who loved his people like his own children and was wholeheartedly for his subjects. Next was to collect the poneglyph. With King Cobra's cooperation, Wang Yuan, Robin, Bartholomew Kuma, and others went to the underground tomb of Alabasta to collect the poneglyph. Meanwhile, Bruno, Jabra, and others started fighting with the royal guard of Alabasta. After all, they were going to rob people and treasures, so there was bound to be a battle. Kaku fought against Icolum, Bruno fought against Perispero the Falcon, and Jabra fought against Jackal Jaguar. Perona, Kiwi, Maz, and others also engaged with the guards. But following Wang Yuan's instructions, they didn't go for the kill. Inside the underground tomb, Robin, with an excited mood, stroked the poneglyph. After searching for so long, she finally found another poneglyph. King Cobra also used tools to make a rubbing of the ancient characters on the poneglyph. Wang Yuan also inspected the stone on which the poneglyph was recorded. This kind of stone can't be destroyed. Although it's not like sea stone that restrains devil fruit users, it's so sturdy that even various devil fruit powers can't destroy it. This indestructibility even withstands the power of the Gura no Mi. Known as the strongest paramecia, devil fruit powers can move its position but can't destroy it, and one knows what material this stone is made of and how those ancient people inscribed the poneglyph on it. Wang Yuan just regarded it as the strongest shield, either taking it back to practice boxing or using it to hit people. After King Cobra made a rubbing of the poneglyph, Robin also made a copy and took out a notebook to record. Wang Yuan wasn't in a hurry. After Robin finished these things, he put the Pluton poneglyph stone into the Shadow Kingdom. Seeing Wang Yuan take away the poneglyph stone, King Cobra sighed, feeling a bit relieved at the same time. Robin looked at Wang Yuan, somewhat silent, wondering whether to tell her leader, Wang Yuan, the content of the poneglyph. Wang Yuan just smiled slightly and didn't force Robin. Then they left the underground tomb. When they returned to the palace, many members of the Alabasta Royal Guard had been knocked down. Icolum, Perispero, and Jaguar had also been defeated. After all, they were no match for CP9 members like Kaku. Wang Yuan shook his head. King Cobra, later I'll give you a cultivation method of Rokushiki and Haki. You can give it to these trusted guards of yours for cultivation. Just say that, due to this defeat, you bought the cultivation method through underground channels. Also, I'll ask Kuma to use his power to send you some dancing powder. You can arrange for Perispero, who has the flying ability, to secretly use the dancing powder to quell some rebellions. Knowing King Cobra's reaction to his proposal, Wang Yuan directly interrupted King Cobra's speech. Dancing powder is indeed a contraband. It can absorb water vapor from the surrounding area on a large scale, thus causing widespread drought in the kingdom. But if used reasonably, from coastal areas to inland cities, this miraculous artificial rainfall powder can successfully draw the inexhaustible water vapor from the sea to the inland and ensure that every city gets sufficient precipitation. In this way, it can quickly quell internal unrest and alleviate the drought. You surely wouldn't watch those people die of drought while insisting on abiding by the world government's ban and not saving them, would you? The art of language is such that as long as one grasps the character of Cobra, who treats his people as his own children, the suggestions will nearly always achieve their intended goals. Under Wang Yuan's rhetorical questioning, Cobra found himself equally unable to refuse Wang Yuan's proposal. Subsequently, Wang Yuan made his entrance, once again showcasing his awe-inspiring conqueror's haki, which incapacitated a multitude of soldiers from the kingdom's army. As he departed the capital of Alabasta with Khalifa and the newly joined Princess Vivi in tow, following Wang Yuan's counsel, Cobra contacted the Navy, questioning their inadequate protection, upon receiving news of Yuan Organization appearing in Alabasta. The Navy's liaison officer promptly reported to higher command. Soon, the naval branch near Alabasta commenced their operations, with several vice admirals from various naval fortresses also being dispatched to Alabasta and Admiral Akainu, under the orders of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, led a team towards Alabasta, although they might not catch up to them, as by the time Akainu reached Alabasta, Wang Yuan and his companions would likely have already departed. Necessary actions were still to be taken. Furthermore, the Tontata tribe and Tontata chopper, having set sail from Marineford long ago, were estimated to reach Alabasta even sooner. Tontata had already deduced that following the Judicial Island incident, Wang Yuan would likely navigate towards the starting point of the Grand Line. After all, the path after Judicial Island leads to the Sabeti Archipelago and Marineford, making it easy for the Navy to encounter them. Thus, Tontata's course was directed towards the islands at the Grand Line's beginning, but without a specific destination, Tontata was uncertain of which island Wang Yuan would arrive at. Upon receiving the news, Tontata confirmed the course toward Alabasta. Wang Yuan and his companions returned to Rain Base, continuing to take over the operations of the Baroque Works. Bartolomeo also delivered the dance powder stored by Baroque Works to King Cobra using his pawpaw fruit abilities. In solitude, Robin confided in Wang Yuan about the information inscribed on the poneglyph relating to Pluto, sharing news of the battleship's presence in Wano. Wang Yuan expressed satisfaction with Robin's candor, as she had begun to feel a sense of safety and belonging. You can tell me the location of the Pluto battleship, which pleases me greatly, and in return, I can share with you several delightful pieces of news. There exists an ancient ruin within the desert of Alabasta, housing a poneglyph. Similarly, there's another on Skypea, and Fishman Island possesses 2 poneglyphs. Wang Yuan counted on his fingers, directly revealing the locations of 4 poneglyphs to Robin. Her eyes sparkled with excitement upon realizing that their leader was aware of so many poneglyphs' whereabouts. Where exactly in Alabasta's desert, leader? She inquired. Wang Yuan shook his head. The desert of Alabasta is vast and varied. I only know it lies somewhere within. Finding it would require a stroke of luck. Luffy, Zoro, and Chopper stumbled upon that poneglyph in the desert purely by chance that time. Robin had yet to join us, and Luffy, lacking the keen observation haki like Roger, showed little interest in the poneglyph. Swiftly moving on, amidst the endless expanse of sand, Wang Yuan had no way of knowing where Luffy and his companions had encountered it. Upon hearing this, Robin felt a wave of disappointment. The most recent poneglyph was indeed located in Alabasta, yet it lay hidden within the vast desert, making it nearly impossible to locate. As for relying on luck, Robin held no expectations. After Robin departed, Wang Yuan, having contemplated for a considerable time, sought out Crocodile with Hogback in tow. Given Crocodile's ambitious nature, Wang Yuan held no illusions about him surrendering. Initially, he had considered altering Crocodile's mindset using the memory fruit once Broly arrived. However, Upon reflection, such memory modification would still lack perfection. If it were a complete transformation akin to the one Vegapunk executed on Kuma, Crocodile would lose his sense of self, yielding little potential for growth and limiting his mastery of the Sansan fruit to the level of a warlord of the sea, which was insufficient for Wang Yuan. Conversely, if not fully transformed, Crocodile's inherent nature would remain an unstable variable, and Wang Yuan was reluctant to create such a risk, just as the formidable Rocks had managed to recruit powerful crew members like Whitebeard and Shiki. During the God Valley incident, these crew members had ultimately failed to contribute, leading to Rock's demise and their subsequent disbandment. Thus, Wang Yuan concluded that eliminating Crocodile and reclaiming the Sansan fruit to cultivate Princess Vivi would be the most prudent course of action. Vivi herself bore significant potential, possibly linked to the first-generation King Lily, and even him had shown interest in her. Her lineage as a member of Alabasta's royal family suggested she would possess considerable aptitude. And although not a direct descendant of Queen Lily, Vivi might also have the potential to awaken Conqueror's haki. Wang Yuan envisioned cultivating her into a formidable queen, given her background from the desert nation of Alabasta. Her profound understanding of the desert would render the Sansan fruit particularly suitable for her. Furthermore, Wang Yuan harbored no fondness for Crocodile, the instigator of Alabasta's civil strife, a war profiteer who had exacerbated the drought in Alabasta for 3 years, inciting a civil war that claimed many lives. Yet, after a few months in Impel Down, he had seemingly reformed by escaping with the protagonist Luffy, mingling with anyone, and even establishing the Cross Guild, all while becoming a royal figure. Wang Yuan felt it would be better to turn Crocodile into his 8th clone, with Hogback as his assistant. Hogback, too, had not anticipated that by following Wang Yuan, he would have the opportunity to personally eliminate Crocodile, another warlord of the sea like Moria. Shackled with sea-stone handcuffs, Crocodile glared at Wang Yuan with disdain, yet Wang Yuan had no desire for idle conversation. He seized Crocodile, and darkness surged like a tide over him, leaving only his head intact before signaling Hogback to proceed. Hogback revealed an eerie grin, retrieving a syringe and injecting the prepared neurotoxin into Crocodile's spinal nerves. To avoid damaging Crocodile's body, Hogback had prepared a potent neurotoxin, ensuring a swift and silent demise in no time. The neurotoxin took effect, and the warlord of the sea, Crocodile, perished without a struggle. There was no battle whatsoever. First, he was ambushed by Wang Yuan alongside Bruno, a user of the Dor fruit. Next, Wang Yuan utilized his Dark fruit abilities to restrain him, ultimately denying him even a chance to surrender, as Wang Yuan directed Hogback to administer the poison. His Sansan fruit was also seized by Wang Yuan's Dark fruit powers. First, thoroughly modify his corpse, transforming him into my zombie clone. Wang Yuan instructed Hogback before departing, leaving Hogback to commence his work on Crocodile's remains. Contemplating the Sansan fruit, which resembled a cactus in his hands, Wang Yuan refrained from hastily presenting it to Vivi. Strategically, to enhance the overall strength of his organization, such a precious devil fruit should ideally be distributed swiftly to cultivate combat prowess. However, as the leader, Wang Yuan could not overlook the balance of human emotions. Vivi had only just joined and would receive a Logia-type devil fruit, which could provoke feelings of imbalance among the others who had joined before her, such as Hogback, Nami, Kaku, Kiwi, and Pudding, who were not yet devil fruit users. Even if granting Vivi the Sansan fruit was a strategic decision made by Wang Yuan, and regardless of whether he had assured them that he had identified the most suitable devil fruits for them. The perception of favoritism would likely arise if Vivi were to become Wang Yuan's woman. There would be no issue regarding closeness or distance, yet Vivi was merely 13 years old. 3 years later. When Luffy set sail, Vivi was only 16 years old. Naturally, Wang Yuan was not so despicable as to do anything to 13-year-old Vivi, and there was no way to obtain a devil fruit by taking Vivi in. Therefore, it was better to wait for a while. Perhaps after finding the smooth fruit for Kiwi to eat, they could give the sand fruit to Vivi as well. Paulji and others who joined earlier, as well as Robin and Vivi who had just joined, all received assistance in their cultivation from Wang Yuan's shadow cultivation method. However, Robin, the beautiful secretary, had so many things to do that she had little time to stop and cultivate. Fortunately, Khalifa, who had also been a secretary, shared the work, and Vivi was still quite young after all, and Wang Yuan didn't expect her to rapidly enhance her combat power. Although they had already occupied the Rain Diner casino, Wang Yuan didn't like gambling. Instead, he was tempering his armament hockey by striking the poneglyph stones, and at the same time, using his multi-tasking ability to control the 8th shadow clone of Crocodile to practice martial arts and adapt to this new body. Since he had become a zombie Crocodile couldn't master armament hockey and had also lost the power of the sand fruit. But Crocodile's original physique was not bad, under the control of Wang Yuan's shadow clone. Zombie Crocodile also had the combat power of an officer. Seeing Wang Yuan practicing with the indestructible poneglyph stones, Rob Lucci also joined in hitting the poneglyph stones. Carp, the Navy hero, had once destroyed several mountains for the sake of practicing hockey, and also hit those scrapped warships to train his body. The destruction caused by practicing martial arts and hockey was quite significant. Now that there was such an indestructible target, they could strike with all their might for cultivation. Although they couldn't experience the feeling of destruction, driven by Rob Lucci, Cuckoo, Jabra, Bruno, Zionshawake, Kuma, Yinwiting also joined the cultivation. The poneglyph stones were quite large. After standing there, it was more than enough for 2 or 3 people to practice on one side. Bartholomew Kuma was also practicing. With his strength, he could almost rival an admiral of the Navy, but the admirals of the Navy were also monster-level powerhouses that Kuma's strength was still slightly inferior. In a life-and-death battle with an admiral, Kuma probably wouldn't be the opponent of the admiral. However, with the power of the paw-paw fruit, if he wanted to run, the admiral couldn't stop him. Wang Yuan also paid attention to Kuma's cultivation, but he had reached a certain bottleneck, and it was difficult to make a breakthrough, unless Kuma could awaken Conqueror's haki and master it in combination. As a member of the Bikenya clan, descendants of the sun god Nika, Kuma should have the aptitude for Conqueror's haki. Unfortunately, Kuma was too kind and cowardly. Having been a slave, his fear of the celestial dragons was too deep. Even if he had the aptitude to awaken Conqueror's haki, he couldn't do it. Perhaps making Bonnie die in front of him could stimulate him to awaken Conqueror's haki, but that was just a possibility. Wang Yuan had other methods to try to help people awaken Conqueror's haki. Time passed in such cultivation in order to wait for Shaki and others, as well as Bryn and others. Wang Yuan and the others didn't leave Yudi. With Wang Yuan's help, Belle the Falcon used dancing powder to bring rainfall to the city of Catalia, temporarily dispelling the rebellious emotions of the rebels on Wang Yuan's side. Robin was also ordered to recall some Baroque Works agents who had infiltrated the rebels. And Tina, a Navy captain nearby, also led the Navy to Alabasta and went to the capital, Alabasta, to meet King Cobra. Subsequently, vice admirals and admirals of the Navy were still on the way. The news of the defeat and death of Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, had also spread. After Gecko Moria was defeated and died, the world government and the Navy headquarters asked Wang Yuan, who had defeated Gecko Moria, to take over as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Unexpectedly, Wang Yuan actually caused the Enies lobby incident, slapping the world government in the face. The world government and the Navy headquarters had to consider new candidates for the 7 warlords of the sea. However, due to the busyness caused by the Enies lobby incident before they had time to look for replacement candidates, Crocodile also disappeared. This made the 5 elders in Mariehua extremely angry, and Sengoku, the marshal of the Navy headquarters, also angrily shattered his desk. One day later, summoned by Robin, Sarah, who had long been undercover in Alabasta as the owner of the Spider Coffee Shop in the Alabasta Kingdom, and her partner, Mr. Wondaz Bones, had arrived at the Rain Diner Casino. Sarah was known as Poison Spider Sarah from the Grand Line, with a bounty of 35 million berries. She was the user of the thorn fruit. Her whole body could become extremely sharp, easily piercing through stone walls. After inserting spikes into the acupoints of her arms, she could also become extremely strong. Dazbones was originally a famous killer in the West Blue. Known as Killer Dazbones, due to his high popularity, he was recruited by Crocodile into Baroque Works and became the chief commander of the senior agents of Baroque Works, with the codename Mr. Wanda. He ate the paramecia, type quick/fruit, which could turn any part of his body into a blade at will, making ordinary punches and kicks have the power of a blade. Since his whole body was a blade, his swordsmanship didn't distinguish between the blade edge and the blade back. Moreover, with a blade-like physique throughout his body, including his internal organs, he was as hard as real steel. So not only was he invulnerable to swords and spears, most physical attacks were completely ineffective when hitting his body. Bullets, and even ordinary cannonballs couldn't affect him, as long as one couldn't cut or penetrate steel. They couldn't hurt him. Precisely because of the ability of the quick/fruit, Bones looked down on swordsmen, believing that any swordsman who couldn't cut iron was not his opponent. Besides the two of them, Mr. 3 Galdino and his partner, Miss Golden Week, had also arrived at the Rain Diner Casino in Udi. Galdino, the user of the paramecia type wax fruit, could melt his body and change its shape at will. When activating his ability, the tuft of hair on his head would also catch fire. The wax produced from his body could solidify into something as hard as steel after solidification, and could even block the poison released by Magellan. Besides freely changing its shape, it could also protect himself, trap enemies, make wax figures or keys to cells, etc. Miss Golden Week, a small and childish girl, was not a devil fruit user, but she had the ability to control others' emotions through the paint on her color mixing palette. The two pairs of combinations that Wang Yuan valued the most had all arrived. 3 devil fruit users of the chop fruit, thorn fruit, and wax fruit, plus a girl who could control others' emotions. Naturally, Wang Yuan paid attention to devil fruit users, but he was also very interested in Miss Golden Week's ability, which could control others' emotions without being a devil fruit user. This was suspected to be an innate observation hockey ability. The extraordinary special abilities in the pirate world could basically be classified into devil fruit abilities and hockey abilities. Devil fruits were the treasures of the sea. After consumption, one would obtain different abilities, which were external superpowers, and hockey was the potential innate to everyone. Everyone had the opportunity to cultivate and awaken the two types of hockey, observation hockey and armament hockey, which were internal superpowers. Hockey needed to be cultivated to be awakened and mastered, but there were still some special cases where one could directly awaken hockey. Such people who awaken hockey innately were extremely rare. Red Count Redfield innately awakened the observation hockey of mind. Reading. Queen Odoheim awakened an observation hockey that could change people's thoughts. Even Don Quixote Josgard, a celestial dragon who dared to go down to Fish Man Island to capture slaves, could be changed into a person who protected the Fishman race and pursued equality. Her brain washing ability was quite remarkable, but it was not absolute. Hody Jones, an extreme racist, couldn't be influenced. Instead, he killed Queen Odoheim. Whether Miss Golden Week's special ability was innate observation hockey or not, Wang Yuan could regard it as innate observation hockey, emotion control, although it needed the cooperation of the paint on the color mixing palette. This ability was still worthy of careful cultivation. After the four of them arrived, Wang Yuan and Robin personally received them and clearly stated Crocodile's identity as the former president and Wang Yuan's status as the new boss of Baroque Works. They saw that Robin, the vice president, had defected and also saw Crocodile in his zombie form, a shrewd individual. Gardino naturally pledged his allegiance on the spot. Moreover, upon the personal invitation of Wang Yuan, he joined the Yuan Organization. Gardino was well aware that Baroque Works could merely be regarded as an external force of the Yuan Organization, with the latter being the core. Gardino's wax fruit ability was an extremely practical one. It had good plasticity and decent hardness. When placed in front, it could serve as a shield. When wrapped around the body, it could act as armor or a diving suit. When covering a ship, it could transform the ship into a submarine. Additionally, it could seal enemies with candle wax in a manner similar to ice freezing, create shackles and prisons, and easily produce the key to a sea stone handcuff. With such a practical ability of the wax fruit, Wang Yuan certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity and was determined to recruit Gardino into the organization. If Gardino had refused, Wang Yuan might have resorted to killing him to obtain the devil fruit. Fortunately, Gardino was quite sensible. His ability complemented Wang Yuan's ability to control zombies well, as long as the zombies were encased in candles. There would be no more fear of the shadow being dispelled by seawater or sea salt. After Gardino pledged allegiance and joined, Marion did not object, as long as she was allowed to paint. Sarah also had no reason or courage to refuse. She wouldn't oppose the new boss for Crocodile, a boss she had never met and who was already dead. Among the four, 3 had pledged allegiance, and Bones also didn't decline. Subsequently, Wang Yuan, with his swordsmanship at the slashing realm, sliced through the steel like body of Das Bones' quick slash fruit ability, enabling Das Bones to witness the existence of more powerful swordsmanship and armament hockey. Next, Mr. 2 Bon Clay, Mr. 5 Jimmy Sataya, Mr. 4 Bebop Dorothy, and several other chief commanders of Baroque works arrived one after another. With Mr. 1 Das Bones and others having already joined, they didn't reject Wang Yuan's invitation. Having sufficient strength, having previously subdued Crocodile, and having gained Robin's cooperation, Wang Yuan effortlessly took over Baroque works, which Crocodile had painstakingly established. Since there was no need to carry out the Dreamland operation anymore, these chief commanders of Baroque works didn't need to remain undercover in Alabasta. Under Wang Yuan's arrangements, Das Bones, a capable quick slash fruit user, was assigned to the Origin as an assistant to Brook. Bon Clay, the transgender, was also sent to the Origin by Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan could tolerate Frankie's perverseness, but he really couldn't stand Bon Clay. Gardino was arranged by Wang Yuan to be on the Xiaowang. Jim, the bomb fruit user, was also assigned to the Xiaowang. Wang Yuan really disliked this guy who used snot bombs. However, this guy's explosion ability was quite good and could be cultivated AS for the snot bombs. If he dared to use them on himself, Wang Yuan would wash him with seawater. Moreover, he could be handed over to Frankie, the mad scientist, to see if more powerful bombs could be made. Sarah, Jimmy Satata, these two beauties, and Marion were all placed on the Xiaowang to be cultivated by Wang Yuan's side. Mr. 4 Bebop and his partner Dorothy remained to oversee the Rain-based Rain Feast Casino. Wang Yuan also retrieved the devil fruit from Bebop's gun La Su, which had eaten the dog fruit, Dachshund form. Then he let Bebop eat the Dachshund fruit so that he could better exert his strange strength. Bebop didn't refuse either. It was already good to have a devil fruit to eat. After all, even the most ordinary Zoan devil fruit could fetch at least 100 million berries at an auction, and they were often in short supply. There was no chance for him to choose at will. He was neither a high-level cadre nor an elite member of the Yuan Organization, and wasn't worthy of Wang Yuan's great effort in cultivation. It was already good to leave him a Zoan devil fruit. Wang Yuan also intended to leave the zombie crocodile in the No. 6 substitute shadow here as a backup. As for the executive commanders, numbered Mr. 6 and their partners, they were responsible for leading the staff to raise funds at the entrance of the Grand Line. Wang Yuan didn't transfer them and still let them each guard the entrances of the 7 routes of the Grand Line, gather information, and raise funds. After Das Bones and others joined, Wang Yuan also arranged for them to practice the 6 powers in hockey, and guided them in developing their devil fruit abilities in the process of personal instruction. Wang Yuan successively won over Robin, the user of the flower fruit, Sarah, the user of the thorn fruit, and Jimmy Satata, the user of the light, heavy fruit, and helped them develop their abilities. There are too many details that can't be written in detail, otherwise it won't pass the review. You all understand. This book has multiple heroines in the world of pirates. The strong are respected. Multiple heroines are quite normal. There won't be much description of emotional scenes, but it will be clearly stated who Wang Yuan wins over, without any ambiguity. Perhaps due to staying in Alabasta, this desert kingdom, for too long, or having been a wanderer since childhood, Robin's skin wasn't as fair as it was later. However, with Ma's bubble fruit ability, whitening was an easy task. After winning over the 3 women, Wang Yuan also taught them to develop their fruit abilities. The paramecia type flower fruit allows any part of the body to grow on any tangible object within sight, like blooming flowers, and can be used for attacks, eavesdropping, peeping, and other purposes. Through training, it can even achieve the effect of creating clones. The main combat method is joint techniques. Naturally, Wang Yuan taught Robin some moves that she would develop in the future and guided Robin in creating vivid clones, and also tested the quality of Robin's clones. As for Sarah's thorn fruit ability, the most suitable move for it was the finger pistol, with fingers like guns combined with sharp thorns. It could pierce a hole with one poke. Wang Yuan didn't want to see Sarah turn even her breasts into thorns to stab others. After Sarah learned armament hockey, the lethality of the thorn finger pistol became even more terrifying. One poke at a person's heart or head, and few could withstand it. As for Jimmy Satata's light, heavy fruit ability, she could freely manipulate her weight between 1 kilogram and 10. 0.000 kilograms. She could float like a feather or suppress enemies with astonishing weight. However, her combat method of floating into the air with the light, heavy fruit, and then increasing her mass to smash down was too inflexible. Had too many flaws, and could easily expose herself that it would be better for her to hold a gun and cannon in the air and act as a shooter, adopting a kite, flying combat strategy. At the same time, Wang Yuan also equipped her with a sword and umbrella similar to Perona's, and let her practice swordsmanship and master the descending slashes from the sky. 2 days later, as Wang Yuan expected, Bakura, the user of the lucky fruit, arrived at Rain Base, accompanied by many underlings, presumably prepared for Bakura, the user of the lucky fruit. The Paramecia-type lucky fruit was an extremely overpowered devil fruit. It could manipulate the intangible luck. The fortune of anyone touched by her would change. Before the luck was exhausted, it could be said that one could achieve whatever one wished and could accomplish some seemingly impossible things. Its operation mode was similar to Final Destination, achieving the goal through various coincidences. For example, casually throwing a coin could kill an enemy that in the office of the Rain Feast Casino. Finally, I've been waiting for you. Bakura. Wang Yuan smiled, looking quite delighted. Hello, Chief. Bakura greeted with a smile. Having received Tesoro's instructions, knowing that Wang Yuan was a man who dared to declare war on the world government, Bakura, the VIP receptionist of Grand Tesoro, naturally didn't dare to be negligent. I know your ability. Presumably Tesoro has told you, from now on, you'll stay by my side. Wang Yuan extended his hand. Yes, Chief. Bakura didn't refuse and extended her gloved hand to shake Wang Yuan's. Then let's do a little experiment now. First, let's see if your luck can help me get through to the den mushy of Ace's Spade Pirates, and contact Ace. Wang Yuan took out a den mushy and Ace's bounty poster. This shouldn't be difficult. Bakura had absorbed a lot of luck before. Relying on that luck to find someone's contact information was not difficult. To cooperate with Bakura, Wang Yuan prepared some numbered balls. Under Bakura's luck-based draw, she easily obtained a string of den mushy numbers, and then dialed the number according to it. Wang Yuan also prepared a white den mushy to prevent eavesdropping. Moshi, this is the Spade Pirates. Before Bakura could ask, the person on the connected side directly announced their identity. Without experiencing telecom fraud, people in the world of One Piece were just so straightforward. Especially Monkey D. Luffy. Almost the first thing he did when answering the den mushy was to announce his identity. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who's going to be the Pirate King. Hey, I want to find Ace the Fire Fist, Bakura said sweetly. Oh, you're looking for the captain? Wait a moment then. The person on the other side replied and went to find Ace. Soon a different voice came from the other side. I'm poor Gasted Ace. Who are you? I am the Dark God King Wang Yuan. I wish to meet you. Your sworn brother Sabo is not dead. Wang Yuan took the telephone bug from Bakura's hand and began a conversation with Ace. Oh, Sabo is not dead. Ace's reaction was predictably dramatic. I am currently in Alabasta, and soon I will be heading to Drum Island and Little Garden. If you wish to know about Sabo, or if you seek to find him, come to me. All right, I will return to find you, Ace quickly replied, his excitement unmistakable. After hanging up with Ace, Wang Yuan was quite pleased with Bakura's display of ability. Now, use your skills to guide me to the historical text hidden within the sands of the Alabasta Desert. Wang Yuan produced the stone tablet of the king of the underworld's historical text for Bakura's reference. You wish to find the historical text? Bakura was somewhat taken aback, but did not refuse. She stepped out to touch her subordinates, absorbing their luck. After Wang Yuan tucked away the historical text, he followed Bakura closely. After a series of touches, even the gamblers at the Rain Banquet Casino were brushed against by Bakura. Once they left the casino, Bakura produced a golden compass. Oh, goddess of fortune, please guide me in seeking the historical text within the Alabasta Desert. Bakura began to spin the compass's needle, and soon enough, a direction was revealed. Wang Yuan observed the pointer's direction and said, "Let us go and investigate." With that, he embraced Bakura and spread his shadowy wings, taking flight. Confirming the direction, Wang Yuan intermittently had Bakura use her abilities to check if they were on the right path. After more than an hour, realizing they had flown too far in the opposite direction, he decided to turn back. Thus, with Bakura's assistance, Wang Yuan pinpointed the location of the ruins housing the historical text. By directly consuming the sand with darkness, He cleared a path to the ruins, and both he and Bakera entered. Bakera, your abilities are indeed formidable. Wang Yuan praised her performance, after searching the ruins and finding no further discoveries. Wang Yuan directly took the historical tech stone and returned to the Rain Banquet Casino with Bakera. When Wang Yuan presented a piece of the historical text to Robin, she was astonished. Gazing intently at the ancient script, Wang Yuan, unfazed by her reaction, was about to speak when his telephone bug rang. Beep beep. Wang Yuan quickly answered the call, and on the other end was Ben Jack, who remained aboard the Dawnlight. Captain, we are surrounded by Navy warships. It is Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, T-Pig, and also Rear Admiral Jonathan from a nearby Navy branch, along with several brigadier generals and colonels. 7 warships in total. They are still at a distance, but they could launch an attack at any moment. Upon hearing this news, Wang Yuan remained calm. Having lingered here for several days, it was only natural for the Navy to converge. As long as an admiral did not arrive, there was little cause for concern. Even if an admiral did show up, with Bartholomew Kuma's pawpaw fruit ability, escaping would still be feasible. However, Wang Yuan was surprised that the 2 vice admirals, Peach Rabbit and T-Pig, had arrived so soon, earlier than the admirals. Was it because they were already in the vicinity? Wang Yuan was unaware that, following the Judicial Island incident he had caused, Peach Rabbit had pursued him to the entrance of the Grand Line. Gather the members of the Yuan Organization urgently. We need to depart, Wang Yuan commanded, putting away the historical tech stone and loudly ordering the organization members to assemble. Upon receiving Wang Yuan's command, those at the Rain Banquet Casino quickly gathered. Comrades, the Navy's lackeys are here. It is now your time to shine. Prepare to defeat them. With a single thought, we shall rise above. Unafraid of gods or demons, Wang Yuan shouted. Oh ho ho ho, I too am getting excited. Brook laughed, twirling his sword. Haha, let us take them down, exclaimed Bonnie, equally exhilarated. Rob Lucci had a serious expression, but his fighting spirit soared. After days of rigorous training, it was finally time to test their results. Since there was no turning back to the world government, they would forge ahead and make their names known. Everyone had gathered, including Robin, Vivi, Marianne, and Bakura. Wang Yuan enveloped them all in the Kingdom of Shadows, including Kuma. Then he switched places with the 5th shadow on the Dawnlight, directly returning to the ship, back aboard the Dawnlight. Wang Yuan released everyone and gazed out at the sea, where indeed 7 warships were surrounding them. Everyone prepare for battle while also being ready to retreat, Wang Yuan ordered. With a single command, the crew sprang into action. And Brook, Rob Lucci, and others swiftly returned to the Origin and Leopard ships. Before long, it seemed they had entered the range of the Navy's attacks, and the Navy began their bombardment. However, such artillery fire was merely a backdrop in this world of extraordinary personal power. Without waiting for Wang Yuan to act, Kuma stepped forward, obliterating the incoming cannonball with a single bare paw strike. Frankie, let us strike back. Let us see your rocket artillery, Wang Yuan commanded. No problem. My super rockets are ready. Soon, Frankie deployed a cannon, utilizing not the conventional spherical cannonballs of this world, but conical-headed rockets. After igniting them, a barrage of rockets flew forth with a whoosh. However, despite their speed, strong warriors aboard the enemy warships managed to intercept them. We still need to engage in close combat, Wang Yuan remarked, taking flight towards the enemy warships that it was preferable to bring the battlefield to them rather than keeping it on their side. Yet, while Wang Yuan thought this, the Navy had no intention of turning their ships into a battlefield. As Wang Yuan approached a medium-sized Navy warship, an astonishing flying slash was unleashed from a large Navy ship, accompanied by a seastone bullet aimed at Wang Yuan. The speed of the attack was astonishing, effectively blocking any escape route for him. This was a more profound level of observation hockey. Essentially, I have predicted your prediction. Although Wang Yuan sensed the trajectory of the attack with his own observation hockey, there was no space to evade. If I cannot dodge, then I shall take it head-on, with a single thought. I rise above, unafraid of gods or demons, binding slash of the Overlord. In an instant, Wang Yuan made a decisive judgment, unleashing his conqueror's hockey and wrapping it around his black blade, Autumn Water. Then he unleashed the binding slash with all his might, directly clashing with the astonishing flying slash. A terrifying collision ensued between the binding slash and the flying slash, with Wang Yuan's attack shattering the latter. They could see the moment of impact. A fearsome shockwave erupted from the collision point, sending waves crashing outward. Ha ha ha! World government's lackeys, are you so eager to serve the celestial dragons, to become their cannon fodder? Wang Yuan laughed heartily, his unleashed conqueror's haki radiating outward, exerting overwhelming pressure upon the enemy warships. Under the intense pressure of this haki, some Navy soldiers could not withstand it and fainted. Even the officers were severely impacted. Despite being seasoned veterans who had endured numerous battles, they found it challenging to cope. Meanwhile, as Wang Yuan withstood the flying slash, the sea-stone bullet aimed at him was intercepted by Kuma, who had teleported in time. Even the sea-stone bullet was knocked away by Kuma's pawpaw fruit ability. UVE actually mastered the binding slash. 4 individuals stepped out from 2 massive warships, one wielding a katana named Kinpira, the Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, gazing incredulously at Wang Yuan. Not long ago, during their sparring match, Wang Yuan had exhibited none of this power. He hadn't even mastered armament haki. Yet in just over 10 days, he had managed to unleash the binding slash. Was Wang Yuan truly gifted beyond measure, able to grasp such skills so swiftly? Or had he merely held back during their earlier spar? Contemplating this, Peach Rabbit's fair face displayed a mix of discomfort and embarrassment. Did he look down on her by holding back against a vice admiral? Ha ha ha, Ji Yuan, it has been a while. Wang Yuan laughed heartily, feigning warmth in his greeting. Spare me your false warmth, you madman, Peach Rabbit retorted. Ji Yuan, are you upset because I referred to you as the world government's lackey? Or are you angry that I accepted the warlord position you offered, only to turn around and assault Judicial Island? Wang Yuan still smiled faintly. Attacking Enies' lobby is an unforgivable felony. Young Wang Yuan. Take this. Katten Jiaji didn't want to see his goddess Momoda chatting with Wang Yuan, so he launched an attack directly. Violent board charge. Although Katten Jiaji is not a devil fruit user, he is proficient in the 6 styles and haki. After condensing his haki, he rushed towards Wang Yuan at the speed of shave, like a rampaging wild boar charging, seemingly ready to smash everything in front of him. Before Wang Yuan could speak, Bartholomew Kuma beside him had already stepped forward and slapped Katten with the fleshy palm of his pawpaw fruit. That hand-to-hand combat against hand-to-hand combat, swordplay against swordplay, this can be regarded as a quite reasonable arrangement of opponents. Katten's haki charge boxing and Kuma's pawpaw fruit ability slap collided together. Wang Yuan flapped his shadow wings and flew away, avoiding the collision of the two. Kuma's pawpaw fruit ability is extremely powerful. Even a bug, capable of repelling and flying everything away, while Katten's strength is not inferior to Kuma's. Devil fruit abilities and haki restrain each other, and there is no claim that one ability is stronger. Law's excessive haki can nullify all devil fruit abilities. The theory has been put into practice, and Kaido-sensei's theory of haki supremacy, which states that only haki gives the impression that haki is more powerful. During the Egghead incident, the Conqueror's haki of Joy Boy, released by the steel giant Emmet, even forced the 5 elders in their mythical Zoan forms back into human form, interrupted their teleportation, and sent 4 of the 5 elders back to Moria. These manifestations all demonstrate the power of haki. But similarly, Law, who said that excessive haki can nullify devil fruit abilities at Punk Hazard, used the Op Nomi ability to cut through Virgo, who was defending with armament haki all over his body. Perhaps Virgo's haki was not excessive at that time. It should be known that Virgo was already the base chief of G5 branch at that time. A genuine elite vice admiral, a non-devil fruit user who had refined his haki in the haki confrontation. He broke Sanji's leg and severely beat Smoker, a vice admiral at the headquarters. However, he was cut into pieces by Law with just a few strokes of the Op Nomi ability and could only utter trash talk. And Kaido-sensei, who said that only haki, was even toyed with by the awakened Luffy's Gum Gum fruit ability. The strength of haki and devil fruit abilities still depends on an individual's overall strength. At the moment, Kuma and Katten are evenly matched opponents, both of whom can be said to have the strength of a quasi-admiral capable of competing with an admiral. After a brief collision, Katten was slapped back, but Kuma was also pushed back several hundred meters. Bartholomew Kuma, the tyrant. Momoda looked seriously at Kuma, who was engaged in a confrontation with Katten. She naturally knew about Kuma's situation. This little giant's strength was not inferior to theirs, these admiral candidates. The pawpaw fruit ability was even more difficult to deal with, that if he really wanted to escape, even an admiral would find it hard to stop him. She really didn't expect Wang Yuan to master the advanced conqueror's haki in these few days. Presumably, his strength was sufficient to rival theirs, these admiral candidates, and he had also recruited Bartholomew Kuma. That meant 2 quasi-admiral combat powers that, in that case, she, Katten, and the others could do nothing to Wang Yuan and his group. Shahoin, I'm sure you've heard my declaration of war. You should also know that my goal is the justice you seek. In the Navy, you are also a just person recognized by me. The world government is dark and corrupt, and the celestial dragons are even more brutal, that I would like to invite you to join my organization. Let's build a free and equal republic together. With your addition, our cause can proceed more smoothly. I can search for a top-grade mythical Zoan devil fruit for you, allowing you to truly rival an admiral. Before Momotu could take action, Wang Yuan spoke first to make the recruitment offer. Although he didn't expect to succeed in recruiting her in one go, as long as he could shake Momotu's thoughts. Wang Yuan didn't mind wasting a little saliva and even offered the temptation of a mythical Zoan fruit, and to show his sincerity and prove that he wasn't just making empty promises. Like when he previously invited Rob Lucci and others, Wang Yuan took out a devil fruit. It was the slow fruit that Wang Yuan had taken from Foxy the Silver Fox. Wang Yuan was truly showing real value when recruiting talents, not just making empty promises like some bosses. Although this was not a mythical Zoan fruit, it was also a top-grade Logia time-based devil fruit. If you want it, as long as you join, you can have it. This time-based slow fruit is extremely powerful, but there is currently no suitable person in the organization to eat it. Wang Yuan doesn't want to waste this devil fruit. Those who want to eat it don't have the qualifications either. Even for Kiwi and Portia, Wang Yuan's women, he doesn't plan to let them eat it. They're not suitable for the slow fruit, and it would be difficult for them to utilize its abilities. Wang Yuan will search for suitable devil fruits for them in the future. In Wang Yuan's opinion, Momotu Shahoin, the admiral candidate, lacks a mythical Zoan fruit. Except for Big Mom Charlotte Lin, that mutated monster with an iron balloon physique. Women have a natural disadvantage in physical strength compared to men. Momotu Shahoin has almost reached her limit in cultivating to the rank of admiral candidate through swordsmanship and hand-to-hand combat. Compared to admirals like Akainu and Akiji, those monsters who can fight for 10 days and 10 nights, Momotu Shahoin's physical strength is her weakness. The main thing is that Momotu Shahoin doesn't have Conqueror's Haki like Garp and can't master the Advanced Conqueror's Haki. Without the Advanced Conqueror's Haki, it's difficult for non-Devil Fruit users to reach the peak. Unless Oda enhances the setting of Armament Haki and comes up with an Armament Haki that can rival the true damage of Conqueror's Haki entanglement. After all, since the setting of the Advanced Conqueror's Haki came out, techniques like the flow and internal destruction of Armament Haki have become outdated. And as long as Momotu is given a mythical Zoan fruit, it can make up for Momotu's physical strength shortcoming. However, if Momotu wants the slow fruit, that's also possible. With a single shot of the slow beam, she can kill someone in 3 seconds, not even needing 30 seconds. After Wang Yuan took out the slow fruit, Momotu was also taken aback. She didn't expect Wang Yuan to actually take out a top-grade Logia devil fruit to recruit her. Kat and Jaji and the 2 lieutenants were equally surprised. Could Wang Yuan really take out devil fruits to recruit? How many things did he rob on Enies' lobby? Not knowing Wang Yuan's abilities, they assumed that he had robbed them on Enies' lobby during his attack. Although Momotu was surprised, she shook her head, rejecting Wang Yuan's recruitment offer. She was already a high-ranking and powerful vice admiral in the Navy and had obtained the qualification of an admiral candidate. She already knew a lot about the darkness of the world government and the brutality of the celestial dragons. She could be said to be used to it. Some who couldn't tolerate the atrocities of the celestial dragons had defected before becoming officers. Those who could reach the rank of vice admiral had been in the Navy for most of their lives. Their sense of belonging to the Navy allowed them to ignore and accept the atrocities of the celestial dragons, numbing themselves by implementing their own justice, unless they felt that justice could no longer be achieved at all. Like Akiji Kazan, who lost the competition for the position of admiral to Akainu. His was completely opposite to Akainu's. After Akainu took office, Akiji couldn't see the hope of achieving his justice, so he could only leave the Navy and later accept Blackbeard's recruitment. and the devil fruit that Wang Yuan took out was indeed very tempting. But Momota had no intention of eating a devil fruit. With her status as an admiral candidate and her military achievements, if she really wanted to eat a devil fruit, she could apply for a powerful one. However, she still wanted to strive on the path of a pure swordsman and had no intention of becoming a devil fruit user. Seeing Momota shake her head and refuse, Wang Yuan wasn't surprised. If he could persuade an admiral candidate to defect with just a few words, it would be a bit too unrealistic. They still had to fight. Without knocking the opponent down, verbal persuasion wouldn't work. Wang Yuan directly put away the slow fruit, spread his shadow wings again, and rushed towards Momota's Shahoin, brandishing the black sword Shusui in his hand. Seeing Wang Yuan rushing towards her, Momota's Shahoin had no intention of evading. She stepped on the skywalk and slashed towards him with the famous sword King Weasha. The black sword Shusui and the famous sword King Weasha clashed, and shockwaves spread in all directions. Wang Yuan focused all his attention on Momota's Shahoin across from him. He had no intention of showing mercy just because she was a woman, nor did he have the luxury of doing so. Every strike was with all his might. First, he coated the black sword Shusui with armament haki, then wrapped Conqueror's haki around Shusui, and used Kinbunchika haki to sense Momota's Shahoin's movements. Momota's Shahoin's momentum was even more piercing. Although she didn't have Conqueror's haki, the sword intent on her body was no weaker than the oppression of Conqueror's haki, giving off a sharp and cold feeling. And her Kinbunchika haki was even better than Wang Yuan's. Many times she detected Wang Yuan's attacks, evaded his advanced Conqueror's haki slashes, broke through his sword techniques, and landed several blows on Wang Yuan. Regrettably, much of the damage infused with the armed color haki is thwarted by the shadow mage that clings to Wang Yuan, who subsequently absorbs the remaining impact using the powers of the dark fruit. Although the Conqueror's haki is formidable, one must be able to land a hit for it to be effective. Wang Yuan does not squander his Conqueror's haki to unleash the Conqueror's binding carelessly. Rather, he remains in a state of gathering strength, only unleashing the slash when he occasionally fails to block the strikes of Peach Rabbit or when he perceives an opportune moment. Recently mastering the binding technique, Wang Yuan is not yet akin to Roger, Whitebeard, or Garp, who have completely mastered this formidable ability and would not recklessly unleash it. When Roger and Whitebeard face each other, they immediately unleash their full power, directly clashing with their binding techniques, as they are straightforward individuals who do not shy away from each other's grand moves lest they diminish their own momentum. Additionally, their observation haki has reached an exceptionally profound level, allowing them to predict their opponent's actions. Thus, their foes cannot evade their binding attacks, enabling them to unleash their full might without hesitation. While Wang Yuan has similarly grasped the binding technique, he naturally cannot compare to the legendary figures like Roger, Whitebeard, and Garpita to unleash it with full force, and miss would be quite the embarrassment. An arrow knocked on a bowstring is the most threatening of all, just as an unspent bullet remains the greatest danger. On the other hand, despite not achieving any notable feats, Peach Rabbit remains undeterred, believing that the powers of the devil fruit must have limits, and that Wang Yuan cannot indefinitely block her sword. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan is honing his swordsmanship amidst their clash, blending his dark fruit and shadow fruit abilities into his shadow flow sword technique. He has never considered himself merely a swordsman. The powers of the devil fruit are also part of his skill set. Wang Yuan has already absorbed the air, preparing for a vacuum domain, and from time to time utilizes dark water to attract and control Peach Rabbit's body. However, Peach Rabbit's observation haki seems to sense the terrifying nature of the dark water, denying Wang Yuan the chance to exert complete control, and she immediately unleashes an armed color haki slash to counter the pull. Wang Yuan's dark punches are likewise cleaved apart by Peach Rabbit's blade. His various surprise attacks using the shadow flow sword technique also fail, as Peach Rabbit evades the shadow horn spear and deflects the shadow flying knives, AS for the shadow substitution technique that allows him to shift his shadow's position. Wang Yuan refrains from attempting it against Peach Rabbit, as she has already witnessed it during their previous sparring session. Peach Rabbit's observation haki surpasses his own, rendering the shadow substitution ineffective for surprise attacks, and instead risking him a severe setback. Thus, the two remain locked in aerial combat, though it seems that Peach Rabbit is at a disadvantage, requiring substantial stamina to execute her moonwalk. Meanwhile, Bartolomeo has once again blocked Chibuta's support, engaging him in a fierce duel. Chibuta's strength is formidable, with armed color hockey enveloping his every punch and kick, and his observation hockey has reached a level that allows him to foresee future actions. Yet Bartolomeo's abilities are equally troublesome. The bounce fruit allows him to teleport, and his physique is immensely robust, completely obstructing Chibuta's attempts to assist Peach Rabbit. The two lieutenant colonels, Sains and Ert, while merely colonels, possess strength that rivals that of rear admirals, though their ranks must remain lower as they serve as aides. Just as Rear Admiral Garp's aide, Bogart, hold a mere rear admiral rank, yet is scarcely weaker than a typical vice admiral. Many within the Navy speculate that Bogart might be a candidate for promotion to admiral, as he is a formidable opponent against the likes of Rayleigh. After all, Garp must contend with Roger, and his aides, like Bogart, must be capable of fending off powerful foes like Rayleigh. Moreover, Bogart has participated alongside Garp in the God Valley incident, and his continued survival as Garp's aide speaks volumes about his strength. Sains and Ert, while not as powerful as Bogart, are still formidable in their own right, and Wang Yuan's allies, Kaku and Gabra, are also utilizing Moonwalk to confront the 2.as for Rob Lucci. He is locked in battle with Rear Admiral Nason, the commander of the Navy's G8 Fortress, both engaged in a fierce contest of martial arts and hockey, neither able to gain the upper hand. Among the Navy, officers who are not incapacitated by Wang Yuan's conqueror's hockey struggle to navigate their ships forward. Asking them to employ Moonwalk in battle proves to be quite the challenge, as many have only just begun to learn the 6 styles. Meanwhile, on Wang Yuan's side, Sebastian, the Fishman, and the Kung Fu Sea Cow crew have surged forward with numerous allies towards the naval vessels. Brook, the vice captain and captain of the Origin, has also boarded a naval ship with the assistance of the Kung Fu Sea Cow crew, eager to demonstrate his own strength. Perona, Lola, Bruno, the Lion, the Soundless Eagle, Capote, Baiku Panda, Galdino, Michita, Daz Bonus, and Bensam have all charged towards the ships, showcasing their prowess. These individuals possess considerable strength, each equivalent to a 10 million level pirate, and under Wang Yuan Shadow Training Regiment, nearly all have preliminarily mastered observation and armed color hockey. When compared to the Navy ranks, their capabilities align with those of colonels or even vice admirals. Furthermore, Perona, Bruno, and as bonus all wield the powers of devil fruits. Wang Yuan harbors little concern for the safety of his subordinates. As long as the women he cherishes remain unharmed, he continues to drain Peach Rabbit's stamina while occasionally directing binding slashes towards the Navy vessels to safeguard her comrades aboard the naval ships. Peach Rabbit is compelled to absorb Wang Yuan's binding slashes, being pushed back by the force of his attacks. After over an hour of intense combat, as Wang Yuan remains elusive, Peach Rabbit begins to contemplate retreat. Engaging Wang Yuan in aerial combat while utilizing Moonwalk proves to be somewhat disadvantageous. She did not anticipate the peculiarity of Wang Yuan's abilities, as he has endured numerous strikes imbued with armed color hockey without displaying any visible injuries. Seemingly impervious to her damage, Wang Yuan, too, wishes to detain Peach Rabbit and bring her down, yet her observation hockey perceives his various tactics, allowing her to respond calmly, retreating while continuing to engage in battle until she swiftly returns to the naval ship. Wang Yuan follows her directly onto the vessel. As both Wang Yuan and Peach Rabbit return to the ship, Chibuta also lands gracefully on the same naval vessel, with Bartolomeo appearing beside Wang Yuan as if by teleportation. The absence of sufficient high-tier combat strength is palpable. Wang Yuan refrains from launching further attacks against Peach Rabbit and the others. Battles of such evenly matched top-tier combatants are arduous to conclude victoriously. Should they persist in their struggle, it would likely result in mutual destruction. Ji Yuan, have you ever protected the celestial dragons during their murderous competitions? Have you witnessed the scenes of civilians wailing for their lives? Wang Yuan inquires loudly, unwilling to relinquish the moral high ground. When it comes to this query, these admirals and vice admirals find it difficult to respond. Akaina may respond with a stoic expression, unleashing a torrent of flames, while Kizura might cast a deep gaze, striking with the Eichukiyata no Kagami. However, the more moderate or dovish members of the Navy, like Akiji, Peach Rabbit, and Shibuta, find it challenging to refute his words. Ji Yuan, I also recognize your inclination towards justice. Come, join our Yuan Organization, and together we shall overthrow the world government and establish a new nation. Seizing the moment while Peach Rabbit, Ji Yuan, and Chibuta are yet to retort, Wang Yuan extends his invitation once more, regardless of whether it succeeds. Such an invitation must continue. Hey, kid, don't presume to speak for us. We could never join you rebels. Chibuta interjects before Peach Rabbit Ji Yuan can respond. It seems you still fear the might of the world government, wishing to continue patching things up within the Navy. Yet, the ship of the world government is destined to sink. Although Roger may have seemed like a clown, the great pirate era he initiated is nearing its climax, with the most notorious pirates taking the stage. Soon, the fateful awakening of the new sun god Nika, which has been anticipated for 800 years, will propel our liberation efforts forward. Chibuta, I can foresee far beyond you. Within a decade, the world government shall meet its demise. Wang Yuan exclaims, laughing heartily, his words revealing shocking revelations. Upon hearing Wang Yuan mention the awakening of the new sun god Nika, Bartolomeo's eyes light up, for it is the very faith of his Bacchania clan. Will the liberator warrior Nika truly emerge? Bartolomeo muses that it will come to pass. Not only the liberator warrior Nika, but Bartolomeo. You too are our liberator warrior. We all stand as liberators in the fight against the world government, Wang Yuan affirms, encouraging Bartolomeo, who possesses a temperament overly kind and gentle, yet embodies the spirit of a tyrant. Turning back to Peach Rabbit and Chibuta, Wang Yuan states, let this invitation suffice for now. However, as long as the oppression and slaughter by the celestial dragons persist, the forces of resistance will only grow stronger. Next time, I shall demonstrate the greater power of our organization and extend another invitation, allowing you to witness how a spark can ignite a prairie fire. Present. The forces are evenly matched, and neither side can gain the upper hand. That I have no intention of engaging in a bitter struggle with you Navy members who still uphold justice. Surely you wouldn't fight to the death for those despicable celestial dragons. Would you, Shaitan? Surely you don't want your goddess Mamanga to fight to the death for those wretched celestial dragons. Either, by the end of his words, Wang Yuan's expression turned cold. It is only natural for the Navy to follow the world government's orders to arrest pirates and deal with rebels. However, with just a change of words, Wang Yuan made it seem as if following the world government's orders to deal with Wang Yuan and his group was the same as fighting to the death for the despicable celestial dragons. This feeling instantly dampened Shaitan's fighting spirit. How could he let his goddess fight to the death for those despicable celestial dragons? Seeing the hesitant look in Shaitan's eyes, Wang Yuan smiled and said, you can withdraw first. Wait until your admirals arrive, and then deal with us together. There's no need to engage in a bitter fight with us. This chest of treasures can be regarded as your spoils, and it can also be seen as compensation for me. Use it to increase the pensions for the sacrificed Navy soldiers. Some families will be completely devastated if the breadwinner dies. More pensions might be able to save some commoners. I just don't know if you have the courage to accept it. Wang Yuan openly took out a chest of treasure from the Shadow Kingdom and threw it at Mamanga's feet. He even deliberately opened the chest, and a lot of gold and jewels spilled out. After throwing the treasures, Wang Yuan directly spread his shadow wings and flew back, and the Yuan Organization retreated. Shaitan's mouth twitched at Wang Yuan's actions. Such a rebel actually threw treasures at their Navy, blatantly trying to drive a wedge between them or frame the Navy. Wang Yuan, Mamanga also stared closely at Wang Yuan's departing figure, and it was unclear what she was thinking. She didn't care about the treasures Wang Yuan threw over and didn't chase after him. Bartholomew Kuma also teleported away to help the organization members evacuate from other warships. Hearing Wang Yuan's loud retreat order, Brook and the others left calmly because they basically had the upper hand. What concerned Wang Yuan was that Rob Lucci, the strongest member of CP9, was being overpowered by Vice Admiral Jonathan. The base commander of the G8 fortress was extremely powerful, proficient in the 6 styles and 2 types of hockey. His unarmed combat skills were even stronger than Rob Lucci, the user of a leopard fruit. He was a genuine elite vice admiral. It seemed that this Vice Admiral Jonathan was also a friend of Admiral Akayo. Wang Yuan muttered to himself, but didn't go over to help because Bartholomew Kuma had already teleported there. and his speed was faster. Flying high in the sky, Wang Yuan scanned the battlefield. After confirming that all the organization members had withdrawn to the morning light, the Origin, and the Cheetah, Wang Yuan flew back to the morning light. Subsequently, under the unscientific cola-powered system, the morning light, the Origin, and the Cheetah accelerated and left this sea area. After a short rest, the Navy continued the pursuit, not wanting to lose the trail of the Yuan Organization. Binjak used the Din Din Mushi to ask the people of the Big Mom Pirates where they are. Tell them they're moving too slowly. The Navy has already arrived in Alabasta, and we've evacuated. Tell them to go to the Little Garden. Wang Yuan ordered. Yes, Chief. Hearing Wang Yuan's order, Binjak immediately used the Din Din Mushi to contact Katakuri and others from the Big Mom Pirates. Naichin, treat Lucci and the others. Looking at Rob Lucci and others who were somewhat injured, Wang Yuan told Naichin to treat them. After all, this was when a ship's doctor should play a role. Brook, from now on, we can act separately. You can directly go to Twin Cape Channel to find Laboon. Kuma can send you and Sebastian to Twin Cape Channel. Then ask Ime and the others to pilot the Origin to pick you up. Wang Yuan and Bartholomew Kuma came to the Origin to find Brook. Yo-ho-ho-ho, can I finally see Laboon? Brook didn't refuse Wang Yuan's proposal. He took the Din Din Mushi and other things, and then was sent flying by Kuma's traveling paw. Sebastian was also sent flying by Kuma. The two could take care of each other. Daz Bones, while Brook is away, you're in charge of the Origin. The destination is Twin Cape Channel to pick up Brook. Wang Yuan directly appointed Daz Bones as the person in charge of the Origin. Although Hogback was also a founding member, his strength was insufficient, so he couldn't be in charge of the Origin. Moreover, he had to stay on the morning light to treat Bonnie's jade scale disease. After days of examination, after Wang Yuan said that Vegapunk could use the yet universal stem cell transplantation technology to treat jade scale disease. Hogback, the genius surgeon, had some ideas for treatment. However, there was no instrument on the ship to create new stem cells, so they needed to go to Drum Island, the Drum Kingdom, a former medical powerhouse. Lola was temporarily assigned to the morning light. She also wanted to meet Katakuri and her other siblings. Gaim, the user of the square fruit, was needed by Wang Yuan to use his ability to build a secret base in the Drum Kingdom. Bonesley, the user of the copy fruit, also had to cooperate with Wang Yuan's actions. After Wang Yuan captured Wapol, he might be able to imitate Wapol to deceive the people of the world government. So these two were transferred to the morning light by Wang Yuan. As a result, the Origin seemed a bit weak. However, with Daz Bones and the zombie Ryuma, there shouldn't be any major problems traveling from Alabasta to Twin Cape Channel. If something really happened, they could notify Wang Yuan, and Wang Yuan could directly teleport to the Origin by exchanging positions. Rob Lucci and others were arranged by Wang Yuan to go directly to the Little Garden. Wang Yuan also left the number 7 Shadow clone zombie Kazajiro and the number 7 substitute Shadow for position exchange on the Cheetah, allowing Wang Yuan to directly teleport to the Little Garden by exchanging positions. In this way, under Wang Yuan's arrangements, Brook and Sebastian, with the help of Bartholomew Kuma's Pawpaw fruit ability, set off for Twin Cape Channel first, the Origin, under the control of Daz Bones and others. When to pick up Brook, they could communicate via the Din Din Mushi for subsequent actions. Rob Lucci and others piloted the Cheetah to the Little Garden, and the large ship, the Morning Light, under the invisibility fruit ability of Khalifa, became invisible and headed towards Drum Island. Although Khalifa couldn't keep the Morning Light invisible using the invisibility fruit ability for 24 hours straight, when Khalifa was resting, Wang Yuan emitted darkness to cover the Morning Light, making it look like a moving shadow. This greatly concealed the trail of the Morning Light, and even the news coup couldn't find it. Drum Island is a winter island that snows continuously all year round that IT was originally known as a medical powerhouse. However, after Wapol took office, this idiotic and cruel king implemented a policy that was hard to fathom. The exterminate doctors operation that he expelled almost all the excellent doctors from the country. Only 20 doctors, collectively called Dr. 20, were left in the castle's research institute. In this way, all the doctors in the country became Wapol's exclusive doctors. Whenever someone got sick, they could only kneel and beg Wapol, with no other options. Such a way of thinking was truly exasperating. He directly ruined a medical kingdom. Coincidentally, Wapol was born into a royal family and had the right to inherit the Drum Kingdom. He also had an older brother, Mishu. The two were basically of the same ilk. The younger brother, Wapol, was selfish and cruel. After inheriting the throne of the Drum Kingdom, he not only had no sense of responsibility as a king, but even sacrificed the health of the people to consolidate his power. He always put himself first, often enacted laws that benefited himself regardless of the people's lives, and created the inhumane decree of exterminate doctors, causing the Drum Kingdom, once known as a medical powerhouse, to gradually decline. The older brother, Mishu, was no better. He was originally a prince of the Drum Kingdom a long time ago. While his father was away, out of curiosity and boredom, Mishiru accidentally fired a cannonball with the ability of his bacterium fruit. Unexpectedly, the power of this cannonball was astonishing, causing heavy losses to the kingdom and almost leading to its destruction. Later, Mishiru's father apologized to the people of the kingdom and expelled Mishiru, sending him to the Fire Country. Two individuals, one possessing the abilities of the tummy fruit and the other wielding the mushroom fruit, are undeniably fortunate. Particularly that rascal Wapol, who consumed the tummy fruit, has the capability to devour anything, assimilating it into his own body or even merging it with other entities, but he can even consume his own body, thereby altering his skeletal structure, relying on the practicality of this devil fruit ability. Wapol, after his defeat at the hands of Monkey D. Luffy, ingeniously developed the Wapol alloy, which catapulted him to the status of a super-rich magnate. Subsequently, he garnered the recognition of the world nobles, ascending to the throne as the king of the Black Drum Kingdom and even participating in the World Conference. Moreover, this fellow inadvertently witnessed the scene of the 5 elders and him executing Cobra, and during his escape, he unexpectedly brought along the kidnapped Vivi, fleeing with her to the headquarters of the World Economic News Agency, seemingly intent on redeeming himself, leaving one utterly speechless. Wang Yuan would not let such a practical ability slip away. He had long since resolved to seize the tummy fruit and bestow it upon Frankie. Although the devouring capabilities of the tummy fruit are remarkably akin to those of the dark fruit, it is presumed to be highly adaptable. Some sea fans speculate that Blackbeard's assault on the Black Drum Kingdom was motivated by a desire to acquire the abilities of the tummy fruit. While it may appear to possess high adaptability, Wang Yuan is not eager to perpetually consume metal and serve as a mere tool for forging Wapol alloy. Such a role is better suited for Frankie. In contrast to the tummy fruit, the shadow fruit, which boasts offensive and defensive capabilities along with teleportation, is far more practical and complements the dark fruit perfectly. After 3 days of swift sailing, the dawnlight arrived at Drum Island, a winter isle perpetually blanketed in snow. Even from a distance, before even setting foot on the island, Wang Yuan and his companions could already feel the biting cold. However, this chill posed little challenge for them. Nonetheless, they donned the heavy coats they had prepared in advance. Even those accustomed to wearing revealing spy attire, such as Califa, Kiwi, and Maz, opted for warm sweaters, while they could endure the cold. There was no need to suffer unnecessarily. These winter garments had been ready during their time in Water 7 and Alabasta. After all, the climate of the Grand Line is far from uniform. This island might be a sweltering summer isle, while the next could very well be a winter isle. Thus, it was imperative to be thoroughly prepared with various supplies, especially since Wang Yuan had already devised plans for which island they would visit and what provisions would be necessary. Even giants like Keki and Oimo were provided with massive blankets. Although they too were ill-suited for landing on such a winter to prevent Wapol from escaping. Wang Yuan instructed Califa to maintain a state of invisibility and approach discreetly. After all, Wapol was indeed the sort of coward who would flee at the first sign of danger. This self-serving individual had no sense of duty. In the original story, after the Blackbeard pirates attacked the Black Drum Kingdom, he abandoned his people and took to the seas as a pirate. His vessel was a large, submersible sailing ship named the White Iron King, and should he manage to slip away, it would be quite challenging for Wang Yuan to track him down. In a place like Drum Island, which is perpetually snowbound, the use of the door fruit's abilities is not particularly advantageous, observing the distant 8 cylindrical peaks, with the highest being Drum Mountain. Towering at approximately 5,000 meters, even from the coastline, one could spot a castle constructed atop Drum Mountain. With no explicit description of Drum Island's terrain, I counted a maximum of 8 peaks from the images searched. designating one as the main peak, Drum Mountain, and the castle as Drum Castle, while the other 7 remain unnamed and undeveloped secondary peaks. After all, being an exceedingly cold winter isle with such lofty peaks, it is unlikely that residents would inhabit the summits. Only the royal family of the Black Drum Kingdom would construct a castle at the highest mountain. Wang Yuan pointed to the tallest peak, Drum Mountain, and instructed Bartholomew, propel me and Bon Sam towards that mountain. Once we capture that king, I'll bring you all over. Galem, your task is to use your abilities to establish a secret underground port at the coastline nearest to Drum Mountain, leading directly to its base. We need to create a secret base beneath Drum Mountain. Bruno, you will also utilize your door fruit abilities to assist, and the others should coordinate with Galem's actions, while I will excavate a passage from the mountain's summit. Wang Yuan succinctly outlined his thoughts and assigned tasks. Why, Lord Wang Yuan, I wish to accompany you. The floating ghost princess Perona drifted over to Wang Yuan, wrapping her arms around him, as she had no inclination to assist others in moving blocks. Wang Yuan did not refuse the embrace of Perona, who had made significant progress under his guidance and Ma's bubble fruit abilities, now possessing the capabilities reminiscent of her appearance 2 years post the Paramount War, even able to fly in her ghostly form. Witnessing Perona clinging to Wang Yuan in anticipation of battle, Bonnie leaped up, exclaiming, "Brother Wang Yuan, I want to go too." "No problem, then hop onto my back, and I'll carry you to confront the villains," Wang Yuan replied with a smile. Receiving his consent, Bonnie swiftly entered her dark god state and leaped onto Wang Yuan's back, her small hands clasping around his neck. Seeing that Wang Yuan, Perona, and Bonnie were all prepared, Bartholomew swiftly unleashed his travel bear paw, propelling the 3 towards the lofty Drum Mountain, before sending Bon Sam along as well. After Wang Yuan and his companions departed, the Dawnlight continued its mission, seeking an appropriate location to establish a secret underground port. The Black Drum Kingdom does possess an official port known as Cocoa Waitport, which is directly connected to the peak of Drum Mountain via cable car, facilitating the king's travels. However, this official port is entirely exposed, and the Dawnlight would naturally avoid such a port, instead scouring the coastline for a suitable spot. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan and his 3 companions, propelled by Bartholomew, reached the summit of Drum Mountain in mere minutes, arriving outside the gates of Drum Castle. The abilities of the meatball fruit had entirely surmounted the perilous heights of Drum Mountain. Standing atop this lofty peak and gazing at the castle before him, Wang Yuan shook his head. Constructing a castle in such a location is truly an extravagance beyond words. While there is indeed an advantage in the natural defenses provided by the height, as few can ascend, every aspect of life here relies on the sustenance provided by the ordinary populace below, and the only means of access between the two is through a handful of cable cars. Should the cables be severed and the cable cars destroyed, the advantage of this lofty perch would be rendered moot. Asu has much to say on this matter. Yet, in the world of One Piece, such behaviors are not uncommon. The world government and celestial dragons reside atop the Red Line, thousands of meters above sea level, relying on bubble cable cars for transportation. The Revolutionary Army capitalized on this fact, destroying the granaries of Moria and assaulting the bubble cable cars and supply ships, severing the supply lines to the celestial dragons. Other nations, including Dressrosa, Alabasta, and the Goa Kingdom, have similarly constructed their capitals on elevated terrain. This seems to correlate with Vegapunk's prophecy of a world destined to be submerged, predicting a rise in sea levels by 200 meters. Wang Yuan is oblivious to the source of such rising waters or how future conflicts might lead to such a cataclysmic event. His focus remains on managing the present, developing step by step. Within the castle, numerous guards were present, albeit rather lax in their duties, as they did not perceive any threat to this location. If an enemy were to appear, it would likely originate from the port village, and their attention need only be directed there, with little regard for any other areas. However, despite the negligence of the guards, Dalton, the captain of the guards, was a diligent individual, quickly discerning the sudden arrival of Wang Yuan and his companions. "Who are you? Why have you come here? Are you seeking medical assistance?" Dalton inquired as he stepped forward upon exiting the castle. Though positioned 5,000 meters high, due to Wapple's hunting doctors initiative, only 20 doctors remained in Drum Castle. Those who fell below or visitors seeking the witch Dr. Correja would have no choice but to seek aid from Wapol, the king at Drum Castle. Therefore, there were indeed those who came seeking medical help. Not having seen Wang Yuan's visage, Dalton merely observed him cradling Perona and carrying little Bonnie, instinctively assuming the two were patients. As for Bon Sam, dressed in an androgynous manner, he was a stranger to Dalton, leaving him somewhat puzzled. Atop this lofty, snow-laden mountain, where the chill was even more biting, neither Perona nor Bonnie wished to dismount. "Dalton, I believe you should recognize me." Wang Yuan lifted his head, allowing Dalton to see his face. Indeed, the next moment, Dalton's expression shifted dramatically. The dark god? He had never anticipated that Wang Yuan, the audacious dark deity who dared to declare war on the world government, would make an appearance on Drum Island. "Oh, not be so anxious. I've come to rescue you and liberate you," he proclaimed. "You too oppose Wapol's tyrannical reign, albeit lacking the strength to stand against him. But now, I have arrived," Wang Yuan smiled. Decades ago, Dalton had served as the captain of the former King's Guard. He and the late king had both been deeply concerned about the actions of Prince Wapol, yet found themselves powerless to intervene. Following the king's demise, the spoiled Wapol ascended to the throne. Dalton became one of Wapol's guards, but he vehemently opposed the prince's brutal governance. Upon witnessing the tragic death of Shiruk at Wapol's hands, Dalton was moved to tears. When Chopper sought vengeance for Shiruk, Dalton resolutely intervened, urging him to flee. Wapol, perceiving Dalton's defiance, labeled him a fool. In a fit of rage, Wapol struck down Dalton, imprisoning him for 7 days. Nevertheless, Wapol still required Dalton's leadership in the guard, and thus released him. Despite his inability to oppose Wapol, Dalton continued to fulfill his duties as captain of the guard. In an alternate timeline, when Blackbeard invaded, Wapol abandoned his kingdom, allowing Dalton to take control of Drum Island, thereby preventing it from descending into chaos and swiftly earning the trust of the populace. Upon Wapol's return and his intention to head to the castle, he was ambushed by Dalton, who declared his intent to expel Wapol from the nation. Dalton's loyalty to Wapol was not unwavering. It stemmed not from ambition after taking charge of Drum Island, but from a deep-seated aversion to Wapol's cruelty. Dalton had long harbored thoughts of rebellion, yet felt powerless to act. Hearing of Wang Yuan's intentions, Dalton felt a sense of relief, provided that Drum Island would remain unscathed. As for Wapol, Dalton had little concern for the tyrant's fate. However, reflecting on Wang Yuan's identity, Dalton shook his head. "You will plunge this nation into the flames of war. The world government and navy will follow your trail, turning this land into ruins." Wang Yuan was indeed the man who had attacked Judicial Island and declared war on the world government. Once they became aware of his whereabouts, the government and navy would undoubtedly pursue him, transforming Drum Island into a battlefield. Thus, the fate of this nation rested in your hands. Wang Yuan lifted his gaze to regard the towering figure of Dalton, the guardian of this land. This castle, perched atop a 5,000-meter peak, serves as both a fortress and a trap. If we seal off the news, the world government and navy will remain unaware and will not come. However, should you divulge my presence, it will only be a matter of time before they arrive to obliterate this kingdom. Of course, you could attempt to drive me away, but I doubt you possess the strength for such an endeavor. You should be aware of your limitations." Wang Yuan continued, "I have come here to achieve my objectives. If you cooperate, it will be mutually beneficial. I will deal with Wapol, and you will safeguard Drum Island. Should you choose not to cooperate, I will have no choice but to resort to force, and should it escalate to the attention of an admiral, this place will become a battlefield." Wang Yuan stepped closer, locking eyes with Dalton. The power of words can sometimes compel surrender without the need for conflict. Faced with Wang Yuan, a former warlord of the sea with a bounty of 2 billion, Dalton felt no capacity for resistance. This was a primary reason many pirates sought high bounties. The sheer weight of such rewards could intimidate opponents into submission without a fight, just as a Straw Hat Grand Fleet had intimidated many merely by revealing their bounties, drawing numerous pirates to their ranks, unless one were particularly reckless or overconfident, like the likes of Caribou who targeted high bounties, or the stubborn Eustace Kid, who dared to confront the red-haired pirates despite suffering defeat. Dalton, however, was not so reckless. He recognized his limitations and contemplated Wang Yuan's proposal. Cooperation would lead to a harmonious resolution, while resistance would lead to violence, turning Drum Island into a battleground. I am willing to cooperate with you, Dalton ultimately decided. Excellent. May our collaboration be fruitful, Wang Yuan declared, releasing his embrace of Perona and the small Bonnie, extending his hand toward Dalton in a serious manner. Dalton, too, shook hands with Wang Yuan, his expression grave. You are familiar with this place. Go and confiscate those din mushy to ensure not a single call could be made. You know the consequences if you fail, Wang Yuan instructed, briefly shaking Dalton's hand before assigning him his task. Dalton understood the gravity of the situation and promptly led Wang Yuan and his companions into the castle. Captain, 2 guards saluted upon seeing Dalton. Before Dalton could respond, Wang Yuan unleashed a powerful conqueror's haki, enveloping the mountaintop. This skill proved effective in incapacitating the guards. The 2 before him fell unconscious, as did others in the distance. Seeing the guards collapse one after another, Dalton's expression shifted. They've merely fainted. You should hurry and secure the din mushy. Wang Yuan waved his hand, interrupting Dalton's thoughts as he continued deeper into the castle. Dalton quickly checked on one of the fallen guards, confirming he was merely unconscious and in no danger, before racing into the castle. Perona floated alongside Wang Yuan, while Bonnie skipped cheerfully behind. The peculiar figure of Bam Sam danced balletically in their wake. Soon, they arrived in the castle's grand hall, where they found the unconscious Wapple and his officials. Wang Yuan summoned Wapple to him with a swift motion, drawing the hefty prince from his throne. What a large mouth he has, resembling a hippopotamus, Bonnie remarked, wrinkling her nose at Wapple's appearance. Wang Yuan turned to Bam Sam. Come, touch this fellow's face and remember his likeness. You shall impersonate him later, of course. Captain, I shall do just that, Bam Sam replied, stepping forward to touch Wapple's face. Possessing the abilities of a paramecia-type mimic fruit, Bam Sam could replicate the appearance and physique of anyone he touched with his right hand, flawlessly imitating their visage, body, and voice without any time limit. Touching his own face with his left hand would revert him to his original form, but he retained the memory of those he had transformed into, allowing him to change back at will. Should this ability be maliciously exploited, it could easily enable one to usurp the power of rulers, posing a nation-level threat. Bam Sam, a man of loyalty and camaraderie, was willing to risk himself for the sake of his friends and had already pledged his allegiance. Otherwise, Wang Yuan would have had to eliminate him to seize the mimic fruit, suppressing his impulse to strike Bam Sam. Wang Yuan allowed him to complete his task before pulling Wapple into the shadows to consume him. Such a tyrant would not be granted the opportunity to negotiate or plead for mercy in Wang Yuan's decisive presence. Unlike Doflamingo or Kaido, who had spared the former kings after usurping their thrones, Wang Yuan would not afford Wapple such leniency. After seizing Wapple's Munch fruit powers, Wang Yuan felt a deep yearning for the darkness fruit within him. Yet, he resisted this temptation, merging the Munch fruit into a spherical fruit, allowing it to be reborn anew. As he beheld the resurrected devil fruit in his hand, Bam Sam felt a flicker of fear. Their leader possessed the ability to steal the powers of others. What if one day, Wang Yuan grew dissatisfied with him and sought to seize the mimic fruit? One must not frolic too exuberantly before the leader. However, Bonnie, sensing the amusement, exclaimed, Brother Wang Yuan, let me take a look. Bonnie, one can only consume a single devil fruit at a time. Since you have already ingested the sway fruit, you cannot partake of this new devil fruit, lest you be unable to withstand it and meet with a disastrous explosion. Wang Yuan felt compelled to remind little Bonnie once more before presenting the tauntaun fruit for her inspection. Although little Bonnie wielded the powers of a devil fruit, having obtained them through experimentation, she had never encountered a devil fruit before and gazed at the tauntaun fruit with great curiosity. Unlike a typical mischievous child, she behaved with commendable decorum, not insisting on doing what she was advised against. Perona, too, cast her inquisitive eyes upon the tauntaun fruit. Let us embark on a treasure hunt, Wang Yuan said with a smile, stowing the tauntaun fruit away in a treasure chest for safekeeping within the Kingdom of Shadows. Upon hearing the call for a treasure hunt, little Bonnie leapt into the air with uncontainable joy. Ben Sam, you are to collaborate with Dalton to manage the guards here. While these two officials should be confined, Wang Yuan instructed, gesturing towards Jess and Cromalaman. He then set off to explore the castle with Perona and Little Bonnie. With Perona's ability to effortlessly pass through structures and Wang Yuan's own shadow fruit powers, no hidden corners of the castle could remain undiscovered. The Kingdom of Shadows was in full swing, tirelessly plundering the treasures of the castle, including the wealth of Wapple's armory. By the time Wang Yuan, Perona, and Little Bonnie returned to the grand hall of the castle after their foray, Dalton had already organized the guard soldiers and Dr. 20, along with a few others. During this time, Dalton had confiscated all the den mushai in fact, there were not many, as not everyone could afford to raise them, and Dalton was acutely aware of whose hands they had fallen into. Nevertheless, Dalton conducted thorough searches to ensure no agents of the world government were lurking about. While the team awaited further orders, Dalton briefed the soldiers and Dr. 20 on the current situation, explaining how Wang Yuan, the Dark God, had defeated Wapple and liberated this nation. However, for the sake of confidentiality, it was imperative to keep Wang Yuan's existence under wraps to avoid attracting the attention of the world government and the Navy, which could lead to the destruction of Drum Island. Any acts of defection or treachery among the soldiers would result in immediate capture or even execution. That I shall not engage in unwarranted bloodshed. However, these soldiers cannot be released. That I will establish a secret base at the foot of Drum Mountain, where they may serve as guardians for 3 years, Wang Yuan conveyed to Dalton. Dalton nodded in agreement, accepting the role of secret guardian for the allotted time. Dalton, you shall take on the title of mayor of Drum City. That I will arrange for individuals with the powers of the cube fruit and tauntaun fruit to construct underground cities at the bases of the other 7 mountains. The perpetual snowfall makes it exceedingly cold for the residents and poses risks of avalanches, endangering the civilians. You must prepare the blueprint for the underground city. Wang Yuan continued, assigning tasks. Drum Island is not vast, encompassing merely around 100 square kilometers with a modest population of approximately 30,000, as it is a frigid winter island. Online estimations suggest that the highest peak of Drum Kingdom is 5,000 meters above sea level. A knowledgeable individual calculated the peak's height in proportion to the island's diameter, arriving at a ratio of approximately 11:25, thereby deducing that Drum Island's diameter is 11.4 kilometers. That, if regarded as circular, using the area formula, SR, Drum Island would have an area of 102 km, less than the third ring road of Beijing. As for the population, Drum Kingdom comprises several small towns. Yet the density remains low. The average population density in our world is about 33 individuals per square kilometer. Based on this figure, Drum Kingdom would have approximately 33,000 inhabitants, though Oda has not elaborated on this. The reasoning behind these calculations is sound, and I shall adhere to these figures. With a population of over 30,000, establishing an underground city is entirely feasible, along with the construction of complementary facilities and secret bases. Should the Revolutionary Army's Moria, with the power of the push-push fruit, be involved, the process of building the underground city would be further streamlined. An underground city, Dalton pondered, finding merit in this proposal. The incessant snowfall of Drum Island indeed adversely affects daily life. Although they have adapted, they would not reject an improved environment. There is no need to rush. Careful planning is essential, and you may consult experts in this field for design. The immediate priority is to solidify your title as mayor of Drum City. I intend to establish Drum City as the medical capital, vigorously promoting healthcare and abolishing Wapple's oppressive policies against doctors. This will require you, as the mayor, to vanquish Wapple, expel him from power, and assume the mayorship. Wang Yuan indicated, pointing at Ben Sam. Upon realizing he was being singled out, Ben Sam understood his role and quickly transformed into Wapple's likeness. Dalton recognized Ben Sam's change and comprehended Wang Yuan's plan, nodding in agreement. There was no need for Wang Yuan to orchestrate the performance personally, as Ben Sam, with his mimicry fruit abilities, was adept at acting. Wang Yuan promptly dispatched the two to enact their roles at the foot of the mountain. Perona, keep an eye on these soldiers. Should they show any signs of unrest, use your negation ghost, Wang Yuan instructed as he picked up Little Bonnie and summoned Dr. 20 to the medical room. Having thoroughly searched the other areas, they had left the medical room untouched. Has anyone heard of the green jade scales disease? Is there anyone knowledgeable about its treatment? Wang Yuan inquired. I have heard of it, but I am unable to provide a remedy that I have seen references in books. Yet there is no documented treatment for this affliction that I am aware that it appears to be related to the inability to be exposed to natural light. But I have never encountered a case. Responses came from Dr. 20, yet none suggested an effective cure. Their gazes turned towards little Bonnie, whom Wang Yuan was cradling. If he was inquiring about such a rare ailment, it implied that there was indeed a case present, piquing their interest. Wang Yuan nodded. Then, please conduct an examination. I have heard that Dr. Vegapunk can treat this disease using advanced stem cell transplant technology, which is yet to be widely adopted. Do you possess the necessary medical equipment? Dr. Vegapunk claims he can provide treatment. One of them quickly interjected. However, we lack the instruments for stem cell transplants. We would need to procure them. Commence the examination. Acquire whatever instruments are necessary. I intend to establish this place as the medical capital of the world, requiring all necessary equipment. You, Dr. 20, must devise a plan. You will become the backbone of this facility. Wang Yuan directed before allowing little Bonnie to assist them with the examination. Exiting the medical room, Wang Yuan utilized the shadow clone technique to swap places and return to the Akatsuki ship. During this interval, the Akatsuki ship had located a suitable position and commenced the establishment of a secret port. Frankie, your tauntaun fruit has arrived, Wang Yuan announced as he retrieved a treasure chest from the Kingdom of Shadows and presented it to Frankie. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, the others gathered around, excitement palpable in the in the envious gaze of the onlookers. Frankie eagerly accepted the chest, opening it to reveal a violet-blue devil fruit adorned with serrated patterns. Is this the tauntaun fruit which can consume anything and synthesize it? Holding the tauntaun fruit, Frankie felt a surge of exhilaration. Wang Yuan nodded affirmatively. The tauntaun fruit can devour anything and assimilate it into one's being, or even merge various entities. It can even consume one's own body to alter skeletal structure. It has the capability to swallow projectiles, buildings, weapons, and minerals, transforming them into various weaponry. Remarkably, it can even merge two individuals into one. Most importantly, it can synthesize the ingested minerals into new materials, creating high-strength, heat-resistant, cold-resistant, impact-resistant, and shape-memory alloys with regenerative capabilities. If harnessed effectively, mass production of weapons equivalent to the quality of fast blades is entirely achievable. I was not exaggerating. Merely selling the alloys could rival the wealth of the Golden Emperor. Perhaps, Frankie, you will become the Alloy Emperor, the master of weaponry. Wang Yuan began to describe with a smile. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's description, everyone's eyes lit up. And upon hearing Wang Yuan's description again, Frankie no longer hesitated and took a bite of the fruit, Bara no Mi, in his hand. It had the same unpalatable taste. Frankie endured and finished the fruit in 2 bites. Everyone looked at Frankie expectantly, especially his several underlings, Zanbai, Danzai, and others who were even more excited. Their boss Frankie was about to become the Alloy Emperor. Wang Yuan also cooperatively piled up all the weapons he had scavenged from Thriller Bark, Enies Lobby, and Wapple in front of Frankie. And Frankie lived up to everyone's expectations. Soon he mastered the ability of the fruit and started gobbling up. He was crunching away at the weapons in front of him. After eating the fruit, his body seemed like a bottomless pit. After seeing Frankie devour all those weapons quickly, Wang Yuan released the materials such as Heijin no 1, Hai number 1, and Haima number 1, which were formed by the various metals, soil, and trees absorbed by his Yami no Mi ability. Except for seawater and air, which he didn't release, Wang Yuan directly carried out a major cleanup of his dark space and shadow kingdom. Only seawater and air were left in the dark space, while treasures, berries, devil fruits, sea prism stone handcuffs, food, log pose, and permanent log pose were left in the shadow kingdom. And Frankie was not polite and continued to gobble up. After eating so many things, Frankie's figure began to get plump. Just like the previous Wapple, it seemed that his body had absorbed too much. It was like a bottomless pit, but ultimately not a true bottomless pit. Nevertheless, the others were already dumbfounded. After Frankie finished eating the weapons, materials, and other things given by Wang Yuan, Frankie directly swallowed his own body to change his bone structure and the parts that were not perfectly modified before. He couldn't reach his back before, so his back wasn't modified, which was a weakness. But now, he could completely transform his body with the ability of the fruit. After completely transforming himself, Frankie didn't seem to have many obvious changes. But his internal abilities had changed greatly. Super awesome. Frankie couldn't help but make his signature move again. Boss Frankie, quickly try out your ability. Zonbai, Frankie's underling, shouted, "No problem," Frankie said as he opened his abdomen. There was no longer a small fridge there, but an outlet. Swords and blades fell out of his abdomen, making a clanging sound that was almost like he was spitting out all the swords he had eaten before. Fortunately, it wasn't from his mouth. Otherwise, Wang Yuan would have felt a bit disgusted. Wang Yuan picked up a sword and inspected it. The quality was indeed good. All of them were top-notch. However, perhaps because Frankie had just started developing the ability and didn't understand the structure of the well-made swords. These swords were still a bit short of being well-made swords, but the production speed of this batch was very fast. The others also picked up the swords and inspected them. Frankie didn't keep producing swords, but started manufacturing muskets, and they were rifles, repeating rifles. Wang Yuan directly gave this kind of rifle a simple name, Frankie No. 1 rifle. Next came Frankie No. 1 cannon, Frankie No. 1 rocket launcher, and so on. After simply making some, Frankie didn't continue. Seeing Frankie stop, everyone felt a bit reluctant to part. The fruit is too powerful. Frankie, you should develop the ability of the fruit well and strive to create shape, memory alloy, and other special alloys as soon as possible. Also, cooperate with Gyram to build a secret base, Wang Yuan said with a smile that, no problem, leave it to the super strong me. Frankie felt that this fruit was extremely suitable for him, the Iron Man. He had so many ideas that he couldn't wait to start trying. After assigning the tasks, Wang Yuan left Gyram, Frankie, Kiwi, Mozu, Casey, Oyaji, Kabeji, and the Kung, Fu Kao for No. 1 to No. 10 to continue building the secret base below. Wang Yuan once again led Khalifa, Robin, Bartholomew Kuma, Hogback, Najin, and Shaki to exchange positions and return to the drum castle. Bartholomew Kuma went to find Bonnie, and Hogback and Najin also went to the infirmary to see what instruments were there. Khalifa and Robin were arranged by Wang Yuan to manage the affairs in the castle and sort out the information of the Drum Kingdom. Wang Yuan once again used the shadow substitute to exchange positions and brought more than 100 guards to the morning light. He let Gyram arrange work for them, and he himself started using the Dark Devour of the Yami no Mi, cooperating with Gyram's square fruit to dig out a secret port and base at the bottom of the mountain. The construction of the port was simple. Wang Yuan directly used the dark tunnel on the coast to devour continuously, forming a river channel 300 meters wide and 50 meters deep leading straight to Drum Mountain. Gyram was in charge of creating cubic blocks, and others were responsible for piling the cubic blocks on both sides of the river channel. This efficiency was much faster than that of an excavator. Digging the mountain was equally simple. Wang Yuan first used the Yami no Mi to keep devouring into the mountain body, creating a passage 1 person high. Gyram then used the square fruit to turn the stones around the passage into cubes. Frankie was in charge of eating, and for the ones he couldn't finish, others, with the lubrication of bubbles, sent the cubes outside along the chutes and piled them on both sides of the river channel. With the ability of these devil fruits, the construction speed was very fast. In less than a day, a large enough secret base could be built for temporary settlement. Mori's push fruit ability can create a level 5 and impel down and also create a passage in the red line. He can directly lead Sabo and others to sneak into Mariewa. If given enough time, Wang Yuan's Dark Devour of the Yami no Mi could also do it, and even pierce through a passage in the red line, allowing the ocean currents of Reverse Mountain to directly enter the latter part of the New World, enabling pirates from the Four Seas to directly enter the New World for high-level battles. However, this kind of thing is more trouble than it's worth. The red line is really too big and vast. Unless Wang Yuan unites the world for the convenience of communication, this kind of thing is really not worthwhile. Building a secret base on the red line at Twin Cape is feasible. Crossing the red line can directly lead to the New World. As night approached, Wang Yuan and others had dug out a port in the body of Drum Mountain. And Wang Yuan also opened up the river channel, allowing the morning light parked on the shore to enter the secret port. Although Lola had already prepared dinner, Wang Yuan still led Kiwi, Mozu, Portia, Sarah, Machida, Vivi, and Marianu to teleport back to the drum castle. After Wang Yuan and everyone had a big meal, Dalton returned to the drum castle again, along with Ben Sam and the witch Kareha and the reindeer chopper. The performances of Dalton and Ben Sam were very successful. Ben Sam learned about Wapple's character, brutal behavior, and his habit of eating grilled houses from Dalton. Then he transformed into Wapple's appearance and burned a house. And to make it more realistic, Ben Sam really burned a civilian's house. Amid the fear of these civilians, he let out Wapple's moo-ha-ha-ha arrogant laugh. And this realistic performance made those who saw him confirm that he was the brutal and tyrannical king. Wapple, even if he didn't have any guards by his side, nor was he accompanied by Jace and Cromeraman, those two sycophantic bureaucrats, Dalton originally didn't want to burn down civilian houses just for a performance. However, for the sake of authenticity, he still followed Benson's advice. Anyway, he could give some compensation later and let the civilians occupy the house he owned downstairs. Moreover, an underground city would be built later, so these above-ground houses could be gradually abandoned. Ben Sam portrayed the brutality of Wapple, and then it was Dalton's turn to take the stage. When all the civilians were whispering but dared not step forward, Dalton stood out, loudly rebuking Wapple's brutal acts and expressing his determination to drive Wapple away. And Ben Sam, the performance expert, also cooperated with Dalton, that he angrily shouted, "I'll eat your houses, leave you all to freeze to death in this ice and snow, and then eat you after turning you into ice sculptures." It seemed that Ben Sam was a bit out of control and said a lot of trash talk. After that, Dalton and Ben Sam, who was in the guise of Wapple, started fighting to make the performance realistic. The two fought back and forth, creating quite a commotion. Dalton even transformed into the human, beast form of his ox fruit bison form, and told the civilians to leave quickly to avoid being affected. Although Ben Sam was imitating Wapple, he didn't have Wapple's or a Bronomi ability. However, his physical skills were good, and he had mastered the 6 styles iron body and armament hockey. He could withstand some of Dalton's attacks like the transformed Wapple, making the performance more realistic. At the same time, Ben Sam also struck Dalton several times, even kicking the bison, like Dalton flying. But after all, it was just a performance. After a fierce battle, Dalton successfully defeated the Wapple and drove this cruel king away. The Wapple, imitated by Ben Sam, shouted, "I will definitely come back," and then disappeared from the village and from the sight of the civilians. Dalton had quite a few injuries on his body, creating an image of a great hero among these civilians. Without Dalton saying much, some civilians had already run to invite Kareha, the only doctor at the foot of Drum Island, to come and treat Dalton. Moreover, without Dalton having to say anything, some civilians spontaneously supported Dalton, who had defeated and driven away Wapple, to become the new king of the Drum Kingdom. However, Dalton's appointment from Wang Yuan was to be the mayor of Drum City. Not being stupid, he understood Wang Yuan's plan for the Drum Kingdom, which was its disappearance. After all, the slogan Wang Yuan shouted was to establish a unified World People's Republic. The Drum Kingdom would also be under the jurisdiction of the World People's Republic and would be downgraded to Drum City. Although he had some objections and felt a bit uncomfortable, Dalton didn't find it that difficult to accept. The people were still the people, and the population of the Drum Kingdom was so small that it was less than that of some cities in other countries. Besides, in the original work, after he took over the Drum Kingdom, he changed it into the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. So it didn't matter if the Drum Kingdom ceased to exist. Thus, he righteously declined the position of king. However, at the same time, he agreed to take over Drum Island, continue to protect it, and build an underground Drum City as the mayor of Drum City. Dalton talked about Wang Yuan's idea of building an underground Drum City to get rid of the influence of the continuously snowing cold climate and the potential threats of snow disasters and avalanches. Dalton also said that he would rebuild Drum Island as the medical capital, immediately abolish Wapple's policy of hunting doctors, and even launch the Dr. 100 plan. Everyone was excitedly envisioning what Dalton described. Dalton also asked everyone to prepare plans and blueprints for building the underground city. He would spare no expense to invite some devil fruit users to dig out an underground city at the foot of a secondary peak of Drum Mountain. While everyone was enthusiastically discussing, Kareha, who was invited to treat Dalton's injuries, and her reindeer chopper arrived. Without even needing to examine him, the experienced Kareha could tell at a glance that Dalton was perfectly fine. However, After hearing that Dalton had driven away the cruel King Wapple, she didn't say much and just cooperated to treat Dalton. Dalton also received the task from Wang Yuan to invite Kureha and her reindeer. After briefly arranging the tasks and dismissing everyone, Dalton invited Kureha, the female doctor, to treat a difficult and complicated illness. Facing Dalton's request, the witch, like female doctor, didn't refuse and readily agreed. She would often go to the villages to look for patients that if someone came to her with a difficult and terminal illness, she wouldn't turn them down in front of outsiders. Chopper still maintained his reindeer form and served as Kureha's pet. Just like that, Dalton brought back Kureha and Chopper, whom Wang Yuan wanted to find. When Kureha saw Wang Yuan, she understood who was behind Dalton. Dalton, an ancient Zoan ox fruit user, simply couldn't defeat Wapple, a Paramecia Barbara Nomi user. Even though Wapple was just a pampered king without much combat training, the ability of the Barbara Nomi to devour everything and transform his body still made Wapple stronger than Dalton. The captain of the guards that Wapple's body had been transformed, and its hardness was even greater than that of ordinary steel. Moreover, Wapple had eaten all kinds of weapons, so his attack power was not weak either. However, Dalton, this Zoan user, hadn't reached the level of being invulnerable to swords and guns. He would still get injured if hit by guns and cannons. There was an actual battle record to determine the outcome between the two. Exactly for this reason, Dalton could only submit to Wapple. Kureha was a bit surprised when she heard from others that Dalton had driven away Wapple. She thought Dalton had made some breakthrough. But unexpectedly, there was someone behind him. After all, Kureha was over 130 years old and had seen all kinds of people. She wouldn't be like an ordinary person, trembling in front of Wang Yuan and calling him the Dark God. She didn't feel any hostility from Wang Yuan either. Facing such a doctor who was over 130 years old and still full of vitality, Wang Yuan, who respected the elderly and cared for the young, was very respectful. "Dr. Kureha, I'm glad to meet you. I heard you like plum wine, so I prepared some in advance." As he said this, Wang Yuan directly took out a box of plum wine from the Shadow Kingdom and placed it in front of Kureha. "Haha, young man, you're quite sensible." Kureha wasn't polite. She directly took out a bottle, opened the cap, and took a sip. "Chopper, right? Here, this is the marshmallow I prepared for you." Wang Yuan then reached out and stroked the reindeer beside Kureha. This reindeer with a blue nose was surely Chopper. Chopper? Kureha was a bit surprised. Wang Yuan smiled and said, "Of course I know about Chopper, Hiralook, and Wapple, that I've already killed Wapple, that I guess I've avenged Dr. Hiralook. Right?" Chopper, who had been pretending, became excited when he heard Wang Yuan mention Hiralook. He even started talking. "You knew Dr. Hiralook?" Wang Yuan nodded and fed the marshmallow in his hand to Chopper. So sweet. "Oh, whoa." Chopper, who originally wanted to say something, was immediately silenced by the marshmallow. Then, after tasting the sweet marshmallow, he started eating it and even transformed into the upright human beast form, which looked a lot like a tanuki. He took the marshmallow from Wang Yuan's hand. So cute. What an adorable tanuki. Portia looked at Chopper and immediately fell in love with this pet. Robin, Perona, and the others also thought Chopper was very cute. "Baka, I'm a reindeer, not a tanuki. Even if you say I'm cute, I won't be happy." Hearing Portia's words, Chopper, who didn't like being called a tanuki, instinctively retorted. Then, being praised for being cute, he said coyly, "I won't be happy either." Wang Yuan also looked at Chopper, who was happily fidgeting after being praised, and also praised, "Chopper, you've been with Dr. Kureha for so many years. You must have learned Dr. Kureha's medical skills and become a really amazing doctor, right? Baka, even if you praise me for being a really amazing doctor, I won't be happy." But in fact, he was even happier than before when someone praised him for being a great doctor. His coy appearance was even cuter. "I heard you've even developed a rumble ball that can disrupt the transformation wavelength of Zoan devil fruits. Chopper, you're really a genius doctor." Wang Yuan continued to praise. "Baka, even if you praise me as a genius doctor, I won't be happy." Having been successively praised as a remarkable doctor and a genius doctor by Wang Yuan, Chopper was no longer being coy, but felt as if he was about to float. The truly adorable little Bonnie couldn't resist and rushed over directly to hug the equally tiny Chopper. Portia also came up and directly embraced both little Bonnie and little Chopper. Looking at Chopper, who was already smug after being praised a few times, Kureha was somewhat speechless. This silly son was just too naive. "Dr. Kureha, I wonder if you can treat the Azure Jade Scale disease? Wang Yuan asked Kureha. Hearing Wang Yuan's question, Kureha, and beside her, the bear also looked at Kureha, the doctor Wang Yuan paid special attention to, with full expectation. Azure Jade Scale? Kureha took a sip of wine and looked at little Bonnie, who was enveloped in darkness. She was well aware of the condition of the Azure Jade Scale and could tell at once that little Bonnie, who was enveloped in darkness, was a patient with the Azure Jade Scale disease. The Azure Jade Scale is indeed rare. Although I haven't encountered it before, I can give it a try, Kureha said seriously. This was her confidence in her superb medical skills. Wang Yuan nodded. Then I'll have to trouble Dr. Kureha to examine little Bonnie. I don't know what treatment methods you have, Dr. Kureha, but I still need to remind you that Vegapunk can cure this Azure Jade Scale disease using the stem cell transplantation technique, which involves creating new stem cells for transplantation that I wonder if it has any reference value for you. Also, if the treatment is too difficult, we could provide the assistance of devil fruit abilities. I know about the users of the healing fruit and the operation fruit. Facing Kureha, this top-notch doctor, Wang Yuan also had to repeat Vegapunk's treatment method and mention that the abilities of the healing fruit and the operation fruit could assist. The stem cell transplantation technique? Kureha nodded. She didn't ignore Wang Yuan's reminder and suggestion. She wasn't a stubborn old fool just because she had lived over 130 years. She admired Vegapunk's genius. Vegapunk's level of genius is recognized as the first in the world. Even if Caesar Clown, Vince Smoke Judge, and others are extremely displeased and constantly want to challenge Vegapunk, the #1 scientist, they have to admit that Vegapunk is the world's #1 scientist. As for the second place, each of them thinks they're the second and only admit Vegapunk as the first. And Vegapunk's genius can be said to be all round, even in terms of medical skills. He is top-notch, perhaps even stronger than her 130-year-old senior. Hearing that Vegapunk could treat the Azure Jade Scale, she couldn't lose either. Kureha also knew about the healing fruit and the operation fruit that Wang Yuan mentioned. She didn't reject devil fruit abilities and didn't think that devil fruit abilities hindered the development of true medical skills. She wouldn't forcefully seek devil fruit abilities, but if a treatment type devil fruit, like the healing fruit or the operation fruit, were right in front of her, she would want to eat it, especially the operation fruit, which is almost the dream devil fruit ability for all doctors. Interrupting the playfulness of Chopper, little Bonnie, and others, Kureha led little Bonnie, following the bear, to the infirmary for an examination. Chopper finally managed to break free from Portia's entanglement and followed in Kureha's footsteps. Watching Kureha and the others go to the infirmary, Wang Yuan then called Dalton, Khalifa, and Robin to discuss matters regarding Drum Island. Although Dalton was the captain of the Drum Kingdom's guard team, leaning towards a military position, he still had certain management experience. Khalifa, who was once the secretary of Iceberg, the mayor of Water 7, also didn't lack management experience. Robin had even been in control of Baroque works. With the three of them working together, it was more than enough to manage the more than 30,000 people on Drum Island. Wang Yuan handed over the affairs of Drum Island to the three of them. It's worth mentioning that the heavenly tribute of the Drum Kingdom for this year has already been paid. Wang Yuan and the others don't need to consider the heavenly tribute, nor do they have the opportunity to intercept it. The heavenly tribute is a part of the treasures that the member countries of the world government have to offer to the world nobles. The celestial dragons, every year 170 member countries, all have to hand over their treasures to the escort ships of the government and the navy and send them to Moria. These treasures are not just berries. Given the different situations of countries around the world, it's impossible for them all to pay berries. The world government can print berries at will. What they need are the specialties from all over the world, such as gold, silver, gems, minerals, spices, furs, famous swords, devil fruits, etc. Anything of value can be converted, and this serves as the basis for issuing berries. And the value required for the heavenly tribute is extremely high, calculated according to the size of the country's territory and the population. The starting point is basically above 10 billion berries in value. When Doflamingo wanted to seize the Dressrosa Kingdom, he asked King Riku III for 10 billion berries. King Riku asked the whole island for treasures and finally successfully collected 10 billion. Indicating that this amount of money wouldn't completely shake the foundation of the kingdom. However, some kingdoms often suffer from hunger because they have to bear the high amount heavenly tribute. And the delivery of the heavenly tribute is basically in January of each year, not in December at the end of the year. Only by paying the heavenly tribute can a country receive the protection of the world government and the Navy for that year. If you can't pay it, the world government won't protect you for 11 or 12 months for free. That if you want to maintain the status of a world government member country, you need to live frugally and accumulate the heavenly tribute for the next year. Pirates can be unrestrained, squandering as much as they plunder. But civilians need to be meticulous and calculating. Wang Yuan and the others don't need to consider this year's heavenly tribute issue and don't plan to pay the heavenly tribute for Drum Island next year either. The protection of the world government is just so. The Drum Kingdom was a member country of the world government, but in the original work it was still attacked by Teach and others. And even the king, Wapple, had to abandon the country and flee. Without the burden of the heavenly tribute, the civilians on Drum Island should be able to relax a bit, although Dalton was somewhat worried. He didn't say much. After simply giving some instructions and asking Khalifa and the others to do their work, Wang Yuan also went to check on Kurei's examination. Looking at the bear, who was waiting outside and seemed a bit anxious, Wang Yuan comforted him. "Don't worry that I've said that I will definitely cure Bonnie." The bear nodded. "Chief, I believe in you." After getting along these days, Wang Yuan, as the chief, has shown the demeanor and initiative that a chief should have. He also has a lot of secret intelligence. Every action is well targeted and has achieved good results. It seems that he is even more outstanding than Dragon. First, he took down Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai, then found the historical text in Alabasta, and now he has secretly taken over Drum Island. Although the members of the Yuan Organization are still not enough at present. And some of them, like Naichin, Hogback, and Pinky, seem old, weak, sick, or disabled, but already has the scale of a supernova pirate crew. Among the cadres, many people like Kaku and Jabra can match naval captains and commodores. And people like Rob Lucci and Brook can even deal with naval rear admirals. And Wang Yuan himself can fight evenly with naval vice admirals and even rear admiral candidates. Given time, Wang Yuan can definitely match the highest combat power of the Navy, the admirals. The Yuan Organization is a vibrant team that is developing and growing. Chief Dragon sent Sabo over. He wants to meet you. Now they've arrived at Little Garden. The bear then mentioned something about the Revolutionary Army. Ever since Wang Yuan attacked Enies' lobby and declared war on the world government, Dragon had sent Sabo and others to the first half of the Grand Line. The person they contacted was the bear, one of the founders of the Revolutionary Army in Alabasta. After the bear joined the Yuan Organization for Bonnie, Wang Yuan also had a brief contact with the Revolutionary Army and set the meeting place at the ancient island. Little Garden. Wang Yuan naturally wouldn't directly expose Drum Island, this secret base, to the Revolutionary Army, of course. Dragon might also be able to guess that Wang Yuan would go to Drum Island from Wang Yuan's movements and Bonnie's matter. But both sides were tacit and didn't talk much about these confidential matters, only saying that they could meet and talk, and the fact that Dragon sent Sabo was exactly what Wang Yuan wanted. Ace should almost be at Little Garden too. Lucci and the others should also be almost there. Katakuri and the others are also heading towards Little Garden. 4 groups of people will gather at Little Garden. Plus the original giants, Dongli and Bragi. That's 5 forces. If the Navy can detect the movement track of the Yuan Organization and also come to Little Garden, it will be even more lively. Let them wait for a while. When Lucci and the others arrive, I'll take you there. Wang Yuan smiled. Bing Jack, the intelligence master in charge of the Den Mushi, has always maintained contact with Rob Lucci. Fire Fist Ace, Kaakuri, and others, and probably knows their locations. The distance from Alabasta to Little Garden is slightly longer than that from Alabasta to Drum Island, yet not by much. It is estimated that Rob Lucci and the others will reach Alabasta tomorrow. Fire Fist Ace sails across the route following the permanent log from Carnival City, and the time is approximately the same, probably arriving 1 day later than Rob Lucci and the others. As for Katakuri and the others who sail from the New World, they have to pass through places like Fishman Island. The distance is too far, even though Wang Yuan contacted them before the Enies lobby incident. After such a long voyage, they have only reached the Alabasta Sea area and still need 2 or 3 days to reach Little Garden. Such long distance voyages truly demonstrate the preciousness of abilities like flying, teleporting, and instant displacement. Bartholomew Kuma can directly send people to places he has been to. Wang Yuan's shadow substitute position. Swapping ability allows for instantaneous movement. The 5 Elders teleportation can even achieve a 5 in one state. As long as one of them is present, the other 4 can be summoned at any time. That a single Yonko crew simply can't withstand the power of the 5 Elders, who are 5 top-tier combatants. After all, even if a single Elder can't defeat a Yonko, they can hold the Yonko back, and the remaining 4 can overwhelm the cadres of the Yonko crew. The All-Stars and the Flying Six can't stop them at all. It is worth noting that Wang Yuan's shadow swapping teleportation has no distance limit. However, it still consumes physical strength. The farther the distance, the more physical strength is consumed on Thriller Bark, although it is the size of an island ship. The distance isn't far. When Wang Yuan experimented, the consumption was minimal, and he didn't feel much, but later, when he teleported from Enies lobby to the Xiaoguang, Zaiguango, Wang Yuan felt the consumption, yet he could still manage. Wang Yuan roughly judged that the distance between 2 adjacent islands in the Grand Line is a suitable teleportation distance. Although there is consumption, it won't lead to exhaustion. For example, the distance from Drum Island to Alabasta or from Drum Island to Little Garden. But if it's from Drum Island to Thriller Bark in the rear, there might be a risk of exhaustion. This requires Wang Yuan to continue training to improve his physique and physical strength. If he could obtain a mythical Zoan Devil Fruit ability, perhaps he could break free from the physical strength limitation that in addition, the number of people Wang Yuan takes along has no impact. After entering the Shadow Kingdom, the number of people doesn't affect the Shadow substitute position swapping ability. A patch proposed by a reader, IT seemed reasonable, so the physical strength limitation was added. Shortly after Wang Yuan and Kuma started discussing, Kureha and Chopper finally emerged from the infirmary. Kureha isn't the kind of doctor who beats around the bush. She knows what the patient's family members care about the most. Without waiting for Kuma to ask, she directly said, "I can cure it." These 3 words immediately gave Kuma the greatest hope, and he was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. Papa Bear, seeing this crybaby father crying again. Little Bonnie, who came out with them, immediately hugged Kuma's leg. Kuma immediately picked Bonnie up, yet the tears still couldn't stop. Since it was confirmed that Bonnie also had the Jade Scale disease, he had almost traveled all over the world. He even went to the Boyne Archipelago, which has no coordinate indication and is just a huge plant, but still couldn't find a way to cure Bonnie. Now, there's finally hope. Bonnie can survive. Kureha also watched with a smile as the father-daughter pair hugged each other and wept. Bringing hope to patients and making them cry with joy is exactly what a doctor should do and what they can be proud of. Isn't it? Chopper felt a bit envious. He thought of his adoptive father. Here a look. Again, he was expelled from the deer herd because of his balloon nose. After eating the human fruit, he didn't fully transform into a human. He couldn't fit in with either side. Only Hiraluk accepted him and entrusted him to Dr. Kureha. These 2 were his family. Kureha ignored Kuma and Bonnie and directly turned to Wang Yuan. The leader of the Yuan Organization, I can treat her, but the treatment of the Jade Scale disease requires quite a few precious medicinal materials and instruments that I'll make a list, but you'll have to take care of getting them. Especially the stem cell incubator. Even I don't have it. Wang Yuan nodded that I'll take care of getting these things. Due to Wapple's tyranny, the status of Drum Kingdom as a medical power declined. This was manifested not only in driving out other doctors, but also in the failure to update some medical equipment. After all, the equipment purchased at a high cost could only treat some rare diseases. And there weren't many patients. Wapple, the self-centered and short-sighted king, directly rejected such uneconomical things as, even though they took over Drum Kingdom, which was once a medical power, Wang Yuan still had to repurchase some equipment. Instruments and medicinal materials. Fortunately, Wang Yuan has connections with the Golden Emperor, and Kuma can also rely on the Revolutionary Army's connections. They just need to buy some medical instruments. Then, Dr. Kureha, Bonnie will be in your care. As for the medical fees, from now on, the Yuan Organization will cover all your food and drinks. That will also give you 150 million berries for your expenses every year. This castle will be the medical research center from now on. Some spare rooms will be at your disposal, and the other doctors will be under your management. Wang Yuan smiled. An annual salary of 100 million berries was still a bit low, so Wang Yuan directly offered 500 million berries. If they could recruit such a top-tier doctor in this way, it wouldn't be a loss. Kureha gave Wang Yuan a deep look. Being an old and shrewd person, how could she not know what Wang Yuan was up to? However, she didn't directly refuse. Wang Yuan continued, I heard that you have the secret to eternal youth. My ship's doctor, Naiqin, also has a medicine that can make people regain their youth, restore their appearance, and achieve a temporary rejuvenation. If you're interested, you can research and improve it with her to create an even better rejuvenation medicine, or even develop an immortality medicine. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Kureha couldn't help rolling her eyes. A rejuvenation medicine was still feasible, but an immortality medicine. Kureha quickly took out a pen and paper and started making a list. Wang Yuan then turned his attention to Chopper. Chopper, as I said before, the rumble ball you developed is an amazing medicine. You're really a genius, doctor. Being praised again, Chopper still felt very happy and became bashful. Dr. Chopper, can I have a recipe for your rumble balls to produce more of them for those in need? Wang Yuan asked with a smile. Sure. I'm Dr. Chopper. My medicine can be given to those who need it. Chopper was very happy to be called Dr. Chopper by Wang Yuan. The naive him readily agreed to Wang Yuan's request and promised to give Wang Yuan the recipe for the rumble balls. Kureha heard Wang Yuan easily coax Chopper into giving away the rumble balls, but didn't stop this naive and silly son of hers. Soon, Wang Yuan obtained a long list from Kureha, as well as a rumble ball recipe and several ready-made rumble ball samples from Chopper. Chopper, from now on, you're a doctor who can stand on your own. You can choose your room and research laboratory in this castle. If you lack any medicinal materials or instruments, you can tell me. Wang Yuan smiled. Really? Am I really a doctor who can stand on my own? Chopper still lacked confidence of course that you've followed Dr. Kureha for so long and have learned most of her medical skills. Your medical skills are even more advanced than those of ordinary doctors. Wang Yuan smiled. The next step was to comprehensively integrate the medical team and properly arrange their accommodation. IT should be known that an efficient and professional medical team is an indispensable part of any organization. There's the genius surgeon Hogback, Naiqin, who specializes in traditional Chinese medicine, Dr. 20 with rich experience, the highly respected Kureha, and the cute and capable Chopper. However, it should be noted that although all of them possess outstanding medical talents, among them, individuals such as Dr. 20, Kureha, and Chopper have not received a clear invitation from Wang Yuan. Meanwhile, they themselves have not explicitly stated whether they are willing to officially join the Yuan Organization. Chopper was quite delighted to meet Hogback, the talented surgeon. Not yet aware of Hogback's true nature, he held great reverence for him. The first task assigned by Wang Yuan to these individuals was, of course, to treat Bonnie's jade green scale disease. Kureha served as the attending physician, with the others assisting. Moreover, Naiqin could conduct research on the rejuvenation medicine together with Kureha. Hogback could study the human anatomy with Dr. 20. And the previously captured Jess and Cromerman served as materials. Chopper could continue to study medical skills and research the rumble ball. Having arranged these matters, Wang Yuan did not rest. Instead, he directly went to the castle basement and began to devour the mountain rocks. Using the dark devouring ability of the Yami no Mi to dig a passage downwards 10 meters, 20 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, the devouring of the Yami no Mi was rapid. Having devoured an unknown number of cubic meters of mountain rocks, and having delved nearly 1,000 meters deep, Wang Yuan finally stopped the excavation work and flew back to the castle. Gazing at the pitch-black and profound tunnel, Wang Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Which place has the best excavation skills? He couldn't dwell on this thought, for he was not an excavator operator. Wang Yuan secretly thought to himself. After replenishing his strength through dark feeding, Wang Yuan then returned to spar in unarmed combat with Kiwi, and Maz. The night passed without incident. When Wang Yuan woke up, instead of indulging in the embrace of tenderness, he covered the two women with quilts and then left. After a simple dark feeding, Wang Yuan left the castle and once again started the training of hammering the poneglyph stones. During this kind of unarmed combat and hockey training, Wang Yuan always wore sea prism stones to suppress the abilities of the Yami no Mi and the Kage no Mi. Although Rob Lucci was no longer around to train together, when Wang Yuan was training, Bartholomew Kuma also came to hammer the poneglyph stones with him. The two did not utilize their devil fruit abilities during the training, yet they still alarmed Dalton. Due to having just taken over the affairs of Drum Island, Dalton had been very busy and slept lightly, being easily awakened. Fortunately, as a Zoan-type devil fruit user, he had more abundant energy and could manage even if he stayed up for several days. When Dalton came outside, he saw Wang Yuan and Kuma striking the stones for training. Dalton, come here. Next, I will teach you the 6 powers practiced by the Marines and world government agents, as well as hockey. Wang Yuan, seeing Dalton arrive, stopped his hammering motion and began to teach Dalton the 6 powers. Dalton, with the physique of a Zoan-type devil fruit user, was not weak and was already qualified to practice the Marines' 6 powers in hockey. The 6 powers practiced by the Marines and world government agents. Dalton didn't hesitate much and soon accepted Wang Yuan's instruction. Wang Yuan also split a shadow clone and sent it into Dalton's body to accelerate Dalton's training speed. 6 powers, finger pistol. Rankyaku. Wang Yuan briefly explained the techniques of the 6 powers and let Dalton start training. With Wang Yuan's instruction and the boost from Wang Yuan's shadow, Dalton quickly got the hang of it and could draw inferences about other cases from one instance. Combining with the ability of his Ushi no Mi, he changed the finger pistol into hoof pistol, etc. It is worth mentioning that Wang Yuan had awakened Conqueror's Haki and mastered Haushika Haki coding. Wang Yuan's shadow also had such abilities. Theoretically, after entering someone else's body, it could enable others to learn Conqueror's Haki. However, Wang Yuan had attempted this during his days in Alabasta, but did not succeed. Even with Wang Yuan's shadow, Rob Lucci and others did not master Conqueror's Haki. They could not unleash the Conqueror's Haki within Wang Yuan's shadow. Simply put, Wang Yuan's shadow was like software. Obtaining Wang Yuan's shadow meant loading the abilities within it, including Conqueror's Haki, but their bodies, the hardware, did not have the program to run the Conqueror's Haki software. The two were incompatible that other software such as the 6 powers, swordsmanship, observation Haki, and armament Haki could all be run and copied. Only the Conqueror's Haki software was special and required the qualifications of a king to awaken and use. The attempt on Kuma also failed. He did not awaken Conqueror's Haki either. It was unknown whether he truly lacked the qualifications or if his kind and weak character prevented him from running it successfully. Conqueror's Haki is a power of the mind, extremely mysterious and powerful. Wang Yuan had not yet figured out whether he could help others awaken and master Conqueror's Haki through the ability of the Kage no Mi. After a period of training, Wang Yuan retrieved the shadow clone from Dalton. The techniques had been taught, and the rest was left for Dalton to practice on his own. Wang Yuan put away the poneglyph stones and continued to go back to dig the passage. He intended to dig through the passage today, after which he would head to Little Garden. Kuma also contacted the Revolutionary Army to help purchase medicinal herbs and instruments, and, at the same time, used his ability to help Dr. Kureha transport some medicinal herbs and instruments. Since they were all going to live in this castle, Kureha naturally needed to move some of the medicinal herbs and instruments from her original residence. 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters. Wang Yuan dug out a platform at every 1,000-meter mark to be renovated later. He kept digging downwards until 5,000 meters, at which point Wang Yuan began to slow down a bit. He started to use observation Haki to sense the positions of Gaimatsu and others, and then continued to dig in that direction. When Wang Yuan dug through the passage and reached the secret base where Gaimatsu and others were located, he was somewhat surprised. In just one night, this secret base had already taken initial shape. The layout of the port and the residential area had been meticulously planned. The spacious port area was large enough to accommodate multiple large-sized ships to dock and load and unload goods in an orderly manner. The residential area was neatly distributed with uniformly formatted buildings, and there were wide and clean roads. Moreover, Gaimatsu and others had put a lot of effort into the infrastructure. The ventilation system was ingeniously designed. Air could circulate freely, yet there was no feeling of the biting cold wind from the outside. Lighting facilities were everywhere in every corner, providing sufficient and soft light in this secret base within the mountain. As for the water supply issue, seawater purification ensured the water usage in this secret base. Public toilets and other convenient facilities were also available. Presumably, they had worked overnight to complete all this. They had accomplished all this without Wang Yuan having to worry at all. At this moment, Wang Yuan truly felt the role of an organization. Previously, whether it was the attack on Enies lobby or the sneak attack on Crocodile, Wang Yuan had done everything himself. There was simply no time for others in the organization to play a role, because both the attack on Enies lobby and the sneak attack on Crocodile were of great importance. And Wang Yuan, with his foreknowledge advantage, did not trust others. Wang Yuan was very satisfied and praised Gaimatsu, Frankie, Caribou, and others. He even took out 5 boxes of treasures to distribute among them. Needless to say, Gaimatsu was the main force in building the base. Frankie had also manufactured a lot of metal brackets for building the port and houses. The candles produced by Caribou's wax fruit were excellent materials for lighting fires and generating electricity. As long as he had enough physical strength, he could continuously produce candles, and they were also hard enough to make a lot of fences and other things. Caribou could also create a candle wall to hide the entrance of the secret base. This was the convenience of devil fruit abilities, like being a creator who mastered the laws. Gaimatsu, Frankie, Caribou, I still need you to continue expanding the secret base, improving that passage, and helping the residents of Drum Island build an underground city at the foot of another mountain. You will be in charge of this work during the following period. Wang Yuan continued to assign tasks. None of them objected. Wang Yuan, accompanied by Frankie, flew back to the mountaintop castle, found Dalton, and went to take over Wapple's large submarine sailing ship. The Iron Mask King. The name Iron Mask King didn't seem as awkward as the sexy fox, so Wang Yuan couldn't be bothered to change it. Wang Yuan and Frankie easily took possession of the Iron Mask King. The guards stationed on the ship were also effortlessly subdued by Wang Yuan, and their shadows were cut off. The Iron Mask King was then sailed back to the secret port by the two for renovation. Moreover, Wang Yuan had Binjak contact the Golden Emperor, asking him to purchase some medicinal herbs and instruments and deliver them to places like the Rain Dinners Casino in Rain Base, Alabasta, with the organization in place. Wang Yuan didn't need to worry too much about these trifles. He just had to assign tasks, set up a medical center, conduct research on human anatomy and new secret medicines, study cloning technology, establish a secret base, and arrange for the production of rumble balls that, in the afternoon, Rob Lucci called via Den Den Mushy, saying that they had arrived at the little garden and Wang Yuan and the others could come anytime. Wang Yuan nodded and immediately started preparing to lead people to the little garden. Lola wanted to meet Katakuri and others that Barbara's Luck fruit was very useful, so she had to be taken along. Bartholomew Kuma's pawpaw fruit ability was also indispensable, so he needed to go as well. The two giants, Casey and Oimo, also had to be taken to meet Dongli and Bragi. These people were surely going. As for others like Kabeji, Kung Fu Dugongs, Vivi, and Marianu, if they wanted to see the little garden, they could go. Especially the Kung Fu Dugongs, they really disliked the winter island climate of Drum Island. Among his women, Khalifa and Robin continued to stay here to manage things that IT was sufficient to take Perona and Portia, Kiwi and Mozu, Sarah and Makita, etc. before setting off. Wang Yuan still had Kureha examine the women's bodies to see if anyone had caught it. After all, it had been so long, and Perona, who was with him the earliest, had been with him for 1 or 2 months, and Wang Yuan hadn't taken any preventive measures before. He hadn't thought of having Hogback or Nami examine them. But upon arriving at Drum Island, Wang Yuan thought it should be Kureha, this top-notch doctor, to conduct a comprehensive examination. Without examination, he wouldn't have known that Perona had really caught it, as a pregnancy reaction was detected. But this girl didn't understand such things and hadn't even noticed it herself. Besides, after Perona, Khalifa was also confirmed to have a pregnancy reaction detected. The other women might have been with him for a shorter time, so it wasn't detected. Wang Yuan was rather pleased. His physique was quite strong, as he had quickly made 2 women win the prize, holding the somewhat bewildered Perona and Khalifa with complex emotions. Wang Yuan comforted them for quite a while, feeling that he had found a spiritual belonging in this world. After the other women learned that Perona and Khalifa were pregnant, they all had complex emotions and were also somewhat eager to try, wanting to conceive a baby too. Although they were pregnant, the time was still short, so it didn't affect their actions. However, Wang Yuan still arranged for Perona to stay on Drum Island to recuperate. As for Khalifa, she still served as a secretary on Drum Island and managed the island together with Robin. After Barbara touched and absorbed the luck of the over 100 guards on Drum Island in the secret base, Wang Yuan led the people going to the little garden into the Shadow Kingdom, then used the Shadow double teleportation to reach the cheetah on the cheetah when the zombie FG Gore opened a shadow box, released a shadow, and then transformed into Wang Yuan and the others. Kaku and the others weren't particularly surprised. Chief, Kaku and the others still greeted. Wang Yuan nodded and looked at the island in front of him. The ancient island Little Garden IT was called Little Garden because the residents on the island were Dongli, the captain of the giant warrior pirates, and Broggy. Compared to them, this place was indeed like a small garden. But it was also a place full of primitive features and mysterious colors. There were some dinosaurs and extinct species that IT was a huge island that still preserved the prehistoric landscape, and it was by no means small. And this was also a characteristic of the Grand Line. Due to the chaotic climate of the Grand Line, all kinds of things were made possible. This island still maintained the appearance of the dinosaur era, with not only dinosaurs but also large beasts. Everything was extremely huge, just like a giant's garden. Therefore, some people called this ancient island Little Garden. After Dongli and Broggy arrived here, the name Little Garden became even more vivid. Until now, it was unknown whether the name Little Garden came first or it was named so after Dongli and Broggy arrived. Wang Yuan also saw a large ship next to the cheetah and Rob Lucci and Sabo fighting on the shore. When Wang Yuan noticed Lucci, Kaku immediately explained, "The people from the Revolutionary Army arrived here in advance. After we arrived, they came over too, because Gabra and the others had carried out the mission of hunting down the Revolutionary Army branch leaders. Lucci was just having a friendly spar with that Revolutionary Army member and didn't go all out. They'd been fighting for over an hour." From Kaku's words, Wang Yuan immediately understood the reason. When Gabra and the others were part of CP9, they had indeed killed 23 Revolutionary Army branch leaders. This conflict was neither too big nor too small that IT was normal to have some starting conflicts. After all, sometimes the conflict between two people could start just because it looked to be one more time, just like the joke goes. "Where are you looking at?" "Looking at you, so what?" "Look again." "I will look." Sabo was a very calm young man and generally didn't stir up trouble. Rob Lucci was proud, but also a calm person and wouldn't stir up trouble either. But when the people around them had a conflict, the two leaders would fight as representatives to guide the venting of emotions. When there were problems, they would just have a fight. Rob Lucci also really wanted to see the strength of this young man from the Revolutionary Army. He could sense that this young man was also very strong. Then the two started fighting. Sabo's powerful strength was beyond doubt. Even though he was younger than Rob Lucci and hadn't eaten a devil fruit, he could still engage in a fierce and evenly matched battle with Rob Lucci, the super genius of the former CP9 who had the leopard fruit ability. Rob Lucci was proficient in the 6 powers and had mastered the 6 powers ultimate techniques. However, Sabo is equally proficient in the 6 styles and has also practiced the more suitable Dragon Claw Fist. The reason why Sabo knows the 6 styles is that Dragon, who taught him, was once a member of the Navy. After all, Dragon's father is the renowned and legendary Vice Admiral Garp of the Navy. Benefiting from the meticulous guidance of two powerful individuals, Dragon and Bartholomew Kuma, Sabo has become proficient in the control of 2 types of hockey, surpassing Rob Lucci. During this intense battle, Wang Yuan witnessed Rob Lucci displaying his beast human form. Using moves like Leopard Claw Gale, Leopard Tail Surprise Attack, and even unleashing the ultimate technique of the 6 styles, the 6 Kings Spear. Nevertheless, Sabo remained undaunted to Sabo's armament hockey. Infused Dragon's Claw, each strike was as powerful as a thunderbolt, directly countering Rob Lucci's 6 Kings Spear. Moreover, Sabo's observation hockey could sense Rob Lucci's Leopard Tail Surprise Attack, and after coating his water pipe with armament hockey, he met Rob Lucci's Leopard Tail head-on. The two engaged in a fierce back and forth battle. Although there was no intention to fight to the death, both were filled with an unwavering will to this Zoan Devil Fruit user. Rob Lucci has a robust physique and astonishing recovery ability. Facing such a formidable opponent, even Sabo, who is extremely powerful at a young age, finds it arduous to completely defeat Rob Lucci. Time passed stealthily, and the intense confrontation between the two had persisted for a full hour. However, this was not a relentless battle without any respite from start to finish. There were brief moments of respite for both sides during the process. Even so, the high-intensity combat caused both of them to gasp for breath. Despite their rapid breathing and significant physical exhaustion, the fighting spirit in the eyes of both Sabo and Rob Lucci remained undiminished. Neither was willing to yield or admit defeat to the other. In this evenly matched confrontation, every attack and defense embodied the strength and skills they had painstakingly cultivated. Rob Lucci had been training assiduously under the world government since childhood. and Sabo had also been undergoing rigorous training within the Revolutionary Army since childhood. Both of them are geniuses. Precisely because of this, the indomitable will deep within their hearts sustain them to persevere. Sabo, representing the Revolutionary Army and being a young and impetuous youth, would neither admit defeat nor initiate a truce. Rob Lucci, once a genius, his innate pride would not allow him to concede or seek peace with a younger person. Unless he could be defeated as cleanly as Wang Yuan had once subdued him, he would fight until the end. Wang Yuan did not interfere or stop this battle, allowing them to continue until a winner emerged. As long as no one lost their life. Wang Yuan felt that Sabo's martial arts skills were slightly superior to Ace's during this period. After all, Ace's training was rather unorthodox, having been left to his own devices by Garp. Although he often fought with the wild beasts in the back mountain of Fusha village, Garp did not provide systematic instruction. In contrast, Sabo had received genuine guidance from Dragon and Kuma and had mastered Haki at an early age. It was only because Ace ate the Mera Mera no Mi and possessed its abilities. However, it was difficult to determine who would win in a fight between Ace and Sabo, without paying further attention to the battle between Rob Lucci and Sabo. Wang Yuan arranged for everyone to set up a camp by the coast. Cassie and Oyama were even more eager to find Dongli and Bragi, the two chieftains on another ship, Koala, Hack, and others also known as Cassie. Oyama, the two most conspicuous giants, as well as Kuma and the others. Hack, Koala, long time no see. Seeing the Revolutionary Army members running over, Kuma showed a gentle smile. Kuma. Hack greeted with a smile. Kuma, have you joined the Yuan Organization? Will you come back to the Revolutionary Army? Koala looked at Kuma with longing. She really missed Kuma, this gentle instructor. Kuma let out a sigh and shook his head. I have promised Chief Wang Yuan to join the Yuan Organization. I can no longer return to the Revolutionary Army. However, I will facilitate an alliance between the Yuan Organization and the Revolutionary Army, and we will jointly oppose the world government. Come, I'll introduce you to Chief Wang Yuan. Although you already know his reputation, Kuma greeted Hack, Koala, and the others with a smile. Nice to meet you. Hack, Koala. Wang Yuan did not put on airs. Upon seeing the two, before Kuma could introduce, he greeted Hack and Koala, and briefly shook hands with them. Does Chief Wang Yuan know us? After shaking hands, Hack was a bit surprised. Was it introduced by Kuma before? Chief Wang Yuan, I finally get to meet you. The declarations you made are so imposing. Koala didn't care about such details. Instead, she had the feeling of a little fangirl meeting her idol. Wang Yuan smiled and said, those celestial dragons are the demons of this world and should be eradicated. I merely voiced what most people dared not say, hoping to give courage to those living in fear and arouse their fighting spirit. Koala nodded continuously. She had been inspired with a lot of courage by Wang Yuan's words. Just as Koala was about to say something more, a loud noise came from the island. The volcano erupted. The volcano on this island is an active volcano and often erupts, but the scale is not large. And this volcanic eruption is the battle horn for Dongli and Bragi. In just a few minutes, a huge commotion came from the center of the island. The battle between Rob Lucci and Sabo was also suspended due to the volcanic eruption and the noise from the island. Neither of them admitted defeat or sought peace, but they both stopped tacitly, confident in themselves. However, they felt that they couldn't do anything to each other in a short time, and their fighting spirit had subsided a lot. Rob Lucci had already seen Wang Yuan and the others arriving, that he transformed back into his human form, found his coat and hat, put them on, and Hattori, the pigeon, flew back to his shoulder. Sabo also found his hat and put it on, then walked towards Wang Yuan and the others. Nice to meet you, Sabo. Wang Yuan also greeted Sabo with a smile and shook his hand. Nice to meet you, Chief Wang Yuan. Sabo was born into a noble family and had received noble training before running away from home. Although he loathed the hypocrisy of the noble family, there was still a trace of nobility in him. He greeted Wang Yuan politely with good manners. Wang Yuan also thought highly of Sabo and had a better impression of him than Ace. Ace was indeed a good brother, sacrificing his life to save his younger brother Luffy. But this guy was really stubborn and impulsive. Without much strength, he went to seek out Kaido of the Beasts and Whitebeard. His stubbornness was no less than Eustace Kid's, and his impulsiveness even nullified the sacrifices of the Whitebeard pirates. Wang Yuan was really not a fan of Ace and didn't think he was that charming. He just wanted to recruit this highly qualified combatant with great potential if trained well. Ace could reach the top, Tier combat level. Compared to Ace, Sabo was less unruly and more amiable. Although he could be reckless and willful at times, he was more composed. That I know about you. You have two sworn brothers, Ace and Luffy. Wang Yuan straightforwardly stated the relationship between Sabo, Ace, and Luffy, and even took out Ace's bounty poster. The words Ace and Luffy seemed to open the door to Sabo's memories. When he saw Ace's bounty poster, the once lost memories came crashing back into his mind. Sabo, in some pain, knelt down, grasping the bounty poster with one hand and covering his head with the other. Sabo, Koala, seeing Sabo's painful appearance, grabbed him in a hurry. After a brief period of pain, Sabo exhaled. He had regained all his memories and remembered Ace and Luffy. His two sworn brothers. That's wonderful. Ace set sail as promised and is this year's supernova. Looking at the bounty poster in his hand, Sabo showed a heartfelt smile. I've already contacted him to come over. If the voyage goes smoothly, he'll probably arrive in a day or two. Wang Yuan said calmly. Really? Sabo was a bit surprised and delighted. Not only had he regained his memories and remembered Ace and Luffy, but he could also see Ace in the next day or two. Seeing Wang Yuan nod, Sabo couldn't help but show an expectant look. I heard that you two often ended up in a draw when you were young. After all these years, it would be interesting to have another match. He's a Logia Devil Fruit user, but I guess he hasn't mastered Haki yet. Well, you have Master Haki but don't have a Devil Fruit ability. You each have your advantages, and it'll be interesting to see who has made more progress. Wang Yuan's single sentence ignited Sabo's fighting spirit, compelling Sabo to clench his fists involuntarily. He was also eager for a contest with Ace. Subsequently, it was time to meet Dongli and Broggy. There was no hurry to hold talks and form an alliance with the Revolutionary Army. Wang Yuan, feeling disinclined to fly, directly leaped onto Casey's shoulder. Portia, Makita, and others also jumped onto Casey's shoulder. All of them then made their way towards the center of the island. Before long, they caught sight of Dongli and Broggy, who were engaged in combat. Dongli held a gigantic sword and a shield in his hands, while Broggy wielded a huge axe and a shield. The two were going toe-to-toe with sheer strength. Without resorting to any particular techniques, this pure strength was that of giants, far beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. The two clashed head-on, and it was difficult to discern a victor. Casey and Oimo also witnessed the showdown between the two captains, giants from Elbaf, who held honor in high regard. They refrained from interrupting the duel. Everyone watched with great interest as the two giants contended. After observing for quite a while, and seeing that the two captains had no intention of ceasing, Casey, rather reluctantly, took the initiative to go hunting, catching some prey for a forthcoming banquet. Rob Lucci and others, having witnessed the giants' confrontation, also left to hunt the dinosaurs and wild beasts on this primeval island. Wang Yuan and Sabo then officially broached the topic of the cooperation and alliance between the Yuan Organization and the Revolutionary Army, and further discussed Wang Yuan's goal of establishing the People's Republic of the World. At present, the world government has divided countries into member states and non-member states. However, the member states are not faring well either. They are plagued by the exorbitant heavenly tribute, constantly waging wars to plunder, and even establishing official pirate fleets for looting. The common people in these countries have to live frugally. The situation of non-member states is even worse, as they become targets of plunder, with pirates and slave traders running amok. Wang Yuan briefly described the situations of member and non-member states. He did not approve of this system, believing that under such a system, the world would never find peace. Sabo nodded in agreement. As a member of the Revolutionary Army, he had seen such situations all too often. Wang Yuan then went on to discuss the monarchy system. It seemed that the way the Revolutionary Army operated was to overthrow tyrannical kings and install wise ones. But this was merely a temporary solution. That a wise king did not guarantee that his sons or grandsons would be the same. Moreover, even if a king was wise, they still had to exploit the common people to raise the heavenly tribute, resulting in little real change to the common people's lives. This was also a point that troubled Sabo. The Revolutionary Army had found itself mired in such quagmires. Some kings even used the Revolutionary Army to ascend to power and then betrayed them, offering them as a token of loyalty to attract world government agents and navy. Wang Yuan did not put Sabo in an awkward position. This problem was a limitation of the era. Without a vision beyond the times, it was impossible to come up with a solution. People had grown accustomed to the existence of kings. Why did there have to be a king high above and a group of hereditary nobles? The words spoken by Wang Yuan astonished Sabo, Koala, and others. Water 7 had no king, just a mayor, and it was managed quite well. If Water 7 could do it, why couldn't other places? If a mayor was insufficient, a chief or a governor could be appointed, such as a chief or governor for Alabasta. Wang Yuan gave a simple example that a chief or governor could serve a 5-year term, that if they performed well, they could be re-elected for 1 or 2 more terms. If not, they could be replaced. Wang Yuan spread his hands. Listening to Wang Yuan's words, Sabo's mind was filled with thoughts as he pondered the pros and cons of this system, while Koala was already taking notes. During this brief conversation with Wang Yuan, Sabo, Koala, and others were deeply shocked. Wang Yuan's insights and remarks far surpassed theirs. While they were conversing, Dongli and Broggy, who were still in combat, were unable to continue, ending in a draw once again. They were also aware that guests had arrived on Little Garden and had seen Casey and Oimo, the 2 giants. Why did you 2 come back again? Dongli, with great boldness, approached Casey, Oimo, and the others and directly grabbed the wine jars beside them to drink. Captain Dongli, we thought you had been captured by the world government and tricked into guarding Enies' lobby for 50 years. Casey was indignant as he spoke. You 2 fools. How could we possibly be captured? Broggy cursed upon hearing this. Oimo scratched his head, not knowing how to respond. They did seem rather foolish. This is Chief Wang Yuan. It was he who invaded Enies' lobby and informed us that you were still dueling here. That's why we left Enies' lobby and followed Chief Wang Yuan to find you. Casey pointed at the relatively small-sized Wang Yuan. After a period of training and growth, Wang Yuan had grown to 2 meters in height. However, compared to the over 10-meter tall giants, he was still quite small. Thank you for rescuing these 2 fools. Casey and Oimo. Dongli let out a hee-hee laugh that Wang Yuan found somewhat familiar, expressing his gratitude. Wang Yuan immediately thought of the hee-hee, laughing from the Soul Hall. However, Dongli really did laugh like this. It was quite troublesome for you because of these 2 fools. Broggy also laughed. It's nothing that I greatly admire the boldness of the Elbaf giants. As Wang Yuan spoke, he entered the dark god form. His body rapidly grew, becoming as tall as Dongli. Seeing Wang Yuan, who had become as tall as themselves, even Dongli and Broggy were a bit surprised, but they soon burst into laughter that let's fight. I also want to test the strength of you 2 giant captains. Wang Yuan, in his giant form, cupped his fists in salute. No problem. The giants of Elbaf have never feared a fight. Dongli readily agreed. Broggy was equally eager, seeing that Wang Yuan's dark giant form was not holding any weapons. Dongli put down his long sword and round shield. The 2 towering giants then engaged in a bare-knuckle fight. Each punch landed solidly, with little dodging, mostly just blocking in truth, even after this period of training. Wang Yuan's strength was still inferior to that of Dongli, the chief among the giants. However, Wang Yuan could absorb the power of shadows and enhance himself. Wang Yuan had absorbed over 1,000 shadows from the Shadow Kingdom. With the enhancement of these shadows, he was able to compete with Dongli in terms of strength. Although Wang Yuan's dark giant was tall, it was no empty form that it was a solid giant. Composed of air, seawater, mountains, rocks, metals, and other substances that Wang Yuan had devoured and absorbed using the power of the Yami no Mi, integrated together by dark elements to form the giant form. Although the pain doubled after being hit, Wang Yuan still gritted his teeth and persisted in exchanging blows with Dongli. Rob Lucci watched the battle between Wang Yuan and the giant Dongli with a solemn expression. His chief had indeed become even stronger, and he needed to keep working hard. Sabo and others watched the battle between Wang Yuan and Dongli with excitement, filled with the aesthetics of violence. The airwave generated by the collisions of their fists made the surrounding trees sway violently. Kiwi, Mozu, Portia, and others looked at Wang Yuan with adoration. This was their man, although Vivi had not yet become Wang Yuan's woman. She also watched Wang Yuan's fighting figure with admiration. Baccarat also felt that Wang Yuan was more domineering and powerful than her former boss, the Golden Emperor, Tetsolo. Baccarat was also a sexy beauty, and Wang Yuan was attracted to her. However, he had not made any moves to win her over. After all, she had come from Tetsolo's side. She might have secret missions assigned by Tetsolo or have some close relationship with him. However, Tetsolo's true love was Stella, and it was hard to say if he had any relationship with Baccarat. Wang Yuan would not force Baccarat. After all, she was a rare user of the lucky fruit, and Wang Yuan did not want to do anything to make her turn against him. If Baccarat liked him, Wang Yuan would not refuse. If Bacala didn't like him, Wang Yuan wouldn't force the issue. Wang Yuan had made this clear to Bacala. Currently, only Bacala enjoys such treatment. As for Perona, Califa, Portia, Sarah, and Machida, there is a sense of coercion involved. It's unknown how long Wang Yuan's confrontation with Dongli lasted. In such a battle, there is no concept of keeping track of time. Wang Yuan also experienced the more powerful giant combat skills of Dongli, the captain of the giant warrior pirates. Dongli was far stronger than Casey and Oimo. Each punch and kick had unique force application techniques, not clumsy flailing. During the battle, Wang Yuan still seized the opportunity, and finally, with a dark giant, six-king spear, he sent Dongli flying. Seeing Dongli being knocked away by Wang Yuan, Broggy let out a laugh and charged towards Wang Yuan bare-handed. Wang Yuan continued the battle without fear of a relay fight. The two giants engaged in combat again. The knocked-down Dongli wasn't seriously injured. He was rather unconvinced as he hadn't lost his combat ability yet. However, Broggy had already rushed forward to fight Wang Yuan. Out of the glory of the decisive battle in Elbaf, he didn't go up to besiege Wang Yuan together. He could only watch the battle between Wang Yuan and Broggy with some annoyance. Broggy's strength and skills were no weaker than Dongli's, and the fight with Wang Yuan was evenly matched. Wang Yuan was also learning the giant combat skills during the battle. After another period of fighting, Wang Yuan, full of fighting spirit, directly condensed and coiled Conqueror's Haki on his fist. Dark God, Hegemony Supreme. Someone once said, "A fist is power. Clenching a fist is seizing power. A powerful punch is authority. A man can't do without power for a single day, and I only believe in my fists." Wang Yuan also believed in his fists. Even unarmed, his fists would be the most powerful weapons. And his Conqueror's Haki would be the most powerful of its kind. His belief and Haki wouldn't lose to legends like Roger, Golden Lion, Garp, and Whitebeard, let alone Shanks, the so-called most domineering man. He also wanted to catch up with Joy Boy, surpass Joy Boy, and even surpass him. His hegemony was supreme. Wang Yuan's charged-up strike gave Broggy time to respond. Broggy also, fully, launched an unarmed version of the one-man. Weaponless Country, Elbaf Spear. The country is a martial arts secret skill of Elbaf, and many adult giants learn this move. Moreover, only those with great strength can execute this move that it can not only be performed alone, but also combined with companions for even greater power. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin and Beast Kaido, these smaller giants, have also learned the country and derived moves like the Kingdom of Might and the Tyrant Sea. The unarmed country, Elbaf Spear launched by Broggy alone, was naturally not as powerful as the one he and Dongli launched together with weapons. But its power was still not to be underestimated. Wang Yuan's Dark God, Hegemony Supreme, clashed with Broggy's country. Elbaf Spear at a strong shockwave erupted even before their fists made contact. Comparable to a Conqueror's Haki, infused clash from a distance, a violent air wave swept out, and even powerful people like Bartholomew Kuma and Rob Lucci had to resist the strong air wave. Portia and others held tightly onto KC, Oimo, Kuma, and others in the center of the field with a dull loud bang. Broggy, who was in the confrontation, was also sent flying by Wang Yuan. Having defeated two giant captains, Wang Yuan felt that his spirit had become stronger, and his Conqueror's Haki was constantly increasing. "Chief Wang Yuan, let me help you remove your pain," said Kuma when he saw Wang Yuan, who had defeated the two giants. "Return. Then I'll have to trouble you, Kuma." Wang Yuan smiled. The power of the paw fruit was so extraordinary that it could even bounce out something as conceptual as pain, as Kuma's paw-shaped hand patted Wang Yuan's back. A pink balloon-like object in the shape of a bear's paw emerged from Wang Yuan's body. "This is my pain." Wang Yuan felt a sense of relief. Although he had known about Kuma's move before, seeing it for the first time still felt miraculous. Kuma said, "Chief, this kind of pain needs someone to bear it. Otherwise, it will return to the body." Just as Kuma was about to step forward to accept the pain, Wang Yuan waved his hand. Let me give it a treacherous. Wang Yuan spoke. He extended his hand and used the power of the dark fruit to absorb the pain balloon. After carefully feeling it, the pain didn't reappear on Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan sensed a special ability within the dark space of the dark fruit. This should be the pain he had just absorbed. Thinking of an application, Wang Yuan spread his shadow wings and flew up. After finding a Tyrannosaurus Rex, Wang Yuan directly placed his hand on the Tyrannosaurus Rex and released the pain he had absorbed. The pain Wang Yuan had endured entered the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body all at once. Even a Tyrannosaurus Rex couldn't bear this pain, and it was directly killed. Looking at the result, Wang Yuan thought this pain transfer move was somewhat useful. His dark fruit couldn't be developed to the point of absorbing pain as a concept, but the paw fruit could bounce out pain, and then he could absorb it, release it, and transfer it to others. After returning, Wang Yuan smiled at Kuma and said, I can absorb and store pain, and launch a pain-inflicted strike that I can cooperate with your paw fruit ability. You can help others bounce out pain, fatigue, etc., and I'll absorb and deal with them. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Kuma was rather delighted. This way, he could use his ability to treat others' pain without having to bear it himself. Soon, Kuma gave a healing bear paw pat to Rob Lucci, Sabo, Dongli, Broggy, and others who had fought before. He didn't miss anyone else either, and gave them all a pat, popping out their pain, fatigue, etc., for Wang Yuan to absorb. Everyone who saw Kuma's healing ability for the first time was astonished. Their pain and fatigue disappeared instantly, and they regained their full state. After the battle, since they had regained their full state, it was time for a banquet. Wang Yuan directly invited everyone to have a banquet. The atmosphere in Little Garden became lively at once, and everyone started feasting and drinking. Although they belonged to the Yuan Organization, the Revolutionary Army, and the giant race, it didn't affect the dining atmosphere. Due to the huge appetites of the four giants, chefs like Lola were constantly busied out of course. Casey and Oimo also lent a hand. Wang Yuan was gobbling up the dinosaur meat served to him. Sitting beside him were two women, Kiwi and Mozu. Portia, Sarah, Machida, and others also gathered around Wang Yuan, occasionally offering him wine, looking like a bandit leader or a nouveau riche. If Wang Yuan was considered to be sitting at the host seat, on his left were Rob Lucci and others. On his right were Sabo, Koala, and others. In front was the barbecue bonfire, and Black Shadow. Core soldiers were in charge of barbecuing and delivering food. Dongli and the other four giants were sitting at the four corners of the outer area, holding dinosaur meat skewers in one hand and a wine jar, which was like a small wine cup to them. In the other hand, drinking. Sabo, you had it easy losing your memory tea that time. Ace, Luffy, Dayton, Makino, and others were crying their eyes out, said Wang Yuan as he drank the wine in his hand and pointed at Sabo with the meat skewer in his hand. They must have been very painful. At that time, Sabo could also imagine how sad and pained they were when they heard the news of his death. After that, I can ask Kuma to send you to Goa Kingdom, so you can go back and see them. After the matter in Little Garden is over, I'm also going to the East Blue. Wang Yuan smiled. As Chief Wang Yuan also go to the East Blue? Koala asked curiously. There's something I want in the East Blue. Wang Yuan smiled. Wang Yuan is surely going to the East Blue. The slippery fruit. Nami, Nojiko, Caramel, Makino, Kaya, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Buggy, the barrier fruit, the sound fruit, the steel fruit, Sweet Queen, Desire. There are so many wonderful things and beautiful ladies. Moreover, Wang Yuan had Bakura consume a great deal of luck to predict where Shiki the Golden Lion would be in the near future. The answer obtained was also the East Blue. That fellow Shiki has been floating in the sky without any destination. It's not strange for him to appear in the East Blue or the Grand Line. He's really hard to find. Even using the power of the luck fruit to search for him is quite troublesome, that we still have to figure out a way to lure him out. And we could even use the design blueprint of Pluton as bait. Shiki's obsession with Pluton is no less than crocodiles. Back then, Shiki heard the news that Roger had the Pluton battleship and went to Roger, wanting to join hands with him to rule the world. But Shiki was rejected by Roger, triggering the God Valley incident. The temptation of the Pluton battleship, presumably Shiki can't resist. After a feast, quite a few people were dead drunk. Wang Yuan couldn't be bothered with them. With Zombie FG and the Shadow Clan responsible for keeping watch at night, there won't be any problems. The night passed without incident. when Wang Yuan got up to practice. Rob Lucci and the others were already practicing, and it seemed they had been practicing for some time. Wang Yuan suddenly realized that his subordinates were more hard working than he was. Releasing 2 road poneglyph stones to Rob Lucci and the others, Wang Yuan started to continue practicing the one-punch man training method, and upon the reappearance of the road poneglyph stones, Rob Lucci didn't say much and continued his practice of pounding on the road poneglyph stones. Kaku and the others also followed suit. During this period, it's really unknown in what way he has been leading the cheetah. Surprisingly, every crew member on the ship actually closely followed behind Rob Lucci and his companions, devoting themselves to the practice together, and not a single person dared to slack off in the slightest. You must know that these crew members were all free-spirited and undisciplined pirates before. They used to live as they pleased and do as they liked. However, now, they seem to have been reborn, and each of them has become diligent and hard working. The magnitude of this change is truly astonishing. Presumably, those who still maintain their slack demeanor have probably already been dealt with by Rob.